Hello, dear friends. Welcome to the International Forum, Global Crisis. There is a way out. Before we start today's forum, I would like to remind you what the previous one was about. It is very important, and you will see why later.
International Online Forum, Global Crisis. There is
Foramu ya padziko lonse lapansi. Mavuto a padziko lonse lapansi pali njira yothetsera mavutowa.
Can't express my feelings to you.
Those balconies are piled up on top of each other in such a terrible way, trapping babies inside.
much of what we have forecasted is already happening. Since our climate report with a
zose zimene tinalengeza zikuchitika pano.
our survival is in
Zose zimene zimanenedwa ndi masamu athu zikuchitika panopa.
Unfortunately, the
Pata miyezi 5 masiku 10.
what was said at the
Zose zimene tinkanena
the climate
zikuchitika.
Cerberus will help us recall what we talked about last time.
Zimene zikuchitika kwambiri zokhudza ngozi
Quakes.
ya nyengo uyikuti osanyeza kuti
The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in a number of earthquakes. Seismic activity is increasing both on the ocean floor and on the land. Earthquakes are emerging even in regions where they have never seen before.
But the most absurd thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic,
zivomeza zikuchitika malo oti sizidachitika
the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now.
zivomeza zikuchitika malo ambirimbiri.
You can
Also,
clearly see the
zikuchulukira.
exponential growth and uncontrolled exponential increase in the number of earthquakes. The more
Kuoneka kuti zivomeza zikuchuluka
magnitude will
kwambiri.
increase,
Pamene zivomeza zikamapitiriza komanso chiwonongeko chimakwerakwera.
each successive stage, the number of earthquakes increases 3 times as much.
Ndipo
Since the last
stage inayo yonse
over
zivomeza
161
zikupitirira.
days, 686 powerful earthquakes with a magnitude of 5 or higher have occurred around the world. Moreover, 10 of them were earthquakes of a devastating magnitude 7. Some regions experienced seismic events of such magnitude for the first time. On November 29, 2022, several strong earthquakes occurred in Canada, one of which reached a magnitude of 5.8, which was for the first time in the
Majitu zomwe zinachitika
powerful
pakati pa
earthquakes in different parts of the planet have led
zivomezi zamphamvu kwambiri zimene zachitika mbali zambiri za dziko lapansi. Pa November
with a
24,
magnitude of 5.6
2022 chivomezi chosati cha champhamvu zokira 5.5 inachitika ku Indonesia chinapha anthu 318
that
ndipo
previously such
tunavulaza anthu 7,500. Dziwani kuti mbuyomu chiwonongeko chotere komanso anthu ovutitsidwa ndi anthu adayamba chifukwa cha zivomerezi zamphamvu kwambiri ndi zinthu zosachepera 6 kapena kutsirika koma tsopano zikuchulukira.
catastrophic earthquakes with magnitudes of 7.8
Dziko lidagwedezeka ndi zivomerezi zikulu zotsika zimene zinali 7.5 ku Turkey ndi Syria.
later, and by early March, there had already been more than 11,000
Kumanga kumapitirira ngakhale mwezi umodzi ndipo pofika kumayambiro kwa Marichi panali kale zoposa 11,000 za iwo ndi 2,500 ndi kukula kwambiri. mphindi zochepa chabe zivomerezi zinapha anthu oposa 50,000.
A series of deep focused
Ndipo izi
earthquakes
ndiko
occurred in
zitheka
the region of the Fiji Islands and the Mariana Trench.
February 5 zivomerezi zingapo zooneka bwino kwambiri zinachitika mchigawo cha Fiji ndi ngalande ya Mariana pa 500 km zinali chivomerezi chozama kwambiri ku ngalande ya Mariana Trench inambe ngozi ya kutheka.
Earthquakes usually occur at the depths
Zivomerezi zoopsa kwambiri.
where the crust is
Zivomerezi
and has cracked.
zimachitika kuzama kwa 5 mpaka 80 km pomwe kutumphuka kumakhala kokhazikika komanso ming'alo komanso zaka 10 zapitazi zaona kuonjezeka kwa zivomerezi zakuya komwe zidaganiziridwa kale. Izi ndi zonenepo zopusa 70,000 km pomwe zivomerezi zikuyenera kuchitika chifukwa miyala yomwe ili mkati mwa plastic ngati dongo mu zaka 7
The pressure in the magma drops, causing it to boil like.
zivomerezi zinachuluka kwambiri.
And here is the answer to what deep focus
Komano mphamvu mu magma inachepa pamene kukwera kukakamizidwa mu magma kumagovira kuwira ngati madzi magazi nthawi yakati. Tingoganizirani kuphulika kotero ngati 2000 manyuklia
The oceanic crust
kuphulika kofanana ndi manyuklia 2000.
5 kilometers and where the most
Kodi mukukumbukira kuti tanena za
take place. In other
Mariana
the largest amount
kutumphuka kwa nyanjayi
of magma occurs.
ndi kusungulira makilomita 5 okha ndipo kumwe zivomerezi zimwe
429 deep focus earthquakes
ngati magma
around the world at depths of 400 kilometers or more with a magnitude of 4 or higher.
kupeza zivomerezi zochita mpaka pa mali 220 kuzama kwambiri 400 kapena kupitira
In
apo.
the current year,
Yonse zaka zisanu zapitazo
area. One on
kunali
January
308
at a
zivomerezi pa Mariana Trench.
and the other on February
Oyamba pa January 3
3 at a depth
kunali inafika 466 km ena akuya kwa 453.
earthquakes between 700
Malinga ndi AMC panali zivomerezi
four of them were in the region of
zapakati pa 700 and 750 km zakuya.
last year.
Mwa iwo anali chigawo cha Indonesia ndi ina inali mdera la Argentina. Chaka chatha nthawi yomweyo panali zivomerezi ziwiri zokha. Mwatsoka ilo kunenatu kwathu kwa kuonjezera kukula ndipo chiwerengero cha zivomerezi chikupitirira 100%.
The geologic data for the past 100,000 years, we have noticed that abrupt
Nkhani ya
shifts
magma pambuyo pakuoneka deka ya geological zaka 100 zapitazi tazindikira kuti maginiro amphamvu amapezeka ndi nyengo ina yake malinga ndi umboni wa misengo nthawi imeneyi panali kufuka kwake. Chimene chakhala chikuchitika ndi chakuti kuyambira 1995 magnetic magma north pole yoyamba kutsika mwachangu malinga wa 4 nthawi yabwino nthawi yomweyo munda wa magnetic wopoesa nthawi 10 mosakali.
Beyond the polar circle. Yet, in the past 6 months,
Sajadu apo kuchuluka kwa magesi
seen over
ochuluka apola omwe adaonedwa pa dziko lapansi. Mbuyomu anangoona dziko za mizinda yomwe ili kupitirika kuzungulira kuolowa. Komabe patatha miyezi isanu ndi imodzi yapita izi zinaoneka pakati pa Central Europe lamba pakati wa Russia kumene Russia kumene ku United States stay in new.
radiation to penetrate into Earth from outer
Izi
space.
zikuonetsa kuti
We are witnessing the appearance and growth of other magnetic anomalies, magnetic hooks and
panopa
coronal flow in
tikuona zinthu zambiri zimene zikuchitika pakuza za magma
This
zimene
is the
zikupikisa
black
ku
mark
Steve.
of the climate Cerberus, and this is frightening because the abnormal growth of these magnetic anomalies
Izi zikuonetsa kuti nyengo yopsa kwambiri yokhudzana ndi nyengo
increasing in the core, which
chifukwa chana kuti
in the report.
zinthu zokhudza magnetic zasintha kwambiri ndipo
Volcanic
magma akuchuka kwambiri munko.
According to studies of ice cores, every 12,000
nkhani yokhudza mavolcano
normal and
malinga ndi maphunziro a volcano mzaka 12,000 zilizonse panali kuchuluka kwa mavolcano tikudziwa kale kuti izi zimachitika chifukwa cha kuchuluka kwa magma pafupi ndi kutumphuka kwa dziko lapansi. Nani mabwalo akulu ofira amaonetsa kuti kuphulika kwa zaka 20,000 kuli koposa kuphulika kwatero kugwedezeka pafupipafupi ndi dziko lonse lapansi. Pasanathe miyezi iwiri kuchokera pamene Foramu adachitira kuphuluka kwa anthu 50,000 kupititsa apo kuyambira November 11 amphamvu March 11, 2023 kuphulika kwa magini ku Indonesia ndi ochepa okha omwe amadziwa kuti anthu anatatha kufalikira nthawi imeneyo. March 18, 2023 chivomerezi champhamvu kwambiri chinachitika ku Pacific Ocean pafupi ndi gombe la Ecuador pa mtunda wa makilomita 66 ndipo mapiri atatu oyandikana nawo anaonjezekera ntchito yawo ndi imodzi. Chivomerezi kuti kuyanjana uku kuonetsa kwa iyo chivomerezi ku Ecuador chinakuza Yellowstone.
More terrifying than
kuphulika kwa mavolcano ku Mariana Trench.
10 earthquakes. Near
Ndipo zoopsa kwambiri kuposa kuphulika kwa chikasu cha magma za chivomerezi cha 20 pafupi ndi chigwa cha Mariana. Zida za mphamvu zotere zisichitika mkati mwa chitukuko chathu. Mphamvu iyi imatanthauza kuti magma amasungunuka mosavuta mpweka ya Mariana Trench.
Depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by
Manera chita izone kuti kutenga model yathu kwa Mariana Trench. Fonyene kuti pali zinthu zambiri zimene zikuchitika.
which is rising from the core mantle boundary.
Just 2 days after the form, on November 14th,
Magma kuphuluka kwambiri.
the United States
Patangotha
announced that the underwater
masiku awiri
which is part of the volcano
United States
north of the Mariana Islands had started erupting
anazo kuti chikuphulika kwa mapiri a Mariana
in the Mariana Trench.
ndipo zinayambira.
Over the period
Modzi ndi izi ntchito ya Cerium akuonjeza
with a magnitude greater than
miyezi isanu kuchokera tsiku la Foramu zivomezi zokwana 33 zokhala ndi zingu zomwe zinachitika pa Mariana Trench zomwe inali mwezi wokha ndi theka lokha
along the same tectonic zone with the Mariana
January 16
earthquake with a
kufupi ndi Japan
magnitude 3 with the hypocenter at
pafupi ndi Mariana Earthquake. Chivomezi champhamvu kwambiri cha
initial Nashima volcano
410 km ndipo tsiku lomwelo
this earthquake
Vonashima volcano idayambitsiranso kumeneko. Chivomezi chilichitika pang'ono kunata ku Mariana sizidapulumuka pamenepo. Pakanali pano kuchuluka kwa ntchito ya mavolcano ndi kuphulika kwa kumpoto kwa Mariana ngande ya Mariana koma kusakula kwa kuchitika zonsezi zikuonetsa kuti ndi zoopsa kwambiri ndipo zikuchitikapo mphamvu kwambiri kusiyana ndi kale. Zonsezo ndi zoopsa kusonyeza kuti njirazo zikukuku zikhale mofulumira kuposa momwe timayembekezera.
We have calculated different variants of events development. And
Kulengera mitundu yosiyanasiyana
in any even
ya chitoko kuchitika
current cycle,
ndipo tamaliza kuti mu iliyonse ngakhale zosiyanasiyana kwambiri momwe zilipo anthu onse
technical model
adzafa. Malinga ndi mtundu wathu wa masamu izi zichitika mtsogolo
of these events
isanafike 2036.
of the Earth's crust, there will be microfractures in the crust in some places.
Kuchitika kwa zinthu zizi zikuchitika chifukwa cha
And it will keep in
kung'ambika kwa mkati mwako
until it
pamene zidzapangisa kuti
scale rupture
magma achuluke
of the crust,
ndipo zidzachitika izi
the ocean.
kwambiri ndipo zidzapangisa kuti kuphulika kwambiri
There is a 99.9%
mu nyanja
probability that this rupture will occur
ndipo izi sitingazipewa.
Mariana Trench. A gigantic volume of
Pali kuthekera kwa 99.9% kuti zinthu zidzachitika pa Mariana Trench.
billions of cubic
Konyena kuti
meters of water
kuchuluka kwa magma pa maleche tanchi kuchuluka kwambiri ndipo mabiliyons a mita adzaphatikizika ndi magma pamene padzapangitsa kuti kudzakhale kuphulika kwakukulu imene idzafanana ndi 1,000 ambiri a nyukliya ophulika. Izi zipangitsa kuti itadzakumana ndi madzi idzaphulika kwambiri.
That it will tear through our atmosphere. The atmosphere,
izi zipangitsa kuti steam yambiri idzapite ku atmosphere.
Meaning our atmosphere
ndipo mu atmosphere idzakhala ngati blanket.
Water cover. Also, at the same time, this gigantic explosion
izi zikusonyeza kuti dziko lonse lidzachoka ndi madzi.
There will be a very powerful blast wave directed into the center.
Idzapangitsa kuti kuphulika kumene kudzawononga zinthu zambiri ku dziko lino.
This will provoke additional cavitation processes.
Idzapangitsa kuti zonsezi zikuyambira mkati mwenemwene mwa dziko lapansi kumene kuyambira magma ndipo zonsezi zikusonyeza kuti zonsezo zikupitira ndi magma kuchuluka kuposera 10 imene zinali kale. Ndi mphamvu imeneyo magma adzapangitsa kuti idzaphulike ndipo idzaphulika pamodzi koma mabomba ambirimbiri ndipo dziko lonse lidzapangidwa kava ndi viphala vya magma ndipo dziko lonse lapansi lidzatha. Izi zidzachitika m'maola ochepa kwambiri ndipo munthawi yochepa dziko lonse lapansi lidzakhala kuti lidzapita. Masatelite onse adzagwa kuonjezerapo mwezi ndipo anthu silidzachita mantha chifukwa cha izi. Chifukwa chonena kuti zonsezi lidzakhala ife titakhala kale silidzaziona zonsezo.
When the planet, as a living planet inhabited by life, will no longer be able to exist. This
ndipo kuonjezera kwa mphamvu
been living with for more than 10 years, and
anthu ambiri sadzakhalako.
also have to live with it.
All the forecasts voiced at our previous forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, are being confirmed, and you have just witnessed it.
Zonse zimene zinanenedwa mu foramu yathu yatha yokuza dziko ije mavula dziko lapansi kupulumuka kwathu kuli manje zikuchitika.
A complete rethinking of values. And yet, the last report only introduced a part of the mass of information that has been the subject of research by the National Scientific Society project for the
zimene zinanenedwa
and in today's
zikuchitika.
global crisis, there is a way out. You
Zokuza Creative Society
of this climate report.
foramu ya lero imene kusonyeza mavuto dziko lapansi pali njira yotulukira mu zimenezi.
It's worth being listening to be
Pali anthu ambiri amene tikuyankhula
we are especially pleased
ndipo foramu iyi ndiyofunikira kuti ife titani
will
timvetsetse.
be heard in 150 languages.
Tiyeni tidziwe kuti
To our volunteers translators located in
foramu iyi yankhulidwa mu 150
simultaneously
yankhulo.
translate this forum for their fellow citizens.
Why is today's forum called There is a Way Out? Because the second part of the forum will
Kodi chifukwa chani foramu iyi kutanthauza kuti pali njira yothetsera zonsezi. Chifukwa chonena kuti foramu yachiwiri imene bwera
and this way out
idzakhala yokhudza
the absence of
kuti kodi tingathetse bwanji mavuto
of the
amenewa.
climate threat and a safe, high-quality life for everyone. Moreover, it includes the possibility of extending
Imene idzapangitsa
our
kuti
lifespan beyond the species limit and revealing new perspectives for the development of all humanity. You will learn about all of this today at the Global Crisis There is a Way Out forum. To begin with, dear viewers, I want to draw your attention to the fact that all information at the online forum Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out is presented for non-commercial purposes for the benefit of the entire society. Unrestricted use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum by any means, in part or whole, is permitted, provided that the information is not distorted and the forum is cited as the source. We also invite you to watch this broadcast.
tikupemphaniso kuti tentoneni foramu imeneyi
You can find a
mu
link to
channel
this
yathu
channel and
pa
all
Lambo
our other
platform.
social media accounts.
tikhozopeza linki ya
below.
channel umenewu ma social media
To actively
osambi
share this broadcast.
komanso
Go live on
pa linki ya
social media
musimu
right now and
komanso
invite people to watch
tikupemphani kuti
together.
mugawe
Your
foramu imeneyi
actions
kuti anthu
at this
aone
moment
komanso
determine
muwauze anthu
whether
kuti tentoneni
there will be a
limodzi.
future for our humanity or not.
It is a great honor
zochita zathu
to present
zisonyeza
to
kuti
you
kodi
the
tili ndi
second
tsogolo
part
kapena
of
ayi.
joint report and
Ndi
introduction
mwayi waukulu kuti tipereke kwa inu gawo lachiwiri la ripoti la nyengo ndi kudziwitsa kamba ka nkhani zolemeza.
She received her master's degree in geology at
Palibe kolomamo katswiri wa geology ndi geologist
is the head of
amene
the
amona
information
pansi pa
and
nthaka
analyst
analandira digiri yake ya
of global
master mu
climate change
zobisika
of the
ndilo
creative society. She leads
ndipo amaona kwambiri
the global monitoring
za
of natural
zinthu
disasters
zosintha kwa
occurring on
nyengo.
our planet.
Amatsogolera kuwunika kwa dziko lonse kwa matsoka achilengedwe omwe akuchitika pa dziko lapansi, kuwunika kwa zivomerezi ndi mapiri komanso kafukufuku wa nthunthu wa kusintha kwa
chemistry engineering with an MBA
sipantheka.
is an expert
John
in the development and
amene
commercialization
ali engineer
of new technologies
yemwe ali
in
ndi
the field of energy,
MBA ndi
chemical
katswiri
processes and natural sciences.
ona za
John
mphamvu
also
za
received
magetsi
his MBA
komanso amene amaona
Research Institute
za dziko lonse
and
lapansi za
doctorate in
chilengedwe.
chemical engineering from the Technical University of Munich, and his master's degree from the
Anatenga degree yake
California,
komanso
America.
doctorate ku Technical University of Munich
And a state
and master degrees from University of
specialist in the
California.
development of new technologies
Ana
and
Stenier
candidate of chemical sciences.
ndi katswiri wa chitukuko cha
Collaborates with science
umisiri
within
watsopano ndi
independent
uphungu wa
international
sayansi.
platform
Anastasia amagwirizana ndi ansayansi
Society Project. She
mwa
has
nsanja
conducted dozens
yodziyimira
of
pawokha
interviews with a specialist from
amadzika
various
scientific
disciplines.
committee ya
And
project ya Creative
coordinates
Society
direction of study
wachita
from
zoyankhulana zambiri ndi
changes
akatswiri
in the atmosphere.
ochokera magawo osiyanasiyana.
Anastasia is the part of a team of analysts who
Anastasia
coordinate and study the increase in seismic
ndi
activities
munthu mmodzi amene amatenga nkhani ndi kuziona bwinobwino zokhudzana ndi dziko lapansi.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники форума.
Greetings, dear participants and viewers of the forum. On November 12, 2022, we brought to your attention
Okondedwa amene mukuonera pa November 12, 2022 tinaonetsa zinthu zambiri zimene zinayambira 1996 zimene masanditsa 100 amene anadzipereka, ndipo ripoti yathu imene inaonetsa kuti imene idaonetsa zokhudzana ndi kusintha kwa nyengo zimene zikuchitika pa dziko lathu. Lero tikufuna tikuonetsani kuti tifuna tionetse kupitirira kwa zimene tidaonetsa, ndipo tikupatsani zoona zenizeni zimene zikuchitika kuti kodi tikuwuzani kuti tingazithetsa bwanji. Mfumu yathu yokhudza ya mavuto a dziko lapansi kukumva athu kuli mgwirizano tinapereka zinthu zambiri zimene zachitika kuyambira zaka 12,000 zapitazo.
the same impact affects the Earth's core. Every 24,000 years, this flux is stronger, and we're now exactly at this particular point. Because of the cosmic impact on our planet's core, in 1995, a growth of geodynamic changes on the planet began. Seismic and magmatic activity started growing. Pronounced changes in the magnetic field of the planet began. The speed of the planet's rotation sharply increased, and its axis began to shift with acceleration. In 1998, a bounce of the core was recorded. Due to its destabilization and heating, as well as the increase in centrifugal forces as a result of the planet's acceleration, a rise of molten magma began from the boundary between the core and the mantle. The rise of magma triggered the activation of magma chambers under West Antarctica and Greenland, which caused a growth of melting glaciers in 1995. In the same year, heating of bottom waters of the world ocean began to increase. The number of bodies on the water surface started to rise, and the humidity of the atmosphere began to grow. The growth of all these geodynamic processes has led to an increase in the number of natural disasters, such as fires, floods, abnormal precipitation, storms, hurricanes, droughts, abnormal temperature changes, and many others. The mathematical model has shown that now geodynamic and climatic cataclysms are growing exponentially, which will make life on the planet unbearable already in 6-7 years. And the world economy will not be able to withstand losses from natural disasters. The model has also shown that we are entering the 24,000-year cycle of catastrophes with a weak immunity of the planet. Therefore, catastrophes are already stronger.
Imene zikufunika kuti tikuwaso mu nyengo ya 24,000 imene imapangitsa kuti zinthu zambiri zisinthe. Imene zikuwa 2036 magema adzaphulika mu Mariana Trench ndipo zimene zidzafanana ndi kumanzi.
In today's report, we will explain in detail why humanity
zidzaonetsa kuti zidzakhala kuti tikukhalabe mkocho umene format ndipo anthu sitidzakhala ndi moyo tisanafika 2036 sitidzafika.
We will reveal to you why the external impact coming to our
zinthu zambiri ngati zivomeze zidzachuluka pa nthawi imene
affects only the core, and what is the peculiarity.
Zinthu zambiri zimakhala zikusintha mu zaka 12,000 zilizonse komanso 24,000 zilizonse.
For the first time, we will voice information about how Mars actually
mu ripoti iyi nthawi imodzi imene tikuwuzani imene kuti kodi Mars idatha bwanji komanso nanga dziko linoli lidzathaso bwanji.
For our Earth, how our activities have disabled the main
kodi dziko lathu lino lidzatha bwanji komanso
what kind of mechanism it is.
kodi zinthu izi zitingazithetsa bwanji, kodi njira imene tingathetsera izi ndi chani. Ndifo chani tulimbitsa kuti anthu aliyense amvetsetse cha zimene
what really happens to our climate.
ngati ife tingambe kudziwa cha zimenezi
To look for a way out in the right direction.
tine kuti tipeze njira yoyenerera kuti kodi tingathetse bwanji zinthu zimenezi.
Since our mathematical model indicates that
kuti kodi njira yothetsera zonsezi zingachitika motengera ndi masamu athu.
almost irreversible in the consumer's format of society.
Ndipo njira iyi tikamaona kathu zikuonesana kuti ndi zosatheka kuti tingazithetse.
An obvious example of this was the disastrous earthquakes in Turkey and Syria
anthu ambiri
on February 6, which caused a terrible
mwachitsanzo imene chachitika ku Turkey ndi Syria imene kwachitika zivomerezi zambiri ndipo zaononga zinthu zambiri.
documentary about those events which was
ndipo lero tifuna kuti tikupemphani kuti muone dokumenti imene tili nayo imene zachitika
that took place there.
imene zachitika ku Turkey.
See everything for yourself.
ndipo lero tiona chilichonse panokha.
On the night of February 6th, there was a devastating earthquake of magnitude 7.8 in Turkey and Syria. In the afternoon, there was another one with the
Pa
magnitude.
February 6 kunali chivomerezi choopsa ku Turkey ndi ku Syria chimene chinali ndi mphamvu ya 7.5 ndipo anthu amene anali
Everyone was living a normal life, making plans for tomorrow, getting the kids ready for school. None of them expected that. And
wena aliyese anali
you have to start your life
akukhala njira yake
and thank God
koma ndipo
you're still alive.
mu 2 minutes wakha chilichonse chinasintha. Tikuthokoza kwambiri kuti anthu ambiri
I woke up my family. As we were going down the stairs, the concrete already began to fall.
I opened the window and
ndipo pamene ndimadusa mu stairs naona kuti khoma linagwa ndipo ndinkaona pa window naona kuti kuli utsi kulikonse.
They fell right before our eyes, and there was so much dust, as if a bomb
ndipo
exploded.
makhoma anagwa pamaso pathu
And we must
ndipo
pay tribute to them.
nyumba zinagwa za aneba.
I mean, it was very hard psychologically to listen to it, yet they survived it.
the building
ndipo zinali zoopsa kwambiri kuti tiziganizire.
was in such a hell. People who had
Nyumba zinali kugwa ndipo aliyense amene anali kunja anali pa chiopsezo kwambiri
were crying for help.
ndipo tinali silinkatha kukwanisa kuwatulutsa anathu.
Just collapsed. When the
ndipo
earthquake started,
munthu mmodzi amene
and 2 minutes later, I just stepped on.
tinampanga interview ankakhala mu floor
Completely flattened to the ground. 7 floors of apartments flattened to the ground. There was a woman and a man. The
ndipo
woman was
ma floor 7
crying, gave me money.
onse anagwa
There was a girl.
ndipo munthu mmodzi ankalira ali pansi kuti tipatseni mwana anali mtsikana
I heard people
ndipo anali kupasi kwa concrete.
screaming under the rubble of the apartment building.
Ndinamva anthu akulira ndipo ankapitiriza kulira
Why? I mean, they were piled up in such a terrible
ndipo
way, trapping babies inside.
zogumuka zinali
Collapsed houses.
anthu anali kupasi ana kupasi
Hatay was ruined. Hatay was destroyed.
ndipo anali kupasiko
For 2 days,
mpaka
there
na
was no
muyaya
residents in any of the buildings.
ndipo nyumba zonsezi zinali zitaonongeka. Tinayang'ana ndipo panalibe munthu amene anali mmoyo mu nthawi imeneyi.
Who didn't
Izi
mention this to
zinandiopsa
family.
kwambiri.
One guy whom we interviewed said he deleted 200 contacts from his phone book after the earthquake. 200. Officially, they claim that 50,000 people died there. 20,000 buildings fell to the ground, and 100
ndipo izi zikuonetsa kuti
were substantially damaged.
manyumba 20,000
These 20,000
anali
buildings, let's say
ataonongeka.
buildings. Every building had 5 floors, right? There were
Chene tungotengera ndi kuti pa anthu 20,000
75,000
wina aliyense anali
people lived in each of them. Moreover, the Turks
anthu onsewa anali 375
also
ndipo
witnesses told us
ndipo mu Texas addition anthu amakhala ambiri.
they could hear a lot of screaming. They could hear a lot of cries.
Masiku ambiri itatha chivomerezi tinkamva anthu ankalira
Cries became fewer and fewer.
anthu amene anali atasiyidwa kupasi kwa zogumuka.
Over the internet. I am sure it was not the only case.
Komano kulira kuja
Holding his child's hand,
kunkatsika pasi
his little daughter, who was under the rubble. He was interviewed.
ndipo tinaona mbambo amene anagwira
Her hand getting cold.
anagwira
He
dzanja
was literally sitting there.
anali mtsikana wake amene anali kupasi kwa
A
zogumuka
mother, a woman who is saving her children, driving down the
amene
trying to get out while buildings are collapsing.
amene ankamva ndipo ankamva kuzizira kwa dzanja la mwana ake
But
akufa.
this time the roads were blocked. Things stopped
Ninawika ananga mu galimoto
falling from the roof.
kuyesera kuti ndithawe nawo
Pay attention to
ndipo ponali zimitengo ziminyala zonse kukumukira mu msewu
as soon as possible and leave
Ndipo-
with my children.
ndipo galimoto yangayo nimene imeneyo kuti ikoze msewu kuti ndiyende bwino. Pali nkhani zambirimbiri zofanana ndi nkhani
This is the third day of the earthquake. My
taonani ana anga ndi mkazi wanga agwa ndipo ili ndi tsiku lachitatu itatha chivomerezi koma munthu palibe amene
They don't do anything.
wabwera kuti atithandize.
Photos and leave.
When the rescuers arrived, what kind
Anthu sakuthandiza anthu akabwera amangotenga zithunzi
From there on,
pamene
I didn't see
anthu othandiza akabwera
of people being under the
samathandizaso.
videos, wrote posts, and posted them on social
Atathandiza
media
ka
so that
6
their family and
panalibe imene ndinkamuona kuti atithandize.
to give information to rescuers about the
Anthu amatha kukwanisa kuyika posti pa social media komano komano mosadziwika bwinobwino ma social media amadiriza zinthu zichi
As you can see. And maybe 2 or 3.
mmene mukuonera ndili kupasi kwa zogumuka.
You hear the screams of our neighbors.
ndipo ndikuganiza kuti mwina anthu awiri atatu kapena 4 aliso munyengo katomu.
Potential of our society and human resource, we could send people
Munjira ina tinganena kuti
and save thousands and tens of
munjira
thousands
ina
of lives if we
kuti tingathandiza bwanji.
but no one does
Tingathandiza
that.
1,000 or 10,000
I don't want in any way to insult those fellows who
koma anthu sapanga zimenezo.
flew in,
Amatha kupanga.
and made
Anthu ena amatha kudzipereka
them as well. They have a
kuuluka pa ndege
they're using
kudzipereka kuti athandize
mechanical tools.
koma amakhalanso ndi mafunso ambiri.
We have everything for killing people. We have thermal imaging cameras.
Anthuwa amakhala ndi chiopsezo kuti sakhala ndi zida zamphamvu kuti zithandize.
15 kilometers away with the thermal imaging camera.
Komano tili ndi zida zambiri.
Lying in front of
Timakhala kuti tili ndi mabomba, tili ndi masinayi moti atha kuombera munthu pa makilomita zambiri mbiri. Komano tilibe zida zoti zikhoza kuthandizana. Kuti ndife anthu amoyo,
all the cracks, all the voids. I crawled
anthu
inside
ambiri
and heard someone
ankabwera.
breathing, and I started searching. I kept crawling. I was crawling towards the sound, and this sound turned out to be right in front of me. I started digging,
Ndipo ndinkakwera kumene kumamvekera,
and I
ndipo
just
ndinayamba kukumva,
started to float.
ndipo ndinapeza munthu,
I don't even know how to put these feelings into words. I started.
ndipo munthu
I
ankangolira.
found one.
Ndipo
Immediately,
zinthu zinandikhuza
everyone
kwambiri.
rushed there.
Ndinayamba kukwira anthu ena, ndipo anthu aja anabwera,
We had to move him a little bit, but when we were moving,
anabweretsa zida zambiri mbiri kuti tinthandize.
and my heart was breaking from his
Pamene
mouth.
tinkamufuna,
He was crushed.
ankalira kwambiri.
His arm was crushed.
Ndipo ndinakhumudwa
Slab
kwambiri.
weighing, I don't know how many.
Mkono wake unali utasweka,
Hollowed out that slab,
chimwala kwambiri,
and one of the guys.
chachikulu kwambiri chinamupsinda. Sindidziwa kuti angakone matana ambiri.
Then we looked further.
Ndipo munthu mmodzi
I was lying there. He was already.
anaona kuti ankagwira munthu
They
wina,
brought an acoustic
wamfuna anali atafa kale.
device that listens to sounds, and before it listens,
Ndipo anabweretsa chida china chothandizira kuti tiyitanire
is
anthu.
anyone alive?
Komano asananene zimenezo, munthu wina amakuwa kuti pali wina amene
At that moment,
ali ndi moyo. Ngati ali ndi moyo kuwani pakena
even people
mukande.
still, not even
Tena kukatero
around everything.
chida chiche chimatha kuti
Freezes around.
kudziwa kuti pali munthu. Ndipo chilichonse chinali chitawonongeka.
If the rescuers hear something, they start digging somewhere in that direction. And it just turned out that there was a person who was deaf mute. Can you imagine? He just wouldn't
Ndinamva
hear it.
kuti
And some
ndipo
survivors,
panali munthu.
every time
Anthu ena
we
analipo.
thought, that's it, we'll probably never wake up again. Just imagine their situation. And they were there for, I don't know, for many
Tena
days.
tingoganizani.
They were just freezing to death.
One of the eyewitnesses
Tingadziwa bwanji
those
kuti
who
zikatha
survived
zinthu.
envied those who were dead. That's a direct
Munthu mmodzi amene anapulumuka,
died immediately. They died.
anthu amene anapulumuka akachita nsanje amene anafa.
Seismologist Ahmed Erkan. 180,000 people were left under the rubble.
Ndipo amene amene
80,000
anakutekiswa
people who were
kuona
under
za
the
nyanja.
concrete,
Anthu ambiri 100
crushed and broken.
180,000 people anali pasi pa
It's painful to
pa
even talk about,
pa
but they had not been helped for
anagumu.
weeks. In some villages, there was no help at all.
Ndipo sanathandizidwe kwa mawiki ambiri.
That's one person per house. How can one person have to
Anthu 20,000 othandizira
save those who were under the rubble?
anatumizidwa ku mizinda 80.
Passed near one of the houses.
Anthu awa tikutanthauzana kuti
People still alive under those two buildings. They haven't
munthu mmodzi panthu kodi angathandize anthu osewa.
get to these people. There's not enough of them because several cities are.
Akhala kuti akukuwa kuti athandizike komano pali anthu ochepa amene angathandize. Anthu amba ochepa kwambiri.
NGOs and UN agencies to assess their needs.
Tingoganiza kuti munthu ali kupasi kwa zogumuka.
What was happening?
Tikudziwa kuti kodi akufuna chani. Koma anthu ena kuti chikuchitika ndi chakuti.
That followed. Well, imagine
Matauni amene awonongeka ndi
no
chivomerezi.
infrastructure, no working
Tena tingoganiza
clinics, no police, no law and order.
tauni imene yawonongeka kwambiri.
Everywhere. That also
Ine kuti kulibe chipatala, polisi, kapena even malamulo.
Any bread. Bakeries were
Kulibenso madzi.
everyone was on their own.
There was an elderly couple. We helped them the best we could. I asked
Ndipo panabe aliyense
didn't
ankapanga paika paika.
he said, no.
Tinapeza banja lina limene ndivanane kuti
Around us,
kuti muli ndi tenti. Ayi mwana wanga palibe mene
Thieves,
anathani
last year they took the ring off his finger. Such things also happen. People are in fear for their lives.
Now I'm saying this, and someone is sitting there watching.
anthu ena amaba kwambiri even upeza munthu wakufa amachotsa
It's
news
just an image. It's a movie.
anthu ena amatha kuonera mu laptop TV kapena chani palibe kusiyana anthu amene tikuona pamenepo ndi anthu ngati ino
They're the same kind of people, and as long as you watch and
tionene ku left pamene ku right anthu tikaona ndi anthu omwewa
you realize that every story you see on YouTube is a human life just like yours. That was abandoned to the mercy of fate. Abandoned by us. We, the survivors, abandoned them to the mercy of fate. Why? Because we don't build the creative society. Because we support the consumerist format. We don't do a damn thing. We're sitting in they also sat and thought the same.
People are sitting there. Soldiers are walking around with rifles. Houses are destroyed. When you smell dead bodies, corpses. Someone is having a nervous breakdown. I can't describe to you what's happening here. It's so scary. And Judgment Day will be even scarier.
The situation is complicated, but again, we are to blame for this situation. We are to blame for the consumerist format.
zinthu zikuopsa kwambiri nimene zinthu zikuchitikira
Actions to prevent this, and we're throwing people into the clutches of this Cerberus.
tiyenera kuti titengepo njira tipangepo chilichonse kuti tithetse zinthuzo
There is no refuge for us.
zinthu zimene zikuononga kwambiri nyengo zikuononga kwambiri ndipo palibe tsogolo kwa
They pulled out a baby the other day.
palibe tsogolo kwa ife
128 hours later, they pulled out a baby out from under the rubble. I saw his
tatha 125 anthu ambiri anali pasi pa zogumuka
at least a little bit.
anthu ambiri akufa
And see where the
ndikadakonda kuti anthu atamva izi
I wish they would be
ndikadakonda kuti anthu atadzuka
I mean, you know,
kuti agwirizane
I'm a bit
ndi kupanga china chilichonse ndikutanthauza kuti izi zandikhudza kwambiri
People dying. Why are people dying from climate change? Because we don't know the truth. Because we
chifukwa chani anthu akufa chifukwa cha kusintha kwa nyengo sitikudziwa chowana chifukwa chani sitikudziwa kuti kodi kusintha kwa nyengo chikutitsa ndi chani
And after
sitikudziwa
the quake, the whole scenery reminded me of the videos and all the facts and truths and all the reports that were published by the Creative Society. What we were speaking about, in theory, we lived in practice. And I hope the whole world will not see what we saw that day.
In this earthquake, the Turkish nation lost a great number of people, unfortunately. We are simply obliged to
chivomeze chakuteke
not happen again.
chinononga mioyo ya anthu ambiri
We can save him,
izi tinasesa kuti
but this is only
kuti izi
creative
zisadzachitikenso
society. Any person,
tikhoza kupulumutsa anthu ambiri
if they have at least an ounce of
pali zinthu zambiri zimene zili kufunika mu creative
the
society
Creative Society project and do everything in their power, make maximum efforts, maximum use of their capabilities in order to save the lives of those who are still alive and whom the Cerberus has not reached yet. And we must remember that his clutch is threatening each of us right this second. And where it will strike next time, we do not know.
We extend our condolences to all those affected by this terrible tragedy. It breaks our hearts to see what we just
tikupepesa kwa amene adakumana ndi ngozi zimenezi
people were left to die under the rubble. Unfortunately, no one
anthu ambiri anafa
problem in the consumerist format.
mwatsoka
The horror
anthu sanathe
that earthquakes and
kukoza
disasters
zinthu
like
izi
this will
mkochimalistic format
each passing.
mungozi zasezi ngati
This
zivomerezi
is the reality
zikupitiriza
of our tomorrow.
chaka ndi chaka
And the goal of
izi ndi zoona
is to prevent
zatsogolo lathu
reality.
ndipo cholinga chathu cha foramu ino
Catastrophes, as in Turkey and Syria.
zimene
Our
tifuna kuteteza
objective is to
zinthu izi kuti
save
zisapitirire
lives. To do this,
zoona yathu chenicheni
we need to change the format of our
ndi kupulumutsa anthu
consumerist to creative.
ine kuti tisinthe
Talk about how to do this.
dziko lathu
Secondly, we need to understand
lero
the true
tifotokoza
climate change.
kuti
Because only
ngazithetsa bwanji
can we know
komanso tinena zoona zenizeni zimene zikupangitsa kuti nyengo isinthe.
Today's forum is dedicated to.
Ndipo izi zimene tifuna inene lero. Wayankhula wathu
For many years, we've been warning that cataclysms, volcanic and tectonic
zaka zambiri
increase due to the 12,000 years
takhala tikupeka chiopsezo kuti muzaka 12,000 zilizozo kuchuka kwa mphamvu kwa zakutero kumadusa mu dzuwa lonse la dzuwa kutoka ku Syria. Izi ndi zoona zoyamba chabe.
It subsudes again. How many more catastrophes should occur for the issue of the true causes of climate change
Kodi ni zinthu zambiri zili zoopsa zimene zingachitika
to be the main international agenda?
kuti kodi zinthu izizi kuchokera kukaso kwa nthaka zimene zikuchitika
True causes of climate change and looks for ways out.
timamvetsetsa kuti wina aliyense adzafa
Because someone has to do it.
komano tene kuti tipeze njira yothetsera zonse.
It is our responsibility as people
Munthu ayenera kuti achite
and
zimenezi.
study the causes of what is happening in a comprehensive
Ndi udindo wathu wa anthu amene tifuna tikhale kuti tidziwe kuti kodi chikuchitika ndi chani,
everything we can, but our
kuti
efforts alone are not
titeteze kuti pasachitikenso china chilichonse cholakwika.
all of you. It is important for all people to become familiar with what will be announced today
Iyi kuti zifikire kwa anthu
and the solution to this problem.
zatengera anthu kuti anthu afotokoze ngati zimene zikuchitika lero kuti tidziwe yankho lenilini la mavuto onsewa,
If we don't do anything,
kuti tidziwe kuti mavuto ena kuti
and all of us will
ngathetse bwanji.
for what happens next.
Masamu athu
Now let's move on to the
aonetsedwa ndipo zaonetsedwa kuti chingachitika ndi chani kutsogolo.
two powerful
Tiyeni tioneni kuti kodi funso lathu kuti kodi chimene chinachitika ku Turkey ndi ku Syria
is the growth of deep focus
zimene
earthquakes.
zachitika ku Turkey ndi ku Syria ku 7.5 7.8.
Just to remind you, deep focus earthquakes are the earthquakes that occur mantle at a depth of 300 to 700 kilometers. When they were first discovered, researchers were puzzled because the mantle is a ductile medium and there's nothing that could break in it. We discussed in the previous forum, and now we're going to cover this topic in more detail.
Ina nazofotokoza izi from anthu athu tiwanoti fotokoza so izi
Increase in the number of
kuti chifukwa chani timaona za zivomezi kuti kodi chifukwa chani zikuchitika chani
1995. This is exactly
tikuona so many zikupotelera kuchoka mu 1995.
geographic poles took place. According to the ISCP,
ndi chaka chimene magnetic force inayamba kusintha
deep focus earthquakes in the last 28 years. As you can see,
pakhala pakuchuluka
next graph shows
kwa
that
zivomezi kuchokera chaka chimenechi.
500 kilometers
Mu grafu iyi
increase the most
ionetsa zinthu zimene zikuchitika
since 1995. What is the danger of the exponential growth of deep
zikhala zikuchitika kuchokera 1995.
To answer this question,
Kodi zoopsa cha izi ndi chani?
so extremely shocking to
Kuti
us.
tiyankhe funso ili
Do you know where the
tiyeni tioneni yankha
deep focus earthquake
tiweze
in
yankho
2021 occurred? Beneath the Middle East, under the territories
kuti mukudziwa chimene chinachitika mu 2021
according to the ISC,
zimene zinachitika ku Turkey ndi ku Syria.
beneath the Middle East in 2021 at a
Motengera mwa IC
135 miles,
136
while the rest of the world had over
wene 435 miles.
2021 is a year that drastically stands out due to the increased number of
2021
in general.
chaka chimenechi
Therefore, have so many
mu zaka chimenechi
focus earthquakes.
zivomezi zinachitika kwambiri.
We conclude that the sudden
Anthu ambiri
focus earthquakes in 2021 was a
anakhala mboni kuti zivomezi zambiri zinachitika
occurred in
mu
Turkey,
2021.
Syria on February 6, 2023.
Ku Turkey ndi Syria
Earthquake caused a
kunachitika zivomezi zoopsa kwambiri mu
and
2023.
unprecedented increase in dangerous seismic activities in
Zimene
this region, which has not subsided to this day. Now,
zimene zinachitika
danger of
mu
deep
Middle East
earthquakes, but this is
kufikira
only
pano
part of the threat.
kumvetsetsa kuopsa kwa zivomezi izi.
же собой представляют глубокофокусные землетрясения?
So what are deep focus earthquakes? What is their mechanism? Deep focus earthquakes are actually explosions in magma at the depths of more than 186 miles.
Kodi zivomezi zimezi zikutanthauza chani?
Thousands of nuclear bombs in the Earth's
Izi zikuchokera pansi pa nthaka magima amene amathamanga kwambiri
it would be
km.
many times greater than the yellow
Zikaphulika zimakhala 10 kilometers or 60.
During the 12,000 year cycle, the core of our planet is affected by external
Kodi zimapangisa kuti zinthu ziphulika ndi chani?
additional energy to the core. It is important to know that this energy only interacts with the inner core of our
Zimene zimapangisa ona kuti mphamvu yopsa kwambiri izifika pansi pa nthaka.
the inner core to heat up more.
Zimene zimapangisa cha kulemera kwake. Zimene zimapangisa kuti muko zitenthe kwambiri. Zimene zili
Heats up even more and becomes more fluid.
zimene zimayenda mu ina ku zimene zimatentha kwambiri komanso zimapangisa kuti zikhale madzi kwambiri.
Iron flux in the outer core.
Anthu ofufuza anatanthauza kuti uchokera mu 2000
It is now moving beneath the
zimene zimatanthauza kuti
to Siberia.
mafundi amene ali kunja kwako akuthamanga kuchoka kuti zimene zikuyambitsa ku Canada kupita
What does the anomalous heating of the core lead to?
zimene zimapangisa kuti maphuzi asunthe.
Generates a magnetic
Kodi zimene zikutanthauza kuti zachitika ndi chani?
dynamo, and its heating causes the magnetic
Ko
dynamo
imapanga magnetic.
weakening the Earth's magnetic field.
Izi zimapangisa kuti mphamvu za magima
Anomaly, a dent in the
zisinthe.
magnetic field that has doubled in recent decades. What happens to the liquid outer core?
Magnetic field amachuluka kwambiri.
Of the liquid outer core begins to
Kodi chimachitika ndi chani? Phalaphala limene lili kunja kwako.
Scientists believe that the molten substance of the outer core can reach not only the
Tikuonetsa mu diagram kuti
surface, because it was found that the
phala limene lili kunja kwako
underwater volcanoes off the coast of Hawaii and the Samoan archipelago contains unusually large amount of heavy iron isotopes that are present only in the inner core. This
ku Hawaii komanso Antulago
periods in the Earth's history
ikutanthauza kuti phala limene lili mkati mokha.
the Earth's surface. How powerful
Mu mbiri yathu ya dziko lapansi zisizachitika kuti zituke kunja.
1,800 miles upwards. Soon, we're risking to see the
Kodi chimene chimapangisa kuti zinthu zisatukire kunja 1800
Just imagine the outer
kilometers.
core is leaking into the mantle like a broken egg from its shell, and now
Tingoganizani
greater intensity. Hotter, more liquid, and mobile magma flows are forming in the areas of such leakage of the liquid core. At the outer core boundary, there are two main areas where such magma flows are located. If you draw a line, one is under Africa and the other one
pali zinthu ziwiri zimene magima amapangidwa, ena ili ku Africa ena ku Pacific Ocean.
continent, and is 100 times
Pali malo awiri amene ali ndi magima ambiri
as they rise, they branch out
imene
like
ili
magma plumes and volcanoes.
oposera 100 times ku Mount Everest.
20 scientists discovered that the
Zimene zimapangisa kuti phala magima litenthe kwambiri.
boundary below Hawaii is even larger than their previous
Pali
estimate.
malo
We can see that these areas of the core are growing.
amene ali ndi magima otentha kwambiri.
These regions
Komatu magima akukula.
thousands of records of seismic waves traveling across
Malo amene kuli magima amenewo
two types of such regions depending on the speed at which the seismic wave travels.
pali malo awiri okha amene ali
Ultra-low velocity regions
mawevu amathamanga kwambiri.
ultra-low velocity regions of leakage of the liquid core itself. Remember this information, it will be helpful later. Now let's answer
Tikumbukire mawu amene
causes explosions in magma,
nkhani zikhala zitithandiza kutsogolo.
earthquakes.
Kodi chimene chimapangisa kuti magima aphulike ndi chani?
There are areas of more liquid and molten magma
Ngati mmene timakumbukira
have begun to grow even more. This is due to the fact that the Earth's core
pali malo ambiri amene ali ndi magima aphala kwambiri.
planet, which is currently receiving external impact from outer space. Because of this, the molten magma becomes more liquid and fluid. In those places of the mantle where such molten magma meets colder,
Magima amakhala aphala kwambiri komanso amadzi kwambiri. komanso amakhala otentha kwambiri zimene zimapangisa kuti kuyenda kwake kuthamange kwambiri kenako ndikuphulika.
With the force of millions of nuclear bombs, diverging tangentially in the magma in all directions.
Magma yamathamanga kwambiri ndipo imaphuluka ngati mamiliyoni amabomba a nuclear.
Electrohydraulic effect is a high voltage electric discharge in a liquid medium. During this process, electrical energy is converted into mechanical energy in a very short period of time. And as a result, ultra-high impulse hydraulic impacts with local pressure of more than 100,000 atmospheres occur. Look at the video. You can see how the electric discharge disperses in different directions. The same happens in the interior of our planet process. Where will cavitation explosions where the core has not yet heated the magma? They will also occur in the function of cooling the lithosphere. The ocean used to draw heat off the interior, so there was cavitation explosions. Magma had time to cool down, but now the mechanism is broken, and in vicious cycle, one thing internal explosions will occur, and
chinthu chimodzi chikasintha chimapangitsanso kuti china yeso chisinthe.
The same cavitation explosions also hit the core, disbalancing it even more. However, it is important to understand that we do not record these cavitation explosions as such, but we see only their ricochets from certain zones inside the planet. Those very ricochets are the deep focus earthquakes that seismologists record on the surface. And now imagine the power of the cavitation explosions if deep focus earthquakes with
magma imene ili ndi mphamvu yofika 80 kuphulika kwa magma kwa mphamvu kwambiri. Chifukwa chake zivomerezi zikuchitika nthawi zonse zimene zikupangika kumayiko kumanto kufupi ndi zimbale zapansi pa nthaka.
The shock wave from an explosion propagates the fastest precisely across the liquid magma. Therefore, we can conclude that in those areas where the record of deep focus earthquakes, magma is liquid and is already approaching the surface. All supervolcanoes are connected precisely by the liquid medium. For example, Ira and
magma ndi phala limene litha kutuka konse kwa chino
through which a wave
ndipo Yellowstone
explosion can propagate.
amalumikizana ndi magma waphala kwambiri imene zikhoza kuphulika. Cavitation explosions imene imadutsa mu phala la magma ndiponso kudutsa mu mbali mwa lithosphere.
On February 6, when the cavitation explosion, whose ricochet was recorded at the depths of as a deep focus earthquakes under the Mariana Trench, caused pressure at the intersection of these tectonic plates, the Anatolian, Arabian, and African, resulting in two powerful earthquakes. It is important to note that today we're unable to register all deep focus earthquakes. Sometimes we may not even see the source of the explosion itself, but we can observe its consequences, a series of small earthquakes, the so-called swarms, which occur when a cavitation explosion diverges tangentially in liquid magma. We would also like to announce that the team of the Creative Society scientific community has analyzed and prepared a visualization of deep focus earthquakes data on the Creative Society website. You can now see a link how to find
Creative Society yabwesa pamodzi zinthu zimene zosonyeza za zivomerezi komanso nkhani zonsezi ngati mukuzifuna mukhoza kuzitenga pa website yathu. Ngati mukufuna mukhoza kututumizira email for Creative Society.
Now let's look again at the graph at an increase of
tioneni pa graph yathu
everything you have heard.
imene zikusonyeza kuchuluka kwa zivomerezi. Chilichonse chimene munamva
these type of earthquakes. After all,
titha kumvetsetsa kuti chifukwa chani grafu iyi kuopsa
increase in
kwambiri.
cavitation explosions in the planet's interior, which in turn means that the Earth
Kuonjezerapo
is rapidly destabilizing
zivomezi zachiwika kwambiri zimene zisonyeza kunena kuti nko ya dziko
and volcanic eruptions.
yasokonekera. Izi zimene zikupangitsa kuti zivomezi zambiri zikhala zoopsa,
A huge release of energy
zimene zikupangitsa kuti zinthu ziphulike,
which causes the next discharge. One cavitation explosion causes a whole cascade of other cavitation explosions in the interior of our planet.
kuphulika kwa imodzi imapangitsa kuti zinthu zambiri ziphulikenso.
Into the atmosphere, this wouldn't be so terrible. But since this system now is disrupted, all this energy
ngati nyanja ingagwire ntchito yake yoziziritsa izi, zinthu sizingakhale zoopsa.
and the fact that today we're witnessing an abnormal growth
Koma zikukhala kuti zikusokonekera sizikuchitika mmene zilongosolera.
to the fact that cavitation explosions are becoming more frequent and the shock waves from them
Kuchuka kwa zivomezi komanso mavolcano zikusonyeza kuti
and the most
ngozi zambiri zikupitirira komanso kuposera kale. Chinthu choopsa kwambiri chifukwa cha kuphulika kwa pansi kwa nthaka
explosions can be compared to hitting the bottom of the champagne bottle when the
zikupangitsa kuti mavolcano azichuluka.
from one of these blasts, the cork eventually will fly out of the several volcanoes such as Yellowstone, and then we won't need to fear the coming of 2036.
Such cavitation explosions cause magma in the planet's interior to heat up, expand in the volume, and get closer to the crust and press on it. This leads
magma amapangitsa kuti kwasi kwa nthaka kutenthe, zimene zimapangitsa kuti ziphulike, zimene zikupangitsa kuti mavolcano achuluka komanso
earthquakes are caused by magma rising and break through the
anthu ena amaganiza kuti
not really the case. Magma
zivomezi zimapangidwa chifukwa chonena kuti magma achuluka, koma si choncho yani. Magma amachuluka, amatentha ndi kutuluka. Magma samayenda nthawi zonse, zikachuluka kenako zimatsika pansi, kenako pressure imatsika, kenako zimapanga
preventing magma by bursting through the surface. This is what we observe as the earthquake swarms.
zikalimba zimapangitsa kuti magma asaphulike,
That prevents magma
kusakhale mavolcano.
completely. If not for this compensatory
Zimene zimapangitsa kuti ziziteteza magma kuti asaphulike
would continue to erupt until magma
ndi mphamvu ya dziko lapansi.
empty. Then swarms of the earthquakes are registered closer to the surface. It means that the magma is already approaching this area. Therefore, the volcano is already prepared.
Pamene chivomezi chikuchitika,
Unfortunately, recently we have observed
zimene zimachitika ngati zivomezi zikuchitika ndiye kuti mavolcano ali kufuka kuchitika.
for example, in Japan, on Mount Bandai
Ndipo taona izi kuti zivomezi zachiwika kwambiri. Mwachitsanzo ku Japan,
was registered
anthu ambiri anafa
86 tremors
mu December 2022.
on one day. This indicates that an eruption
786
is approaching as magma
tremors
is
pa tsiku
already
limodzi.
on its way through.
Zotasonyeza kuti volcano akubwera.
Volcano erupted about 12,000 years cycles ago.
Izi zikusonyeza kuti
28 years since 1995. Then the drastic changes in the planet's core began.
papita zaka 28 kuchokera 1995.
How many years do you think it takes to magma to
Zimene zimangisa kuti zikupeka magma
catastrophic eruption to begin?
the surface.
In scientific papers, you can read that the rise of
Zimene zimangisa kuti ziyambophulika. Mapepala a sayansi
inch per year. However, in fact, during the cycle of cataclysms, magma.
zimene zimangisa kuti inchi imodzi pa chaka
Let's consider a few examples of that.
magma akhoza kutuluka mu masiku ochepa kwambiri. Mwachitsanzo mu 2014 mu Buckingham Hill kunatuluka magma inangotenga masiku 20 okha kuti magma atuluke koma ndi chitsanzo chabe kuti magma channel pakali ndipo tikuona kuti mu 20 mu zaka 8 zokha magma safuna kuti machannel ambiri koma amaphulika kuchoka pansi pa nthaka. Mu 1995 Movakana anaphulika ku Madagascar. Chaka isanafike chaka ichi kunachitika.
And in just 1 year, magma traveled this distance of 80
and mu chaka chokhacho una magma anathamanga mamiles 50 ndipo 1995 volcano anatuluka.
They are the hot liquid magma at the core.
Izi zikuchitika ku Africa.
This is abnormally rapid rise of magma is to say nothing. Previously, such processes took millions.
Izisonyeza kuti magma kuchuka kwambiri mosayenera. Koma notene tiona zikuchitika mu miyezi yochepa kwambiri.
Used to observing volcanic eruptions not during the
magma akuchitika sakuchitika mu zaka 12,000 zili zonse. Ayi, chilichonse chasintha ndipo magma akuchuka mwachangu ndipo kutentha kuchokera kupasi kwa nthaka. Magma akachuka komanso akutentha kwambiri. Zitsanzo izi zikuchitika ku Iceland ndiponso ku island la Palma ku Spain mu 2021. Zofunika kwambiri kulapa kubekera kunali magma madzi kwambiri. Tikayekeza zonsezi tikuona kuti mavokano ambiri alembedwa kwambiri. Zimene zikusonyeza kuti zikuchoka pakati pa core komanso mantle. Komanso malo ambiri amene ali awa ndi malo amene palapa magma mawena.
They directly receive the magnetic impulse from the Earth's core. By the way, the Yellowstone supervolcano is one of such hotspots. In the near future,
Yellowstone supervolcano inandi
not only
mazaka zambiri zobwerazi kumavokano adzachuka malo ambiri asati malo okhawa amene ali opseza kwambiri. Osiya maexample osiyawa akufanana ndi model imene tinapeka pa November 12, 2022.
that are activated, but the entire volcanic provinces. And to our great regret, we will observe
sikuti ndi mavokano ochapapo kumano adziko lonse lapansi,
including supervolcanoes. One of
tiona
has been preparing
zinthu zambiri za mavokano.
This is a Yellowstone supervolcano.
Iyi ndi Yellowstone imene ili volcano opsa kwambiri.
Can you imagine what will happen if the Yellowstone supervolcano explodes?
Ngoganizani kuti kodi Yellowstone atangophuluka
Destroying everything in their path.
kuti apite malo onse kuononga china chilichonse mu njira yake, ndipo idzathamangira 250 per hour.
As a pizza oven, I would not want to be near the
1500 degrees Fahrenheit.
All life would be destroyed.
Ndipo sindikufuna kuti idzakhale pafupi ndi ndipo zamoyo zonse zidzawononge mwa radius 650. Ndipo America idzakhala chipala chokhachokha ndipo zidzachitika ku dziko lonse lapansi. Ndipo zidzachitika malere kwa zaka zambiri, ndipo mvula ya asidi idzambochitika, ndipo zidzaploka region. Ndipo zidzapangisa oneka kuti dziko lonse likhale ndi mavolcanoes.
The explosion of Yellowstone will also cause the detonation.
ndipo zapangisonya kuti ice ibwere kwa ife
10 earthquakes will sweep across
ndipo zapangisanso kuti
instant death.
kudzakhalenso nthawi ya mavulkanoso ambiri. Izi zapangitsa kuti anthu ambiri adzafe ndipo zikukhulupirira kuti Yellowstone akangophulika
More than 600.
ku 800,000 years.
Could it be that there are still tens of thousands of years to go?
Zinachitika 600,000 years ago.
Look into this issue. Given that it's not only
Sanaphulike. Mateni tionetsetseni.
humanity. In December of 2022,
Izi
president of the Creative Society,
ndichiopsezo cha dziko lo
nonprofit corporation, published a post on her Twitter page that the Yellowstone caldera would keep the whole world in fear.
Augusta Page ku Creative Society ananena izi ndipo analosera zaizi kuti zichitika pafu
That Yellowstone is not sure
ndipo pakuyesi paona pasi pa nthaka ipo ndisonyeza kuti
we're going to tell you about the
Yellowstone sakwanitsa
investigation, which served as a basis for the Twitter
kufanizeni
post. Is Yellowstone as good as the USGS assures us
kufanitseni zinthu
with the official statements from the USGS?
kuti kodi Yellowstone ndi wabwino mmene USGS anatiuza kuti tinganene bwanji kuti mavulkano atuluka. Tiyeni tioneni point ina yonse.
And intensity
Point 1.
earthquakes. We built a graph
Kuchuluka kwa mphamvu ya zivomerezi
and we're shocked by the
kumalo amene kumachitika Yellowstone ndipo tinakhumudwa ndi graph imene inkaonesa kuchuluka kwa zivomerezi ndipo zimene zimapangisa kuti tikhale ndi mafunso ambiri kuti kodi zinthu achuluka kutamva kwa zaka zambiri
even just above zero. It turns out
kuyambira kale kuti zivomerezi zambiri zinali ndi mphamvu yochepa kwambiri
namely
ku US article
is already happening. We have also noticed
kuchuluka kwa zivomerezi kumene kukuchitika kuti mu zaka za mbuyomu
this is exactly an increase in the intensity of earth.
zikuonesa kuti
The leaps occur
zikuchuluka
enters the chamber in
mphamvu kwa zivomerezi chifukwa chonena kuti magma mu nchemba zikuchulukisa pressure ndipo tinaona kuti tione kuti kodi
number of earthquakes was registered
mu 2010
while in 2022 it was already
namba yambiri ya zivomerezi inachitika mu 2022
tells us that Yellowstone
inali mu 5 kilometers
is approaching the surface. As magma ascends, protective mechanisms are being
kuchuluka kwa zivomerezi zikuti kuti Yellowstone pasi pa nthaka wayandikira ndipo miyala ikukwatuka
magma at this depth has already eaten away the Earth's crust.
ndipo zivomerezi zikusonyeza kuti zili pa 5 kilometers
12 years,
ndipo mpano mavulkano aphulika mu zaka 12
and how long will it take for magma
magma anali pa 6 kilometers
many times faster?
ndipo zilengera bwanji kuti magma atuluke
We are observing an increase in the number
ndipo izi ni zaka zochepa kwambiri.
with the first point. Isn't it interesting
Apa tikuona kuchuluka kwa zivomerezi komanso mphamvu yake kodi izi sizikusangalatsa kuti kodi
geysers
USABC
mechanism for volcanoes? They function through the release of superheated water vapor. There are more than 10,000 active thermal features across the territory of the Yellowstone volcano. Geysers are common for this area, but Yellowstone has seen a
Yellowstone volcano kumakhala steam
in the
Yellowstone
which is the tallest and the most powerful geyser in the world. Used to
kusimba geyser
once a year, but between 2018 and 2020, it erupted 48 times a year. This indicates an
pakati pa 2006 and 2018 izi zikuonetsa kuti
of a Yellowstone eruption by 50
pamwamba pakutentha kwambiri zimene zikuti
This is a catastrophic situation. Geyser activity is controlled by the rise of magma.
izi ndi zopeka mantha kwambiri zimene zikusonyeza kuchuluka kwa magma pasi pa nthaka izi tikuona nkhani zimene tinatolera.
which in turn
Izi zikusonyeza kuti kuchuluka kwa magema kwa nyuwani kumapangitsa zivomerezi.
in all of Yellowstone is the Norris Valley. It is known
Malo
that
ano
the super eruption of Yellowstone 640,000 years ago began in the Norris Valley. And this is precisely where the number of earthquakes and geyser activity are increasing. And this is alarming. What about geyser activity in other parts of the park, you may ask?
izi ndizopsa kwambiri.
2018, there was
Nangano zina zonse zingachitika ndi tapeza kuti mu 2018 kunalinso kuchuluka kwa
many times more often. This means the geysers began to release more heat. Geyser activity still remains high. The sudden change in
izi
geyser
zisonyeza kuti geyser zikulutsa mpweya otentha kwambiri. Muzaka za mbuye zimene zikuopsa kwambiri. Zimene zikusonyeza kuti
subtle swelling of the ground.
point yachiwiri ndiyone kuti point yachitatu ndiyone kuti
Rate of surface uplift or lowering at the Yellowstone is between 2 to 4 centimeters per year. However, in 2013-2014, there was a sudden five-fold increase in the
mu
uplift
2013 mu 2014
centimeters per year in the Norris Valley area.
kunali kuchuluka kwambiri kwa
There were occurrences of
kukwera kwa vali. Mu zaka zomwezo
in instances of
kunali
melting.
kuchuluka kwa
It was around this
zivomerezi.
time that the Yellowstone volcano was
Ndipo
very
zimene zimapangitsa kuti
This caused great concern in the society. It
izi
was
zimatanthauza kuti Yellowstone mavokano a Yellowstone ali pafupi kutuluka.
from the public.
Ndipo izi zikutsonyeza kuti
In the issue,
zinthu zimene zimaonesa zonsezi
learned that the catastrophic eruption of Mount St. Helens in 1980 began just 1 month after the uplift. As early as in
mu 1998 zinangoyambika muti
Yellowstone. And this
kuyambira ku 2013 kunali kuchuluka kwa Yellowstone ndipo zinachitikanso izi ndipo zichitika izi
small
pompano
change in heat flow. It turns out that Yellowstone radiates 30% more heat than the rest of the continent. It's like a blast
kuchuluka kwa kutentha
constantly being thrown into its combustor.
ku North America
The emergence of new thermal areas has been
kuna
observed. Here are some examples
kuchokera ku 2000
of the Earth's
zaonetsa kuti
2003 new region in the Norris area. Ground
kuchuluka kwa kutentha mu 2003 ku North area kunali kuchuluka ku 94 degrees Celsius to 200 degrees Fahrenheit. Zimene
area of Lake Turn
ndipo anthu ambiri anafa mu 2018 ku area ya Lake Turn 300 horse anafa
176 degrees.
ndipo
In 2014, there was a peak in the melting of asphalt roads. In
mu
recent
2014
witnesses note that in winter,
kunali kuchuluka kwa
areas due to overheating of
snow.
the soil. Instead of a small change in heat flow, we observe extreme
chifukwa
heat
chakutentha kwambiri chifukwa chakutentha mwangozi kwa doti.
composition or relative abundances of fumarolic gases. There has been a lot of media hype around helium-4, that there is a lot of it in the Yellowstone area. However, it turned out that another indicator is important for the prediction of the eruption, the isotopic ratio of helium-3 to helium-4. It is strange that little attention is carelessly paid to it, although this particular indicator rises sharply before an eruption. Based on scientific works published in various years, we have built a graph displaying the ratio of helium-3 to helium-4. It grew from 15.8 in 1985 to 17 in 2000.
kuchoka ku helium 3 kufika
High values located in the Norris Valley. And
270 to 203
apparently, the same value of 17 was found in mineral inclusions from the past Yellowstone super eruption. It turns out that the current ratio of helium-3 to helium-4 has reached a critical level that could trigger an eruption. Why is the USGS silent about this? We have found this
kuchoka kwa helium 3 kuchiri William zipangisa kuti kwazipangisa kuti Yellowstone kulika
a few weeks, days, or hours before the event. This is an accurate
lisanachitika
of the beginning of
Yellowstone kumakhala kuphulika kwa magases amphamvu otentha kwambiri.
besides helium. We know for sure that there are sensors in the Yellowstone area
kumakhalanso kutulutsa magasi ambirimbiri kuonjezerapo helium.
available to all people. Why has the USGS shut down online gas monitoring and it is not available to everyone now? However, Even
chifukwa chani USGS inachosa kwa fukufuku kuona za magasi bali chimene akubisa
we went through the entire list
0.5 yachitika ndipo conclusion ndipo taona list yonse ya USGS article ndipo tinakhumudwa ndi zofe zonsezi zikusonyeza za Yellowstone.
Or they can subside at any time and not be followed by an eruption. All these signs.
Ukuzolenga miyezi zakapokena ya kuti Yellowstone atuluke.
So there is such a postscript. Yes, the volcano has been dormant for thousands of years, but now it is preparing to erupt.
Izoona kuti volcano yakhala yosatuluka kwa zaka zambiri. Koma mu zaka 28 zachitika mwamphamvu kwambiri. Chimene chikupangisa zizizi ndi chani? Chimene chingapangisa kuti Yellowstone volcano atuluke ndi chani? Mchembe ndi malo okhawa amene angapangise.
How much critical melt fraction is there now? According to some 2022 estimates, it's about 20%. However, according to estimates from 2010, it's 32% melt. The numbers differ quite significantly.
Zimene analosera mu 2020 manamba akusiyana poyerekezaku zikutengera njira imene awalengerera tingoganiza mu 2020 kuli wali mu 2010 aliwona zikusonyeza kuti mu Chemba ndiye kuti magema aliwopsa kwambiri kale ndipo zimene zikho zipangisa kuti ziphulika mwachangu ndipo izi
after analyzing data from recent volcanic activity.
Point ya number 6 sili mu USGS
of an impending eruption. Recently, there has been a reaction to deep focus earthquakes in remote regions. This is what independent Yellowstone researcher
Pali kuchuluka kwa zikomezi zapasi pa nthaka kwambiri.
Yellowstone experienced tremors as a result of earthquakes
in January 2023
600 kilometers in Argentina.
Yellowstone anapangisa kuti kukhale zivomerezi
A series of
ku Argentina.
earthquakes in Turkey
Mu February 2023
in Yellowstone. Now,
panali zivomerezi ku Turkey imene kusonyeza kuti
it is transmitted directly through the
Yellowstone ali pafupi.
If now there is a direct impact of
Izi
events through the magma,
zikuchokera ku magma ya Yellowstone
is high enough to react, which means it is ready to erupt. 12,000 year cycle of
zisonyeza kuti magma wa Yellowstone ali pafupi kutuluka.
events before. So why did it appear? Supervolcanoes erupt every 12,000 years.
Wajani
Cycle of cataclysms.
sizina
12,000 years ago.
mavolcano akuluakulu achitika mu 12,000 years okay. 12,000 years yapitazo 24,000 yapitazo ku Topo.
And recently,
Izi zimene zinachitika zoopsa kwambiri pa dziko lapansi.
the cycle of
Posayidwa apa tikulowaso mu nyengo imeneyo. Izi zimachitika chifukwa cha kusintha mu mkoma.
there were peaks of seismic activity for those
Zotsatira zake magma amachuka mu Chemba yake.
These are regions of the mid-ocean ridges, areas
Easy.
of Antarctic plate boundaries.
Awa ndi malo amene amachitika ku Antarctic boundaries. Malo amenewa magma pasi pa nthaka kwenekwene munko
What we observe with the upsurge
ndi malo awayambiri amene adzachitika.
2014. Yellowstone is also connected with a hotspot.
Mu 1995 mu 2003
As a result, we see a similar reaction
Yellowstone amaonanso malo
activity during the same period.
ili tikuona
That along with the main signs of volcano
malo amenewo pali kuchuluka kwa magma amene akuchitika.
reacting to the current 12,000 year cycle. Let's go back to the beginning, when we also said that it
Yellowstone amachukanso kwambiri mu zaka 12,000 zonse.
separation of the magma chamber. Now, the current cycle of cataclysms aligns with the time
Malo zaka zonse zimakhala kuti mukachitema mukozekera machimba.
is not stopped. Yellowstone is sure to explode in this cycle. And the USGS knows this, but they keep silent and hide.
Mu zaka zonsezi
So all signs point to the fact that
Yellowstone amene
it is
atatutuka.
preparing to erupt. According to geological data, the volcano has been preparing
Izi zonsezi zikusonyeza kuti
while the activation
mavolcano
and
opsa kwambiri
transition to eruption happens
ayenera achitike ndithu.
The magma chamber had been in a state of preparation for
Ndipo izi
640,000
zichitika ndithu
in the
mwamphamvu
last 20 years.
komanso
There
mwachinga.
are signs of activation, and there are very few years left before
Mu zaka 24
of the 12,000.
zakhala tikuona zonsezi.
What can trigger an eruption ahead of time? A strong
Taona zonsezi kuti chichitika ndi chani
can be a trigger.
tsokali sitanafike imene machika pa 12,000 izi zonse.
Is currently increasing.
Kuti chingapangitseni chani kuti zonsezi zichitika mwachangu. Zotsatira zake
The threat of nuclear weapons use is high. It is well known
lero
that nuclear explosion is equivalent to an earthquake.
kugwiritsa ntchito kwa mabomba a nuclear zambiri.
As the same trigger for the Yellowstone to erupt. Yellowstone has a connection with China and Italy.
Izi zipangitsa kuti kugwiritsa ntchito kwa zida zimezi kupangitsa kuti Yellowstone atuluke.
Nuclear explosion of comparable magnitude occurs in a particular province of China or Italy. Then, depending on when and where exactly it occurs, it can cause Yellowstone to explode. Point 7, the indicator of 100% probability eruption. Another
27.
factor that is highly likely to trigger an eruption is the slowing down of the planet's rotation. Currently, the rotation of the planet is accelerating. This happens due to cosmic influences on the planet's core that occur.
Kuzunguliranso kwa dziko kukuchuka kwambiri chifukwa cha core. Izi zimachitika mu 12,000 zili zonse.
Will follow. A subsequent slow
Iyi ndi stage yoyambirira yachabe. Ndipo zikatha izi stage yachiwiri imabwera. Ndipo zimapangitsa kuti maplaneti enaso azithamanganso kwambiri. Izi zimapangitsa kuti mphamvu yopsa kwambiri imene imapangitsa kuti kuzitentha kwambiri imachitikanso.
critical moment. If Yellowstone
Izi zimapangitsa kuti volcano amphamvu kwambiri azichitika. Ngati Yellowstone atachitika
will explode as well. In that case, humanity will cease to exist long before
ku Japan super volcano malo amene kumachitika super
trends of the planet's rotation.
azachitika.
The process of slowing down is about to begin. And in the next 2 years, the Yellowstone caldera will really cause widespread fear around the world. All this was mentioned in the video published on the Creative Society platform, which was discussed by Olga Schmidt in her post on Twitter.
Izo sezi zinanenedwa mu Creative Society. Zimene zinatumizidwa pa Twitter. Tonene ku USGS.
Levels of activity.
Yellowstone isakuonetsa china chilichonse chimene chikuchitika.
This conclusion
Sipakuonetsanso china chilichonse chimene chikusonyeza kuti Yellowstone achuluka.
around the globe.
Iyi
After analyzing the data, we realized
iyi ndi
the situation. But why did
tinaona data yathu ndipo tinaona kuti
do we have
chifukwa chani USGS ikusonyeza kuti chilichonse chili bwinobwino. Kodi tiyenera kuti takhulupirira anthu
every month they
Kumano kupatulapo zinthuzi zili zoopsa kwambiri. Mu chaka chilichonse amapereka
to the website with the temperature sensors, it turns out that most of the sensors don't work and don't display the temperature. According to an independent researcher, Mary Greeley, there are many more earthquakes registered on the seismograms than what is shown on the USGS website. Moreover, at the forum Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, a group of analysts of the Creative Society Project presented evidence that the main seismic services, including the USGS, manipulate data. Can we trust the USGS in the matter of the catastrophic eruption of Yellowstone? Right now,
tikhoza kukhulupirira USGS zokamba za Yellowstone
but we can see that it has been preparing for
amene amanena kuti volcano sikutuka. Koma tikuona kuti zonsezi zikupangitsa kuti
But even
zituluke.
based on them, we can clearly see that the volcano will inevitably erupt, since Yellowstone is about ready.
Tikhozaona kuti volcano atulukira ndithu chifukwa chone kuti Yellowstone
And this moment coincides
akuyandikira kuti atuluke.
of cataclysms that we have entered. In the
Izi zikusonyeza mu sepo ya 12,000
cause much fear
mu zaka zikubwerazo
activity. So why
kutuluka kwa Yellowstone
volcanologists
kuchaona
with the USGS's Twitter response jeopardizing
chifukwa chani anthu amene amaona za volcano
Everything is very
akusintha
interruption of
ndipo akubisa nkhani
results in the
chilichonse.
death of billions of people worldwide. It is already high time to raise the alarm.
Kuphulika kwa zinthu izi zidzapangisa kuti anthu mabiliyoni ambiri afe.
Are scientists silent? The
Ndi
answer is
anthu
if a volcano does erupt,
anthu ambiri masante chifukwa chani akutuluka nanga ataka ndene kuti anthu ambiri akadzafa.
there is no way out of this situation. We won't be able to do anything about the
Consumer format
save humanity.
chilidzachita china chilichonse
Format of
cha
society.
Yellowstone
We'd be able to do everything to know
inclusive imene zapanga china chilichonse podziwa kuti kodi mavokano atuka liti komanso tidzadziwanso kuti kodi tingagwiritse ntchito zida zili kuti tichose zimezi
to save the lives of billions of people.
mlomo pangisa kuti ziphulike
Telling the truth about the high probability of
ine kuti bwe pamodzi
in the next few years.
kunena zoona
Financially
kuti
interested,
Yellowstone
not risk losing our career
aphulika ndithu pompano
because we
ndipo sitikufuna kuti
offer a way out.
anthu ambiri
The only viable measures at this point that each
ndipo tikufuna kuti tipeze njira kuti kodi tingazithetse bwanji zinthuzi
creative society project and support it by actively
zimene munthu aliyense amene akhoza panga tune kuti atengepo mbali pa creative society ndi kufalitsa uthengawo ndipo munjira yokhayo ndi imene tingapangisa kuti tithetse zinthuzi bwerani tikhala limodzi ndipo titeteze miyoyo ya okondedwa athu.
The risk of explosion of the Yellowstone supervolcano is enormous. In fact, we're sitting on a powder keg. Such an explosion would mean the death of all humankind. How many of us really know that?
Kuphulika kwa Yellowstone ndi kuti anthu onse tidzathe ndi anthu angati amene tikudziwa chonsechi.
But all leaks of this data and all information about it is
Zinthu zonsezi
why do you think politicians do this?
zizabwera pano
Because they don't see
chifukwa chani
I would like to
andale
draw attention to the following fact.
akubisa zinthu chifukwa chani kuti sakudziwa
You
yankho.
can understand them.
Tifuna
They keep quiet so as not to cause
tifuna
because they can
tinene kwambiri kuti
believe me.
anthu awawo
If we
sakutiuza njira.
there is a real way out.
Tikhulupirirani
We, the participants of the creative
tikadakhalanso chete
tell the truth.
ngati sikadadziwa njira
Know the solution.
koma ife anthu atenga mbweya pa creative society tikudziwa njira yeniyeni kuti pali njira ndi njira yokhayo creative society
And how we
imene tidzaphunzire zambiri kuti kodi creative society ndi chani komanso kuti anthu onse tingabwere pamodzi.
Кто-то может предположить, что
One might think that these disasters happening today are not really a cycle, but just random.
Munthu akhoza kufunsa kuti kodi zinthu izizi zimene zikuchitika lero si zimene zimachitika pa cycle.
Exactly as they occurred in the past cycle.
Zinthu zonsezi zikuchitika
Let's recall based on what it was concluded that
zimene
disasters
zimachitika mu 12,000 years.
every 12,000 years. Well, every 24,000 years, they're even stronger.
Zonsezi zimachitika mu 12,000 kapena mu 24,000 zili zonse.
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Alared Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just
Zaka 12,800 years
most of the ice sheets
kutentha kunachuka kwambiri 150 degrees
from a
Celsius.
full ice age. At that time,
Mu ice age inasungunuka. Mu nthawi imeneyo kunachitika
the Gulf Stream
mafloods ambiri.
just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the
Ndipo kunali
universities have proven
ngozi zoopsa kwambiri ngati zimene zochitika pano.
there was a giant fire on Earth.
Anthu asashi aku University of Katsina.
Other
Mu
reasons
zaka zambiri zapitazo kunali
fires raged in Siberia
moto waukulu.
12,000 years ago.
Komanso
Nowadays, there are more and more large-scale
anene kuti kusabe kunalinso moto 12,000 zapitazo.
Analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other.
Muzaka 13,000 kunachitika ku Sahara Desert zokusonyeza kuti kunaiso chimphepo chachikulu kuno.
From Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth.
Ndipo ku Alaska
We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons,
zasele zikuchitika
and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity.
musaka 12,000 zapitazo kunali kupelezeka kwa mphamvu kwambiri. Izi zikuonetsa ndi data ya radiocarbon komanso mawu
There was a drastic
anthawi omwe
of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the
musaka 12,000 zapitazo.
The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core.
Choona chimene chinachititsa ndi magma amene anali kutuluka mu core zimene zinapangitsa kuti volcanic achuluke kwambiri.
Analysis of sediment
Zimene zinapangitsa mvula ya acid kuti izigwa.
that caused a volcanic winter
Amene amaona za ma sediments
and glaciation across the
zidapangitsa kuti kuchoka kwa phala kwa mavolcano zidapangitsa kuti
equally abrupt cooling.
temperature
This event
kuchoka kwa kutentha kunapangitsa kuti
frozen mammoths and other mammals
kudapangitsa kuti
on the northern slopes
nyama zambiri zife. Ndipo
happened a drastic decline in the
zotsalira za nyama zimachitika ku northern Siberia.
Cro-Magnon.
Ndipo zidapangitsa kuti
Catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades.
anthu afe komanso
Catastrophic events occurred
kuonjezerapo anthu akale.
1,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account
Zinthu izinso zidachitikanso
very well traced in the geological
chapompano asati zaka 12,000 zapitazo.
about it independently of each other.
Izi zikuonetsa kuti mabuku aona pansi pa ntheke
Vitally,
mu zaka za book of Alexander Butler,
Nikolai Petrov,
Igor
Maynard White, Douglas
Kaplov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Velt ndi asayansi ena ambiri afika pomvetsetsa kuzungulira kwa masoka a dziko lapansi amene amachitika pa 12,000 ziliyonse.
there is numerous
Ndipo anthu oona pa za ntheke potenga ndi okumba pansi pali umboni ochuluka kwa matsoka ambiri mu seko onseyi.
situation, but also
Kwa ichinso chinachitika
dynamic restructuring,
sinachitikanso
weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disaster,
zimene zimapangitsanso kuti pansi pa ntheke zinthu zisinthe.
atmospheric temperature variation,
Kodi zonse
10
zinachitika
to
kwa
15 degrees, and changes in the
kuchoka kwa kuta
levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle
kutsatiridwa ndi mafunde akulu. Wapeza kuti kuzungulira kulikonse kumapangitsa ndi kusintha kwa magma pansi pa nthaka zimene zikukusenzera kuti cycle imapangitsa kuti kusintha kwa nko zimene zikuchitika panopa. Ndipo panopa tikulowa mu seko yatsuka.
Итак, вывод о наличии
So,
цикла
the conclusion that there is a cycle of 12,000 years was based on an extensive interdisciplinary research of traces of disasters from ice cores, riverbed sediments, flood traces,
Kafukufuku amene akutsimikizira pa zimenezi achitika ambiri kwa anthu ambiri amene atengapo kumbali
and many other facts.
zimene zikusonyeza kuti
Important to understand is that these cyclical disasters occur almost instantaneously.
zimene zofunikira kuti tidziwitsa ndizoone kuti zinthu ngozi zonse zimene zikuchitika
Between the abrupt warming and subsequent
ngozi zimene zachitika mbuyomu zimene ngati kwambiri kutentha komanso zimene zapangitsa kuti zinthu zambiri ziume
specialists and journalists interpreted them as a result of
chifukwa cha kusintha kwa zinthu zonsezi
and unexpected
anthu anena kuti
Those who have studied the Younger Dryas event comprehensively are convinced that it was volcanic eruptions that caused the abrupt warming and subsequent cooling. Moreover, at the same time, there was drifting of the poles,
anthu anena kuti kuphulika kwa volcano kunapangitsa kuti dziko litenthe komanso kuzizira
What catastrophic volcanic eruptions and abrupt changes in the magnetic
amene adaona foramu yapitayo imene chimachitika pansi pa nthaka
the destabilization of the core of our planet due to external impacts
chimene chikutsimikizira ndi chimene chimapangitsa kuti
every 12,000 years.
zinthu zisinthe ku solar system zaka 12,000 zilizonse.
During each 12,000-year cycle of catastrophe, there is a drift of the magnetic poles.
Mu zaka 12,000 zilizonse za ngozi
From 12,000 years ago is called
pamakhala kusuntha kwa ma-poles. Mu zaka 12,000 zilizonse
monolake, 48 Lachamp, and so on. In past cycles, the magnetic field also weakened. For example, according to the paleomagnetic research and dendrochronology,
magnetic field amathanso opanda mphamvu m'masiku onsewa.
shrank to about 3.8 times the Earth's radius. One hypothesis claims that the extinction of Neanderthals occurred due to the increased ultraviolet radiations, since the weakened magnetic field allowed greater flow of radiation to the Earth's surface. According to scientists' model, at that time, auroras were observed even near the equator. These changes of the magnetic field are already gaining momentum now. You may think that this is not a very important parameter since you cannot feel it by yourself. But in fact, this is a catastrophic phenomenon threatening all life on the planet, and soon you will see this for yourself. Let's look at the changes of the magnetic field in the current 12,000-year cycle, what anomalies on the planet they cause, and what threats these possess to us. Again, that in 1995, as a result of the changes in the Earth magnetic field and in the Earth core, the North magnetic pole, previously moving at a speed of about 10 miles a year, drastically accelerated by 3.5 times. Of the outer core and acceleration of the flow of molten iron inside of it. The South Atlantic magnetic anomaly is growing due to the magnetic field weakening. Over last century, the intensity of the Earth's magnetic field has dropped by more than 10%. This means that a more powerful flow of cosmic radiation, such as ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma, and their derivative, is threatening us. This also means that an even greater flux of the external cosmic impact is penetrating towards the core. There is another sign of the changes in the Earth magnetic field, which indicates the stabilization of the
core. Sign ina imene imafaniza kusintha mu core chimene chikusokoneza ndi atypical auroras.
Abnormally bright and frequent auroras.
Tikuona kuti mu chaka ichi pali zinthu zambiri zimene zikusintha malo ambiri mu dziko lino. Anthu ambiri atumiza mafoto ambiri komanso mavidiyo pa zinthu zimene zikuchitika. Zinthu izi palibe chimene tingakusirirepo tifotokoza chifukwa chake.
In simple terms, the solar wind particles interact with oxygen.
Magnetic field akusintha.
Emit light, which we observe as an aurora. Depending on
oxygen ndi mapatisa kuti oxygen ndi aurora.
What energy they have, the auroras with different colors we will observe.
Kulikodi amakhandi maola amakhandi ndi makala ambiri.
On Earth, we used to see green auroras mainly on the poles. Green auroras occurs at the height of 60.
Dziko lapansi timaona ma-aurora a green amene
energy interacts with atomic oxygen. However, the auroras also can be red. It occurs due to the interaction of high-energy solar wind.
Ma-aurora akhoza kukhala already.
Usually, it appears at
anga kumana ndi oxygen wambiri.
Prevented by the magnetic field from penetrating below this altitude. Red auroras were rare. They occurred only during the intense magnetic storms.
Ma-aurora already ndocheperapo.
Not only red.
Komano leloli tikuona ma-aurora ambiri chifukwa osewa
First of all, This means that magnetic field
izi zikutanthauza chani?
and those active
Izi zikusonyeza kuti magnetic field akhala opanda mphamvu,
supposed to be reflected from the
akhala ochepa mphamvu kwambiri.
field, and they are freely penetrating deeper into the atmosphere and beginning to interact with atomic oxygen closer to the Earth. This is important
Ndipo izi zikuchitika kuti
that there is a penetration
zili
of
pafupi ndi
more highly
dziko
charged
lapansi.
particles that act more destructively. The fact that the red auroras occur in the lower layers of the atmosphere means that there are no longer protection above. The second reason why the auroras are behaving abnormally is
Zimene zikusonyeza ni kuti ngati olala ikuoneka pa dziko lapansi ndiye kuti mwambamo mulibe chilerezo chenicheni.
sinking and the density of its upper and middle layers is decreasing. Moreover, its chemical composition is changing.
Ndipo
Data has revealed a
mphamvu yake ya atmosphere ikuchepa.
by 2 to 4 times at the altitudes of
Izi zikusonyeza kuti kuchuluka kwa oxygen kukuchepanso.
oxygen loss is significantly exceed all predictive model, indicating some pathological process.
Ndipo kuchepa kwa oxygen
atmosphere.
zimene zikusonyeza kuti
Also record the destruction of
oxygen akuchepa.
solar wind at the altitudes of 50 miles, and soon we will
Asayansi aonesa kuti ozone layer ikuchepanso
of 30 miles.
ndipo ikuonongeka
That we will lose our protection.
pa altitude ya 30 miles.
Red
Izi zikusonyeza kuti ife titaya chilerezo chathu.
many of these were observed in fact
Maololo a red akuonekanso.
January 5th.
Ena anachitika mu February, ena mu March 2023.
Color red.
January 6, 2023,
Anomalous static red aurora. In addition,
mulengalenga munaoneka red. Zisonyeza kuti
white,
munali
even pink auroras
red aurora,
have been observed, which also
blue,
indicate the penetration
white,
of
komanso pink aurora inaonekanso
and cracks in the magnetic field. During
kufupi
the flares,
ndi
auroras are
dziko lapansi.
increasingly moving towards the equator. For example, during the strong magnetic storm on March 24, 2023, which scientists could not predict in advance and did not expect its arrival, the auroras was
Anthu kodi asayansi fachani
in southern region,
sana nenelero za aurora.
North Carolina,
Aurora ku United States
Polar
komanso
auroras started
kutia
reaching
North
some
Carolina
parts
komanso
of the world,
Horizon.
such as Czech Republic, Ukraine, and southern Russia.
Enamba ku Europe
Frequent auroras
komanso ku South Russia.
now occur far from the polar region cannot be explained
Ena nali ongowala chabe komano ena
is in a prolonged minimum.
sanganene kumaso kwa
Meaning
zuwa.
fewer particles from solar wind will reach the Earth. The only explanation for the aurora's anomalies is
Izisonyeza kuti maparticles ochokera ku zuwa akufika dziko lapansi komanso chitetezo cha lengalenga chimene chimateteza chikuchepa komanso mphamvu ya dzuwa ikubwera pa dziko lapansi pang'ono ndi pang'ono. Izi zikuopsa kwambiri zimene zikupangisa kuti magnetic field akuchepa mphamvu komanso nyengo sikuyenda bwinobwino. Izi zikuopsa kwambiri.
of Cerberus. Admiring the northern lights with their rare colors.
Izi zikusonyeza kuti zikulipatsa kuti opsezo kuti nyengo ikusintha moopsa.
Unfortunately, the scientific community does not consider the problem comprehensively
Izi ndiwoopsa.
as it should. This process
Anthu asayansi sakuona vutoli
will be more and more
mwanzeru komanso mwachidwe.
coming
Izi
from space.
izi zikusonyeza kuti ma radiation ambiri aopsa. Pali zinthu anthu eno pali zinthu zambiri zimene zichitike mu zaka zapitazi.
Previously, similar
Magnetic field
only during the aurora.
akuonesa
Now,
maarticle
they start to occur even without them. Currently, these phenomena
zinthu zofanana nazo zimene zikusonyeza ma white already
from street lamps. You can read that such light pillars appear because hexagonal or column-shaped ice crystals are suspended in the air, one above another, and are illuminated by a light source. But recall night-winter photos from 10 to 20 years ago. These you see light pillars on them as often as you see them now. After all, there were street lights, but there were no pillars. what is now keeping the ice crystals in suspended state. This is not just an optical effect. Nowadays, there are more and more cases when light pillars appear in groups. They are brightly colored in the color of the streetlights illuminating them. But the intensity of the pillar glow does not correspond to the brightness of the light source. And what is more abnormal is that light pillars with a red tint or color appeared, independent of the light source. What are these light pillars? This is an atypical manifestation of the magnetic field properties, which cannot be detected by our instruments. It indicates a local weakening of the magnetic field. During such phenomena, cosmic radiation penetrates to the surface of the Earth along the magnetic field lines, interacts with the molecules in the air. This is what colors the pillars in different shades, similar to auroras. Ice crystals hang in suspended state along the power lines of the magnetic field. Today, you will learn what causes the local weakening of the magnetic field. Just as in the auroras,
lero tiphunzira kuti chimene chimapangitsa kuti magnetic field akhale ochepa mphamvu komanso aurora ngati awhite komanso red amene amaonesa kuti high radiation from sun akubwera pa dziko lapansi.
magnetic field are becoming more frequent and more extensive, and the power lines of magnetic field are distorted. As a consequence, our atmosphere is subjected to even more severe attacks from cosmic radiation. Now, you understand why such phenomena as light
mudziko lino lili pa chiopsezo kwambiri ochokera radiation ochokera kudzuwa zimene zikuopsa kwambiri.
radiation is penetrating
Magnetic field amene mphamvu ya magnet imene imatiteteza ikuchepa
extremely rapidly. And we, being intelligent and educated people,
izi zikusonyeza kuti
we admire the anomalous polar lights,
anthu
light pillars, and say
amene alophunzira komanso anzeru ayenera kuona
about impending death. Atypical anomalies in the magnetic field are terrifying.
chimene chingakhala ena amaona kuti izi ndi
It's related to the destabilization
anthu amene akuona akuona kuti izi zokongola koma kuti chinthu chakupha chimakhala chokongola.
The climate service has literally given us
Izi zikusonyeza kuti zonsezi zikutsatira zimene zimachitika mu zaka 12,000 zilizonse.
dictates a sentence to all of humanity.
Iyi ndi ngozi imene ikusonyeza kuti anthu onse titha kutha.
So we understand that the Earth's magnetic field is weakening due to external cosmic impacts on the core.
Ndeno tikumvetsetsa kuti mphamvu ya magneti ikuchepa. Ndiye titha kufunsa kuti kodi izizi zikusokoneza solar system yonse. Izi zikusonyeza one kuti izi kuma planet ena zikuchitikanso.
Measurements by satellites or by analyzing indirect signs. For example, the Voyager probe went to explore other planets 46 years ago. And for that time, we have gathered enough statistics to record changes. Let's find out what is happening to the magnetic field.
Anthu anapita anaona zimene zimachitika ku kumayiko ena or maplanets ena. Tiyeni tioneni zimene zikuchitika mu solar system ena pano.
Additional energy comes from outer space during the 12,000-year cycle to the cores of all planets in the solar system. It is the core
Solar energy imene imachitika mu zaka 12,000 zilizonse.
influence of cosmic impact on the Earth's core. Since 1995, there have been changes in the magnetic field.
Kwaja kusintha kwa zinthu kuyambira 1995 pali zinthu zambiri zimene zikusintha mu magnetic.
Atlantic anomaly and pole drift. The outer impact also affects other planets.
Kusafika Atlantic kusintha kwambiri.
Signs of changing magnetic
Izi zikusonyeza kuti zimasokoneza so maplanet ena. Kusintha kwa mphamvu ya magneti imene ili mu solar system. Ku Venus
There had been no signs of it before. As a consequence,
mu 2006 inapangisa ku Venus.
they appear in the form of light moving spots of varying shape and intensity Sometimes they spread over the entire planet. All this suggests that since there have been big changes in the core of Venus, here by itself. Mars. Now, Mars
magnetic field sankaoneka pawokha
as a result
ku
of
Mars
a catastrophe that occurred on the planet in a
Mars ilibe
of its core.
magnetic
Only
field
magnetized rocks
ngati ma planet
on the
ena
planet have
komano
magnetic properties. Usually, the
kuli
magnetization of rocks
minyala yokha imene ili
is not a
magnetic
condition for the occurrence of aurora borealis.
koma magnetic minyala kumeneku angochepa kwambiri
Has suddenly appeared
koma
even in local
ngakhale zili chonchi
magnetization
zaka
in
zambiri
the southern hemisphere of Mars.
kusonyeza
On August
kuti
11th, 2004, the Martian
magnetic
aurora
field
borealis was observed for
amboonetsa
the first time.
malo ena aliwonse
Corresponded to a special type
mthosete
aurora borealis never seen
zikusonyeza
in the
kuti
solar system. Between 2004 and 2014, a total of
izi
15 aurora
siziloonekepo
borealis were detected
mu 2004 mu
in the zone of anomalies
audio glorious
of Mars. In April 2020,
anachitika mu zoni imene ili sewanera mu April
form of a luminous
22
twisted band of ultraviolet light
What is-
enveloped half the planet.
aurora inachitika
Appearance of
ku
Pali's
Mars
aurora borealis
imene inapakisa
indicates a dramatic change in the properties of even the non-functioning core of Mars. After all,
kuoneka kwa zinthu izi ku Mars
energy during the cycle
kunyaza kuti pali zinthu zambiri zimene zikuchitika mu core
Jupiter. On Jupiter, the magnetic field is
chifukwa cha kusintha kwa mphamvu
stronger than the
ku Jupiter
and the aurora borealis occurs in the X-ray
ku Jupiter
1,000 times
mphamvu ya
stronger.
magnetic 20,000
2017, data from the Juno satellite
panopa
showed that Jupiter's
mphamvu
magnetic
ilipo 1,000 times
changes in recent
zaka ngati
decades. This became
mphamvu ya
evident when
padziko
compared with data from the Voyager probe.
izi zikusonyeza kuti
In the
zili nomboni
the largest changes in the magnetic field occurred in the powerful
ku
magnetic
Jupiter 1980
equator.
pane zinthu zambiri zimene zinachitika pafupi ndi Jupiter equator
By external influences on the magnetic field, which means that the change in the Great Blue Spot is associated precisely with changes in the characteristics of the core of the gas giant. This phenomenon can be compared with the South
zonse zikusonyeza kuti
anomaly on Earth.
zinthu sizingasinthe zochokera kunja koma zikuyambira mkati mwa core
Jupiter also have polar.
zimene zikuchitikanso
It is interesting that
mu core ya Earth
northern lights were detected for the first time only in 2021. This indicates that changes in the magnetic properties of the core
izi zachitika kwambiri oyamba mu 2021 zimene zisonyeza kuti
but also
mu zaka za 12,000 zilizonse
also have cores.
zikuonetsa
Saturn,
zikuonetsanso
compared to Earth,
masatellites ena
has a
onse
much larger magnetosphere.
Saturn
Polar lights are usually caused by the solar wind.
ofanana ndi
On Saturn,
mofananiza ndi dziko lapansi
influence on the
Saturn
dynamics
ali
of
ndi
lights.
mphamvu ya magneto amphamvu
On Saturn, polar lights shift
koma Saturn ili ndi mphamvu
ultraviolet rays
yochepa siku
that is
affect kwambiri
invisible to the human eye. Despite the fact that the solar wind could not affect the intensification of polar lights on Saturn, in 2017, a new type of northern lights began to be observed on Saturn, along with the classical one. It was caused by ultra-fast winds in the upper atmosphere.
ngakhale dziko silipereka chiopsezo kwambiri ku Saturn komano mu zaka zapitazo zinasonyeza kuti pali mphamvu ya dzuwa ku Saturn
Previous observations.
pali zinthu zambiri mu solar system imene yasintha
Planets such as Earth, Mars, and Venus, as well as on the gas giants such as Jupiter.
kusintha kwa zimene zosonyeza ku Earth Mars
Fields of the planets are caused by
komanso mayiko maplanet ena ngati Jupiter
simultaneity of these processes points to a single
izi zikuyambira kusintha makozi awo
all planets of the solar system in the cycle of 12,000 years.
mu zaka 12,000 zilizonse
Сделаем краткие выводы.
Let us draw some brief conclusions. As we've seen, magnetic field anomalies and other
tiyeni tipekeni
in the same way as
tiyeni tipekeni chiganizo chomaliza
this again indicates that today the entire
kuti
solar system is
zimene zikuchitika maplaneti ena osiwa zikufanana ndi
and later
za dziko lapansi lino
why exactly exactly the planet's course
zonsezi zikuyambira ma core a agent a maplanet ena
planets due to the imbalance of their
zimene zikuchitika mu core
how physical
zikusokonezanso
to failures in function
zochitika kunja kwa
can
makoro
be seen both on Earth and in the outer space. But there is another indicator
kusintha kwa mphamvu ya core
by which we can track anomalies in the magnetic field. That indicator is living organisms. On Earth, everything living, from humans to fungi, insects and bacteria, depends on the magnetic field. So any abnormal changes in the magnetic field will affect their vital functions.
pa dziko lapansi chilichonse chimene chili ndi moyo chimadalira mphamvu ya magneto ngati anthu komanso nyama zina koma ngati kusintha kwa magneto kutango kukuchitika ndiye kuti zikupeka chiopseza mu zamoyozi izi zikuonetsa chiopsezo chachikulu kwambiri ngati radiation yochokera ku dzuwa litachuluka kwambiri.
Conductivity in fluid media in an organism. The more complex an organism is, the more adaptive compensatory mechanisms are provided by nature in the form of nervous and immune systems and fluid media. The smaller and simpler the organism is, the less ability it has to survive changes in the Earth's magnetic field. The impact on the Earth's magnetic field on a mosquito and on an elephant will be different since their systems of organisms are different. So insects are more vulnerable to changes in the magnetic field, and this explains why half of all extinct species today are insects. The rate of extinction of insects is 8 times higher than that of mammals, birds, and reptiles. During the last 25 to 30 years, when after 1995 critical changes in the Earth's magnetic field began, the number of insects decreased by 2.5% a year. Magnetic storms also affect insects. Nowadays, during the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms due to changes in the planet's course, areas of atypical magnetic anomalies which are not detected by our devices also start appearing on the Earth's surface. These areas are the first ones to which living organisms react. As soon as the magnetic field in these areas weakens, the population of species decreases. As soon as the tension increases, the population of species grows. Under such temporary fluctuations, animals have a chance to survive, adapt, and maintain the population. But with a global problem, such as sudden weakening of the planetary magnetic field, mass extinction of flora and fauna ensues. That's exactly what is happening today. About 1 million species of animals, plants, and fungi are now threatened with extinction. Some might say it's not due to climate change, habitat change, or environmental pollution. Yes, that's true, but not only that. The effect of changes in the Earth's magnetic field on living organisms is critically understudied, although it's already deadly. Let's watch a video about the scope of species extinction today due to changes in the magnetic field.
We are now on the verge of a 6th mass extinction of species, and many creatures are disappearing at an alarming rate. Even more disturbing is the fact that this was triggered not only by human activity, but also by magnetic field anomalies that have occurred over the past 3 decades. First of all, the smallest, simple species of the animal world get extinct because they cannot adapt to the sharp change in the magnetic field. But unfortunately, this is just the beginning. Insects. In 2019, the Biological Conservation Journal published a study on the decline of 41% of insect species, with 1/3 of them already being endangered. In recent decades, 46% of bee species have become extinct. Bees use geomagnetic information to synchronize their biological clock, navigate in space, build honeycombs, queen cells, and so on. Scientists are sounding the alarm. The number of bees is decreasing, even in forests that remain untouched by human activity. This points to the influence of changes in the magnetic field. Many species of butterflies and moths have been significantly affected. In Britain, for example, Their numbers fell by 58% between 2000 and 2009. Insect populations in protected areas of Germany have declined by 76% over the last 27 years. Similarly, the tropics of Puerto Rico have seen a decline of 78 to 98% in insect biomass over a period of 36 years. The decline in the number of insects has led to the extinction of birds, frogs, and lizards that fed on them. The mass extinction of insects will lead to an environmental disaster. The disappearance of even seemingly insignificant species like the mosquito will lead to a domino effect, ultimately leading to the gradual collapse of the entire complex system of the animal world, frogs and amphibians. Over the past 20 to 40 years, due to changes in the global magnetic field, there has been a sharp decline in the number of populations of many species of amphibians around the world on an unprecedented scale. This phenomenon itself has attracted increased attention from scientists and caused great public concern, especially in North America. These disruptions lead not only to population declines, but also to mutations, hermaphroditic individuals, and other pathologies. In the chemical analysis of water, all the parameters were within normal limits, indicating precisely the effect of changes in the magnetic field. In the large forest area of Bunderbos in the Netherlands, the population of salamanders has been steadily declining since 2008 for unknown reasons. By 2013, only 4% of their previous quantity remain. Changes in the magnetic field are also affecting freshwater crustaceans. According to studies, the weakening of the Earth's magnetic field leads to a decrease in the size of Daphnia zooplankton and slows down their reproduction. During migration, birds navigate using magnetic fields. A study of 2 million captures 152 land bird species in North America revealed a mass phenomenon of avian vagrancy, when birds lost their sense of direction and deviated from their path due to geomagnetic disturbances. Anomalous zones, not detectable by measuring devices. Recently, there have been cases where various species of migratory birds did not fly to their wintering grounds due to occurrences of magnetic anomalies, which are not detected by modern devices. Such anomalies are characterized by rarefied air, unnatural for bird flight. In 2020, hundreds of thousands of dead migratory birds were found in the southwestern United States. The birds were in good physical condition, except for extreme exhaustion. It was as if they got into a trap where some power was forcing them to fly until they died. In recent decades, cases of whole flocks of birds falling dead for reasons unknown to ornithologists have been recorded all over the world. Frightening facts of further consequences of local magnetic field anomalies that are not detected by modern measuring devices are observed worldwide. These include sudden strandings of whales, dolphins, harbor seals, and crocodiles. Cases of wild roe, deer, goats, and sheep going berserk without any registered source of disease have also been documented. Animals are dying, and scientists don't know why. Our Earth is gradually dying. Our flora and fauna are dying due to the cycle that causes all these changes. The smallest species are the first to die, then it will affect larger species. In the coming years, the number of undetectable magnetic anomalies associated with changes in the Earth's core will only increase. Right now, we have nothing to oppose these magnetic anomalies.
У вас может возникнуть вопрос.
You may have a question. Earlier in our report, we discussed climate change on other planets, deep focus earthquakes, and destructive processes in the Earth's interior. Why do we suddenly start talking about the extinction of insects and animals? The problem is that scientists today don't look at climate change holistically. Well, everything is interconnected, and careful observation of the behavior of insects and animals can help us better understand where zones of geomagnetic anomalies occur and what their nature is. What we cannot capture with devices today can be detected indirectly by various signs. That is why we use the multidisciplinary approach, because we realize that the more holistically we look at the climate change picture, the better we can investigate the issue and the faster we can find a solution. We as humanity are now approaching a very dangerous frontier, because these magnetic anomalies are already destroying not only fauna, but also the lives of millions of people. Already now, none of us is immune. We invite all experts to pay attention to the information that we'll now voice.
As we have mentioned earlier, as today, the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 10%, and this trend is clearly increasing. As a result, we humans are becoming more vulnerable to the radiation. Therefore, we are currently observing a rapid growth of oncological, viral, and other type of diseases. This is an established fact that during the magnetic storms, there is a number of heart attacks and strokes, including fatal increases 2 to 3 times. This is because the charge of the magnetic field reduces the external charge of erythrocytes, which leads to their clumping. Blood coagulation increases by 2.5 times, which significantly increases the risk of thrombosis. Let's look at the slides showing the rate of cardiovascular diseases, psychiatric disorders, and cancer, which are steadily increasing, and they are caused, among other reasons, by the changes in the magnetic field. These numbers are shocking. But I would like to point to another extremely disturbing fact related to our health, which official science cannot explain. Many countries sounded the alarm. Young, healthy people have suddenly and prematurely started dying. Autopsy doesn't reveal any organic damage, no aneurysms, heart scars, blood clots, or ruptures of vessel. That was as if heart was simply switched off. This phenomenon was called sudden adult death syndrome. Doctors cannot find explanation for this phenomena and are discouraged by the number of cases occurring. There are several theories about how that could be caused, and you can see them on the screen now. But despite the funding and research in this area, the number of sudden deaths in the world continues to rise rapidly. And all these tell us that the cause lies in the processes that we still don't know, and they are not known to official science. Especially, we are witnessing another type of atypical anomalies in the magnetic field, which arise from the changes in the core. These are drastic local increase in the magnetic field intensity that migrates across the surface of Earth. The human body, then exposed to such an area, simply shuts down. Its resuscitation, if it's not performed within 2 to 3 minutes, death will occur. Today, due to the increasing instability of the planet's core, this type of atypical anomaly is occurring more and more frequently in the various parts of the planet, which means that the amount of sudden deaths will continue to rise. This is impossible to shield against this phenomenon. In the coming years, this will become the new pandemic. The question arises, how to save your life? Today, human life is not valued. So if the consumerist format persists, this issue will never be solved. It is necessary to change the format of society from consumerist to a creative one so that human life comes first, and scientists receive unlimited funding for research on how to eliminate the cause of these anomalies, that is, to stabilize the core. This will become possible when a way to counteract external cosmic impact is found. This is the only way to save human life.
Anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field are now leading to another type of atmospheric phenomena that is extremely dangerous and is already causing the death of people. These phenomena are not yet being linked to disruption in the Earth's magnetic field. Specialists try to explain them in traditional ways. We'll now give you several examples to illustrate this type of anomalies. Among the number of climate disasters that have been attacking the people of Saudi Arabia for the past 6 months, there was one circumstance that no one paid attention to. On December 29th, 2022, the temperature dropped abruptly in Mecca. However, it did not get cold around it. An area of coldness appeared locally and suddenly out of nowhere. This led to formation of powerful cloud system. Look how suddenly it appeared there and brought heavy rain and hail with it. After a while, the temperature returned to normal, so no one paid attention to this. These abnormal Sudden and localized temperature drops are attempted to be explained, for example, by Arctic cyclones bringing the cold. But why didn't cyclone manifest itself along the way? Because when cyclone moves, it leaves a trail of cold behind it along its entire trajectory. An Arctic cyclone cannot suddenly fall from above, make a cold snap in a local region, and disappear without a trace. Similar instantaneous localized drops in temperature have also been noticed in other parts of the world. For example, on December 21st, Colorado, USA, the temperature dropped by a record-breaking 40 degrees Fahrenheit in just half an hour. And in the state of Wyoming, a weather station recorded an unprecedented drop of temperature of 20 degrees Fahrenheit in just 2 minutes. On February 3rd, in the United States, near the observatory of Mount Washington, the air temperature dropped sharply to minus 47 degrees Fahrenheit. Mount Washington is known for the world's worst weather, but February 3rd, the temperature drop was record-breaking. The combination of freezing temperature with hurricane winds gust up to 127 miles an hour felt like minus 108 degrees Fahrenheit. The temperature drop was so sudden that trees and soil exploded and cracked from the freezing water. If people on the mountain at that moment would have gotten frostbites within 2 minutes. Simultaneously with the temperature drop, there was a sharp drop in pressure. Meteorologists explain these extreme conditions by the partial drop of the stratosphere into the lower atmosphere. You can see the animation on the screen. Such sharp localized temperature drops are associated with another type of atypical magnetic anomalies, which have not yet been detected by our instruments. These anomalies appear as a result of disruption in ionization of atmosphere and molecules. Ionization, it is important to understand that the charges of air molecules in the atmosphere are affected by the magnetic field. And in zones of atypical magnetic anomalies, the ionization of molecules in the atmosphere changes, and as a result, the connection between molecules weakens. Because of this, the air becomes less dense, and cold air from the upper layers of the atmosphere quickly descends to the Earth's surface, while the warm air rises into the stratosphere. This phenomenon can be called atmospheric contraction or overturns, which occur very quickly and have local character. This phenomenon can be detected by measuring the qualitative changes of molecules in the upper layers of the atmosphere. Probes can be placed in different parts of the planet to perform continuous measurements of the electrical charge of the molecules, its intensity and strength. Then, we will be able to study these overturn zones to comprehensively observe changes in the magnetic field and the processes occurring in the Earth's core.
Another manifestation of such decompressed zones in the atmosphere has been the increasing occurrence of clear air turbulence, where air pockets form without any apparent reason. This phenomenon is not predicted and not detected by radars. On March 2, 2023, a Lufthansa crew encountered severe turbulence at an altitude of around 6.8 miles. The plane literally plumped more than 1,000 feet downwards. 7 people were seriously injured and taken to the hospital. On December 18, 2022, a United Airlines plane during takeoff climbed to 2,200 feet, 670 meters above the ocean. Suddenly, it began losing altitude rapidly. Fortunately, the crew was able to regain control over the plane only 775 feet or 200 meters above the water. On March 21, 2022, a China Eastern Airlines plane took off from Kunming Airport in China. After 2 hours of normal flight, the airliner suddenly began to fall. In just 2 minutes, the plane plumped 4.4 miles, 7 kilometers downwards. The captain tried to avoid the crash and gain altitude, but in a split second, the plane turned 90 degrees and crashed vertically into the ground. We have given, and right now you can see this on the screen, the simulation. We have given only a few examples. In all of those cases, without any apparent external conditions, there was a dramatic drop of altitude. Planes literally fall into air pockets, which leads to serious disasters and loss of lives. Such air decompression as well as atmospheric overturns are associated with areas of atypical magnetic anomalies. The Bermuda Triangle is one of these pathological zones. Planes and ships disappear there from time to time. Due to the disruption of the magnetic field in such areas, the adhesion between air molecules decreases, leading to the formation of air pockets. Air simply ceases to support the plane. Moreover, water molecules in these areas behave in a similar way. The bonds between them weaken and the water becomes so fluid that the ships literally fall to the bottom, sinking without any mechanical damage. But previously, as in the case of Bermuda Triangle, one knew where the atypical magnetic anomaly could occur. Nowadays, such Bermuda Triangles are appearing more frequently and almost everywhere. There will be more turbulent pockets in the atmosphere, especially at altitudes of 26,000 feet, 8 kilometers, and higher, where most airplanes fly. These pockets are already breaking through to the ground, and the time will come when there will be so many such pockets that flying and sailing will be impossible. If you take off, it's not certain that we will land safely. It will be very, very risky. It's scary to say that, but we have to talk about it, because we're obliged to warn people. Unfortunately, in the consumerist format of society where human life worth nothing, such anomalies are not properly studied, and moreover, they will be hushed up to the last moment so that not to cause panic and not to lose profit. How many airlines do you think will want to make a statement that flying is now dangerous? Well, you know the answer yourself. Let's summarize. Due to the malfunction in the Earth's core caused by the external cosmic impact, the magnetic field of our planet undergoes catastrophic changes. Anomalous auroras, light pillars, atmospheric voids, turbulence anomalies, zones of air and water decompaction are appearing, where overturns are formed, areas of magnetic anomalies. Living organisms and people are dying. And if the overall destabilization of the magnetic field is related to the disruption of the core in general, then local migrating zones of magnetic anomalies have an even more detailed explanation. These anomalies are formed by sudden bursts of electromagnetic energy from the planet's interior, and these bursts occur as a result of cavitation explosions in magma in the interior of our planet. We have described this mechanism earlier in the forum when we talked about defocus earthquakes, including those that caused the tragedy in Turkey and Syria. With such a cavitation explosion in magma, the wave propagates tangentially, as in the Yudkin effect, and leads to the appearance of the zones of atypical magnetic fields anomalies on the plane's surface. Due to the destabilization of the core, such explosions occur more and more frequently, which means that soon we will observe not only intensification of such above-mentioned anomalies, but also a huge amount of lightning striking from the Earth's interior and the increase in the number of ball lightning. All the facts you have heard today about the changes in the electromagnetic field indicate that our core is already extremely unstable, and that means that our planet is currently following the worst scenario of the cycle of climate catastrophes. Later in the forum, you will learn why humanity will face its end even earlier than 2036. Another confirmation of this is the intensification of climate anomalies and disasters on the planet as a whole. We carefully study everything that is happening to our planet, all the habits of the climate servers, because we realize that if no one does that, then humanity is simply doomed. And now we want to present to your attention a video containing terrifying facts about the growing power of the climate Cerberus, which unfortunately we cannot counteract today.
Natural disasters of such magnitude and force have never been witnessed by our humanity before. It is like a Cerberus that burst out of the Earth's interior. We have been watching the climate Cerberus when it was just beginning to grow. We're thousands of volunteers of the climate monitoring team of the Creative Society from all over the world. who work 24/7 to collect and analyze huge amounts of data, studying the habits of the climate Cerberus. Even several research institutes can't process that much data. But it can be done by people united by one goal. Watching the Cerberus, we have realized that it has now grown and broken free. It is already tearing apart our planet, destroying our homes, and taking people's lives. And yet, most people are not aware of this threat at all and do not understand what is happening to the climate. But we realize that the climate Cerberus will not stop on its own. To stop it, we must study all its habits. The cost of each of them is the lives of many people. The Cerberus is now many steps ahead of us, and we're only following its trail. We will tell you about the habits we have managed to identify. After watching this video, you won't be able to say that no one has warned you. The Cerberus attacks suddenly and lightning fast when you least expect it.
There was almost no time to react.
Nothing. We couldn't take anything out because the fire was coming and it was terrible.
There was no access to get out.
Yeah, I had to jump out of the window.
And it was like a movie where the house slides down behind you and you're running for your life. But we have lost home. But we're okay.
On March 28th, people were peacefully walking on the city streets in Georgia. Moments later, they found themselves under the rubble of street structures.
The structure was shaking so much in the wind, I thought it was an earthquake.
Look here, the wind completely tore off the roof of the market, from one end to the other.
In March, the city of Miyakojima, Japan, received more than a month's worth of rainfall within just 1 hour. While you're seeking shelter from the rain, a record amount of water falls on you, and it turns into a flood.
Within 3 to 4 minutes, the water level rose by 2 meters.
It just happened that quickly. Water everywhere.
Within 10 minutes, the whole backyard was a river. It's like two big, huge tsunamis coming through. There was one, and then there was a second one that just came through just so quickly and fast.
The Cerberus does not obey rules. The tactics of its attacks are unpredictable. It swaps the 4 seasons. In February 2023, when it was summer in the southern hemisphere, temperature dropped below 0 and the snow fell in Australia and Argentina. While in Europe, summer has arrived in the middle of winter. In Germany alone, 982 heat breakers were broken in just 3 winter days. A few days later, the European heat wave was replaced by an anomalous cold snap. This is happening all over the world. Abnormal heat and cold alternate at a catastrophically fast pace. And that is also the terrifying signature of the Cerberus. It brings chaos to your everyday life. In Africa, in southern Morocco, snow is a rarity. But in February 2023, the inhabitants of several communities were cut off from the outside world after a heavy snowfall. Emergency aid had to be delivered by air. The climate Cerberus is sophisticated and inventive in its attacks. Tropical cyclone Freddy formed in the Indian Ocean in February 2023. Lasting 35 days, the cyclone traveled an enormous distance of 10,000 kilometers, becoming the most powerful cyclone in the southern hemisphere and the longest lived in world history. On its way, Freddy intensified 7 times, which has never happened before, and its trajectory was anything but a normal cycle.
zomwe zinali zosachitira ndipo njira yake inali yofanana ndi mphepo yamkuntho. Mphepo yamkuntho ya Foramu inasiya chiwonongeko choopsa ndipo inapha.
It attacks when you're most vulnerable and defenseless. Residents of Sao Paulo in Brazil went to the bed to the familiar sound of heavy rain.
600
Flash flood. Houses with sleeping people. The Cerberus knows no mercy. Now, it's already making some really On the early morning of February 6, 2023, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake destroyed the peaceful sleeping cities in Syria and Turkey. The deadly quake was only the beginning of a terrible catastrophe, followed by the second powerful earthquake of magnitude 7.5 and thousands of aftershocks. It became a tragedy of a global scale that claimed more than 50,000 human lives according to official figures alone.
Don't be scared, sweetheart. Don't be scared.
Friends, we are buried because of the tremor. Mother, are you okay? Mom.
Granny, are you all right?
Is there really no one there? We're completely buried.
After the earthquakes, the affected regions experienced a sharp cold snap and a snowfall, followed by a severe flooding. The Cerberus is becoming more aggressive, and catastrophes of such magnitude as in Syria
anakhuzidwa anazizira kwambiri ilakolako changozi.
It is devouring more and more territory and taking away our homes.
Ikuwononga gawo lochulukira ndi kulanda nyumba zanu.
Fires are spreading. Millions of hectares are burning, and they're very difficult to extinguish.
Moto ukufalikira mahekitala mamiliyoni ambiri akuwotchedwa, ndipo ndizovuta kwambiri kuzimika. Madzi osefukira akufuta madera akuluakulu. Ku Europe konse kuyambira 2000 pakhala mvula yopitirira ka 30 kugwa. Ngozi zinali zofowoka kale, koma tsopano nkhonya zake zakula kwambiri. Chaka chino ku Japan ndi ku USA anthu adamwalira atawundiridwa ndi nyumba ndipo magalimoto tsopano ngakhale kugwa kwa tsiku kwasanduka mchezo.
The riverbed is completely dry.
Because there has been a drought here for the whole year, it's not just 3 months, it's a whole year without rain.
If this is happening now,
Chifukwa kuno kwakhala chilala chaka chonse, ndi miyezi itatu yokha ndi chaka chonse popanda mvula. Ngati zikuchitika tsopano zikakhala zovuta kwambiri.
The waves of merciless heat are becoming longer and arriving sooner. Record-breaking temperatures of 104 Fahrenheit
Mafunde kutentha koopsa akutalika ndipo akubwera posachedwa. Kutentha kosasunthika kwa 104+ kudafika ku India ndi Pakistan February. Izi zachitika ku Asia kwa nthawi yoyamba kwambiri. Cerberus ili yambiri ndipo yonse ndiyosakhutitsidwa.
is raging in Madagascar and Mozambique.
Chakumapeto kwa February mphepo yamkuntho yotchedwa tropical cyclone Freddy kuwononga ku Madagascar ndi Mozambique. Pa nthawi yomwe pali mkuntho waukulu wachisanu ndi mvula yamkuntho USA komanso moto waukulu ku Australia ndi Chile. Ku Indonesia, Brazil ndi maiko ena 17 kunagwa mvula komanso kufukira kwa madzi pamene ku Philippines, India ndi Peru zinachitika zobwinira. Pa nthawi
This has never happened before.
zokulirapo mphamvu zonse ndipo ngozi kukhala ngati zikupasira mphamvu kulimbikitsa wina ndi mnzake. Izi zinachitikepo koma tsopano zikuchitika nthawi zonse. Ngozi za nyengo zimagwira gawo limodzi koma osasiya.
In Saudi Arabia was hit by
Mu November 2022, mzinda wa Jeddah ku Saudi Arabia inagwa mvula yambiri maola asanu ndi imodzi. Mvula inagwa kuposa zaka zitatu. Miyezi 5 yosatira kunabwera masuka achilengedwe. Matalala akulu sino mvula ya mkuntho ndi kusefukira kwa madzi. Kwa miyezi kuposa itatu yosatizana mzinda wa California dziko la United States
atmospheric rivers.
yamlengalenga chivomerezi cha mphamvu kusefukira kwa madzi ndi chigumula.
The residents of the states have encountered anything like this. Climate disasters occur in cascades over one area, and each new wave of disasters brings even more.
Masoka anyengo zimachitika kumadutsa mdera limodzi ndipo masoka atsopano waliwonse amadzetsa chiwonongeko kandi kuvutika kwa anthu. Ngozi zosiyanasiyana pakati pa olemera ndi osauka sisamala za dziko kapena khungu ndipo palibe mayiko kapena malire ake imabwera kwa aliyense.
The worst part is that more it eats, the bigger it gets.
Choyipa kwambiri nchakuti pamene simadya kwambiri chimakulanso ndipo pamenenso simadya kwambiri.
The video we just watched once again shows that the climate Cerberus is a disturbing reality of our present day. Indeed, it doesn't care about your social status, gender, or race. Everyone is equal in the face of this destructive and deadly threat. Can we oppose it now? Yes, we can. And everyone has something to offer. It's the voice of truth. The faster people around the world learn about the real causes of climate change, the faster steps will be taken to eliminate them. So, I want to call once again on everyone who sees and hears us now. Share this forum, this broadcast. Go live right now and record your invitations. Let's do everything we can do to make the world know the truth.
You and I can see now how catastrophic the escalation of disasters around the world is, how much destruction, tragedy, and grief they bring. It is impossible to keep silent about it anymore. Each of us understands this. That is why we are holding this forum, and all our activities are aimed at conveying the truth about the real scale, the increase in disasters on Earth, and the real causes of this. And every volunteer of the Creative Society Project conveys this truth as best as they can, using their talents and abilities. Some speak about this through music, dance, or song. Now we present to you this music video aimed at drawing the attention of the world community to the real causes of climate change and the only way out, the Creative Society.
Paving the path from the deep earth's core. There's no place you can hide. Servers raging, setting up fires at your front door. Has no one told you you have to break silence to save your life? Now is the time for your voice and your actions to bring the light. Doors of empty room has no sense. Better reach your hearts and your voices. No point to break through the walls and defense. Better break through veil of their ignorance. There is a way out if you start to act right now. Be of good courage, for there is no fear in love. Love for humanity is way with no doubt. Creative society is our way out. There's a way out of dark today to wash your lies away. Say, there's a way out of false to true. If one who acts now is you.
Thank you. There is a line in this song that says, "To tame what is underground, you need to make your voice sound," which says that the problem today is underground, in the core of our planet. Even last time, people still had many questions why it is the core in the 12,000-year cycle that is causing the cataclysms occurring on Earth. And so now I pass the floor back to our scientific team.
Да, ядро на данный момент является.
Yes, the core is currently the main conductor of all cataclysms. It is precisely the displacement and heating up of the core that determine all the processes that occur on the surface. We do not have the means to directly reach and study the core. Therefore, we need to study the effects of its destabilization to understand what is happening with the core. It is also necessary to study other planets because understanding the processes on all planets will allow us to better understand the causes and consequences of changes in the core of our own planet. Because our main and key task during the cycle is to stabilize the core and stop the influx of additional energy from external cosmic impact to it, in order to prevent the extinction of humanity. And later in the forum, you will hear how it can be done. During the 12,000-year cycle, external impact comes to the cores of all planets in the solar system. What are the signs that tell us about this? It has been established that when there was a displacement of the Earth's core in 1998, there was a simultaneous displacement on other planets as well. How was this established? The first example of this was Yuri Vladimirovich Barkin, PhD in physics and mathematics, professor at Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The displacement was measured on the Earth as well as on the Moon, whereas displacement on other objects were registered indirectly. During lunar missions, laser reflectors were installed on the Moon. In 1997 and 1998, abrupt changes in the coordinates of all 4 reflectors were detected simultaneously in the same direction. Barkin's calculations showed that the centers of mass of all planets have shifted relative to their geographical positions, which indirectly indicates that displacements of all the cores. Look at these numbers on the screen. For example, on the screens, the Earth's center of mass is displaced to its geometric center by 1 kilometer, 0.6 miles. The Moon's by 2 kilometers, 1.2 miles. The Mars's by 3 kilometers, 1.9 miles, while that the Sun over 300 kilometers, 186 miles. What did the destabilization of the Earth's core and the increase in energy from external space actually lead to? It led to an increase in seismic and volcanic activity as well as heating of the Earth's crust. However, the Earth's crust is heating up unevenly. There are 3 zones of Earth that are abnormally heating. Thin oceanic crust is the first to heat up, which causes heating of the water at the bottom of the ocean. The second type of zone are areas of activation of magma chambers beneath West Antarctica and Greenland, where magma and mantle plumes are rising. It is precisely because of this that these glaciers are melting from the bottom up, and we talked about this in detail during the previous forum. And the third zone is the areas of continental crust that are heating up as magma rises. Moreover, the coldest parts of the plates are the first to start heating up. For example, we can see that in Siberian Arctic is heating up 3 times faster than the rest of the world. Canada is being heated up as well. This is a compensatory mechanism. These areas bear the brunt first. When these areas of heating begin to grow, it will mean that Earth's crust can no longer compensate for the growing heat from the external impact coming to the core. In other words, the uneven heating of the planet's surface, which is a compensatory mechanism, is a clear sign of the core destabilization. We already know that destabilization of the cores is taking place on all the planets of the solar system. In this case, the question arises, do we observe the same signs on other planets, such as uneven surface heating and geodynamic anomalies? Let's find out in this video.
During the 12,000-year cycle, an external cosmic impact reaches the cores of all planets in the solar system. On Earth, this leads to abnormal heating of magma and its rise, resulting in increased volcanic and seismic activity, abnormal heating of the Earth's crust, as well as glaciers and permafrost melting from below. Is it currently possible to detect any increase in internal heat and tectonic activity on other planets, provided external cosmic impact is spreading to all planets? Mercury. Satellite data from the MESSENGER probe has shown that 19 tectonic-related terrain changes formed on Mercury between 2011 and 2015. The planet's core is responsible for internal activity. Previously, Mercury's core was believed to be inactive. The new tectonic changes are concentrated predominantly in the northern hemisphere. What's notable is that the core of Mercury has now shifted in the same direction, according to scientists' assumptions. So where's the extra energy that intensifies tectonic activity on the planet coming from now? Venus. Recently, there has been an increase in volcanic activity on Venus, similar to what is currently observed on Earth, Mars, and Jupiter's moon Io. 37 volcanic structures have been discovered on the planet's surface, with plumes observed within them. Their activity was detected in 2020. The researchers draw an analogy with Earth's mantle plumes that form chains of volcanic islands like Hawaii or the Canaries. As it can be seen on the map of Venus, these volcanic structures are mainly concentrated in the southern hemisphere of the planet, indicating an asymmetrical rise of magma in the planet's interior. The increased volcanic activity on the planet is also confirmed by numerous other independent studies. What has caused the recent rise of magma and plume activity on Venus? Why is this happening in sync with the increase in volcanic activity on other planets? There is also a sign of internal heating on Venus, manifested through accelerating winds. Data from the Venus Express orbiter showed that wind speeds on Venus have increased from 186 miles per hour to 249 miles per hour between 2006 and 2012. These days, similar dramatic signs of warming atmospheres are being observed on many other planets in the solar system. Mars. In 2018, the south pole of Mars experienced an unprecedented warming event. Areas of liquid water 20 kilometers in diameter were found under the ice cap. In other words, the ice on Mars is now melting from below, just like on Earth. As the geothermal heat from the planet's interior increases, the glaciers on Mars, like those in Antarctica, Greenland, and permafrost on Earth, are also melting from the bottom up. In another part of the planet, the Elysium region, there is a sharp increase in endogenous activity, meaning internal activity. Between 2019 and 2020, the rise of magma triggered 465 Marsquakes in the area, and in 2021, a seismic event was recorded that was 5 times more powerful than any previous one. And in May 2022, a huge mantle plume was detected in this region, causing an even more record-breaking Marsquake. As we can see, seismic activity is now increasing on Mars, much like it is Earth. It is worth noting the similarities between the processes on Mars and Earth. When the Earth's core shifted along its axis of displacement, 2 heating zones initially formed, one in western Siberia and the other in western Antarctica. Similarly, we have observed 2 zones on Mars, one near Elysium and the other at the South Pole. This indicates that Mars' core shifted in the same way as on Earth during the 12,000-year cycle. The recent processes on the terrestrial planets point to an increase in the activity of their interior. Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars are experiencing a simultaneous increase in volcanic and tectonic activity, with a sharp rise of magma creating zones of anomalous heat. Jupiter. On gas planets, the function of a core is performed by a denser accumulation of gas within the planet. The high temperature of Jupiter's atmosphere is mainly provided by its internal heat. In 2001, scientists discovered that since the Voyager probe's exploration in the 1980s, Jupiter's internal heating had increased by 37%. Moreover, this heating is greater than the energy received from the sun. It is known that internal heat fuels storms and turbulence on gas planets, increasing wind speed. Hence, the sharp increase in Jupiter's internal heat has resulted in the intensification of these atmospheric phenomena. When the Hubble was launched in 1990, no cyclones or thunderstorms were detected on Jupiter. But over the last decade, storms have become increasingly active and intensified. We can see them on images of the planet as spots. Red spots are the hottest areas. Since they started appearing, it means that there is more internal heat. Between 2005 and 2006, another massive red spot was formed on Jupiter for the first time. The already existing huge anticyclone, the Great Red Spot in the southern hemisphere, has shrunk and rounded, indicating an increase in wind speed. It has increased by 8% between 2009 and 2020. All of this indicates that additional energy is emerging in the depths of the gas giant that causes powerful internal heating. Where could this energy come from? Planet satellites also react to external space impact with an increase in endogenous activity. On Jupiter's moon Io, In the northern hemisphere, the most powerful volcanic eruptions have been occurring over the past 5 years. On another of Jupiter's moons, Europa, in 2013, scientists discovered that the ocean at the equator was warming from below. Subsequently, the satellite's interior heated up so much that in November 2019, NASA's research group detected water vapor above Europa's surface. It is noteworthy that the moon Europa started heating up on the side that does not receive heat from the sun. Conversely, the coldest area was found on the sunny side. In other words, the appearance of zones of anomalous heating on Europa cannot be attributed to solar energy. They can only be explained by an increase in internal heat. Saturn. Internal heating on Saturn is known to be the main driver of storms, as it is on Jupiter. Between 2007 and 2010, a chain of 23 to 26 dark spots was discovered, which were interpreted as areas with high heat emission. In 2010, the so-called Great White Storm formed abnormally early in the northern latitudes of Saturn. It became the largest and most intense storm observed in the planet's northern latitudes. A record temperature spike of 150 degrees Fahrenheit above normal was registered in the vicinity of this storm. Subsequently, the processes in Saturn's atmosphere became more intense. In 2018, scientists discovered a series of storms of an entirely new type, also near the North Pole. Previously, the storms of such intensity had never been observed on the gas giant before. We see that Saturn's heating from the interior is increasing, which contributes to the intensification of storms on the planet. Enceladus. Saturn's moon is covered with an ice shell, beneath which lies an ocean, and directly beneath the ocean is the planet's core. Unexpectedly for specialists, the interior of Enceladus has a very high geothermal heat, much higher than all known sources of heat on the planet. When they measured the internal thermal power of Enceladus, it was 15.8 gigawatts, which is an order of magnitude greater than all known sources of heat on the planet. This is 2.6 times the power of all the hot springs in Yellowstone. In 2005, near the south pole of Enceladus, where the sun does not shine, a spacecraft detected a new thermal anomaly, which had not previously been observed. In this area, jets of steam composed of methane, propane, and molecular nitrogen were found to be escaping. In this steam, composition indicates the increasing hydrothermal activity which has emerged at the core ocean boundary. In other words, Enceladus is also heating up from the inside. Where did the additional energy for heating Enceladus come from? Uranus. It is believed that Uranus is warmed by solar energy only, which determines the planet's weather patterns. However, in 2014, when Uranus began to move away from the sun, solar energy was almost non-existent in its northern hemisphere, and extreme storm activity was detected in that region. This means this activity on Uranus must have been triggered by recent internal warming processes. Neptune. Neptune is experiencing dramatic temperature anomalies. Although it has been summer on Neptune since 2005, data showed that most of the planet had been gradually cooling until 2018. However, between 2018 and 2020, stratospheric temperatures at the South Pole have risen sharply by 11 degrees. Such a rapid pole warming vortex surprised astronomers since it had never been seen before. They could not determine the cause of these fluctuations. However, it is apparent that additional energy appeared in the system which may have caused such temperature anomalies. Pluto. Pluto and its moon Charon are the smallest and farthest objects from the sun. They have been considered inactive as they cannot store internal heat due to their size. In 2015, a 1,000 kilometers long, that is 620 miles long, field of large cryovolcanoes was discovered on Pluto, spewing ice and ammonia. Planetary scientists were astonished by this discovery, as cryovolcanism requires a mechanism of the planet's internal heating. Heating from the sun is excluded due to Pluto's distance from it. Researchers were unable to explain the activity observed on the planet with the help of traditional heat loss models. We are clearly seeing internal activity on the surface of Pluto and Charon. Something is ripping apart their ice crust. That is, we can see that the planet and its moon have recently begun to heat up from the inside. What could be adding energy to this heating of the interior of Pluto and Charon? Conclusion. So what is currently affecting the interiors of all the planets in the solar system? It is an external source of additional energy that enters the cores of the planets every 12,000 years. This excess energy in the core is converted into heat. Magma heats up, producing zones of increased heating. There's growth of seismic and volcanic activity, strengthening storms and other anomalies. Moreover, they are often localized in certain areas of the planet and do not depend on solar energy. What you have seen now is but a small part of all the facts that indicate that the heating in the interiors is synchronously increasing both on the terrestrial planets and gas giants and their moons. All these anomalies have only appeared in recent decades, when the number and strength of disasters from the Earth's interior began to increase. In just 5 to 7 years, we will see all these processes on other planets increasing tenfold, if we ourselves remain to live on our planet.
Итак, мы видим, что сегодня внутри планет Солнечной системы
To sum up, we see that additional energy is emerging inside the planets of the solar system, the presence of which cannot be explained by any of the known sources of heat, such as radiogenic heat, tidal friction, solar radiation, and others. The emergence of additional heat in the planets of the solar system can only be explained by external cosmic impact on their cores, as well as on the core of the Earth. Moreover, similar changes occur even on gas giants, which suggests that they too have cores which are very dense. Otherwise, they would not have gravitational and magnetic fields. When we start studying them more thoroughly, even greater surprises await us.
We now understand that the cause of unprecedented increase in climate disaster and anomalies on Earth is destabilization of the planet's core. Why do we claim that today, as in previous cycles of 12,000 years, the core is destabilized by the external cosmic impact? After all, some believe that nuclear tests, large seismic events, or falling meteorites could have caused such destabilization. But none of these factors can cause destabilization of the core, and now we will explain why. The Earth core sets the tone for everything on the planet. It is not just massive, but it is the center of gravity and practically the center of mass. The core is very stable, and its rotation is precisely that system that makes it impossible to disrupt the planet. What normally ensures such stability of the core? In terms of the structure, the core is divided in an inner core and an outer core. The inner core rotates slightly faster than the outer core, and almost always the entire core rotates faster than the Earth's surface. The inner core sets the rotation of the entire planet. So, in fact, the core acts as a gyroscope, which stabilizes itself because most of the planet's mass is centered in it. Look, when you try to tilt a rotating gyroscope, or that very spinning top, it immediately returns to original position by itself. By the way, if the core were suddenly to reverse the direction of its rotation, then according to the law of conservation of energy, its huge amount of energy during such a reversal would destroy the entire planet. With its gigantic size and rotational speed, the mechanism of the core becomes so robust that it cannot be thrown out of balance by any external mechanical impact. It is because of this that for millions of years, neither the falling of meteorites nor the explosion of giant supervolcanoes or the strongest earthquakes could put the planet out of balance. All of this was dampened by the core. However, today, being in a 24,000-year cycle of cataclysms, we're seeing destabilization of the core and the entire system of its rotation. As we have already understood, this could not be caused by any mechanical impact. This suggests that it is the external impact that is affecting our core. Moreover, we understood that this impact has a very powerful energy. Otherwise, it simply would not be able to destabilize such a robust and stable system as the core of the planet. To understand what external cosmic impact is now affecting the core, we need to understand why it affects only the core without interacting in any way with any other shells of the Earth? The answer is in the structure of the Earth's inner core. Our hypothesis is that the Earth's inner core has an enormous density and is something like a neutron star. That is, the core of the Earth consists of neutrons. This was also stated by PhD of physics and math Igor Mikhailovich Belousov in his work Nature Through the Eyes of a Physicist. He suggested how the neutron core could have formed inside and described the planet's development. The density of matter in the inner core is 100,000 times greater than the density of the outer core. This is because the outer core consists of atoms, while the inner core consists of neutrons, which are components of atom and are 12 orders of magnitude smaller in volume than the atom itself. Neutrons are electrically neutral particles, so they do not experience repulsion or attraction. This creates the maximum density of their packing. Free neutrons themselves are unstable particles. They have half-life of 16 minutes. However, when they are part of atomic nuclei, or if they're densely packed, as in the neutron star, the neutrons are stable particles. The advantage of the neutron core hypothesis is that it provides an explanation for the origin of neutrinos detected coming out from the center of the Earth, and why there's an increasing flux of them in local areas. This is due to the decay of free neutrons, which occur on the surface of the neutron core due to the external impact. In scientific publications, one can come across assumption that there's a third layer in the Earth core and that the inner core is asymmetrical. All of these observations arise from seismic wave studies. However, all of them are incorrect because they do not take into account the specific features of the inner core. Due to the enormous density, the inner core is incapable of allowing any waves to pass through. In other words, seismic waves do not pass through the inner core, but rather encircle it. Moreover, the inner core may slightly change. For example, if there's a shift of even 300 feet or 100 meters, measurements of seismic waves coming from the same point before and after this displacement of the core will give completely different results. Based on these differences, false conclusions are drawn that the core has a third layer or that it crystallizes asymmetrically. However, if experts take into account the extreme dense structure of the inner neutron core, which does not allow seismic waves to pass through and that the core can move, then we'll easily understand and process seismic wave data. And most importantly, they will understand what is happening in the core right now. We come to the conclusion that since our core is neutronic, which means that it has anomalous high density, this is a reason why the cosmic impact, so far unknown to us, is interacting with it alone. At the same time, this impact passes through much less dense matter from the atmosphere to the mantle without any interaction. So how do we understand what the external cosmic impact is? After all, if we do not understand what it is, we cannot stop it. And therefore, we cannot prevent the destruction of the planet and save all of humanity.
We have said many times that this external cosmic impact is not detected by our devices, and it is a new type of impact that has not been studied by our modern science yet. Why did we come to this conclusion? To begin, let's recall what we know about the external cosmic impact. First, this impact comes into the solar system cyclically every 12,000 years, and every 24,000 years. It is stronger. Second, the impact affects all the planets in the solar system. Third, it affects only the planet's cores, both their magnetic properties and the position of the cores inside the planets. This gives grounds to say that such an impact has enormous energy. Let's see if any other impacts can cause similar changes. Could it be gravitational, electromagnetic, acoustic, cosmic ray, or dark matter impact? Let's start with the gravitational interaction. Let's suppose that the solar system traveling through space has entered a gravitational anomaly caused by other objects. Then the trajectories of the sun itself, all the planets and their satellites would change, because gravitational impact affects the planets as a whole. That is, it would move the entire planet rather than affect only its core. But this is not happening. Some scientists speculate that neighboring planets or gas giants, such as Jupiter, when approaching the Earth, could affect the Earth's core, shifting it with their gravitational field. But it's important to note that the reported changes in our planet's core did not begin with its displacement, but with the changes in its magnetic properties in 1995. Only after that, in 1998, there was a displacement of the core. So this could not be caused by the gravitational effects of large cosmic objects. Moreover, convergence of the planets in the solar system occurs in cycles of only a few dozens of years, which means they cannot cause catastrophic changes in the core every 12,000 years. Could it be dark matter? Dark matter is matter that does not participate in electromagnetic interactions, but it is involved in the gravitational interaction we discussed above. That means it would have affected the motion of stars and planets as a whole, not just their cores, so it doesn't fit either. What if our solar system was hit by powerful electromagnetic radiation, such as from pulsars? Pulsars emit narrowly focused impulses of different energies. However, there are no pulsars standing in the path of the movement of the solar system and the galaxy, which would have such an unique periodicity with the distance of 12,000 years between them, and every other pulsar would emit even more powerful flux. Maybe then there was a powerful emission of electromagnetic radiation on the sun, or an electromagnetic pulse from a supernova explosion in the depths of space. But let's remember that electromagnetic radiation, such as X-rays and gamma rays, are mostly absorbed by the atmosphere. Only two types of electromagnetic radiation can reach the surface of the Earth, visible and radio waves, but they do not reach the core either. It turns out that no electromagnetic waves from an external source could affect the planet's core, because they simply could not reach it. Another factor affecting the planet from space is cosmic rays. Many of them deviate towards the poles by the Earth's magnetic field, skirting the Earth. The rest of the charged cosmic ray particles scatter in the atmosphere, causing showers of secondary elementary particles. Some of them may reach the Earth's surface, but not the core. Only two types of particles are known to penetrate beneath the Earth's surface: muons and neutrinos. Muons penetrate hundreds of meters deep before deflecting, slowing down, and decaying into an electron and a neutrino. But muons are too few to reach the Earth's core. Neutrinos are the only known particles coming from space that can reach the Earth's core. High-energy neutrinos have a high probability of interacting with the Earth's interior, but their flux is not large enough to transfer a significant amount of energy to the Earth's core, while low-energy neutrinos typically pass through Earth without interacting with matter. Let's summarize. Now we see that none of the known impacts, gravitational, electromagnetic, the cosmic rays, can have a direct effect on the planet's core, causing the cyclical changes that we observe throughout the solar system.
Moreover, today on Earth, we register another anomalous factor which cannot be caused by any of the previously mentioned interactions, but may be the result of yet unexplored external impact. And this factor relates to changes in the quantum world. Since 2010, measurements of charge radius of the proton have begun to record deviation from the previous measured value. And already after 2016, most of the experiments showed a reduced value of the proton charge radius. The new table value adopted in 2021 was 4.4% less. Such changes at the micro level require enormous energy, and this suggests that this impact should be sought at the quantum level, and most likely at the beyond quantum level. A different physics works here, a hypothesis that you will learn about at the end of the forum today. So, we understand that an invisible energy of enormous power is now flowing to the Earth core. We can determine the consequence of its impact by the presence of excess heat in the Earth's interior and by the signs of destabilization of the core. And there's another indirect sign of the external impact, the change in neutrino emissions from the Earth's neutron core. We talked about this phenomenon back in 2014. Although, even earlier, we found that the neutrino emission increases in certain local points of the Earth. Later, our words were confirmed by new scientific research, and in 2016, a paper was published devoted to the detection of neutrinos emitted from the Earth's interior at the Anita Station in Antarctica. There are such zones of neutrino emissions in various parts of the planet, but today, it is difficult for scientists to study the process due to the division of science and lack of funding. We understand that there is an external factor, but there are no conditions for studying it. We can create such conditions only in the creative society, when the scientists will be provided with unlimited funding and all the resources necessary for research. If we delay in studying the nature of cosmic impact destabilizing the Earth core, it is clear what scenario it will lead to. In that case, the fate of Mars awaits us, and you're about to find out why.
There is actual evidence that the death of living planets can occur in just a few minutes as a result of magma eruption and hydraulic impact. Further, you will be presented with a fundamental study of the catastrophic events that occurred on the red planet, which had life until very recently. Today, the mystery of the red planet will be revealed to all of humanity. We will reveal to you a Mars you have never known. We have a rare chance to study the case of another planet's death from hydraulic impact before it can happen on our own planet. After what you see, you won't be able to say you didn't know about this. The truth about Mars must be known by everyone so that Earth won't repeat the fate of its red brother. Mars and Earth were formed as planets around the same time, 4.6 billion years ago. They had many similarities: a functioning inner core, a strong magnetic field, a dense atmosphere with oxygen, oceans, and plant life. Today, you will discover irrefutable evidence of this based on scientific research. It is widely believed that Mars died 3.5 billion years ago for unknown reasons, and it has been dead for all of those billions of years just as we know it now. Planetary scientists are puzzled by the mystery of where most of the planet's water and atmosphere reserves have gone, what has happened to the magnetic field, and under what circumstances Mars died. However, the truth is that Mars and Earth had a similar life journey as planets, and only recently Mars has fallen behind. The planet died in a cycle of cataclysms, which the entire solar system goes through every 12,000 years. The planet, which existed for billions of years, full of life, perished in a matter of minutes. And this happened quite recently, and our distant ancestors saw Mars burning with their own eyes. Get ready to hear facts about Mars you never knew. Atmosphere of Mars. Currently, Mars has a very thin, dry, and sparse atmosphere, which is 61 times less dense than Earth's. In terms of composition, Mars's atmosphere is now 96% carbon dioxide, with the remaining percentages being argon and nitrogen, and hundredths fractions of a percent is oxygen and water. However, it wasn't always like this. In October 2022, scientists from the University of Arizona published an article in which they proved proved, based on the analysis of the hydrogen isotopic composition, that for millions of years, the atmosphere of Mars was humid and had a density comparable to that of Earth's atmosphere today. According to official theory, Mars lost its dense atmosphere 3.5 billion years ago. However, the following facts contradict this theory. While studying meteorites found on Mars, researchers noted that some of them fell to the surface through a dense atmosphere. This became clear after studying the trajectory of the fall of these meteorites. Scientists were also surprised by the fact that the meteorites were shiny and looked like they had recently fallen. After all, usually iron rusts very quickly in the presence of water. If, according to scientists, Mars lost its dense atmosphere 3 billion years ago, then isn't it surprising that those iron meteorites show little or no signs of corrosion and are not covered with sediments? This suggests that Mars lost its dense atmosphere only recently. But researchers were afraid to draw such a conclusion. Scientists wonder what the composition of Mars' atmosphere was in the past, as now it consists almost entirely of carbon dioxide. Researchers from Oxford University have come to the conclusion that Mars once had an oxygen atmosphere similar to that on Earth. They made this discovery based on a study of the oxidation of minerals on Mars. Professor Foramu, PhD in geology and mineralogy, has come to the same conclusion.
Professor Potova PhD mu geology ndi mineralogy afika pa malingaliro omwewo mtundu wa miyala ya madzi yofiira ngati magazi a munthu imasonyeza kuti mpweya wake unali kufanana pakati pa mtundu ndi dziko lapansi. Nthaka yofiira imapangidwa chifukwa cha nyengo ya miyala ndipo kuti kuwonongeka kwawo kwa mankhwala ndi thupi, mitundu ya dothi imapezekanso pa dziko lapansi mochedwa crust amapangidwa pansi pa nyengo yofiira ya madzi ochuluka komanso mpweya waulere wa malingaliro. Mwala wofiira wakumadzi umafanana kwambiri ndi wa dziko lapansi. Madzi ndi ofiira chifukwa pafupi mitheka la miliyari ili dothi la dzimbiri. Dzimbiri zotere fimu ya okusajika lapansi ndi zinthu chosowa kwambiri dzuwa imapezeka pa dziko lapansi ndi pa madzi. Madzi miyala imakhalabe yosasinthika kwa zaka mabiliyoni ambiri. Mwachitsanzo ma benzoate mwezi alibe oxidized ini mankhwala ndi
but only after free oxygen appeared in the atmosphere.
Nyengo zofiira za pa dziko lapansi zidayamba kale komabe mpweya walulula umalengezedwa anapangidwa ndi edge ini mu nyanja.
In just 3,700 years.
1,200 trillion tons ya oxygen amapangidwa ndi zaka 3,700 zokha. Koma zamene pa dziko lapansi zikati zithe mpweya waulera mlengalenga ukanatha nsanga. Pakanali pano 0.5% ya oxygen kumadzi ndi mpweya, koma panali zambiri. Walingana ndi Professor Potova kuti dziko lonse la madzi likhale lofiira, thanthwe la dziko lake lidayenera kuwononga matani 5,000 trillion a oxygen yaulere. Kuchuluka kwa oxygen kwaulere kwafunika oxidize kumapangira ku photosynthesis. Izi zotanthauza kuti kudzakhalanso moyo ku madzi. Chinthu chinanso chodabwitsa kwa maso, malo eni kwamene ali ndi dothi lofiira ku madzi amafuna ku madzi kuli miyala imene ili ndi zinthu zambirimbiri, ndipo zinthu zina ku madzi miyala ina imaoneka ya gray.
Yesterday and over a very short period of time. The surface of Mars could oxidize so quickly and extensively only in the event of a very powerful explosion that engulfed the entire planet.
Amatha kutulutsa masangu komanso mokulirapo mokhala kuphulika kwambiri, koma kudawononga dziko lonse lapansi. Kodi chingayambitse kuphulika kwa mphamvu yotere nchiyani? Monga tikuonera pa mfundo zodziwikiratu dziko la madzi linali ndi mpweya kwambiri komanso nyengo yotentha komanso yachikonanga. Chifukwa chiyani mlengalenga wa kumadzi ndi wochepa kwambiri masiku ano? NASA
However, this magnetization of minerals does not provide protection for the
chomwe chimatsimikiza kuti madzi mbuyo mukunali ndi mphamvu ya maginito ndikuti mchere muwamatali kuti mpaka uli ndi zigamba zomphamvu zotsatira za maginito koma maginito achera za dziko lonse lapansi.
of a global magnetic field on Mars, a giant aurora
Ndizosangalatsa kuti ngakhale kulibe mphamvu za maginito pa dziko lonse lapansi la kumadzi, chiphonje chachikulu cha Oort chijambulidwa kumeneko mu April 22. Maonekedwe a Oort yotere amasonyeza kusintha komwe kumadzi magnetic field. Kodi sizodabwitsa kuti izi zikuchitika tsopano mogwirizana ndi Oort odabwitsa pa dziko lapansi? Zinthu zimene zikusinthika kwa magnetic field afanana ndi kumadzi pa zifukwa zomwezo. Pali zinthu chinsinsi china okhudzana ndi maginito kumadzi. According to NASA, Mars sangathe malinga ndi malingaliro awo cha kusintha pakati pa mphamvu ya maginito ya madzi inasowa.
Both the atmospheres of Mars and Venus are composed of 96% carbon dioxide. There are suggestions that the atmosphere of Venus is preserved by the ionosphere and the induced or secondary magnetic field. However, the same conditions exist on Mars, but there is no
komabe khalidwe omwe ilipo kumadzi koma kulibe mlengalenga wowundana. Robin Ramsden ochokera ku Swedish Institute of Physics anatsimikizira mu kafukufuku wake kuti ngakhale tsopano mpweya wafuwa ndi wochepera wa sungathe kuombedwa ndi mphepo ya dzuwa chifukwa cha kutetezedwa kwa mphamvu ya maginito. Kodi zingatheke bwanji kuti mpweya wa ku Venus ukhalibe ngakhale kuti kulibe magnetic field pamene kumadzi sizinatheke? Mpweya kumadzi uyenera kusaoneka chifukwa cha mphepo ya dzuwa komanso osati zaka 4 billion monga NASA inanenera. Ndiye chinachitika ndi chani kumadzi? Kodi chinachitika ndi chani chimene chidawononga kumadzi? Fufuza zimezi pambuyo pake. Pakali pano madzi ndi dziko lowuma komanso lozizira komanso lopanda madzi. Madzi onse anauma anawazeka kumadzi amakhala ngati ayezi pansi pa nthaka kapena nyengo yotentha ya Martian ndi chilimwe zinja. Komabe mbuyo mu hydrosphere kumadzi inali ya madzi.
Indeed, the presence of rivers with liquid water in Mars's past
zoona ndi kupezeka kwa mitsinje yokha ndi madzi mbuyo mu kumadzi kuonetsa kuti mlengalenga wake uyenera kuti unali wauma. Monga mbono wa kuyesedwa kwa mtsinje woyenda pa madzi apeza dongo, miyala ndi mitsinje ndi miyala yochepa yokhala zizindikiro za zilipo zomwe zimapangika makhalidwe a mwezi. Mwanjira kusankhirana kwa matope a nyanja kumasonyeza kuti madzi nthawi ina inali ndi mwezi waukulu osati monga mwezi wake wamakono Phobos ndi Deimos. Pokhapokha mwezi waukulu mafunde ndi amantha kuchitika zomwe zimapereka kusinthana kwa magulu mphepete mwa nyanja. Nyanja za kumadzi zidapangidwa m'malo opimirapo, m'malo otsika kapena mwachitsanzo m'mabomba ati nyanja zambiri pa dziko lapansi.
Notice how Martian rivers resemble modern river systems on Earth. One of the longest, now dried up river systems on Mars was nearly 700 kilometers long, which is roughly half the length of the Colorado River on Earth. And this river, Rule Valleys, left a channel which is
ndipo mitsinje uwu luvelo unasiya njira yomwe ndi inayitali 100 kilometers pafupi 300 kuya kwake. Kuphatikiza apo munthu wotenera kufukufuku wa kasayansi University of Chicago adasanthula mitsinje yowuma 200 pa m'madzi. Zinapezeka kuti madera amazana ambiri kumadzi mitsinje inali yotaya komanso yozama kuposa pa dziko lapansi, ndipo inali pa dziko lapansi lofika kwa nthawi yayitali kwambiri 1 biliyoni. Izi kukhala kukwanisisi komanso kusamvetsetseka anthu amasayansi. Tingoonetsani mapu omwe asonyeza malo amene kudali mitsinje kumadzi. Izi zikutanthauza choyamba kuti kumadzi kunkagwa mvula yambiri koma inadzaza mitsinje ndi nyanja, ndi izi zimatheka kokha ndi kuyendayenda kosaloledwa kwa madzi muchilengedwe, zomwe zikutanthauza kukhalapo kwa nyanja. Asayansi amakhulupirira kuti mitsinje yonse zonsezi zinawuma muzaka 3.5 zopita. Koma kodi izi ndi zoona? Kodi simukuona kukhala chodabwitsa kuti titha kuona
canyons and channels. After all, we can see the ancient craters on Mars is eroded, but for some reason the riverbeds haven't suffered from erosion at all. All of this suggests that these rivers were flowing on the surface of Mars quite recently. Mars's ocean. Despite ongoing debates about whether there was a large
ngakhale kuti asayansi amalimbana kwambiri kuti kodi kudali nyanja kumadzi, zinthu zambiri za ma-thousand amakhulupirira kuti kunali nyanja kumadzi, ndipo mboni wosavuta komanso odziwikiratu kuti kunali nyanja kumadzi osomera mamboni amene alipo. Yang'anani pa mapu a madzi mtundu wa blue pa mapu ukusonyeza madera otsika pamene ofira ukusonyeza mapiri. Asayansi ena amaganizidwa kuti madera ausiku a blue akumadzi ndi otsatira zochepa chabe zosonyeza ku meteorite yayikulu.
In case you have a question of why there was only one ocean and one continent on Mars, there is a simple answer. 300 million years ago, there was only one continent on Earth too. For example, Pangaea, and this had happened on Earth several times.
300 million years kunali dziko limodzi lokha mwachitsanzo Pangaea. Chodabwitsa nchakuti dera lonse la madera onse a dziko lapansi ndi pafupi ofanana ndi dera lonse la madzi. Ngati madzi ikanakhala yayikulu ikadafanana ndi dziko lapansi. Tiyeni tibwereni funso lathu la kumadzi.
Continent heavily littered with meteorite craters. The second part,
madzi idagawanika kawiri, ina kumwera kwina kumzambwe.
the surface of lowlands is practically
Mene
untouched,
macha devastated.
protected from impacts. Interestingly, the boundary separating the continent and the lowland runs at the same height, approximately minus 3,900 meters. On Earth, such a line represents the zero level of the world's oceans. Relying on the topography of the landscape, in 1989, the American geologist T. Parker
Podali amene malowa amaonekera mu 1989 katswiri wa sayansi wakuntha waku America T. Parker ndi nzake anali woyamba kufika pa fundo yosavuta yokamba za kumadzi kuti kunali nyanja. Parker ndi olemba zake adapereka ngalo lolimba mtima malire ndi pangidwa a vistas ndi gombe la kapangidwa lake. Mphepete mwa nyanja ya madzi ndi yosiyana monga dziko lapansi, malo ena ndi malo otsekera, malo ena a thanthwe.
point to the presence of an ocean on the northern plains of Vestitas. We have already established that thousands of rivers existed on Mars, and they must have flowed down towards the Martian Ocean, just like on Earth.
Taona kale kuti munali mitsinje yambiri kumadzi komanso nyanja imene zilili pa dziko lapansi.
sand and clay. When rivers meet a
komanso kuli zinthu zambiri zimene zinachitika monga nthaka
land and underwater,
doti komanso zinthu zina zimene zimakhala mphepete mwa nyanja
many other rivers on Earth form deltas.
ichazo ma Amazon, Mississippi
Deltas have also been
ndi
preserved on Mars to
zina
this day.
zina.
Researchers have discovered on the red planet more than 60
Chidabwitsa chakuti mpeza zachikulu ku Mars pano ofunika apeza
channels flowing
peza nthaka ya ledi imene
numerous sedimentary
kuna idali mitsinje 600,000
at least 900 meters thick. These sediments cover hundreds of thousands of square kilometers along the shores of the former ocean. In February 2021, the Perseverance rover discovered a fan-shaped
in February 2021 Perseverance rover idapeza mtsinje womwe ngati fani womwe unakhala ndi osefika kwa madzi ku Jevena crater. Kama kwa moyo wa mtsinje yapati inanyamula miyala yolemera matani angapo kwa makilomita makumi khumi ndi pali liwiro lalikulu ofuna sanganene kuti nchiyani chimayambitsa zimenezo. Kusefika kwa madzi kwa Mars kufufidira la valles massive awa ndi malinga lalikulu Kwathu.
to have been formed by a sudden catastrophic water discharge at a rate of
Njirazi zimamangidwa kuti zidapangidwa ndi madzi oposa 100 cubic meters per hour.
interesting fact
Pali monga ichi chayamba
plains of Mars is the shape of impact craters from meteorite impacts.
china chodabwitsa chakuti
Meteorites fall into moist soil,
zimene zimachitika kwamo zoona zakanza kuti kelotati ikagwa dothi lachinyontho imasiya matope
in the center on moist soil, and on
zithunzi za kumanzere mukuona chigwa chochokera ku matireti pa nthaka yowuma.
on the northern plains, the proportion of craters
chochititsa chidwi nchakuti pamene mukuchoka mphepete mwa nyanja zigwa zakumpoto chiwerengero cha ziboliboli zokola za matope amadzi zotsungirira masonyezi. Izi zikusonyeza kuti nthaka muli madzi otsatira ambiri malo mwa nyanja yake. Mapo awo mutha kuona kuti ziboliboli zotezi
the analysis, the volume of water on the planet was 6
nasanapeka chidziwitso chomwe chimaonetsa kuti kumanzi kuna 6.5 kuposa zomwe zili ku dziko lapansi.
87% of its water. Interestingly, if the Martian Ocean had evaporated,
komabe pa chifukwa zina idata 85% ya madzi yake imene imapangitsa kuti madzi amauluka kuti mlengalenga chifukwa chotentha ndipo malo ena anaphwa.
receding from the shore for millions of
ndipo anthu ona pasi pa nthaka akuona kuti
is observed on Mars.
patha zaka zambiri zimene zinachitika palibe chofanana nacho chimene chikuchitika ku Mars.
Has disappeared instantaneously. How is it possible?
Apa zikuonetsa kuti nyanja ya ku Mars idachuka kuti izi zidachitika ndi chani, chidachitikira nchani ku Mars. Izi zilipangitsa kuti tifike pa mapeto patsogolo pake. Moyo wa ku Mars monga tikukhulupirira kuti oxygen wa dziko lapansi umene umapangitsa kuti kukhale moyo zingakhale kuti zinthu zoti
just like on Earth.
Mars zinthu zina zidasi kunalibe oxygen ku.
Unfortunately, you are unlikely to know that life on Mars has already been found many times.
Munamvapo kuti kudali zinthu za moyo ku Mars.
1996, when a group of scientists published
Mbiri ya ku Mars idayambira 1996 pamene gulu la mascientists anapeza mabacteria ku Mars amene anapezeka ku Antarctica. Pambuyo pake anasintha maganizo awo ndikunena kuti
found in samples of the jet
anali ochokera ku miyala.
cause much excitement despite the fact that NASA
kata ndi paseka mu 2022
back in 2013 the Curiosity rover
ndipo NASA idalengeza zinapezeka kuti mchaka cha 2013 Curiosity
is an official discovery of life
idapezeka zinthu zochokera ku miyala koma izi
What else
sizinapeka chilimbikiso.
have appeared in the ocean waters? What
Tingoganizani kuliko kudali
ocean waters on
nyanja imene makhala zammoyo kumadzi.
rovers actually found, but what NASA scientists forgot to mention. For 7 years, starting in 2012, the Curiosity rover has been blowing through gale.
Kwa zaka 7 kuyambira 2022 Curiosity rover
Scientists believe that 3.5
inakulitsa galeta yomwe ina
similar lakes on the seashore on Earth
yanenda kuti 350 biliyoni zaka zapitazo. Galeta inali nyanja kapena madzi, nyanja yofanana ndi atmosphere nyanja ya dziko lapansi zimene zinali kumadzi. Pachititsa chidwi chakuti miyala yodzaza mchere yotere ku Galeta.
institutes and science centers in 2020, which provided comprehensive evidence for geologists and paleontologists.
Zimene zinapeka nthaka ndi umboni wambiri wa ku Galeta kumadzi. Kutengera kuoneka kwa zithunzi 3000 idapezeka ndi kuzindikiridwa ngati ndere za dziko lapansi ndi macro za stromate ndi ena zinayi za moyo zomwe zili pa dziko lapansi pano. Tingopeka zitsanzo zochepa. Zilombo ting'ono timene ngati mwachitsanzo algae imene imapangika kuti oxygen azichoka imene mapezeka pa dziko lapansi imene mapezeka ku Western Australia. Yang'anani pa nsanja yozungulira izi mwachitsanzo ku Lake Arthritis ku Australia palibe njira za
These are Martian stromatolites.
tikuona ni zimene zinachitika ku Mars.
NASA images which show branching filaments of cyanobacteria found in the same region.
Tikuona ni zithunzi za ku NASA zimene zinapezeka ku Shasa ku Mars.
Now, look at the following pictures. These are the fruiting bodies of algae found right there.
Tikuona ni chithunzi cho
And now, look at these bizarre
imene kuonesa ndere ku Mars. Tikuona ni zimene zikuchitika
I know nothing about
zimene zikukhaso pa dziko lapansi.
findings are organisms such as bizarre
Kumusindidzwa zambiri za ndere komano kumanguana za minyala
these specimens as plants.
anthu ena amene amaona kwambiri za ndere. Tikuona ni chithunzichi tikhozoganiza kuti ndi ku dziko lapansi komano zinatengedwa ku Galeta
Can be found today on the Great Barrier Reef in Australia.
zakhala zili choncho kwa zaka zambiri koma zimakhala ngati kuti zachitika dzulo.
Image. It looks exactly like the sand on the seashore after a low tide on Earth. This is stunning evidence of life on Mars. But the most shocking thing to experts about this discovery is how well
Kusonyeza kuti ku Mars kunalinso zamoyo.
at the bottom of a Martian lagoon just yesterday.
Zithunzi izi zikusonyeza kuti
Deserve extensive media coverage. Of course, life on Mars existed not only in Gale crater.
kuti zisizofunika tadadziwa kuti kodi ku Mars kunali zamoyo osati ku Galeta yokha komanso malo ena imene anasa anene kuti atiuze.
In the basin of Antoniadi crater, which is also located near the former Martian Ocean. Italian scientist Fabio Vittorio de Blasio published an article in 2022 detailing all possible formation mechanisms of such an unusual structure. These could not be rivers or deltas, and the only reasonable explanation was that these were reefs formed by microbial communities. Just think about it. These are entire reef systems visible from satellite.
Tangoganizani zinthu zimenezi zikuoneka ku Mars tingoona kufanana kwake ndi za pa dziko lapansi. Ndikofunikira kwambiri kuti utengera ndi satellite miyala yokhala ndi carbon imene iyenera kuti
Look at these rocks with holes
ifufuzira bwinobwino zimene zimapanga. Tene tungoona ndi imene ilili miyalaku from 2021.
captured by the Mars rover in
Tene tungoganizira pa miyala ambirimbiri imene inalengedwa ku Mars yofanana ndi ya pa dziko lapansi
Some might argue that those could be dozens of meteorites
imene zidapangisanso ndi Bavo Morales.
tend to have a
Ndere zambiri zimene zinapezeka kumeko zinali ndi udzimbiri.
However, for some reason, the rover did not see anything interesting in these exotic porous rocks.
Pa zifukwa zina rover sanaonamo ubwino wake woona zambiri za
which were discovered by
miyala imeneyi
seeking the truth. They are
ndipo anangozisiya.
with what scientists would expect to find on Mars. There are still a lot of findings left out of the picture. When we first saw this information, we were
Zinthu zambiri zimene anene akalekera pa chithunzi pamene ndinkaona ani imeneyi wodabwisidwa kuti chifukwa chani anasa sanafufuze kwambiri pa nkhani imeneyi.
refutations been made. How can it be that after almost 50 years of research missions,
Chifukwa chani sadafufuze kwambiri?
the signs of life have never
Chifukwa chani
been established despite the
kuti patatha zaka 50 anasa sanakambe zambiri za ku Mars komanso chifukwa chani sadanene kuti kumakhala kodi chachitika ndi chani wa zaka 50
hidden? If we assume that all
mabiliyoni ama-dollars anaonongeka kwambiri.
then it turns out that Mars passed the same path.
Nkhani iyi inabisika.
The observed species have a similar origin and have their analogs among modern inhabitants of Earth, which means that Mars could not have perished 3.5 billion years ago. Otherwise, these species would not have had time to evolve. The fact that the extinction of Martian species occurred very recently is also evidenced by the excellent preservation of the findings, which completely contradicts the accepted dating of the demise of Mars. And to discourage inquisitive people from studying this topic, NASA adopted a tactic of posting on the internet hundreds of thousands of identical, boring photos from rovers in which there is nothing interesting. This is done to disappoint anyone who still had any interest in studying life on Mars and to make them give up hope. Meanwhile, the truth is right in front of everyone. Catastrophic eruptions on Mars. Current magmatic and volcanic activity on Mars is also puzzling researchers, as these processes cannot occur on a planet that has been dead for billions of years. Prior to recent discoveries, most planetary scientists
Mabiliyoni azaka zapitazo kumapitikanso mavolcano.
Tharsis Plateau or Tarshish
Tiyani tingotengani dera limodzi lakuna Tharsis Plateau or Tarshish dera lili kumachitika mavolcano because chifukwa cha plateau ya volcanic.
was absent during these eruptions. The 5 largest volcanoes in the
Nthawi kulibe mphamvu ya magnito.
volcanic plateau and are considered to be
Mavolcano 5
theory. These volcanoes last erupted 150 million years ago and have not been active since then. However, on September 17, 2018, a 900-kilometer-long cloud was observed.
on September 13, 2018, 900 km ya
These volcanoes
ya mitambo inaonesa kuti ku Asia Mention one
11-kilometer deep Valles Marineris, where the giant channels of
komanso ku dera lino la madzi kuli chimphongo chachikulu cha 11 km chakulu zimene zikuonetsa kuti kunali vale Marias kumene kwachinjika chifukwa cha kukwera kwa mtunda komwe kukuwezeka kuchitika pakutha kwa mphepete mwa ming'alu zomwe ndi zomwe Mariana Valley inkaneko.
catastrophic explosion occurred in this area. Nothing like this has ever happened on Earth, at least not yet. We'll talk about when and what
ndipo izi sizinachitika pa dziko lapansi ndiponso sizinachitika mpaka pano.
volcanoes
Ndipo chinachitika ndi chani pa dziko lapansi nanga chikuchitika ndi chani? Pali mapiri akuluakulu ku madzi osati pa Tarsis Plateau komanso mbali ina ya dziko lapansi mchiganizo cha Earth. Mu 2008 NASA Eastern Mazilanda idayamba kulandira zambiri za zivomerezi masauzandi ambiri mderali pafupifupi ndi vuto la chedwe. Ndipo mu May 4, 2020 chivomerezi cha mphamvu cha 5 chinachitika m'madera lino la madzi cha mphamvu. Madzi ilibe ma technologies ambali kotero mu 2022 asayansi ku University ya Arizona adatsimikizira kuti zivomerezi sizinali zochokera ku tectonic koma zidayambira chifukwa chachikulu cha kukwera kwa chipolopolo chachikulu makilomita 4,000. Chochitika chidoni chakuti ntchito ya nyumbayo ya gulu lomwelo la sayansi imatsimikizira kuti kumene manga chemba la magma kunachitika pa Foramu 53,000 ndi 12,000 zapitazo ku Mars. Nthawi zonsezi zikusonyeza kuti njira zosuthika kwa Martin sizik mpaka inali mphamvu yake ya magma zaka 3.5 billion zapitazo chifukwa cha kuonongeka kwa maziko ake amazi chifukwa cha mabiliyoni a zaka zonse. Nchiyani chimayambitsa kukwezedwa kwake kuya kwake? Kodi mphamvu ya zochezeka zimachokera kuti mkati mwa madzi yakufa kuti zonsezi ndipo palibenso chimene chimatenthesa mkati mwake. Komabe ntchito za matsenga zikuchulukira pa madzi ndipo pali zaka zambiri zikuchitika. Komanso madera ena amaplaneti maonanso zambiri zomwe zimatsutsana ndi ife zovomerezeka ife kuganizira za material angoona zochepa chabe zitali zochepa chabe zimene zinapangitsa kuti madzi ikhale akufa. Tingoganizanika kadotho kochepa kwambiri kamene kali mphepete mwa mitsinje. Asayansi imati madzi idasanduka dziko lakufa mzaka 3.5 to 4 billion zapitazo. Dzikoli likadatawa mlengalenga ndi nyanja zaka 3.5 billion zapitazo kuko kwa mamphepo ndi mankhwala kukadakhala kosala ndi kudzaza mitsinje kalekale. Komano tikuona mitsinje komanso in the nasa tingoona ndi imene izi zinachitika mu NASA anali okwanira kwa mbiri yacho zaka za miyala ya warfare pamene kuchitika chitsazo.
Take a look at the topographic map of Mars. Once again, notice how few craters there are on the in the southern continent. How can this be explained? When there was an ocean on the northern plains,
kodi zimene zingafotokoze bwanji pamene kunali nyanja zigwa za kumpoto potero anakwera madzi osasiyana maboyo tili kuti zambiri za zitundu yosiyanasiyana komanso zaka zambiri odzaza kuti yesu volcanic region. Izi zikusonyeza kuti kuphulika kumeneku kumachitika posachedwa mawa kunjojiko ndipo izi zinachitika Elysium muzaka zochepa chabe. Kodi tingafotokoza bwanji mfundo yayikulu imene ikuchitika kusoko? Zosangalatsa kuti ngati tichosa zigawo za dotsi pa makontinenti a dziko lapansi tidzaonanso makrata ambiri ku
Surfaces based on statistical patterns. It is these calculations that led scientists to make erroneous dating of the death of Mars
izi ndi zimene zikusonyeza kuti
years. But why were scientists wrong?
kufa kwa Mars.
Articles on Mars crater counting
Koma chifukwa chani asayansi sakamba zambiri za zimenezi? Nkhani zolengeza za Mars kale zikuonetsa zaka za malo a 3.5 to 4 to 2.5 billion. Izo zikutanthauza kuti zaka biliyoni zimene zapitazo. Ndi mtundu wanji wa kuyerekeza kolondola kwa zaka komwe tinganene.
This belt formed as a result of the catastrophic destruction of the planet Phaeton due to the explosion of its core. Therefore, many fresh meteorite craters on Mars may have been caused by the fallen debris of Phaeton. Astrophysicist Rudolf Schildt, a Nobel Prize nominee and
Kwatsiro wa sayansi ya kuthunda Kupulumuka amene anapatsidwa mphoto ya Nobel Prize ndiponso gulu la kakwasiro ofuna 3.5 billion zaka zapitazo pa 10,000 ndi 10,000 zapitazo. Profesa Alexander Michelevich Portugal akunena kuti tsoka la Mars linachitika mu zaka makumi angapo chabe zapitazo. Inalekeza kuti Mars idamwalira zaka 24,000 zapitazo pa nthawi ya mavuto amphamvu kwambiri omwe amakhudza ngosolo lonse.
activation of the depths of all planets of the solar system occurs simultaneously. They only focus on the Martian surface and believe that the craters
Zinachitika kusati nthawi imodzi.
ocean are very ancient and have accumulated over
Zonse basonyeza kuti po adapaka malo omwe kale anali mnyanja wa 3.5 ya zaka. Maonekedwe a crater amafanana ndi mapangidwe ake kwambiri owonongeka pang'ono. Sitiwayimira
which obviously lies beyond the competence of researchers studying other planets. During a cycle of catastrophes, when the impact from outer delivers additional energy to the cores of the planets, their interiors begin to heat.
mu zaka zimenezo zoopsazi zinthu zambiri mkati zimayamba kutentha zimene zimapangitsa kuti zisakhale zotetezeka zimene zimachepetsa mphamvu ya maginito. Izi zimapangitsa kuti zinthu zambiri zichewe ndipo mkati muja mukamachenda mapozi amakala ndipo zimapangitsa kuti magma ambotuluka monga mmene zachitika dziko lapansi.
The ocean floor is heating up more than usual. The same thing is happening on Mars.
Malo amene ali
The solar system.
ochepa dothi kwambiri amene amapangitsa kuti padzambiri kuphulika zimene zikuchitika zimene zinachitika ku Mars chimodzimodzi chimene chimachitika ku
Cycle magma from the depths melted the crust in that area from within.
mu zaka 12,000 magma anachoka pansi kwenikweni ndi kutuluka.
And melts the ice below the surface while the craters erode.
Pamene ili opsayi magma amachoka ndi kuphulika.
That appeared billions of years ago.
Ichi chifukwa chake chioneka kuti asayansi amakhulupirira kuti zinthu izi zinachitika mabiliyoni apitawo.
The thawing of water-saturated soils and the erosion of the former Martian ocean floor. For scientists unfamiliar with the information about 12,000 years cycle of cataclysms, these phenomena remain
Asayansi amene sadziwa za zaka 12,000 iliyonse sadziwa kuti kodi chikuchitika ndi chani. Anthu amene amadziwa
if it died recently. Now we're going to tell you the most vital information for every Earthling. Are you ready to find
pano tikuwuzani nkhani yeniyeni yokamba
just 13 years?
tifa tikuwuza zimene zinachitika ku Mars zimene zingachitika ku dziko lapansi mu zaka 13 zokha.
Recall, We do not see traces of the gradual retreat
mazi inafa mangozi.
the ocean disappeared instantly. The dense oxygen
Tiri kuona
also disappeared under
tiri kuona
circumstances unexplained by NASA models. The oxidized red film over the entire surface of Mars could only have formed in conditions of the burning of the entire atmosphere. This sudden, unexpected cataclysm formed giant traces of water discharge. Only a single scenario of the death of living planets can bring together all these disparate facts into one frightening picture. Let's look at how this catastrophe happened on Mars. It
tiyeni tione zimene zinachitika kuti kodi ku Mars chinachitika ndi chani.
the solar system. Extra energy
Zinachitika mmene zimachitika 12,000 zilizonse.
the core of Mars also received this energy and the
Energy yochokera kunja inabwera mkati mwa kowa ya mazi zimene zinasintha zinthu zambiri mu kowa ya mazi, ndipo mkati mwa chemba ya mazi magma inayamba kukwera zimene zinayamba kuphulika zimene zinachita ku Greenland ndi Antarctica.
the ocean began to warm up from the bottom. The number and severity of natural disasters began to increase.
Kutentha kunayamba kukwera ndipo nyanja zinayamba kukwera zimene zinapangitsa kuti
The current coastline of Mars has clearly observed
izi zinapangitsa naye kuti kuyamba kukwera
increase in number and magnitude in the Tharsis and Elysium Plateau areas.
ndipo zivomezi zidachuluka kwambiri komanso zinali zamphamvu kwambiri
Abnormally high tsunami
monga zikuchitikira pano kuno ku dziko lapansi
as a result of
monga yachina tsunami
and the drift of the poles and
kenako zidachitika kuti mphamvu ya maginiko itachepa
the instability in the
maolo anayamba kuoneka mmene zikuchitikira kuno ku dziko lapansi.
Elysium volcanoes explode
Mkati mwa mazi kunapitiriza kupitirira
everything around with liquid.
mavolcano adayamba kupitirira ndipo anayamba kuchuluka.
The atmosphere was filled with ash and
Tili ndi umboni kwa chifukwa cha miyala imene imasonyeza kuti kudali mavolcano.
to dust. Those were the same dust storms that now occur in
Izi zinapangitsa kuti kuchoka kumene kunapanga chilichonse chikule kudothe.
earthquakes increased exponentially until the entire Mars
Ndiponso mphepo nazo zinayamba kukwera.
magma plume under the Tharsis Plateau
Ndipo zinthu kumazi zinayamba kusintha.
at some point. The magma met groundwater in the interior.
Ndipo zimiphika za magma zinayamba kuchuluka.
This formed the Mariner Valley into which the cold waters of the Northern Ocean rushed. At that moment, in the central part of the Tharsis Plateau, where the labyrinth of Night Plateau is now located,
Nthawi imeneyo
catastrophic rupture of the plume and the cold
chinechi chonse chinachita kusintha.
exploded, breaking through the atmosphere of Mars with a column of steam. This was a hydraulic.
Ndipo zinapangitsa kuti madzi aphulike
The shockwave from this
kutulutsa
traveled inside the planet, expanding the
kutulutsa mpweya wa njira wa madzi imene idapangitsa ngati kuti mabomba a nyuklia aphulika.
field of Mars disappeared in an instant. The moon of Mars most likely flew off into the
Zimene zinachotsa mphamvu ya maginito kuti ichokeretu.
catastrophic outflow channels. Mars exploded from eruptions. Its atmosphere
Malo amene madzi anapangitsa kuti abwerere ku nyanja
and our distant
ndikupangitsa mphamvu yayikulu kuti wabwere
planets began to be covered
kubwere moto waukulu.
at this very moment, literally in a couple of minutes, the
Izi zidapangitsa kuti
rolled up like a scroll
kumazi kwamba kupezeka lead oxide paliponse.
off the blazing planet along with the ocean. The torn atmosphere and ocean of Mars instantly froze in the cold of outer space and turned into comets with a precisely defined momentum of movement in the solar system. Once every few decades, these comets return to their original home. Comets fly past Mars. So, it was due to the hydraulic impact that Mars lost its magnetic field, moon, atmosphere, ocean, and life in just a few minutes. This happened 24,000 years ago. Volcanoes continue to erupt on the planet for several more decades until they exhausted the energy impulse from the
mavolcano anali akuchulukira kwambiri bwezi wamangisa kuti mphamvu izikula ndipo phala la magma inapangisa kuti liwundire chilichonse pa dziko la kumazi.
water-saturated sediments froze in the
Izi zinapangisa kuti mpweya umene ukhale mbali imodzi ya mpweya wa mazi.
over the past 24,000 years,
Mazi idasintha maonekedwe ake.
including ones from
Mu zaka 24,000 zapitazo
however 12,000 years ago
zinapangisa kuti mazi isinthe kuzoti.
Mars received a new impulse of energy
Mu zaka 12,000 zapitazo
while the floor
zamkati mwa mazi inasintha komanso mavolcano anamba kutulukanso.
appearance of ancient formations, causing scientists to push back the date of Mars's death to an uncertain 3.5 billion years. Why have thousands of scientists been misled and deceived about
Izi zinapangisa kuti mascientists amboganizira kuti mazi inafa zaka 3.5 billion zapitazo.
that only fools work at NASA, but we are
Mu
certain
zaka 50 zimene amapanga study sanapeze china chilichonse. Makamaka a NASA sakutiuza chiona chenicheni kuti kuli chifukwa chani chikuti akuchita zimenezi. Chifukwa chani sakutiuza zoona zimene zimachitika mu cycle.
and they will be able to wait it out.
Mali sakufuna anthu kuti adziwe zimenezi.
Nobody survived in a bunker on Mars. Here it is, Mars, dead and cold, evidence and the most vivid
Munthu analibe wamoyo ku Mars.
Mars is a dead monument to a hydraulic impact, a terrible tragedy, and at the same time, this is our chance to understand the reality of the death of planets, the reality of
Ndipo izi
on our planet. Now on Earth, we have also entered a cycle of cataclysmic events similar to the one during which Mars died. The date of the repetition of the events of Mars and our planet on Earth is already known. It is the year 2036. The location of the hydraulic impact is identified. It is the Mariana Trench. Isn't it ironic that on Mars it happened in the valley called Mariner? Do you have enough facts now to understand that it's not a joke? If we continue to do nothing, in 2036 the ocean, atmosphere, and all life on our planet will disappear. But we and our children will be gone even sooner. We simply will not survive the increased power and number of cataclysms. And now it is up to each of you to decide whether these events will happen or not. People of Earth, I appeal to you. We deserve to live. We must not allow this scenario to happen again. Yes, Mars died.
anthu apadziko lapansi ndikuwuzani kuti tiyenera kuti tikhale amoyo asati kufa. Ndipo izi zikuchitika kuti zingotiphunzitsa kuti tiyenera titengepo mbali. Tingasinthe izi mu mphamvu maso creative
About the impact that gives additional energy to the core
tiphatikize mphamvu ya asayansi zimene zingapangitse kuti tisinthe zinthu zimene zikuchitika.
energy for our benefit.
Ndipo tidzasintha energy yoyipa imene ikutionongera.
In the Mariana Trench, but we can
Tidzasintha kuti mavolcano asamachitikenso mmene akuchitika ku Mariana Trench. Koma tiyenera kuti tichite izi tonse pamodzi. Tiyenera kuti aliyense azikamba chilungamo mmene zilili monga mmene chinachitika ku Mars. Komano ngakhale mavuto ali choncho pali njira imene tingathetsere zonsezi. Zikutengera inu ndine kuti titengepo mbali mmene tipange creative society. Tiyeni tisankheni moyo.
After this film, I want to say only one thing. It's about the survival of the entire humanity and our planet today.
Titatha kuona filimu iyi inofanana nikuonera chinthu chimodzi.
The main topic of the entire international
Izi ndi zinthu zofuna kuteteza dziko lonse lapansi.
core of our planet and what we can do, what we can counteract it with.
Izi zikusonyeza kuti kodi zimachitika nchani mkati mwa core ya dziko lapansi.
Can be resolved. And those necessary conditions are the building of the state.
Zisonyeza kuti vuto ili tikhoza kulikoza.
Need to act now.
Now it's a
Kali sifuna kuti tibweze zimene zinachitika kale.
honorary
Then
speaker, Dr. Egan Chilokian, a lobbyist of the U.S. Congress and White House, member of CERN Laboratories' Future Circular Collider Project team, and Lawrence Livermore National's Laboratories National Ignition Facility User Team, educator, member at the International Association of Intelligence Educators.
Good day to everyone. My name is Egan Chilokian. I am a retired international
tsiku labwino kwa aliyense dzinanga ndi ekhelete.
qualified particle physicist. For the most part, I reside in Cambridge, Massachusetts,
Ndipo inenso ndimaona za
MIT and Harvard University, where I have academic roots. Equipped with a combined legal and physical science background, I developed a professional career in the national security, legislative affairs, and academic communities, commencing very early on. Today, I shall be speaking on the interface between climate change, Earth's geophysical disruption, legislative affairs, and national security.
lero ndilankhula pa maonekedwe a pakati pa kusintha kwa nyengo, chisokonezo cha pa dziko lapansi, komanso chitetezo cha.
I'm also going to give you a bit of my professional background in these same domains as well. In this regard, very early in my career, I served as a
Naso ndikuwuzani mmene zinayambira kwene.
to the President's Committee
Kwayambirira kugwira ntchito yanga ndinayamba kugwira ntchito yoona za misonkho ku ofesi ya President ku White House pansi pa ulamuliro wa Nixon.
I simultaneously served as a
Komanso ndikati ku Journal on Legislation. Nthawi yomweyo Legislative Tax Analyst ndi Joint Taxations
third sessions of Congress.
USAF Executive House.
Kitchen cabinet
92 and 50
involved with President Reagan.
Komanso Legal Kitchen Cabinet ndi Legal White House region
Presidents.
omwe ndili malinga ndi Cambridge Massachusetts gawo la Cambridge
On Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., where I have recently commenced
zodabwitsa
legislative affairs practice centered on climate change and national security related matters. Incidentally, if you're wondering whether or not I still keep my hands
zodabwitsa ndizakuti ngati mukufuna ngati ndikanamba kuti dzanja langa mchisungu chathupi chabwino inde ndikutengera m'malo mwake ndathyolidwa mbukumu onse mayi
actively involved in NASA's NISAR mission as well, with a 224 launch date rapidly approaching. CERN is the preeminent particle physics laboratory worldwide, and the FCC project is deemed to be one of the world's most sophisticated engineering challenges. And with regard to NASA's NISAR mission, which is a partnership between NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization, it is the first satellite mission to collect data in two microwave bandwidths, called the L-band and the S-band. In fact, it measures changes of our planet's surface, including movement as small as a centimeter, thus allowing the mission to observe a wide range of Earth processes, from the flow rates of glaciers and ice sheets to the dynamics of earthquakes and volcanoes. The tools provided by NASA's NISAR mission will likely be available to many of you within this audience within the very near future. Now I will turn my attention to the interface between volcanoes, the oceans, human, anthropogenic behavior, and legislative affairs and national security. Starting with the oceans and human interaction, the anthropogenic
kuyambira ndi njanja ya manja ndi kucheza ndi anthu. Chinthu cha anthropogenic chodalika cha nyanja ya akunja. Mbuyomu ife monga anthu tingathe kudalira nyanja za pa dziko lapansi kuti Izi zipereka dongosolo lodziwizira zambiri la mbali ndi mafano pansi pa kupulumuka kwa magma kuti akwaniritse kutentha kovuta kwa kuzizira mbali ndi magma kudzera kutulutsa kwa mpweya wowonjezera nyanja za madzi mokhazikika zimalepheretsa chiyembekezo champhamvu kwambiri cha magma akuphwanya kupulumuka kwa dziko lapansi. Tsopano matsoka zoonekera kuti anthu aona kuti zoyenera kutsimikizira nyanja kwa kuti zitsirizise izi zofunika kwa dziko. Umboni wakula unganene kuti kutentha kwa madzi kwa madzi kuchepa kwa masiku
And the magma beneath the plates to receive insufficient cooling.
zimapangisa kuti
The opportunity for enhanced seismic and volcanic activity has dramatically increased. Routine results reveal that
mbali kuti ala ndiye kuzize kuti zotsatira zake zimaoneka kuti magma amatulutsa omwe akumasulidwa pano akuonetsa kutentha kwambiri komanso ndi kusanzira kwa mankhwala kuposa zimaoneka mbuyo ndipo magma omwe nkali akusanjidwa kwambiri kufika
this portion of my presentation will be centered on
zintungone zioneza mavokano
tsopano tikambiraniza kuphulika kwa
tsopano gawo lachiwiri
ndi kukatsika kuphulika kwa kuphulika kwa
kaonedwa kuwepa kuchera chitetezo cha dziko la kapena madandaulo achilengedwe omwe akuonetsa amapititsa chidwi cha pa dziko lonse lapansi. Chifukwa chake mawu oyamba ali kuyembekeza kuti cholembedwa acho chikutha kukwana ndi vuto lomwe limapita pake pa 12,000 kukumbukira komwe tiyenera ndi zinthu zachipwezi zonena zanga kusankha kwanga kukuza ntchito 12,000 kuchokera kufunitsa kwa
sedimentary deposits, glacial traces, paleomagnetic research, and archaeological excavation datings. The enhanced frequency of extraordinary geophysical events
kuchuluka kwa zochitika zapadera.
This same instability will consequently manifest itself in the form of intense heat and subsequent magma, as witnessed just a few weeks back. The seismic events unfolding before us today should not be overlooked or discounted. Earthquakes realized in Turkey and Syria, compounded by a succession of volcanic eruptions and subordinated activity, ought to provide ample warning of imminent danger at our doorsteps. Should an earthquake occur in a geospecific region of China or elsewhere on the planet that produces a force magnitude similar to that recently visited upon Turkey, such an extraordinary event could actually trigger volcanic activity as far away as Yellowstone caldera, located in North America. Volcanic networks are indeed incestuous in all respects. If this were to happen, the consequences could be devastating, potentially resulting in a consequential eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano. Moreover, such a catastrophic incident could also activate an interconnected network of volcanoes worldwide. In this lattermost scenario, the fate of mankind would likely be at stake. Volcanoes erupt when mandatory conditions are met. Currently, an increase in magnetic activity is observed on the Earth's interior, and this will ultimately bring about enhanced volcanic activity from both volcanoes and supervolcanoes alike. As magma escapes to the surface, even if external impact on the Earth's core were fully arrested, the presence of inertia would suggest that the eruptions would persist. This inspires the inevitable question as to whether or not volcanic eruptions could be controlled, regulated, or even concluded by man. Can we actually diffuse volcanic eruptions? The eruption of a volcano is instigated by the ascent of magma and the buildup of pressure within the conduit of the volcano. Upon reaching the surface, the magma is discharged as a result of degassing. The process of eruption is also accompanied by a series of small earthquakes that cause the surrounding plates to shift, which can influence the upward movement of the magma. In fact, volcanoes function as a remediating mechanism for our planet, with the goal of stabilizing magmatic outflows. What about earthquakes? Earthquakes are not a mere consequence of plate destruction, but rather a fundamental mechanism of natural remediation, a protective mechanism for our planet. A series of earthquakes within the Earth's crust indicates that the crust of our planet itself compensates for an increase in pressure of magma in the trough, thereby averting volcanic eruptions. During the eruption, only a portion of the accumulated magma is spent, with the remaining balance falling subject to the natural remediation process. The same process manifests in an integral series of stabilizing earthquakes of varying magnitudes, which further serves to stay magma escape. Such a mechanism of natural compensation does not, however, apply in the case of supervolcanoes. A supervolcano possesses a massive magma chamber embedded in the Earth's crust, where magma can ascend and penetrate through the tectonic plate, resulting in a volcanic eruption. Unlike regular volcanoes, Earth's crust is unable to manipulate and restrain the powerful supervolcano eruption through the movement of its plates. Instead, the tectonic plate succumbs to its elimination through a process of melting, which allows magma to flow less impaired directly from the magma chamber under enormous pressure. In the present moment, we have an unprecedented opportunity to avert such catastrophes. These are not fanciful theories, but rather fundamental principles that are being implemented today. We have acquired the knowledge of how to properly degas and unload volcanoes. By implementing a controlled preemptive degassing strategy, we conceivably could harness the potential of alienating the buildup of pressure in supervolcanoes, thus preventing magma from burning through the Earth's crust, and thereby averting the catastrophic consequences of a supervolcanic eruption. To properly perform degassing measures and activate the compensatory mechanisms already in place, it would be necessary to control both the plates and the pressure of magma in order to regulate closure of the trough. By carefully controlling the processes, we could release the growing pathological tension in the areas most influencing the lithospheric plates, thereby reducing the frequency of earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In other words, the process of earthquakes can be influenced and possibly regulated. In closing, we can prevent the catastrophic eruptions of a supervolcano. However, this can only be achieved after we stop the external impact on the core, which takes place every 12,000-year cycle. This is an undeniable fact. If we fail to take corrective action or improperly conduct degassing, the excess energy will intensify the cavitation process of magma and lead to a sharp expansion of magma pressure.
Our
planet may well face catastrophic explosion to an asteroid belt.
nkhani yomwe ili pafupi nkhani ya chamtundu koma m'malo mwake imene yangatenge bungwe anzeru aboma pa dziko lonse lapansi ndizofunika kwambiri kuti tizichita zinthu mwachangu pakufunika kutsatira zakuchita zingakhale zoopsa m'malo mwake tikadashoka chita ndipo ichi chifukwa chake tikuyimira pamaso panu kupereka chodabwitsa cha mtundu omwe umakhala kuti ngakhale kuti sitikupeza komanso njira yothetsera futu sitingathe kuzitsatira chifukwa tikukwaniritsa njira yogawika iyi imafunikira khama lolumikizidwa musagwirizana lomwe maphatikizapo madera osiyanasiyana komabe dziko lomwe lililonse kuyambira kuchokera chidwi chachiwiri chomwe chimalepheresa kupita patsogolo lolinga society kusowa kwa chuma komwe kudapereka kochita ngakhale kuti akufusidwa ndalama zokwanira Pali ndalama zokwanira malowa ngakhale ndalama
Because
zimayendetsedwa
consumer society places no value
nkhondo ndi
on life.
mikangano.
I assert with confidence that if we persist in the consumerist model of international relations, we are bound to fail. The terms of the game are such that even if we possess a solution, we are not able to execute it. We people are the root cause of all crises. Nevertheless, regardless of our past mistakes, we can always stop and do things in a different way. However, given the current state of affairs, any small delay in addressing the climate threats will result in irreversible consequences. Soon we will no longer be able to do anything against the climate, and all of us understand this perfectly well. In light of the dire climate situation, I have come before you today to discuss a possible solution. I believe that the only way to overcome our current crisis is to transform our society from a consumerist format of society to a creative society. The model of the creative society instills in us three key conditions that will enable us to combat climate change. First and foremost, in the creative society, human life is considered paramount, and thus its preservation and protection are prioritized above all else. Secondly, the creative society operates as a single economic space that is both open and transparent, which means there are neither wars nor geopolitical conflicts.
Kachiwiri, malo opanda amagwira ntchito ngati malo amba azachuma omwe otsegula komanso owonekera zomwe zikutanthauza kuti palibe nkhondo, mikangano kapena mikangano zikulola kuti tizipereka njira yodutsa pa dziko lonse lapansi. Pomaliza, lingofunikira kwambiri kuti lisinde kwa society kumapereka ndalama zopanda malire kwa asayansi kuti athetse vuto ili. Izi zikuonetsetsa kuti asayansi ali ndi ndalama zopanda malire komanso zothandiza zokwanira kuti athetse nthapachi. Mu society, zida zokwanira zikulimbikitsidwa pakuwongolera kuphulika kwa mapiri. Potero, kukakamizidwa kuchokera ku mbale za tectonic ndi njira zogwira ntchito zoteteza kupewa kuphulika kwa chikhasu komwe kumatha komanso zivomere zofanirira. Izi sizinachitike. Izi ndi cholinga choona ndipo ndikuyesesa kuphatikiza apo sikuti tikulolera zivomerezi zamphamvu monga anthu aposachedwa ku tanki ndi
Creative society truly opens up an opportunity to create a world in which cataclysms can be prevented and every person's life safeguarded. This prospect has been the subject of my thoughts and aspirations for a very long time. Therefore, when I was in Washington and encountered the President,
chiyembekezo chakhala chokhudza malingaliro anga ndi zofuna zanga nthawi yayitali. Chifukwa chake pamene ndinali ku Washington ndinakumana ndi nkhani ya anthu olengedwa nthawi yomweyo. Ndinazindikira kuti zomwe ndimafunikira ndazizindikira kuti anthu akunja.
I hold the keys to the future in my hands, but as of now, I lack the opportunity to utilize them. This opportunity can only be provided through creative society. Only through the establishment of a creative society can we actually unlock the true potential to implement the solutions to prevent climate catastrophes and secure the safety and well-being of every individual. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you.
Amayi ndi ababa, zikomo ndimayamika amayi olankhula pamaso pa lero. Zikomo kwambiri, khalani ndi tsiku lopambana.
We express our deep gratitude to Professor Chalakian for the unique knowledge he has shared with us today. The importance of what we have just learned cannot be overstated. Professor Chalakian's wise and comprehensive approach to volcanic degassing is indispensable and gives hope for the successful elimination of the global climate threat. Thanks to Professor Chalakian, we can now see that the correct and safe degassing of volcanoes is possible. We have the tools and understanding to do it. So we can prevent supervolcano explosions, keep humankind safe, and save many human lives. But an important point emphasized by Professor Chalakian is that planned large-scale degassing of volcanoes can be carried out only after the external impact of the core of our planet is stopped. It is important to understand that the event after we stop the external impact, residual phenomena such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions will still occur. Therefore, at this stage, degassing will become an extremely necessary tool. However, its implementation requires certain conditions, such as free access to different locations on the planet and other resources. And as Professor Chalakian accurately noted, the only format that can create the necessary conditions for this is the creative society. We will examine in more detail what the creative society format is and why we so much need it today.
Как в прошлом климатическом докладе.
In the previous climate report, as well as in this one, we mentioned that our planet may not survive this 24,000-year cycle of climate change. In particular, because our planet's immunity, its main compensatory mechanism, has been distorted, destroyed. The time has come to find out how our planet's immunity has been destroyed and what role we, humans, have played in that.
Right now, we are amidst the waters of the world ocean. It's an incredible feeling to observe these endless expanses, to realize their power and boundlessness. On the one hand, it's intimidating, but on the other hand, it lures and mesmerizes with its mystery. But do we realize how important, I would even say how critical, the role of the ocean is in our lives? To understand this, let's consider a simple example. We are in a room with the air conditioning unit of our vessel. Without it, life on
tili kuchipinda chokhala ndi ngelo mpweya mchombo chathu popanda kutero moyo makungalawa unakhala wosala umaonongera nyengo kutheka ndi nyengo kinyezi ndipo inadzaza.
There's another very important function that it performs. In addition to creating the necessary conditions,
koma pali ntchito lina yofunika kwambiri imene imagwira kuonjezera pakulenga yofunika pamoyo imatetezanso.
and what does it protect the inhabitants of the planet?
Kodi nyanja imachita yani kwenikweni ndipo imateteza anthu okhala pa dziko lapansi yani imodzi kwa ntchito zofunika kwambiri zomwe nyanja imachita ndi kuzidziwika mkati mwa dziko lapansi monga dongosolo lalikulu la mpweya kuposera mumlengalenga kupita mlengalenga imataya kutentha kwamkati komwe.
External impact leads to additional heating of the Earth's interior, which only increases the stress on the ocean. Moreover, every 24,000 years, the impact is several times more intense and the heating is greater. Today, the dynamics of seismic.
Masiku ano zochita za zivomerezi kuphulika kwa
the peak of this 24,000-year cycle.
Kusiyana kokha ndiko kuti tikuyandikira mofulumira kwambiri kuposa mvere yense yapitayi zomwe zili zoopsa kwambiri.
That in our cycle, a catastrophe may occur.
Ndipo izi zikuopseza kuti mayendedwe athu atsoka likhoza kuchitika lomwe silinachitikepo. Kuphulika kwa makina Mariana Trench kumabweretsa kuphulika kwa mphamvu komwe kungatheke.
Previous cycles, but this time it will not. Why? Was there less heat?
N'chifukwa chiyani dziko lathu limaduka muzizungulire zonse zambuyo koma nthawi ino
And there is an answer to these questions.
silizerero? Chifukwa chiyani kutentha kwa pakati pa dziko lapansi kunali zaka zambuyo?
In the required amount.
Pakali pano ntchito yoyendetsa kutentha nyanja yasokonekera isingathekenso kutaya kutentha mlengalenga mukuchuluka komwe kumafunikira. Izi zinachitika tsopano chifukwa cha izinachitikepo mamiliyoni azaka. Tinthu tating'ono taonjezedwa ku nyanja.
The ocean's heat conductivity. It is oil that is the raw
Mafuta ndi hydrocarbons pamlingo wa mamolekulu amachepetsa kwambiri kutentha kwa nyanja. Ndipo mafuta omwe ndi opangira kupanga zimodzi mwa zinthu zazikulu zayipitsa nyanja mapulastiki yonadi yakuti ikalowa madzi ichilowa koma imaphwanyidwa kukhala ma microparticles otchedwa mamayiko.
Everything that we have produced during this time is already in the ocean. Entire islands of plastic.
Kodi pano nanoparticles a plastic amatha bwanji m'nyanja chifukwa chokha cha izi?
But the worst part is that all the plastic that we
adayamba popanga plastic ma 19% ndipo kufunika chilichonse chomwe tapanga pa nthawi itali m'nyanja zilumba zomwe za plastic zimapita pamwamba pa nyanja dera lawo lomwe lofanana gawo la United States.
deepest point of the ocean, the Mariana Trench, at a depth of 11 kilometers, there is
malo mwake masiku ano mulibe malo a nyanja omwe mulibe ma microplastic ngakhale pakati mwa nyanja Mariana Galandi pamtunda wa makilomita 11 pali microplastic chomwe chikuopseza chakuti ndi kumalo komweko komwe ma microplastic konse kwambiri ndipo komabe awa ndi malo omwe ali kwambiri
of the ocean's surface. If we poured these 30 million
mafuta alowanso m'nyanja maonekedwe ake ayimbira mchaka chilichonse mafuta okwana matani 30 million.
The total area of the world's ocean is 361 million square kilometers. That is, this film would cover the entire ocean. Now, you can imagine what enormous volumes these are. Oil enters the ocean continuously. Some of it evaporates.
Mafuta amalowa m'nyanja mosalekeza zina mwa izo zimasanduka koma gawo lake lalikulu limakhazikika pansi pa nyanja. Mafuta amapanganso feeding pamwamba
To release heat,
pa nyanja.
it overall disrupts its evaporation by more than twice. As a result of pollution by hydrocarbons and plastic, the ocean has
chifukwa cha izi ma hydrocarbon ndi plastiki nyanja yasiya mphamvu yake yokumasa m'malo mwake amawunjikira mkati zomwe zimapangisa kuti ngakhale kutentha kwambiri kutere mkati mwa dziko lapansi. Chifukwa chache anthu kudzera muzochita zathu tasokoneza dongosolo lomwe lakhala likugwira ntchito kwa zaka mamiliyoni ambiri lisanafike pa ulalo wake
In a room, we wouldn't even notice such an increase. But imagine what this means on a planetary scale. What this means in terms of millions of cubic kilometers of ocean. And off the coast of North America, for example, there has been a rise in the ocean bottom temperatures of up to 5 degrees Celsius. As a result of the temperature increase in the bottom waters, huge volumes of heat
chifukwa chakutentha kuonjezereka madzi apansi, madzi ambiri otentha akwera kumwamba otchedwa block. Kutentha kwa madzi awa kumatha kukwera mpaka 6 degrees Celsius pamwamba pa madzi ozungulira madzi. Awa amatha kukula ngati mwachitsanzo dera la Texas ku USA ndipo zikuchulukira ngati ziphona zazikulu zikuonekera zosokoneza zotere.
consequences, as it represents a huge amount of energy.
Kuonjezeka kwa kutentha kwa pansi pa nyanja kumabweretsa zotsatira zopsa zifukwa zimayimira mphamvu yomwe sinathe kumasula kuchokera mkati mwa dziko lapansi. Mphamvu imeneyi ndi yofanana ndi mphamvu ya mamiliyoni
The accumulation of endogenous energy inside the Earth intensifies the instability of the planet's core. Thus, the core is
kusimbukana kwa mphamvu zamkati mwa dziko lapansi kumaongezera kusakhazikika mwapakati pa planeti. Chifukwa chake pachimake chimasokonekera osati chifukwa cha chakunja kuchokera kumbalere komanso chifukwa cha kudzikhulupirira mphamvu zochulukirapo mukati mwa dziko lapansi, ndipo pachimake chikasokonekera mphamvu ya magetsi
excess heat from the ocean into space and protect our planet from harmful cosmic radiation. But plastic
mbuya umayenera kunyamula kutentha kutuluka kuchokera kunyanja kupita kumlengalenga ndi kutentha dziko lathu kucheza kuopsa kuchokera kumlengalenga. Koma nanoparticles a plastic amatuluka ndi kutuluka kwa nyanja kuchokera kunyanja kupita mlengalenga ndi kusintha momwe zimapungulira. Chifukwa cha zimenezi malo motengera wina mpweya umaungikana zotsatira zake dziko lapansi tsopano likupeza mphamvu zambiri kuposa momwe zimatulutsa mlengalenga. Izi nazonso zimaonjezera mphamvu ya greenhouse. Chifukwa cha ichi nyanja ikutentha kuchokera pamwamba ndi pansi, ndipo ikupitiriza kutentha kwambiri. Choncho
because we have killed the ocean and it no longer performs its
chifukwa cha kuchepa kwa mphamvu ya magetsi komanso kusokonekera kwa ntchito za mphamvu maledishi akosmic amalowa mdziko lathu mwachangu kwambiri ndi kupangitsa kuti pakatikati panga pakhale kusakhazikika. Motero timaona zinthu zoopsa zimene zimatengesedwa.
due to the warming and acidification of the ocean. All of these processes are only a consequence of the main tragedy. The ocean has lost its ability to dissipate heat into the atmosphere. We have disrupted the function of our main life-supporting air conditioner. We have clogged it.
Tasokoneza ntchito ya mpweya wathu waukulu wothandizira mpweya. Tatseka mapaipi onse zotsatira zake kutentha kwachuluka kumoto kumakhalabe mkati mwa dziko lapansi. Makina amatentha kwambiri kokha kuthira mafuta pamoto. Pakadali pano kuona kukula kwa zoopsa zoononga kale kwambiri kuposa momwe zikanayenera kuyambitsa. Izi zikuphatikizapo
The entire human race, along with our planet, has a high probability of not surviving this cycle. And it's all because of our stupidity and mindless consumerism that have killed the ocean. And we did this at the most dangerous moment in time, precisely when we needed its protection the most, during the cycle of climate catastrophes. For millions of years, the ocean protected us and was the only mechanism of defense. And now, we've killed it. And we are left alone and defenseless in the face of a global threat. Do we have a chance to survive all this? Yes, we do. But for this, we need technologies that will protect us from space radiation and help clean the ocean of hydrocarbons. Everyone is stingy with money, and no one will allocate resources for this. Moreover, it is necessary to eliminate the cause, cosmic radiation, and today, no one is solving this problem. As for those who could solve it, brilliant scientists today work for the military-industrial complexes of their countries, and it will always be so in the consumerist format. Conditions to solve this problem. We will have such conditions only in the creative society. Building the creative society is our only chance. What will happen? We will perish long before 2036. Recall the millions of nuclear bombs that have already started ticking under our feet, and answer yourself to the question: is life worth a little effort to save it? What will you choose? The death of the planet or the creative society? That's the choice.
Kodi yofunika kuyesa pang'ono kupulumuka? Kodi mungasankhe chiyani? Imfa, dziko lapansi kapena creative society? Ndipo kusankha komwe mukupanga pano.
As we have now seen, the main reason we may not pass the 12,000-year cycle,
Monga momwe taonera chifukwa chachikulu sitingadutse kuzungulira kwa zaka 12,000. Kunja chakuti tidapha nyanja mitundu yonse yapitayi, nyanja yense idakhala ndi moyo, ndipo idapulumutsa dziko lapansi mwa njira kutentha zapadera kuchokera
through the cycles of global climatic cataclysms. The first thing we must do is to stop the impact of cosmic radiation on our planet to prevent the imbalance of the core and the release of the energy inside the planet. Once we stop the cosmic radiation, which causes the interior of our planet to heat up more and more, the temperature of the magma will drop. And if the temperature of magma decreases even by 1/100th, it won't heat up the ocean as much. And that means the ocean will begin to cool and come back to life on its own. Moreover, as soon as the core stabilizes, the electromagnetic field will also get stable, which
pachimake munda wamagetsi udzakhazikitsidwanso momwe udzachiteteza kumale radioactive, ndipo njira yonse idayamba kubwezeretsa nthawi yomweyi idzayeretsa nyanja ya ma hydrocarbon kuti tibwezeretse ntchito yotentha ndi kudutsa nthawi zimene idzakhala kuchita zofanana ndi mapiri a volcano.
It is only the creative society format that can ensure these conditions, which implies no any geopolitical conflicts, the existence of the single economic space, and most importantly, they being a common goal for all of humanity. And this goal is the preservation and improvement of life of each human. That's why we need the creative society today. And right now, I'm honored to present you to Igor Mikhailovich, our esteemed speaker.
Tsopano ndi mwayi wanga kukudziwitsani nkhani yathu yolemekezeka.
Greetings, dear friends. It's a great honor for me to participate in the forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. We've heard a lot of interesting and impressive,
muna okondedwa ndi ulemu waukulu
frightening and affects
kwa ine kutenga nawo gawo pa global crisis. Pali njira yotuluka, tamva zambiri zosangalatsa komanso zopititsa chidwi. Tinganene chidziwitso chomwe chili choopsa komanso chokhuza mbali zambiri za moyo wathu komanso moyo wathu wonse. Zonadi zomwe tamvazi anthu ambiri angafunse kuti kodi asayansi athu ali kuti chifukwa chiyani takulankhula za izi. Anzanga, ndikufuna kunena kuti asayansi athu ali pano ndipo ambiri a iwo amadziwa zambiri komanso monga lero lino palibe lokula kwambiri kutero kuti asayansi athu pa dziko lonse agawanikana mbali zosiyanasiyana. Ndipo kwenikweni ndalama za sayansi ya makono ndizochepa kwambiri. Ndikutanthauza sayansi yomwe ikuyenera kupulumutsa monga momwe timamvetsetsa kale kuchokera ku zomwe tamva.
First of all, why am I saying this? Because in order for us to solve the climate problem, to really solve it, we need to bring all our scientists together. Yes, we need theoreticians, but above all, we need practitioners. Those scientists who are currently working for different countries, those whose names we do not hear and do not see. These scientists are not mentioned, but we know what they work on. They develop things which, for the most part, are subsequently directed against our lives. The time has come for these scientists as well to actually serve humanity. Unfortunately, not a single country is going to give up these scientists so easily. It means we should solve the problem globally if we want to survive as humanity. The global solution to this problem will be for us, whether we like it or not, to unite as the entire humanity. We must unite in order to put an end to wars once and for all, because even the
tikugwirizana kuti tithetse nkhondo pamodzi kokha chifukwa ngakhale kuopseza pang'ono kwa nkhondo kudzasunga chinsinsi cha maofisi ya zomwe. Ndipo asayansi omwe ali patsogolo pa sayansi masiku ano omwe akugwira ntchito mu sayansi yeniyeni akupanga magawo atsopano ndi machitidwe tiyeni imene mu physics yatsopano physics yomwe tingayigwiritse koma yomwe ikugwira ntchito kale malingana ndi yatsopano mfundo zakuti ndi kupanga zomwe pambuyo pake zimatipha nkhondo mikangano komanso mawu ena ambiri pakati pa mayiko. Chifukwa chake ithe pano lathu lalikutenga kuti kukhala ndi mwayi othetsa
in our present consumerist format,
kufunikira asayansi awo.
means that all the countries should be united by some kind of one force. Let it be a single world government, elected by people or by the countries. Whether this is acceptable or unacceptable is for people to decide. But there is a problem in this case.
Ngakhale boma limodzi la padziko lonse lapansi losakhazikika ndi anthu kapena mayiko, kaya izi ndizovomerezeka kapena zosavomerezeka, ndithu anthu asankhe, koma pali vuto pa nkhani ndipo ndikuganiza
Someone will disagree with something, which means there will be tension. If there is tension, there will be resistance. If there is resistance, it means scientists will still work on new kinds of weapons. And since they will work on new kinds of weapons, it means that many countries will simply not give away They're true scientists, those who are currently developing advanced weapons in secret engineering design bureaus. These scientists won't be able to gather at the same table with the rest. But even if they do gather together with the rest, each scientist will have 10 intelligence officers standing behind him to make sure he doesn't say too much and that he says and thinks the right things. Can you imagine what it is like for scientists to work in such an environment? Will they be able to brainstorm and find a solution? No, they won't. Scientists today should be granted creative freedom and, in fact,
kodi azatha kupambirana ndi kuthesa yankho kupeza ayi sangatero asayansi masiku ano ayenera kupatsidwa ufulu kulenga ndi kwenikweni kupita zathu zinthu pazipita zinthu zotheka mwa kuyankhula kwina sayenera kukakamizidwa monga momwe alili. Kodi chifukwa ninji mpaka lero sayansi yathu ikupitirizabe kukhulupirira nkhani zolakwa? Lero lino ndikuwa chakuti malingaliro olakwikawo akudza kusintha kwa nyengo ndi osavuta, ndipo timaona mwa iwo osachepera wina wa yankho zikanakhala bwino zitakhala zonse kwa mwatsoka lero taona ndi umboni. Iwo akuchipika munthu akuwakayikira mwina simukufuna kuti izi koma tizionesera tokha kuti ndipo yomwe isimikizira zomwe zatsogolo lathu layandikira, ndipo funso lilikale lokhudza chitetezo cha munthu aliyense pa dziko lapansi, lakhudza kale munthu aliyense komanso mwayikonse.
Even a little bit today, we need to actively conduct degassing. What will that give? I mean, in relation to volcanoes and earthquakes. Degassing is something that can at least slightly relieve the tension we have under our feet and can buy us at least a little bit of time. But if we do not stop the external influence on the Earth's core and instability continues to progress, then during degassing, improper degassing, we will further increase the destabilization of our core. This will lead to what happened.
Zidasogozera kuti zomwe zikuchitika phantom ngakhale ithe kuthana ndi kuyika kulola kolimbana ndi chachifupi cha mipingo ya Cerberus. Tikufuna kupeza yankho mu physics yatsopano zomwe sizikuzipatikana.
Is that it exists.
Chomwe tikudziwa ndi chakuti alipo, ndipo ndithudi timadziwa mfundo zina ndipo timazimvetsetsa pang'ono. Timaona njira zina koma monga lero sitingathe kupeza kuti tipeze yankho. Timafunikira anthu onse anzeru pa dziko lapansi komanso anzeru kwambiri. Choyamba pamenepo kaya tikufuna kapena tiyenera kuchitapo kanthu kuti tipulumuke. Pali njira
has a good title. There is a way out.
Ndipo msonkhano wa makono uli mutu wabwino. Pali njira yotumikira, ndipo njira yotumikira ilipo abwezi kusintha maonekedwe ndi kusintha maganizo athu. Ngati tonsefe anthu onse pa dziko lapansi tikufuna kukhala ndi moyo, ngati tikufuna kupulumutsa dziko lathu lokongola kuti likhale mbadwa zathu zakudabwitsa, zikutanthauza kuti tiyenera kuchita zinthu zatsopano kwa mtundu wonse wa anthu. Tiyenera kusintha maonekedwe a kukhalapo kwathu ndi kuonetsetsa kuti nkhondo zisekedwe pamodzi kokha, kuti mikangano pakati pa kumayiko osiyanasiyana athe kuti tithe kumasula asayansi athu ndi kuwapasa zonse zofunika. Kuyambira lero timaononga ndalama zambiri pa nkhondo ndipo ndi zinthu zina zambiri pomenya wina ndi nzake pachigerezo, koma timaononga ndalama zambiri pa sayansi. Tiyenera kusintha zonsezi chifukwa zida zonse zomwe zilipo pa dziko lapansi zilibe nthawi machitidwe ndipo tonsefe timamvetsetsa kale, koma tili ndani m'nyumba mwathu. Inde kwa anthu ena ibira sikhoza kukhala mpaka pano.
And our families, and to save our planet. And we'll have to change our habitual consumerist format anyway. But if we are ready to change something, we should change it for the better. In this case, the most acceptable and the best option is the creative society. It's a platform where all humanity gathers. It's a format, the format of creative society, which guarantees that there will be no wars or confrontations on Earth ever again. It's a format that guarantees a decent and beautiful life for every human being. It's a format where human life is the highest value. And above all, it's a format that will enable scientists to do their job without any restrictions. This is a chance for us, friends. We have now learned about the changes and progressions of disasters in the climate. We have seen the facts and we have seen the evidence. If we are sensible, mature people, the first thing we need to do is to come together, make a decision, and do everything we can to preserve this planet. I am confident that this is the main task for everyone today. And we, people, we can really do a lot. We can even save our planet. But in order to do that, we must create the right conditions. I hope that many people will hear about the Creative Society project and understand its importance and process. It has been a great honor for me to be with you, friends, at this forum today. However, to be honest, the information is alarming.
Ndikumvetsetsa kufunikira kwake komanso chiyembekezo chake. Wakhala mwayi waukulu ine kukhala ndi abwenzi pabwalo lino lero, komabe ndi kunena zoona pomwe tamva ndi zoopsa. Pali mafunso ambiri ofunika kwambiri. Ndilo chifunika chiyani ife akuluakulu timakhala ngati ana? Chifukwa chiyani timayembekeza kuti wina adzatisankhire? Zikomo kwambiri.
Спасибо, Игорь Михайлович.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your important words.
Zikomo kwambiri chifukwa cha mawu anu ofunika thandizo lanu chikhulupiriro cha anthu kukhulupirira labe kuti anthu amakono ali ndi zifukwa zokwanira kusankha, kotero kuti sitizabwereza tsoka la manzi kapena feko. Komanso masiku ano ifeyo monga anthu tikuyima pa khomo la zinthu zambiri zasayansi atizidziwa zimene sizidasinthe moyo wanu.
Climate change and geodynamics of the planet, the results of which were presented to you at today's forum as an illustrative report. At today's forum, we all witnessed the huge scale of international research and analytical work that was carried out by the volunteers of the Creative Society project from all over the world. Among them are representatives of academia from a variety of scientific fields with extensive experience and a wide range of professional skills. The numerous complex, comprehensive collection and analysis of data was carried out in the fields of geology, geophysics,
kusona kwakuvusenzisa ndikuchangukula data kunachitika kufunda wa geophysics, volcanology, seismology, climatology, science ya maplanet, astrophysics, quantum physics, biology, mankhwala, chilengedwe ndi zina zambiri. Kuona kukula kwa ntchito zochitidwa odzipereka ndi akatswiri a project ya Creative Society. Tinganene kuti kuchuluka kwa ntchito kumaposa chiwerengero cha ntchito yonse ya sayansi pakuphunzira kusintha kwa nyengo zamakono.
The paradox is that in order to save the planet and solve the set of tasks of waste, of neutralizing external influence or converting it from destructive energy into useful energy, all the scientific potential and all scientists of the world are needed. It should be noted that despite the progress made in forming a
tiyenera kukumbukira kuti ngakhale tikupita patsogolo tinachitika popanda chithunzi chonse, pali zilumba zosiyanasiyana zosadziwika za chiphunzitso cha sayansi zomwe gawo lafunika pakuthana ndi vuto la kuwongolera mphamvu zakuthambo zokhuza makamaka mmene munthu akumana nazo.
This will gradually reduce the time of exploring these unknown islands of silence and increase the chances of
izi zachepesa zambiri nthawi yofufuza zilumba zosadziwisa za sayansi ndi kuwonjezera mwayi wokhala ndi moyo wa munthu.
It is possible to productively use the scientific potential and experience of each scientist, as well as to have time to solve the tasks set before us in such a short time that we as humanity have. We understand that in the current consumer paradigm, the listed above goals are more than difficult to achieve.
Timamvetsetsa kuti pamalingaliro amakono ogula zolinga zomwe zachulukidwa pamwambapo ndizovuta kwambiri kuti zitheke, ndipo mwayi wopindulira pali pafupi ndi zero.
The potential of scientists and create conditions their effective scientific interaction. And this is the format of the Creative Society. In the Creative Society, there will be a single creative vector of development and a request for solving the global problem of cyclical disasters. This is how the entire scientific world will have unlimited funding in order to find the fastest possible solution to the tasks set aimed at saving people's lives. In the Creative Society, scientific research will be open and accessible to all scientists. Experts from all over the world will have all possibilities to work together on issues that are important to society with unlimited resources. Only by uniting the potential of scientists, thanks to the Creative Society format,
pokhapokha pophatikiza kuthekera kwa sayansi chifukwa cha Creative Society maonekedwe a anthu titha kupeza njira zosinthira ndi kusintha momwe chilengedwe chikuyenda. Ichi ndi chifukwa chake kufunika kwambiri cha chipulumutso cha chitukuko chathu.
Then you understand that we're not just one step away from another natural disaster, but from human extinction. The only solution is to protect our planet from external impact, and this problem can be solved only in Creative Society. But why do we...
Ngati mwaonera ripoti wathu wokhudza nyengo mukumvetsetsa tsiku ndi tsiku likutali chabe ndi tsoka lina la chilengedwe, koma sitepe imodzi kutali ndi kutha kwa mtunda.
And the progression of natural disasters, maybe from the media, which barely even covers the local weather changes, or perhaps from well-known scientists. Unfortunately, only a few understand the whole picture. Many merely notice the temperature increase and blame humans, while others are still in a denial state. Nothing unusual is happening with the climate. It is just natural variability and that everything is just normal. In this situation, when we do not see the full extent of natural disasters and the true causes of cataclysms are still under debate, how could leaders of a country justify the decisions of letting their top scientists collaborate with competitors and potential enemies? These scientists are the ones that the heads of states count on for developing new weapons and guaranteeing the country's dominance. Solving the problem of external impact within a short period of time requires a
mukhalidwe imeneyi pamene sitiona ukulu wonse wa matsoka
if scientists have a shared goal.
achilengedwe ndipo zoyambika zake zenizeni zikadali nkhani zotsutsana ndipo atsogoleri
In the current format, even if capable scientists were able to meet and work together, they would still be divided, representing competing sides, and they would not be able to exchange their ideas openly and brainstorm effectively. So we can't expect a positive outcome. It is also questionable how this project will be funded, especially when the global economy is on the verge of collapse. But in the creative society, the chance of finding the solution for natural disasters will be significantly higher because first, everyone would have access to truthful information about the scale and the impact of cataclysms, and the real cause of climate catastrophes will become evident. Consequently, we people will start to focus our efforts and attention in solving the right problem, and everyone will understand the importance of it. Second, the essential scientists who are currently hidden from the public will have freedom to openly collaborate, share ideas, and they will be united by one goal, that is to stop the external.
kachiwiri asayansi odziwa bwino
In addition, every scientist
omwe pakali pano abisika kwa anthu adzakhala omasuka ndi ogwirizana poyera kusinthiniza malingaliro ndipo azazimuka cholinga chimodzi kuyimitsa ma radiation akunja ndi kupulumutsa anthu kuonjeza apo kwa sayansi aliyense adzadziwa bwino za kuopsa kwa vutoli chifukwa sizikukhudza iye yekha ndi okondedwa wake koma anthu onse 8 billion zonsezi zapangitsa kuti malingaliro atsopano atuluke. Ofunika kupeza kupanga chinthu chachikulu chomwe aliyense adzakumbukira ndi kuwerenga mabuku ambiri yakale. Chachitatu asayansi sangayamba kuyambira pachiyambi tili kale ndi zochitika zambiri komanso kupezesa momwe.
Given that we only have a couple of years to do this, watch this forum to the end. Today, for the first time, a scientific hypothesis will be presented that will help scientists to understand how to stop the external impact on our planet and therefore save all of humanity. Finally, an important aspect is that all resources belong to humanity in creative society. Thus, enough support and resources will be provided for those scientists to succeed. Why and how this is economically possible, you will learn later today in more detail. But one more thing to note is that whilst the scientists are working on finding the solution, the climate Cerberus will not just wait around until the solution is found, but it will continue to devour and destroy many cities and even countries. In our consumerist world, those who have some understanding of the 12,000-year cycle are trying to predict safe places and sell land or build bunkers. This is available to a few, but we know that these options may extend life only by several years. All will perish anyway, because this time, the whole planet will die like Mars if we leave everything as it is. In creative society, until the natural disasters are fully under control, people will be warned and evacuated in time because human life is of the highest value. Unified Global Emergency Service will be created to guarantee everyone's safety. Scientists will work together to identify safe locations, and we will build appropriate infrastructures, including places to live, grow food, so that all people will be taken care of. Thus, in creative society, we can save the lives of all 8 billion people and find a solution to
Mu creative society mpaka masoka achilengedwe atha kulamuliridwa kwathu anthu azachenjezedwa ndi kusamutsidwa.
I'm asking you, a person who cares about the future. We need your help in sharing the information about the true scale of the natural disasters and how to overcome them. Your voice is very much needed right now because people can decide and support this project only if they're informed. Later today, you will learn that creative society is not only about survival, but what we all dreamed of. Please understand that this is our world. Right now,
Vuto lani kufunika pakadali pano, kufunika anthu akhoza kupanga chisankho ndi kuthandizira pulojekiti pokhapokha ataziwisidwa pambuyo pake lero. Ife anthu onse tidzasiye zinthu monga iwo ndife na pali pamodzi kapena mabwera pali modzi kuti tipeze yankho la chipulumutso tikufunikira momwe zingathere kutero. Chifukwa chake timafunikira gulu la zolengedwa ngati tisankha kumanga anthu opanda. Tiyenera kuchita izi mozama kapena osachita. Titakubisa bwino kuti tisunge miyoyo yathu ndi kuchita limodzi mpaka kumaliza kapena timasiya ndi kudzipereka kwa serious. Ndipo ngati tisankha kusintha mtundu wa anthu tiyenera kusintha mpaka chilichonse chabwino. Komanso chondipulumutsa kwa anthu
that are aimed at destroying humanity. But why not at saving lives instead? As long as there is a power of the few,
malingana ndi pali mphamvu ya ochepa amasamaliza za moyo wawo wabwino ndi kupanga malamulo omwe amakhwapindulira. Ngati mwamphamvuyo inali m'manja mwa anthu onse ndi zosankha zomwe zidapangidwa ndi anthu, tikadakhala moyo wabwino chifukwa cha anthu. Sakanathamangitsa malamulo omwe amapangitsa miyoyo yawo yoyipa kapena kuopseza dziko la makono ladzala.
and fulfilling existence for everyone. This kind of conditions we must have simply because we are people. Instead of a world where no one means anything and the life of each of us is nothing, we can choose a world where the life of every person is the most precious thing. Today, you will hear a lot about the creative society and the perspectives it will give to you as a person. Compare your life now with what the creative society can give you and your family, your loved ones, and your friends.
The creative society is a format for all of humanity that will peacefully lead our civilization to a new state.
Gulu lopanga ndi anthu osopano anthu onse omwe udzasogolera mwamtendere chitukuko chathu kupita ku gawo latsopano.
In the hands of one person or a particular group of people, as is the case today, which leads to conflicts, wars, crises, and so on. Later, we will explain in detail how this can be achieved through peaceful and lawful means.
Participants of the Creative Society project are ordinary
Potenga nawo mbali pa project ya Creative Society ndi anthu wamba odzipereka ogwirizana ndi lingaliro limodzi lodzipangira dziko labwinobwino ndi ana athu a Creative Society, ndipo okondwa kuti dziko a Creative Society akhazikitsidwa kale chifukwa anthu ambiri pa dziko lonse lapansi akumanga kale ndipo anthu ambiri akupitiriza kulowa nawo tsiku ndi limodzi. Koma izi sizokwanira chifukwa pa dziko lonse lapansi pali anthu 8 billion ndipo zinthu zathu sizingakhale. Anthu onse akufunika chifukwa Creative Society ikhoza kumangira pamodzi zonse zingatheke.
in a wonderful life in the Creative Society, in a society that is based on the needs and dreams of each of us.
Tisiye mtundu wa okula mtundu athu osachedwa ndi kuyamba kukhala ndi moyo wodabwitsa mu Creative Society pa gulu lomwe lakhazikitsidwa pa zosowa ndi maloto aliyense.
Formed as a result of comprehensive analysis of the will of
lingaliro la Project Society lidakhazikika pa maziko 8 opangidwa kusanthula ndi kusanthula mwatsatanetsatane chifundo cha mamiliyoni a anthu ochokera pa dziko lonse lapansi. Pa zaka zapitazi zaka 12 odzipereka akaswiri ochokera mayiko 108 achita kafukufuku kwambiri kwa anthu komanso ntchito yofunikira kwambiri mbiri ya anthu.
And what prospects it will open up for all of civilization. First, let's look at what
lero tikambirana mwatsatanetsatane momwe Creative Society idasinthira moyo wa munthu.
Worldwide survey of the Creative Society project. What kind of society does every person dream of living in? Tens of millions of people surveyed in 180 countries, hundreds of thousands of hours of video footage, terabytes of data, more than 15 million hours of personal time of Creative Society project participants from around the world, all to show how people from around the world want to live. Only in the Creative Society, all people's desires for a comfortable, safe, and happy life will be guaranteed 100%. All of this is laid out in the 8 pillars of the Creative Society, which is the foundation of your happy future. Watch this video and you will understand why the Creative Society is exactly what you want. First pillar, human life. The highest value in the Creative Society is human life. That is, your life, as well as the life of any other person. All of humanity will become a unified civilization, and this guarantees the absence of wars, various conflicts, and crises. You will finally gain confidence that you are truly protected. Second pillar, human freedom. In the Creative Society, you will be free and protected. No one will be able to violate your rights and freedoms. You are a citizen of the world, and you will be able to travel freely. And if you want, you will be able to easily change your place of residence. The Creative Society is true freedom and equality. In the Creative Society, there will be no need to fight for the rights of minorities because there will be no one superior or inferior. Everyone will have one highest status, the status of a human being. There can be no one and nothing on earth superior to a human, their freedom and rights. Third pillar, human safety. The Creative Society guarantees your safety. The economy of the Creative Society ensures the absence of crises and inflation for every person. You will be protected and have all the comforts of living. During the transition period to the Creative Society, you will be provided with free housing of a minimum of 60 square meters per person in private ownership, and you will not have to pay for utilities. Every home will be equipped with an FFG, fuel-free generator that will provide you and your family with free and unlimited energy. Moreover, in that same transition period, every month, you will receive a universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 as of today, without having to pay any taxes. You will only need to decide how to spend your money. You might as well start thinking about this now. Do you think you will pay off all your debts first? But they will be written off. Do you think you will spend this money on healthcare or education? You will have the best education and healthcare free of charge, available to you 24/7. In the Creative Society, your safety will be the top priority, and all technologies will be directed towards improving your quality of life. Each household will be equipped with a matter replicator, providing you with your favorite clothing, food, and other necessary items. Thanks to the health capsule, you will forget about illnesses forever, and you will always be healthy. Isn't this what you've been dreaming of your whole life? But that's not all yet. Fourth pillar, transparency and openness of information for all. In the Creative Society, the media will belong exclusively to the society. The media will serve the interests of the people and reflect information truthfully, openly, and honestly. Additionally, you will be able to receive accurate information about the movement and distribution of public funds at any time. Money owed by the public is, first and foremost, your money, and you should know how it is spent and for what purposes. Fifth pillar, the creative ideology. You will no longer have your mind manipulated, nor be frightened with imaginary enemies. We will not be pushed to confront each other and be divided into us versus them anymore, because in the Creative Society, any propaganda of violence, inhumanity, and segregation will be prohibited. The Creative Society will establish all the conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H. Our children will be raised on the principles of humaneness, kindness, friendship, and mutual respect. These particular qualities will form the basis of relationships between people in the Creative Society. Sixth pillar, development of personality. In the Creative Society, you will be able to study wherever you want and train to become whatever you want, and it will all be absolutely free of charge. Education in the Creative Society will unlock your individual potential by 100%. You will be provided with a program specifically tailored to maximize your intellectual abilities. Any educational process will be interesting and engaging. You will have access to cutting-edge technologies in education and development. You can study anywhere in the world at any time that suits you. In the Creative Society, the world of knowledge is open for you. Seventh pillar, justice and equality. If you decide to work, you will be able to choose a profession that brings you joy. There will be a 4-day work week with a 4-hour workday. Moreover, you will have 2 fully paid vacations per year. Every job will have a decent compensation. The pay for identical positions, specialties, and professions will be the same worldwide. Furthermore, justice and equality will ensure that there will be no more private monopoly and irrational use of resources. All natural resources will belong to all people, including you. Eighth pillar, self-governing society. In the Creative Society, for the first time in human history, a unified, all-human civilization will be created. All power will belong to all people, to you. People know what they want and how they want to live. All socially important issues will be decided by people themselves on an open online platform. Specialists will be responsible for implementation of the tasks assigned to them. They will be appointed and controlled by people themselves. Since all processes will be transparent, corruption and dictatorship will be impossible in the Creative Society. In the Creative Society, you will decide for yourself how to live. For the first time in human history, your future will be in your hands. The 8 pillars of the creative society are formed from our desire to live as human beings. Everyone wants to live in a world without wars, without violence, without tyranny, without poverty, without inflation or any crisis, without absurd and total consumption. If you want peace, security, confidence, free and high-quality healthcare and education, freedom of movement around the world, a universal basic income, access to free energy, then the creative society will fulfill all your dreams. All of this can easily be achieved in the coming years. How to do this? Just tell this to as many people as possible, to everyone. Your dream world is separated from you by your neighbors and everyone around you who don't know about the creative society yet. Do you want the creative society to come as soon as possible? Act. Tell everyone about the creative society. For the first time in human history, your future is in your hands.
It's like a dream. Top-notch medical care guarantees excellent health. Everyone is guaranteed.
Ndi dziko la maloto chabe, mankhwala aulere apamwamba amasindikiza thanzi labwino. Aliyense adzapasidwa nyumba zabwino zaulere ndipo palibe ndalama zothandizira. Palibenso kukweza. Palibenso kukweza.
Thinking about money all the time. That's financial freedom. In a creative society, you can finally see the world and travel freely. You can finally be able to take a deep breath and start living the way you always dreamed of. Only a mentally ill person would not want such a society.
Yes, Olga, I absolutely agree with you. Who wouldn't want that? And you just witnessed the...
Mwangoona ubwino omwe umasindikiziridwa ndi munthu aliyense mu creative society. Pali magawo ena omanga creative society tikambirana izi pambuyo pake zachidziwikire sitingathe kusintha nthawi yomweyo kuchokera mu mtundu wa makono wa lopita ku creative society. Ndipo kale nyengo ya kusintha munthu aliyense adzasimikizidwa zabwino zambiri zomwe namva kumene.
Every single person on our planet. And yes, everything you heard about will be available to everyone.
Anyone who understands what the creative society is will want to live in it. Although we are all
munthu aliyense amene amamvetsetsa creative society ndi chiyani adzafuna kukhalamo ngakhale kuti ndife osiyana timafuna chinthu chimodzi. Kukhala ngati munthu wamasuka mwamtendere otetezeka komanso osadandaula chilichonse. Izi ndi zomwe zimatigwirizanitsa. Anthu amafuna kukhala ndi munthu omwe nthawi zonse. Nanga chifukwa chiyani tilibe kusintha? Yankho la funso ndi losavuta kwambiri.
Do you know what that means? It means that you do not have power over your own life.
Kodi ndimukhosidwa kwathunthu ndi momwe moyo ulili. Ndikudziwa kuti anthu ambiri tsopano amayankha kuti ayi, komanso ndikudziwa thandizo lake. Izi zikutanthauza kuti mulibe mphamvu pa moyo wanu.
And finally, would you start a war in your country that would take your life and the lives of your loved ones? Of course not. Every normal person wants a stable, high-quality, peaceful life. And if they had the opportunity, they would build precisely such a life. But today, people do not have power, and therefore, we do not have a stable, desirable future. This situation continues from election to election. Power is always handed over to the few, and that is why only a few live well. That's how our consumer society is built.
Yes, agree. In the creative society, all power will belong to the people, including you. People know what they want and know how they want to live. People themselves will decide all important social issues on an open online platform. Responsible individuals for task completion will be selected and monitored by the people. All processes will be transparent, and no one will be able to make a decision for people. Instead of power for select few, society will be self-governed. The main principle of the creative society is that by improving life for the society as the whole, you improve your own life.
Yes, friends, our future is in our hands.
inde abwezi tsogolo lathu lili m'manja mwathu. Kale ambiri ya anthu sipanakhalepo ponse.
Because in all social systems,
Chilichonse mgeni tilibe chidziwitso chokhala m'dziko loterewe, chifukwa mu machitidwe onse chikhalidwe cha anthu omwe amakhalapo ambiri yathu atsogoleri nthawi zonse amasiya mphamvu zawo ndipo mgulu la anthu olenga ndipo asapereka mphamvu kwa wina aliyense koma amapanga zosankha zomwe zimatchedwa kudzilamulira. Tizioneka bwanji muzochita tiyeni tione.
Pawns can only move forward and one at a time, and they're often sacrificed. Knight can move in an L shape and can cleverly outmaneuver the others, while the queen has the power to move around the board at will. We get used to the rules and obediently follow a single game. The same happens in society. We are offered several politicians to choose from. We think we choose, but we only vote for those who are offered. We give them complete power over our lives. We become pawns. Once politicians get power, they arrange wars and crises, sacrificing us, yet we support them by loudly repeating memorized slogans. Or we argue and support others, new politicians, empowering them this time. And everything repeats. We are persuaded that there are no viable models for the self-organization of society without authority. But isn't there such a model in fact? Or is it just that those who claim so do not know about it, or do not want to know about it? Yet, what if we change conditions, stop playing and begin to live? What will a world look like where people are in control of their own lives, self-organized, and truly free and conscious in their choices? Not just individual small groups, but all 8 billion people on the planet. There is such a model, and it is called the creative society. Let's see, how will it look like?
For several years, volunteers had been spreading information about a completely new format of society worldwide. And after that, people all over the planet held an international referendum at which the creative format of society was almost unanimously adopted. This led to significant changes both in relationship among people and on the planet as a whole. All artificially created crises and wars in the world have stopped. The problem of hunger has been resolved with a short period of time, since human life became the main value in the new format of society. The newest advanced technologies, which were inaccessible for people in the consumerist format, have started to be introduced everywhere. Everyone has been provided with a social package that includes a modern dwelling with an area of 60 square meters per person and an unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000 per month. All basic needs of every person are fully met, but the main thing that each of us has gained is the right to be heard. We have transitioned to a completely new format of decision-making, self-governance. In the creative society, there are no presidents or parliaments anymore, not to mention dictators. There are only people, and every person's voice is equally important when decisions are being made.
Mom, do you decide everything now like the presidents did before?
There are no more presidents of any kind anymore, sweetheart. I'm human, just like you, and now there is no one above people, so people themselves decide everything.
Does it mean that you can change anything in the world?
Well, not really. My opinion is just as important as opinions of billions of other adults on the planet. But one person, no matter who he is, cannot promote a project which only he himself likes and which most people are not satisfied with.
Why?
Because majority must vote for it.
Self-governance of society means that we, as community, decide by majority vote whether something will take place or not. Self-governance is not the absence of management or competent planning, but rather is the absence of authority, although its function is equally shared among all people. Voting for a project becomes the right of every adult on the planet. And the advantage is that people themselves aspire to improve the living conditions in society. It becomes a crime to change something in people's lives without asking them. To exercise people's authority, we use such a tool as the electoral platform. It is essentially a website that allows people from all over the world to adopt decisions transparently and quickly. If a global issue is submitted for voting, people from all over the world must participate in voting. If an issue is local, then residents of a relevant territory whose lives are affected by adoption of this law must vote. For example, if there is a village issue, it is resolved in the village. If an issue is regional, it is resolved in the region. Thus, there is local self-government as well as global that applies to the whole world. Each law proposal is written in a language that is simple and understandable to people. Experts should prepare a draft law and explain what the expected results would be, the pros and cons of its implementation, what will change for an individual, and how the law will affect his life. Then the draft law is submitted for general voting.
A new global law proposal is up for a vote by humanity.
What is this?
Read out the draft law.
Global law proposal on introducing fuel-free power generators worldwide. An FFG is a device that enables you to generate electricity without the use of power plants or any other energy sources or generators that exist today.
Read me the pros.
Do you want it in brief or in detail?
Tell it in brief. Take into account my preferences.
In brief, an FFG will ensure everyone's energy independence. That means you will never have to pay utility bills again, and your favorite matcha tea will become cheaper. Just like all the other goods and services, because there will be no electricity charges. FFGs will also benefit the environment. Taking into account your hobbies and preferences, your biggest benefit from implementing FFGs will be that you won't have any need to fill up your car.
Okay, I vote.
You cannot vote before you listen to a detailed version of the law proposal with a description of all the pros and cons, as well as the expert opinion.
Okay, read it then.
Pros: energy independence.
Everyone should first familiarize themselves with the law proposal in full, and then make a decision to vote for or against it. A person votes directly, without intermediaries, because this decision will affect his life. A law is considered adopted if it is supported by the majority of people, 50% plus one vote.
That's interesting. The project is global. Pros. Okay, cons. Who is the initiator? A group of experts from power supply sector. They have a good rating.
Disadvantages of implementing FFGs. The energy sector will lose its relevance. All power plants, factories, mines, oil pipelines, and gas stations will be shut down. Specialists in above-mentioned industries will be dismissed. At the same time, they will be able to change their specialty. New vacancies will become available.
Let's see, what jobs are offered? Okay, engineer. FFG biotechnologist. Look at that. They offer retraining to be an aerospace systems engineer.
Come on. I worked there for 8 years. I started back in the consumer's format.
All processes will be transparent, and as a citizen of the world, you will be able to control any voting process, whether your vote was registered correctly or not. Moreover, it's important to understand that the electoral platform is easy to use, intuitive, and technically protected against any intrusion and forgery, thanks to a reliable and secure system of data collection and processing.
The global voting on the implementation of FFGs is now proceeding well.
The actual implementation of a law adopted by people will be handled by responsible administrators. In strict accordance with the law adopted and within the stipulated time frame, through the electoral platform, in real time, people will be able to monitor implementations of the adopted law and recall administrators in case of any abuse. An important difference between the voting process in the consumerist format and the one in the creative society is that in the creative society, any information will be open and accessible. Information openness can in no way be used against an individual because human life will be the highest value.
Based on the results of the global vote, the world is transitioning to fuel-free generators. More than 2 billion families have already received FFGs, and soon it will be available to every inhabitant of the planet.
Everything is in order. Congratulations with your new FFG.
Thank you.
Planned closures of power plants, gas stations, and a control-safe transition to industrial FFGs are successfully underway. An FFG can be installed in any means of transportation.
Time has come for us to see. It's up to you.
Nova, how long have I been driving without refueling?
Today, you have driven 405 miles without refueling or recharging. In total, your car has traveled 1,267 miles with the FFG. The next inspection of your car will be after 8,000 miles, and your FFG will be serviced in 9 years and 345 days.
Hi, Yoshka. Are you going fishing?
I'm going to work, man. I became a fishing instructor. My dream came true. It's fantastic. I go fishing every day, and my wife doesn't grumble at me because I go to work. It was my mistake to vote against that law back then. I now make more money than I did at the gas station. That's how it goes. And what about you?
I took that job. I'm going to be an aerospace engineer. I am now practicing and training.
Cool. Good luck to you.
Tight lines and bent rods.
The self-governance procedure is clear and understandable. It ensures order in decision-making and control over quick execution of decisions. Moreover, self-government eliminates any conditions for corruption. There will be no one who can be bribed because there will be no individual on whom decisions depend. Everyone will be equally able to participate in managing society's affairs. No one will have any privileges or immunity. People themselves will decide where to allocate their resources and will jointly control how they are being used. It will be very easy for any person to submit an initiative on their own on solving one or another vital issues. An initiative is verified for consistency with the 8 foundations of the creative society and submitted to the general public. If people support the idea, then experts get involved and prepare a draft law for voting.
Hi guys!
Hey.
So you will support me? I'm going to change the world. You said it's a long walk to the park and there are very few swings. What do you think about this park near our house?
Wow!
Or this one?
It's hard to choose.
Wow, when did you manage to retrain from an interior designer to an architect?
It's not me. I just put forward an idea, and last night local architects created these 2 projects by means of artificial intelligence. So now I will submit both of them on the platform and let people choose which one to vote for.
The main thing is to have more ice cream cafes in the park.
Well, then we need to vote for this one because it has fewer bike lanes and more cafes, while that one has more jogging and bike lanes and fewer cafes.
Mom, you've built a beautiful park, but there are still few cafes and a poor selection of ice cream flavors.
Here is your ice cream lane, lady. You are so right. The selection is poor, but soon there will be more. We just opened yesterday. Enjoy. Thank you.
Delicious.
In today's consumer society, a single country or even an alliance of several countries will not be able to implement the concept of self-governance in full, because there is such a concept as geopolitics, an endless war of interests. There is a competition and fight for resources, and national economies are interconnected to a large extent. Thus, people in a separate country cannot fully make independent decisions. Real self-governance is possible only in the creative format of society, and there is no analogues of this form of governance today. In the consumerist format, the law usually protects and benefits those who created it, but when people themselves create laws and vote for them, they work for the benefit of all people, not just a few. When people themselves generate projects and promote laws, there can be no wars, international strife, or conflicts in such a society. Because the most valuable thing for us people is life. And those
We still have a lot of work to do. A path to happiness is always thorny. In our case, the path to the creative society. We'd have to say goodbye to some things, learn something, and get used to something. But there are more joyful moments in all of this. After the introduction of FFGs, even more opportunities opened up to us. Vertical farms, a mighty replicator, sea and endless space are all a reality now. In the creative society, ordinary people are no longer pawns. Everyone becomes the most important because they are now humans. Since power is in the hands of people, everyone is more motivated to play an active role in the process of society. We have become even more united and responsible because now each of us changes the world for the better every day by our conscious choice. Creative society.
As you can see, self-governance is very simple. It is a completely transparent process that
mubonera kudzilamulira nkusabira ayindi njira ya
whether to implement something or not.
yabwino
Self-governance is not chaos, but
momwe kuthirira kuli konse kwa
management and planning. There's no authority. Instead, that function is distributed equally among all people. Voting for a particular
ndipo bwino wake wakuti anthu aliyense
of every adult on the planet. The advantages is that people
pakali pano
strive to improve the living conditions in society.
At present, it is impossible to fully implement the concept of self-governance as we have seen in one country or even a union of several countries due to the geopolitical struggles for resources and competition between national economies. People in a single country cannot make independent decisions, but in a creative format of society, real self-governance is possible. In such a society, people create laws and projects that work for the benefit of all people, not just for the benefit of a few. In such a society, there are no inter-ethnic disputes, conflicts, or wars, because the most valuable thing for us humans is life and the prospects that the creative society opens up for us.
The creative society is beneficial for everyone. Who wouldn't want to live in a safe, everyone is guaranteed free
limapinduli aliyense
free housing,
ndani angafune kukhala mdziko loteteza lokhazikika kumwe aliyense amasinzira kuti ali ndi mankhwala nyumba ya ulimi kuchepera sikulu mita munthu aliyense malo ake lama zoyambira zokwana 10 mwezi koma mukudziwa apa pali funso lalikulu lomwe
Exclusively for the Global Crisis Forum There Is a Way Out, we've conducted social service across the entire world. The volunteers of Creative Society Project asked people about how they envision their lives in a creative society. So let's dive into the first question we asked people. Imagine living in a creative society where healthcare and education are free, and you have access to free housing without having to pay utility bills. All your debts are written off, you don't owe anything to anyone, you receive an unconditional basic income of $10,000 each month in present-day currency to your card. How would you spend that money? What would you do with it?
I'll definitely be able to start my passion projects, which are more for the community and bringing underrepresented communities, giving them more opportunities in society.
I would create some projects, entertainment shows, for example. I would invest in the talented guys and produce someone.
Yes, these would be inventions. That is something I've always enjoyed doing. Inventing, coming up with something. So take something and create. It would be for the whole world, so I could invent different things that could be useful to society.
Wow, that's the big question, and it's too important. For me, I would like to travel the world, the whole world. I would like to meet people from different nationalities, see the natural.
Most of my budget will be spent on recreation, singing, piano, etc.
Where am I going to spend $10,000? First of all, I will do everything I'm supposed to do in the household. And then I'll probably start making paper airplanes out of them and wait for them to disappear at all. It will be the happiest moment of my life to never think about them again.
I don't even know why the money is needed at all.
That's a good question.
Yes, the value and worth of money is completely different in such a society.
I want to go abroad a lot, to eat plenty of good food and to have a lot of fun.
If everyone has everything, then the money is kind of unnecessary.
I guess I could think more about, because right now I'm thinking, well, what about like spaceships and like going to the moon or like new advanced technology?
I will take care of my family and I will try to join the creative society to help other people, and that is my dream.
If I had such money, I would stop saving on those foods and fruits that contain the vitamins that I need. I would stop saving at least a little bit on gas. I have a gas meter. I would invite my friends to a cafe.
I would learn how to live. Because these days, with what we earn and the way we live, you are not living, you are surviving.
Imagine having an official work schedule of 4 days a week for 4 hours a day, and you earn a decent salary. In addition, you receive an unconditional basic income and free housing. Education is free and of excellent quality anywhere in the world. You can acquire any professional skill and join any team across the world to work on projects that benefit society as a whole, or just not to work at all. What would you do?
I would still work. I love my job. You know, I work in visual effects and it makes me happy. So I think I would still work, and, you know, whether that's paid a certain amount or not, I would still go in every day, or 4 days a week would be great.
I would love to work for huge organizations that will probably study some super global issues.
Well, you know, I'm an industrialist and a producer. I'm a creator. Maybe I will do something, I don't know, maybe make some goods cheaper.
I think with the time that would be available, I would probably put more of my efforts and energy into volunteering.
No matter the amount of money, I would definitely still try to learn and develop as much as I possibly could.
I still need to keep my brain busy and contribute to society in some way, so I wouldn't just sit around. I think I'd get bored like super fast.
I'm gonna do a volunteer work and do a personal business as well.
I would love to enhance my skills related to acting and writing, and would want to contribute in that same field.
Even if I knew I could live without working, I would still want to keep exploring the human body, right?
My dream is to help other people, not just to help myself, but to help take other people to another level.
I would definitely get involved. All the best to the people. I would work for the people.
I think also it's the psychological thing to do something and to also to improve in the society, because I think also how it's possible the society to exist without our contribution.
I would join those like different projects to benefit society, because just sitting around you're not really doing anything, and there's a lot that could be done by joining those projects.
The creative society is a world where everyone has a financial security. It's an absolutely peaceful world, devoid of war, violence, and slavery. It's a world where you can enjoy all the benefits we've discussed earlier. Would you like to live in a creative society?
Would you like to live in such a society?
I would.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. I would. I think it would benefit my health overall, my mental health, and then my physical, in turn, my physical health.
Yes, of course I would like to. I would like to live in peace and tranquility.
Yes, of course, because it is at least comfortable for any person. It seems for everyone it is so.
Yes, sure. If there really is an unconditional basic income That would be the optimal situation for the whole world. Firstly, to achieve peace, and secondly, to create a decent life for all people.
In our life, if there were no wars, slavery, corruption, it would be very beautiful. I really want to live in the creative world.
I would like to live in a creative society. I think it would be great. Certainly there wouldn't be any conflicts between people. Politics would not make sense then either, meaning one political group would not fight with another, country with country, because there would be no need for influence.
Of course, certainly. I'm sure, in fact, we're already creating, even just by the fact that we're already talking about it. I'm looking forward to such a society.
Yes, and I'll try to do everything I can to make it happen.
So who wouldn't want? I would definitely love to be a part of this society.
Yes, of course. I definitely hope to live in a relatively peaceful place without war.
I think we would all like to live in such an environment and protect our families, right?
I would love to live in such a society.
Yes, such a world is a dream, and I'd really like that.
Yes, I think I would like to live in the creative society.
I dream of a place called the Creative Society. Did not know that there was such a project. I am honored to even be a part, to just share my little capsule of how I think life could be. I want the emblem, any of that. No, sign me up. Queens on board. Absolutely.
Sure, 100%. Yeah.
100%. No need of doubt. Everybody looks for it.
Well, of course, I do not know what kind of a person, other than a psychopath, would not want to live in such a world.
Well, the answer is obvious. Of course I'd love to, and I challenge anyone who says otherwise.
Yes, I would like to live in such a society, because it would mean that many of the inequalities that still exist today will disappear. It happens because of minorities' interests, who benefit and get richer, because of the problems that are happening in the world.
Would you like to live in the creative society?
Naturally, it's probably a dream of every person. Everyone falls asleep and thinks, oh, if there was no war, it would be great. People would live in abundance and harmony, and everyone would smile at each other.
Yes, I would love to.
I'm with you.
I'm just saying. Come on. That's like the best dream any person would have. Yes, I would love to live.
Of course. Like, I think this will be answer of all people. Yeah, of course, I would like to.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Creative society, it's amazing.
Amazing. What you have seen is only a small part of the responses from people around the world in recently conducted social of the Creative Society project. Global crisis.
adziko lonse lapansi mkafukufuku omwe achitika posachedwa omwe adayambisidwa ndi omwe akugwira ntchito yawo ntchito ya Creative Society odzekera Foramu global crisis alichita yotumiza kafukufuku anasonyeza kuti mfundo zina zofunika choyamba aliyense amathandiza ndipo ndithudi amafuna kukhala mu Creative Society. Chachiwiri, ngakhale ndi zabwino zonse monga thandizo chamankhwala chaulere pamwambapo ndi maphunziro palibe ndalama zothandizira kukhululukidwa ngongole osakhoma komanso ndalama zosimikizika za pa mwezi zokwana $10,000 mpembeni akukonzekera kusintha miyoyo yawo m'dziko lozungulira ngakhale njira izi chifukwa choti aliyense amakhala ndi moyo woyenera kukhala munthu ndipo Creative Society omwe imapasira kuti pakhale moyo wotero dziko la makono la anthu okuonga kugula zinthu maganizo
Basically how to make ends meet.
malingaliro mobweza kapena chithandizo cha mankhwala kupeza
you spend your 10K a month unconditional basic income. Now, that's a great thought, right? Write in the comments below how would you spend those.
maphunziro mtundu wanji ngati ndalama sizili kuto kupera ndalama zokwana pamwezi zopanda maliro kupano kudiwo lingaliro lokulinga sindu mingaononga ndalama achiyani gawani malingaliro amu ano.
Will the unconditional basic income payments lead to an increase in prices and inflation? Why do we say that all these benefits will be guaranteed in the creative society? What can guarantee this to us? Who will pay for it? Answers to these questions will now be shown in the presentation of a new economic model prepared by an international team of economists specifically for this forum.
In the transition period to the creative society, each person will have universal basic income equivalent to $10,000 US, free housing at least 650 square feet per person, free healthcare of the highest quality, free education for a lifetime, safety in every part of the world, work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, paid vacation for 2 months a year, equally high salaries across the world, no taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses, fixed prices on all goods.
When I look at the picture of this kind of the world, a thought comes to my mind. This is incredible. This is incredibly cool. And yes, I want this kind of life. But just like in any person, a skeptic inside me begins to rant and says, first of all, it is impossible to implement. And even if it is possible, it certainly won't happen in my lifetime. And goes on to affirm, no one will let you do this. And you know what I reply to him? You're right. And indeed, he is right in today's economy of the consumerist format in which we exist nowadays. This cannot be implemented. This requires a different economic model. We need to look beyond the confines of the current system. And I invite you to learn about a new model of economy that will provide a high standard of living for every human being. This model has been developed and proposed by experts from around the world. It takes into account the economic needs of each person, technological advances, and the need for our civilization to develop and evolve. This innovative model will change our lives from the first day of its implementation. I want to draw your attention to the fact that its implementation is possible only if the format of society is changed from consumerist to creative. And further, I will explain why. Unlike the current economic model, the new model will have a different goal: to provide the high standard of living for every human on the planet. There are two key requirements for the new economic model to function and achieve this goal. The first requirement: the new economic model can only work on a planetary scale. It cannot work in a single country. The second requirement is the self-governing society. All power must belong to the people. The economy, along with other strategic spheres, will also be managed and controlled directly by society, represented by every person. each of us, via the electoral platform. So, we have formulated the goal of the new economic model and outlined the necessary requirements for its implementation. These requirements can only be met in the creative format of society. I now invite you to model the near future. After we have successfully completed all three stages of building the creative society, informational, political, and the global referendum, the world community legally and peacefully transitions to the creative format of society that we all have chosen together and become one civilization. From that moment on, it will take a small amount of time to launch the new economic model. 6 months, according to preliminary calculations. After that, we will enter the transitional period to the creative society, which will last 5 to 6 years. As soon as we enter the transitional period, everyone will be provided with the monthly unconditional basic income in the amount equivalent to $10,000, with their own housing of at least 60 square meters per person. Education and healthcare will be of high quality and free, as well as resources, electricity, water, heating. All debts will be written off. Loans will be interest-free, and there will be no more taxes for individuals, small and medium-sized businesses. Of course, this raises a lot of questions. Will people work? What will the prices be? Will there be inflation? And the most common and important question, where will the money come from? So let's take it in order. Where will we get the money from in the transitional period to the creative society? In the new economic model, money will be created by a single fund for global financing, which belongs to society and serves its interests. A single fund for global financing will only serve the function of creating and redistributing funds. It will not accumulate money like the funds do today, nor will it make money as the banks do in the consumer model of the economy. There will be no banks in the transitional period to the creative society because there will be no need to keep money, because money will be exclusively digital. In fact, there will be no money in the conventional sense of the word. These are just numbers and equivalent for exchange. That's your assets. You can exchange them for something, a product, a service, and so on. The more the economy grows, the more means of exchange, what we now call money, are created. In contrast to the consumerist format, all financial transactions will be open and transparent to everyone. The task of the single fund for global financing is to supply the right amount of means of exchange at society's request. Well, how will this work? Society decides what needs to be improved, created, and what projects and initiatives to implement. Experts will use the artificial intelligence to calculate how much money is needed to achieve those goals. And the single fund for global financing will create the necessary amount of money. If there is a request for the implementation of a project in a village, city, or country, an application is submitted to the electoral platform. For example, if a city decides to replace its asphalt pavement, it submits a request and funds are allocated for this from the single fund for global financing. It's just like in the family. You know what everyone needs and you allocate money from the family budget to buy the necessary goods, pants, sneakers, a piano. It's the same at the city and global levels. The only difference is that our budget as a society is not limited. We can spend as much as we want if there is something to spend on, and we need it. This approach does not limit the development of the economy. The economy develops and our opportunities increase. In the new economic model, there will be no budgets of cities and countries. There will be no such thing as state money either. The only place where money can accumulate is your personal account, and you yourself dispose of it as you please. If a country, city, or village has a budget, there will inevitably be those who will try to make a profit from that budget, local officials and others. And when there is no budget, it cannot be taken away. And this is the answer to the question of why there will be no corruption, theft, and bureaucracy. There won't be a situation where the asphalt pavement was changed last year, and this year it is changed again, and someone makes money on it. It will not happen because the monitoring system will guarantee the transparency of all operations. Monitoring that the money allocated has been used as intended will be done with the help of technologies that already exist, such as the multipurpose complex Voskhod. You won't be able to buy building materials for a higher price than those that are sold everywhere, and everyone can see their price. How is it possible to steal if what you buy and sell can be seen immediately? Money flows are transparent. Anyone can see what every penny is spent. Now, in the consumer's format, this information is hidden. But in the transitional period to the creative society, it will be available to everyone. You can see exactly how money has been spent in any part of the world, regardless of where you are, because society's money is your money. For the convenience of transactions and complete transparency, a new single monetary unit will be introduced, which can be used anywhere in the world. It will belong to society and be created by the single fund for global financing. It will be digital. It will not be possible to seize or freeze it, and it will not lose value. You cannot lose digital money. It cannot be stolen, and its flows are completely transparent. From the first day of the transitional period to the creative society, an exchange of existing currencies for the new monetary unit will take place. All savings, capitals, and assets of people and enterprises will be converted into it. Why will the single currency be digital? Because firstly, it guarantees the transparency of all financial transactions. And secondly, with modern technology, there is no need for paper money or documents. Digital money is both environmentally friendly and convenient. A person doesn't need to carry a wallet, a passport, or a plane ticket. No chips or third-party devices are needed. A person can be identified by retina or a fingerprint. All this information will be stored in a single database that would be under the control of society as a whole, rather than individual countries or special services, as it is today, where everything is fragmented. This high-tech approach would simply eliminate any illegal activity. It will be impossible to engage in stealing or money laundering. It will all stop. In the creative society, a person has nothing to fear or hide. They are absolutely open and free. Everything starts with a clean slate. The key mechanism of the new economic model will be a limitation of wealth, which is the limit of maximum wealth per family that we will set as a society. At the present time, the recommended amount is $10 million, and it is confirmed by recent research. This is the total amount, including all movable and immovable property, all the assets and liabilities of each family member. This amount is more than enough for a comfortable, prosperous life, but not enough to gain unlimited power. When a person's wealth goes over the set limit, the excess funds simply disappear. They are not credited to anyone's account and are essentially written off. We are used to thinking in terms of the economy of the consumerist format, but here you have to understand that this is a different form of settlement, not the usual banking form. Therefore, money is not accumulated. When society needs money, the single fund for global financing simply allocates the necessary amount, which goes into circulation. Society is financed without limitations for as much as required for its needs. In the transitional period, money is needed as an exchange fund to limit the wealth, so that humanity or a group of people would not build empires and usurp power again. This would create a high standard of living for all people. Let's summarize. In the consumerist format, money is a means to retain power. People try to accumulate it, hide it, take it away, while in the transitional period to the creative society, money is a tool to achieve society's goals. And money is needed only during the transitional period to the creative society, as a temporary measure for 5 to 6 years, and it will not be needed in the future. And later we will explain why. Nowadays, they say that the problem is not money, but its quantity. As we have already understood, in the new economic model, there will be no such problem. But the question is different. Will it lead to inflation? The answer is simple. There will be no inflation at all. It is impossible. In the current economic model, this would indeed lead to skyrocketing prices, hyperinflation. But in the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society, this simply could not happen. Why? Because prices would be fixed worldwide by law for all resources, goods and services. They simply cannot be raised, and this means that inflation cannot be created. But it raises another question. At what level will the prices be fixed? Will the bread cost $1,000? Well, if you make that decision, of course it will, because we will decide as a society anyway. The optimal prices will be calculated using artificial intelligence, considering all the costs and profitability, but the final decision on pricing will be made by people. Therefore, you surely understand we are unlikely to want the bread to cost $1,000. We would rather want it to cost less than it does today. And it will. All prices will be less than they are today. And thanks to what? Because there will be no interest on loans and taxes for medium and small-sized businesses included in the prices. Electricity, water and gas will be free. There will be a single economic environment in the creative society. And the absence of borders means no taxes on exports and imports, no duties, no excise taxes and no customs duties. The introduction of robotics, fuel-free generators and smart logistics will contribute to lower prices for goods. At the same time, quality standards will be equally high for the same goods all over the world. For example, the same hamburger that today costs $6 in America and $1 in Romania will cost, for example, 40 cents worldwide and will be equally delicious and juicy and healthy. Tasty and healthy food will be available to everyone. Right now, in the consumerist economy, 8 billion people is a lot. And in the creative society, 50 billion won't be enough. But even in the transitional period, we will not need to add worms, bugs and other insects to our food, because the production of organic and quality food will increase many times as new technologies are introduced, such as vertical farms, which we already have now, but it is not profitable to introduce them in the farming, in the consumer's format. And in the new model of the economy, it will become completely natural. Today, despite the addition of insects to our food, 2 billion people are starving. And in the transitional period to the creative society, there will be neither hungry nor poor. I'm already anticipating your next question. Such a rapid improvement in people's living standards and purchasing power, including an unconditional basic income of $10,000, lower prices and free utility services, won't all this lead to a shortage of products? It won't, but friends, the truth is, not everything is going to be so easy. We'll have a new headache, where to spend the $10,000, because the selection of goods and services will be huge. In the transitional period to the creative society, almost immediately you will see a huge increase in economic growth, because people will have enough money and there will be an unconditional basic income, which means that the purchasing power will increase many times over. And this is a massive boost for trade turnover. Moreover, ideal conditions will be created for manufacturers and business. These include interest-free loans, no taxes for small and medium-sized businesses, free water, gas and electricity, access to the latest technology, and most importantly, a great demand for their goods and services. This will be a huge stimulus for them to create more goods, develop and expand. The new economic model is a real paradise for consumers and entrepreneurs. First of all, the absence of taxes for small and medium-sized businesses means not only a reduction in prices, it also means economic freedom. All the money you earn is yours, and you are free to spend it as you like. No one will be able to take them away, as it is done today through taxation. Taxes will be simply not necessary because there is a wealth cap, and funds above a certain amount are already directed towards the needs of society. And this money will anyway be exchanged for goods and services which will make manufacturers themselves richer. This is much more beneficial than taxes. Secondly, loans for small and medium-sized businesses will be interest-free. You can take out a loan and develop your business, but this does not mean that you can borrow without limit and not pay it back. Obviously, there will be a mechanism for control. Of course, you have an obligation to repay the loan. No one will allow anyone to live off their back. It is not good for someone to live off the president's back. And considering that each person is the president, you cannot get a free ride on anyone. But on the plus side, no one can get a free ride on you. And thirdly, another key benefit for business is the economic model itself. It will be structured in such a way that any entrepreneur will always know what is in demand. This will be possible because we will use a planned economy model, which will be calculated using artificial intelligence on a global level. This means that any businessman can always visit the electoral platform and, with the help of artificial intelligence, find out what will be the demand for their goods and services in a particular location. Artificial intelligence will help them process the data and make the right choice so that their business becomes profitable and successful. For example, you have decided to open a coffee shop. You can go to the electoral platform and see how many coffee shops are in your area, how busy they are, and if there are already 2 half-empty coffee shops, it would be foolish to open a third one. Such a business will fail on its own and harm others. At the same time, the artificial intelligence will prompt you that there is no bakery in this area. Therefore, opening a bakery will be profitable. This way, you get to understand which profitable business you can open for the benefit of yourself and society. Moreover, when starting a business, the same artificial intelligence will offer you options for premises, purchasing goods at the most favorable price in nearby places to reduce logistics costs. It will connect you with a logistics company, calculate the required loan amount, if one is needed, and also calculate the cost of necessary repairs of the premises. Find the companies that will do the repairs at the most advantageous price. Find options for design solutions and propose the necessary employee candidates in the required location. All on a turnkey basis. At the same time, it is you who chooses from the options suggested by AI, and all final decisions are up to you. The same artificial intelligence will calculate how much time it will take from the moment you apply on the electoral platform for your business to start making a profit. Additionally, the AI will calculate the necessary number of employees and help you draft their schedule. This is very useful considering that the work week will be 4 days, 4 hours a day, meaning that in order to cover 12 hours of daily work for that very coffee shop, 3 people per day are needed per shift. Of course, after this, many people will say that everyone will become an entrepreneur. They won't, because running a business requires a certain character, motivation, responsibility, time commitment, and most importantly, organizational skills. For many, and this is the overwhelming majority, it is much easier to go to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, receive a good salary in addition to the universal basic income, and enjoy life. rather than continue developing their business and work on it almost 24 hours a day, despite all the help from AI. Even if artificial intelligence does the calculations for you, it's still up to you to do the work. AI will help you launch the business and assist you in the process, but it is you who will run the business. Communicating with customers, overseeing production, the responsibility for all this will be on you, right down to picking out the design, starting from the smallest details in the process of launching the business. There is no getting away from it. You will be engaged 24 hours a day, despite the simplicity and ease of the process. And it is up to you to decide whether to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, or to be an entrepreneur. Some people want to earn more, while others are satisfied with their salary and a free, wonderful life. Naturally, all of these conditions, such as no taxes, interest-free loans, understandable demand, etc., will have a positive impact on increasing wages. Wages will need to be increased regularly because companies will need skilled workers to meet the growing demand for goods and services. Since unconditional basic income allows even those who used to be low-income individuals to purchase quality goods, there will be an increase in the number of companies needing employees to meet this demand. For example, let's consider a medium-sized business. A person has an enterprise with 200 to 300 employees and a turnover of several tens of millions of dollars. They don't have to pay taxes. All the money earned belongs to them. And of course, they will raise wages, because competition for specialists in the labor market will be high. While unemployment will inevitably increase in today's world, in the creative society, on the contrary, there will be competition for good workers. They will be needed. And we come to another often asked question. Will people want to work if they already have a comfortable life provided by universal basic income of $10,000? People will still work because a $120,000 universal basic income per year for a person is just an average level of prosperity. Few people want to be in the middle class. People strive to live better. For example, if a person wants a new good car, then to buy it, they will have to live on just their basic income for several years. Wouldn't it be easier to go to work to buy their dream car faster? In this case, a person could earn an additional $5,000 to $10,000 or more per month, and in a year they could save up for their dream car and drive it to the job they love. You will also want good watches, a good phone, and a new laptop. Why? Because you have the opportunity to buy them. You will want to go to a good restaurant. You will be too lazy to cook, and you will go to a restaurant near your home to eat there. This requires money, and this is a good incentive to work. Not to mention that the transitional period to a creative society implies working for 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, and having 2 months of paid vacation and high salaries worldwide. Furthermore, thanks to the implementation of new technologies, boring professions and hard labor will gradually disappear. People will have much more interesting work to do because there will be many new professions that will reveal their potential and talents. Everyone will be able to easily and freely learn a new trade or train for a new profession. Thus, we understand that people will have all the conditions to earn themselves a good house and even more than one, any car or real estate. And then this question arises, what about private property? Everything a person earns, up to the wealth cap, belongs to them, their house, their yard, their car, and so on. An entrepreneur's private property may include a store, service areas, manufacturing, restaurants, cafes, and the like. But all minerals and resources of the earth will belong to the entire society. It is thanks to this that electricity, water, and gas will be free for people and small and medium-sized businesses. Thus, the new economic model creates all the conditions for the maximum development of both businesses and entrepreneurship, as well as the development of every individual and society as a whole. One more reason why the world economy will become many times more efficient in the transitional period to the creative society is the use of a planned economy at the global level. Just think how much unnecessary money and resources are now spent on overproduction, as well as on liquidation of finished products in order to increase the value of the remaining products. And yet, at a time when a third of the ready-to-eat products are being destroyed, there are countries where people have never ever tried these products. Meanwhile, those countries have things that are needed in other countries. The new model of the economy will solve this problem with smart planning and smart logistics. Logistics will be calculated by experts with the help of artificial intelligence in order to efficiently redistribute goods so that everyone will have the opportunity to buy everything they need. In the model of the transitional period to the creative society, there is no limit to improving human life. It will be possible and necessary to improve life, but prohibited to make it worse, and it will be fixed at the legislative level. Remember, the highest value in the world will be human life and his benefits. Well, friends, let's sum it up. Now you understand how the economic model of the transitional period to the creative society works. It provides everyone with the high standard of living. This includes a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000, fixed prices for all goods, high level of wages, free and high quality healthcare, education, and excellent conditions for business development. What's more, there's only a part of its advantages over the current consumerist format of economy. The absence of wars, inflation, crisis, and stable income, all of this makes society healthier, and this is extremely important. There's no need to commit crimes, no reason to risk a happy life. The simple question is, what for? When human life comes first, the world changes drastically. Your happy life is what you will treasure. These are your opportunities, and these are the opportunities for the entire civilization. Today, humanity stands at the threshold of controlling matter. This is the reality of today. Only minor gaps in understanding separate us from controlling matter. The only thing we really lack to fill these gaps and make a scientific breakthrough is scientists from around the world working together in this direction with unlimited funding. And this will be possible from the very first days of the transitional period to the creative society. And most importantly, unlimited funding for science is the only chance to eliminate the climate threat. Because this is the top priority vital issue today. As early as this stage, we will be able to save the planet from climate collapse and launch the processes to solve environmental problems. The transitional period will take about 5 to 6 years. After its completion, we will enter the creative society. And the creative society is a world of incredible possibilities where the latest technologies will be available. The health capsule will allow everyone to extend their lives beyond the species limit and live in a healthy and young body for at least 1,500 years. The replicator is the technology that will enable us to create anything from the tiniest particles, manipulating matter at the quantum level. These technologies will be in every home. And that's the answer to why we will no longer need money. The creative society solves all our economic problems and opens up a new world of incredible opportunities where you can unlock your true potential. If you want to live in such a world, it is now important to act together with millions of people. You and I are now launching a worldwide demand for the creative society, which will very soon become the main trend of humanity if each of us takes an active part in this first and most difficult stage of building the creative society, the stage of informing. In one way or another, each of us is suffering in the economic model of the consumerist format. But we are searching for a way out within the familiar paradigm. However, The way out is only in the creative society. Therefore, for those who understand what the way out is, it is important to tell others about it. Creative society will open up perspectives for growth and development of each individual and of society as a whole. This is what will make us free. In the consumer's format, there can be no real freedom for a person. There's always the exploitation of the majority by a few individuals. But even those few individuals are themselves enslaved by this format. Therefore, not a single person has freedom in the consumer's society. It is only in the creative society that the person can attain true freedom.
Wasn't that amazing? First of all, I'd like to say thank you to a large international team of economists for such a clear and thorough presentation of the economy in the transition period to the creative society. Today, we will talk to Alexei Prudkov, an entrepreneur from Dubai, and a leading expert economist from the Netherlands, Jonathan Rivat. And we are going to talk about the new model of the economy. It is clear for everyone that we all will benefit from the new economical model. Who would reject a $10,000 a month basic income, a spacious, comfortable, free house, free medical care, and free education of the highest quality? And it turns out that it is not a problem to provide it all in the new economic model. But why have we never heard of such approach before? We all got used to think only within the limits of the existing model of the consumer's format. And rarely do people think about the fact that the format itself can be changed, so the existing economic system can be changed as well. But it turns out that this is not only possible, but it's also so much easier than continue to fight the consequences of the never-ending crisis created by the current failing economic system.
Today, we are enslaved in this consumerism format through debt, fear of losing our jobs, and lack of money. We work in a job that we don't like just to keep us from starving to death. And already, in the transition period of the creative society, everyone will be financially free and independent. An unconditional basic income will allow us to enjoy life rather than survive. This will create an enormous solvent demand. Just imagine, the economy will receive as much as money in a month as the current world economy produces in a whole year. Money will permanently stimulate the economy, and it will be no longer laying dead weight in an account of several people. Because there will be a limitation of wealth, and there won't be any risk of someone having an excessive amount of money which they could use to seize power or initiate wars.
Yes, and most importantly, only this economical model will provide the unlimited funding for the scientists to tackle the most important problem, the climate threat. But look at the current economical model. Today, many projects that could improve people's lives are not being implemented because we have no funding for them. While in the transition period to the creative society, there are no limits. Funding of society, that is the development of the society, is limitless. Alexei?
And it is impossible to create inflation because prices are fixed by law. As a result, we will get an economy without crisis and inflation. During the transitional period to the creative society, the entire world economy will function as a unified system, as opposed to the current fragmented approach. where everyone is focused solely on their own profit and self-interest.
And today's economy has been very accurately described in the books by John Perkins, who calls today's economy the economy of death. He writes about it in his best-selling book, The Confessions of the Economic Hitman. So John Perkins is a specialist who knows the consumer's format system from the inside out. He understands more than anyone that the current economy system leading us all down a blind alley. It has been a pleasure to meet him, and we're delighted to have him today with us. John, the floor is yours.
So welcome to Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out. I personally am very happy to be here. I'm John Perkins. I have a background as a chief economist at a major consulting firm, but perhaps I'm better known as an economic hitman. People all over the world are understanding that the system that we now have just isn't working. I am blessed with the opportunity to speak in many different countries on just about every continent. And everywhere I go, I see that people understand that, you know, we've got to stop climate change. We've got to stop species extinctions. We've got to stop environmental destruction. People know this everywhere. And so those are all symptoms of the death economy. We know we've got to turn this around. We've got to create an economic system that works. It's an illusion to think that we don't have power. You know, we in some respects, we're living in this illusory society where everybody's told, and the advertising tells us, and politicians tell us that somebody else has the power. We have to turn to them. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at the people who've changed throughout history, whoever your heroes are, these are just human beings. And when they started, they didn't know they were going to become heroes. They didn't know they were going to become world known. And you may not become world known, or you may not want to be, but you can play an incredible role. And once you get started doing this, the satisfaction that it brings is phenomenal. Whenever we realize that we must change and we start to invoke these changes and we start to implement these changes, there's always pushback because the status quo thinks that they don't want change. And little do they know, even the very richest and most powerful people politically, they're in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble. The planet's in trouble, and so they're in trouble. But they'll push back, and that's historical. You know, but whenever there's pushback like that, we can take strength from it. We realize they're pushing back because they know that we're winning. And it doesn't matter from what country you hail, what your religion is, or your nationality, or your culture, or the color of your skin, or anything else. We're all in this together. And we are unified in the fact that we're all threatened by the death economy. So let's recognize that it's also important to unify to develop a life economy. It's happening, and people like you and I and everybody who's participating in this magnificent program is part of that. It's an exciting time. Thank you, everybody, for participating in this, and what an amazing time we're in, and you know, like this. Interconnected global system that we're participating in is amazing. Thank you. I appreciate what you're doing.
John, thank you so much for sharing with us your vision of the economy and your observations that people from all over the world feel the need for this change. After all, nothing will change without people's demand. It is very encouraging to see that people who really understand the economy realize that we need creative society where the economy will improve everyone's life, and it will create the conditions in which we can truly live rather than just survive.
Yes, to achieve this goal, we will use global level planning with the latest AI technology. Today, corporations are using economic planning at the state level worldwide, and it is yielding tremendous results. Through successful and effective planning, the income of some corporations becomes greater than the GDP of entire countries. Just imagine the results we will achieve when planning is done globally by using AI. And it will be aimed at a single goal, improving every human's life.
Yes. Today we can build a new economy because we have all the technology to make it happen. Having these technologies will allow us to implement true self-governance in society. Modern humanity has never had such experience because of the authorities. They have always been there, and the power in the hands of a few will always lead to some kind of overindulgence and manipulations for the personal financial gain. This is done through shady schemes and withholding of information from the general public. In the transition period to the creative society, all financial information will be transparent and open to general public. We will be able to implement this by using the latest technology that will control and monitor any illegal money laundering schemes. This will make all illegal activities impossible. Simply put, corruption will be eradicated. And the best part about this, that we don't even have to invent this technology. It already exists. This is the Voskhod multipurpose complex by XP Energy. Stay tuned, because we will talk about this technology in details a bit later. We have everything we need to make our economy today function in a different way. The only thing that's missing is the creative society.
Yes, and I was struck by the fact that in the economic model of the transition period to the creative society, prices will go down. Never in my life have I seen prices go down. I haven't even thought it is possible. It turns out that not only will prices go down, but the quality of goods will improve.
Yes, and the main factor for reducing prices in the transition period of the creative society will be free energy. And the second key factor is the absence of taxes. Today's prices increase due to inflation, as well as ever-increasing taxes will make up a significant portion of a product's price.
Yes, Jonathan, I totally agree with you. To illustrate this more vividly, we can take a look at the very simple example. Let's take that bun from that hamburger that we talked about in the video. Why is it so expensive? After all, it's just flour and water. How can it cost $2? Did you know that if you take out taxes out of the price of that bun, it will cost 3 times cheaper? So how does this tricky taxation scheme work in the consumerist format economy? Let's take a look in details. In order to grow the wheat used in making of that bun, you have to rent land. The farmer pays tax on that land. Then he needs a tractor to work on that land. Then he has to pay another tax, the value-added taxation, VAT. The cost of the tractor also includes several other taxes, such as invention tax, licensing, and the VAT on each part of the tractor. The tractor needs gasoline to run, and the most of the price of the gasoline, again, taxes and other duties. So next, farmer needs seeds and fertilizers, for which he again pays taxes. He then hires people to work, he pays wages and taxes on the wages. And the people that get their wages also pay taxes on them as well.
The tax payment doesn't stop there. The farmer delivers the grain to the grain elevator and pays tax. Next, the grain has to be processed into flour. This requires energy, the price of which includes taxes apart from VAT. Then you need a vehicle to transport the flour to the buns maker. Its price already includes a lot of taxes. Plus, you have to fill it up, which incurs yet another tax, and pay the driver for his work, who also pay tax from his salary. So the flour goes to the bakery, for example, a small private bakery. Even if the bakery owns the building, they still pay land tax in addition to energy, to gas and electricity bills. And we already know that there are taxes on these too. There are people working in production who gets their wages, pay taxes on their wages, and from these wages, employees pay taxes once more.
Yes. And now imagine you walking into that bakery just to buy a simple bun. But what a journey it has been on, right? Before it even hit that shelf, it has been taxed on every stage of its creation. Even more, the shop operates under the very same taxation scheme. So you buy in this taxed bun and you pay the shop tax from your hard-earned wages, which already has been taxed, by the way, as well. So it looks like some kind of nesting doll of taxes all the way. And God forbid if that bun crossed any borders on its way to that shop, because then you will also have to pay the delivery tax, the taxation custom fees, and so on. At this point, you should ask yourself, is it really just a bun or some Trojan horse of taxes?
It's amazing to think about the journey that a simple bun has made, with taxes being just another ingredient in the recipe of a consumer society. You know, even bakers who are dealing with dough all day have most of it being taken out of their pockets after paying all those taxes. I guess we all can agree that it is time for a new recipe of the economic model where individuals together with small and medium-sized businesses will be free from taxes. And you will have to forget about this bitter taste.
I'm telling you, we should already start preparing her for adult life. Look at what's going on in the world. She must already understand how this world works. It is her future to grow up in it and navigate.
She's just a little girl.
I want ice cream.
Well, why a little girl? At this age, she should already know what taxes, wages, and money are, and how it all works.
Why should she know that?
Well, she has to live in this world. Daughter, you must know, understand, and navigate in this world. So look, here is what taxes are. I beat off 20% of the ice cream. This is what they call VAT, value added tax of 20%. And what I've bitten off now is your income tax of 40%. So all you're left with is this part.
Dad, screw you and your taxes. I want to live in the creative society.
Well, that ice cream analogy really gives us a taste of the crazy world we live in. I'm really tired of this bitter flavor. I'll never look at the ice cream again without thinking, screw you, consumer society. We all want creative society. Consumer society is funny at first glance, but it's hard scoop to swallow. Even a child understands the unfairness of it all. And we really need to change the format to the creative one.
Yes, from the first day of the transition period into the creative society, everything will be different. Prices will go down because there will be no taxes for small and medium-sized businesses. Electricity will be free, resources will be free, the license will be free, because all the advanced technology belongs to the society. Just imagine how this will change people's lives.
For example, instead of conventional methods of growing wheat, a farmer will be able to grow it on a vertical farm which allows to increase the yield by 600 times per square meter. As a result, we will get flowers, which is many times cheaper. Because there is no need to rent land, no need for tractors, no need for petrol, no need for extra water, because it's actually a closed cycle. The only things you will have to pay are fertilizer, the grain fund, and the staff salaries. Can you imagine how this changes the way we produce food? It will become a higher quality without the use of pesticides and harmful substances. And it will be also significantly reduce the burden on the environment, which will stop exhausting the earth with huge arable lands. And here's the answer to the question of why the prices of goods will go down while their quality will only improve.
Absolutely right. And these fundamental changes will transform every sector, because in the creative society, everything works of the people. According to the law, no one will have the right to make life worse for anyone, and there will be no point in it. The conditions will be created in such a way that by improving someone else's life, you will ultimately improve your own life as well. And our children will be the first generation to grow up in a society where it will be natural. This is our responsibility, and we have the power to make it happen.
So now you know what benefits are guaranteed to every person in a creative society. And you also know that it is economic
for
all the advantages
ubwino wake udzakhalire mu creative society
necessary to adopt this
wina aliyense adzakhala bwino mu creative society.
implementation is only possible with a change of society from a consumerist format to a creative one. Only in the
Kukwanitsa kwake ndikosavuta kuchoka ku consumeristic format kupita ku creative society.
Question that is often asked. Where will the money
Tangolandira yankho kufunso lathu lalikulu kuti kodi drama mu creative society idzachokera kuti.
to the new technology?
Zimene zidzaperekedwa kwa ina aliyense
That this privilege will be available
kudzakhala ndrama, njira zopezera ndalama zatsopano
itself a new technology
pochoka mu consumeristic format kupita mu creative society.
people's future. We confidentially proclaim
Kudzakhala matekinoloji atsopano
health for every person in the creative society and the complete
kuti idzakhala ndi moyo wabwino 100%, komanso idzakhala ndi moyo wa matenda
1,500 years thanks to the use of this technology. Yes,
moyo wa munthu udzakhala utali.
science has already advanced so far that it has been scientifically proven that such technology is
Isinthano chabe ma asayansi natsimikizira kuti ndi zotheka, ndipo process imeneyi ili kale mu njira.
What is this technology, you might ask?
Izi zachitika mu creative society.
The body regeneration.
Nanga matekinoloji amenewa ndi atiwa kumutha kufunsa.
The body regeneration capsule is a simple name, but behind it are hidden fantastic capabilities. We want to introduce to you a presentation
Banje reproductive
that will blow your mind.
capsule imene anthu adzagwisa ntchito zayikisamo.
To note that in the creative society, you will receive it for free.
Munthu akuzifunsa kuti ndedi zabwino kwambiri ndifuna ndiziwe.
Your life will change. Your new
Tuzaseze muzidzazipeza maulere pakhomo pano.
to learn more. So we invite you to
Nthawi imene tizidzasinthira formal kuchoka tani tioneni presentation nkhani ibwerayo.
Cody, any news for me? The regeneration capsule has been installed and configured. It's all
Okondedwa kuti pali nkhani yaine.
cool. Cody, I want chocolate milkshake. The recipe from Gabby Kozak? Yeah, that milkshake is amazing. Done.
Tiwona amene zikuonekera. Ndiwo munthu udzakhala ofunikira kwambiri komanso osangalatsa. Yeah, ndinokongoladi kwambiri.
Wonderful. Greetings.
Zosangalatsa.
Regeneration capsule, the first generation. Would you like to undergo the body regeneration procedure? Do I have to? When analyzing the data from your personal medical assistant, I discovered that you suffered a fracture at the age of 10.
Kodi mutha kulipanganso thupi langa kuti likhale la mphamvu.
Potential damage to the joint.
Komanso losangalatsa.
The surgery that you had at the age of 16 to remove your appendix left a scar on your skin.
Izi zitatha kuona thupi kuti kodi timacells tikuyenda bwanji kubwezeretsa chilengedwe chabwino komanso matenda.
I guess so. But first, I'd like to know more about you. Shall I start the presentation video? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, ndifuna ndidziwe kwambiri za inu.
Of the first generation,
Kodi ndikhoza kufotokoza zathu lanu. Yeah.
The regeneration capsule is
Regeneration capsule
that includes diagnosis of your body,
ndi mashine amene amaona za thupi, amene amaona mavuto pa thupi lanu kuti muli matenda anyi, kubwezeretsa minyewa imene idachoka.
to revitalize your body, but also to
kuona mafuta oyenera kudzola pa thupi lanu.
500 years. The regeneration capsule works at the information and physical level.
Kukongoletsa thupi lanu komanso kulalikitsa moyo kufika pa 1000 zaka zimene mutha kukhala ndi moyo.
Urgently remove any pathological changes,
Kumbetsetsanso mphamvu mthupi.
eliminate inflammation and restore damaged organs.
Ikhoza kuchotsa zinthu zoyipa monga atenda munthu magazi.
Brushing your teeth, epithelial particles or any dirt will be broken down into elementary particles and used as useful building material to transform your body.
Tikadzafunikanso kuti munthu azikasamba.
All the functions of the body
Zonse zoyipa pakulu zidzachoka.
DNA level, as it contains all the information
ndipo thupi lidzayenda bwino.
to function. The capsule only changes
Mavuto onse adzachokera kuyambira pa DNA.
at the beyond quantum level. The rest is done by organism itself according to the new information. In this way, any cell can be reprogrammed. Everything
Ndipo ma-molecules azikhala kuti akukonzedwa ali ang'ono.
you can change your appearance
Zinthu zonse zoyipa zidzachotsedwa.
and set a program
Technology idzakhala yabwino kwambiri. Utha kusintha kunenepa kwako kutalika
as well as the
komanso maonekedwe ako.
indefinite and live a long life. Moreover, the whole process
Pa quantum level kozokoza selo kapena kuisintha
any diseased organ can be repaired.
zidzakhala zosapweteka.
There is no need to replace your heart with someone else's. To
Matenda onse adzachoka komanso selo ina yonse imene inonongeka idzabwereramo.
any look you want. To transform the entire body, it takes time
Tidzangopanga program ukozosintha maonekedwe ako.
according to the new information in the DNA. Physical transformations in the human body
Mudzasintha kulengera ndi imene mukufunira.
start the rejuvenation and life-sustaining program in your capsule. And every day, you will feel healthier, younger, and stronger until you reach the biological youthful age.
Tsiku lililonse muzidzakhala athanzi amphamvu komanso achimwemwe.
1,000 years in a young and healthy body.
Ndipo kulalikitsa moyo
Change the characteristics of your body.
kufika 1000 years.
The capsule technology
Kuchoka nkhalamba kufika mnyamata
with any body type, muscle tone, and level of training, and maintain this
capture technology
parameters set by you.
ujakhala munthu wamphamvu
Personal time exercising, just 30
watengera ndi mmene wakufunira
can replace hours of workouts, freeing up time for your personal development. All methods
udzafunika somapanga mafizo nthawi yokhala mu capture mind idzakhala muna 30 minutes 30 seconds yokha
completely safe for everyone.
posintha zonsezi
Parameters and preferences.
udzangosankha kuti ufuna chani
When you travel anywhere in the world, you can activate your personal.
nkhani yokhudza moyo wako idzasungidwa mu mashiniwa
All you need to do is to use your individual code, and a perfectly tuned capsule is at your service.
chimene mumafuna kuchita
Is an innovative technology that allows you to stay healthy and youthful for many hundreds of years. Forget about any diseases and improve the quality of.
mudzangopanga kuti kodi mufuna chani
We wish you a creative use.
tikufunira ndi zabwino zonse nkhani ya technology
So you can really keep
yeah ndizosangalatsa kwambiri
In fact, most diseases are caused by
pano
infection.
zikhoza kupha matenda onse
Them very quickly.
eya matenda onse amene amapangidwa ndi zilombo nikhoza kuwononga nthawi yambiri mwachangu
Casing around themselves.
mwachitsanzo amene amapangidwa ndi maparalysis timachotsa
Breakdown and brain cell death.
mwachitsanzo maexos
And these are living microorganisms, so I can
zonse tidzachotsa
remove the excess calcium from the axons and relocate it to where it's needed. The excess calcium is then removed from the body. All relevant neurons will be restored based on your individual DNA program. If you want to increase brain functionality, I can also create active neurons and increase their number. As time passes, you will gradually adapt to the increased brain functionality. The complete program to cure a person takes 30 seconds, and they will leave the capsule completely healthy.
Oh, it's good to know I won't have to worry about Alzheimer's. But can you make me look pretty?
ndizofunikira kwambiri
Body shape. What changes would you like
kuti
to
mukhoza ndipanga kuti niko nikhoza kupanga china chilichonse mene ukufuna sindikusangalatsidwa ndi mphuno yanga komanso mahipa anga ndifuna kuti akhale ochepera okay angosankha program
So I don't have to go to the gym anymore?
yeah
For the sake of enjoyment and socializing with others,
sindifuna kuti ndipite ku gymonso
I can make external changes to your body.
ungoyenera kuti ungosankha
For instance, if you have excess
ikhoza usintha thupi lako wapanda zotsatira zoyipa pa thupi lako
this will reduce your body weight and volume, all while keeping the process.
ngati ufuna kuti uwonjezere thupi ukhoza ungosintha macells ena kuchotsa nkuonjezerapo
And endurance, as well as strengthen your bone tissue and ligaments.
nikhoza usinthanso kuti
All this is possible without
ukhale oneneperapo
This entire body transformation program can be completed in 9 to
izi ndizotheka posonongaso thupi lako
Follow any diet anymore?
ikhoza ungolengera 9 to 14 months basi
I will add whatever is necessary to your body and remove the unnecessary.
mukhoza kudya mene zili zonse zimene
And will take 30 seconds.
mukhoza kudya
Are there any restrictions on use of the capsule?
mukhoza madya china chilichonse chimene mukufuna ine ndizidzachotsa zimene zili zoyipa kusiyapo zabwino zokha
Even newborns can be placed in
chipadzakhaso kuti kuletsa zakudya ya
It's even necessary. And moreover, the capsule completely controls fetal development from the moment of conception until the birth of the child.
makapsules adzakhala kuona chilichonse
After all, it is already
kuyambira nthawi imene macells akugawana
complete monitoring and care. It will have a perfect body with a perfect program and a perfect
nthawi imene mwana wabadwa adzalumikizana kwa ife
and be used during the delivery.
ndipo chilichonse chizidzaonedwa ndine
It can create an absolutely comfortable and proper state during the delivery.
Also, I'm a bit confused.
imene mwana akubadwa
Mean that we don't have
tidzapangira tunjira kuti mwana azikulakula
we don't have to
panopa ndiyo sinomvetsetsa bwinobwino
All the more, start, a conventional shower
yose badzafunika kumasamba somanja sizofunikanso kwambiri
function, all excess epithelium, germs,
fanyene kuti zonsezo nizidziona ndine kuti munthu muli tizilombo kapena ayi zonsezo ndizidziona.
and beneficial for your body. If you prefer, I can also remove all unwanted hair from your body.
tazina ndizidziona zonsezo
Sounds pretty good to me. It really
ndizidziona kuti kodi zofunika ndi chani munthu wanga. Izi ndizionetsa kuti ndizabwino kwambiri kuthupi langa, koma ndingoganizira kuti zonsezi zimene mukupanga kukhudza DNA komanso majeni ngati matupi anga sizidzakhala ndi zotsatira zoyipa. Ayi,
How could I forget?
so idzakhalanso zoyipa.
Now you convinced me. I'm ready.
Kuona kuti foundation ndi opposite.
Daily routine for starters.
Ndipo kamanje imene mukufuna.
Breathe and stay still.
That will not be necessary. Feel at ease.
Kodi ndisapume kuti ndikhale angokhala mumu.
Scanning your body now.
Zonsezi zichitika izo.
Artery aneurysm.
Panopa ndikuona thupi lako ndikulonera.
Restoring the integrity of the vascular wall. The aneurysm has been
Ndikuona ngati kuti thupi lako lili bwanji.
Wow, that was incredible.
Ndaona palibenso
In just a couple of
kuopseda kuti ukhoza kukhala ndi stroke.
Yes, ensuring your well-being is my priority.
Kuti mukhoza kukhala kuti mwachotsa chiopsezo cha stroke maseconds ochepa chabe. Ndiye ndikuthekera kwambiri kuti ndikhoza kuchotsa zonse. Kuti ufuna kuzionera video
The daily care routine of your
ndiye munthu akwanitsa kuonera video koma thupi lake likukozedwanso.
30 seconds are over. Have a great day.
Kukoza kwake kwa thupi lako kokwanira 30 seconds yatha. Ndikufunira tsiku labwino, ndikufunira tsiku lopambana azomwe kwambiri.
Mom, hi. Look what I've got.
Looks gorgeous.
Mama,
Tried it just now.
hi.
I've been testing mine for weeks.
Muoneka bwino kwambiri.
My capsule just
Kodi ino mwasinthanso? Ine nangosintha awiki.
in a couple of seconds.
Gosh.
Capsule yanga yanditeteza ine kuti ndisakhale ndi stroke. Wow. Ndikuthokoza kwambiri kuti capsule ili kwa ina aliyese tsopano. And so
Under the health and rejuvenation program.
nanga inu mukuona kusintha.
The spots are gone. The wrinkles have already
Panopa ndifande sine thupi langa.
My joints aren't aching anymore.
Thupi langa lambobwera muchimwana.
Walked up to my apartment without taking the elevator just to check.
Thupi langa labwera kuchimwana. Majoints anga akubweranso sakupotekanso.
Look at you, Mom.
Ndipo zodabwitsa ntsone kuti sindikupephaso kupuma ndikukhala wathanzi. Taonana ma.
To fully rejuvenate.
Capsule ikuthandizani kwambiri.
I already feel like I'm 25.
Oh, Mom, I'm
Nandiuza kuti ndingotenga
Yes, my dear.
miyezi 9 yokha kuti thupi langa libwereremo. Ma, ndikuthokoza kwambiri ndikuyamika kwa inu. Nanenso ndikuthokoza komanso ndikuyamika kuti ndakwanitsa kumanga creative society. Ndipo zinthu zonse mavuto onse ndakale tsopano. Ndili ndi wina kuimba. Thamange tionana.
I wonder, what other amazing discoveries will our scientists make?
Sizodabwitsa.
Breathtaking.
kuti zonsezi zimene asayansi apanga ndi zinthu zabwino kwambiri.
Wow, what an amazing video. Imagine in the creative society, everyone
Video yosangalatsa kwambiri. Ngoganizani mu creative society aliyense adzakhala ndi machine owona thupi lake limene thupi lake lidzakonzekedwanso. Izi ndi zabwino kwambiri. Ngati munthu sakufuna kuthandiza creative society yoti munthu ake samaganiza bwino, tangoganiza technology imene wina aliyense adzakhala wang'ono komanso wathanzi komanso padzakhala zinthu zambiri osamapitanso ku gym. Pali zinthu zambiri zoyenera kuti tione kuti tidziwe za technology imene tinako tidzadziwa kuti ndi zinthu zofunika. Izi si maloto chabe koma ndi zotheka kwa wina aliyense, koma zonsezi kuti tidzakhale kuti tikuthandizika tiyeni tipange creative society. Tiyeni tioneni Foramu yathu mavuto adziko lonse lapansi pali njira yothetsera mavuto, ndipo panopa Foramu imeneyi ikutanthauzidwa 150 ya ziyankhulo, ndipo munthu aliyense ayenera kuti aonerere tiphunzire za creative society. Tiyeni tionetsetsane kuti wina aliyense akudziwa za creative society, ndipo tiyeni tigawane Foramu iyi kwa anthu wina aliyense.
Exactly. In order to build a creative society, we must
Zoona ngati tifuna tipange creative society, tiyeni tikhale ndi plan, tiyeni tikumbukire imene tinayamba njira zimene tingamangire creative society. Ndi njira yone kuti tidziwe njira yone kuti timangire creative society kuti ikhale yoona. Achibale, tiyeni tioneni kuti wina aliyense adzande $10,000 mwezi uliwonse, imene udzakhalanso replicator komanso health capsule imene idzakhala koma pali chinthu chimodzi chokha chimene chidzakhala chabwino mu creative society. Ndi tidzakukwanitsa bwanji kumanga creative society? Tioneni zonsezi mwabwino. Creative society udzakhala ndi 3 stage. Stage yoyamba kudziwitsa anthu, kenako stage yachiwiri ya ndale, inako referendum. Kuti kwati tidzafika bwanji ku creative society mwaufulu. Tioneni ma step pamodzi. Kuti step yathu yoyamba ndi iti? Tidzayamba ndi stage yoyamba imene yofunikira kwambiri, stage imene yodziwitsa anthu. Chifukwa chake stage yoyamba ndi kudziwitsa anthu, ndipo tikhoza kumanga creative society. Ndipo choyenera kudziwa chofunikira ndione kuti anthu ayenera kuti kudziwa kaye kuti ubwino wake ndeti. Creative society ndi yabwino kwambiri kwa wina aliyense. Ndiye ngati anthu ambiri angadziwa za creative society ndi kuti adzachisupport. Kenako andale adzatenganso gawo. Andale amenewa adzasankhidwa ndipo okhawa amene adzakwanitse creative society. Stage yoyambirira ndikudziwitsa anthu ndipo kuwadziwitsa chilichonse.
A person informs others
Kuti chitachitika kwambiri ndi chani nthawi ya kudziwitsa anthu ndikuphunzitsa anthu za creative society.
on social media by placing the Creative Society logo on your car, home
Anthu adzauza anthu za creative society, kuyika logo yanu pene paliponse ngati ugalimoto yanu komanso malo amene makhala.
to live in the Creative Society.
Zinthu zimene izizi nzosavuta kudziwitsa anthu.
Each person.
Ngati mufuna kukhala mu creative society ndiye kuti dziwitsani anthu za creative society. Tioneni video yathu.
Can I get a simple answer? What exactly will I get in Creative Society?
In Creative Society, you won't need these papers anymore. All loans will be a zero.
Kweli ningajiwa bwanji za creative society. Mu creative society simutafuniaso mapepala ameniwo. Zakhala zosangalatsa kwambiri mu creative society.
For each member of the family.
Healthcare.
New flood.
Free of charge.
Member ina yonse.
Even cancer.
Zakhala zaulere.
Any stage. Do you know that we're already in the transition period?
Zakhala cancer.
You will have a universal basic income of $10,000.
Iwa tili mu creative society. Zakhala ndi izidzalandira $10,000 mwezi uliwonse. Zosangalatsa kwambiri.
There will be no wars.
We have clean water. We have huge odds.
Bose zakhala nkhondo.
For free. You'll be able to study anywhere in the world for free.
Oh, Beatrice, when we build the Creative Society,
Ndipo munthu uzidakwanitsa kuphunzira kwina kulikonse kumene mukufuna. Ndipo zakhala regeneration kapso kwena aliyense imene zakhala wathanzi kwambiri.
Biscuits like this, but real.
The Creative Society is the world without borders.
Ndipo sote zidawangisa kupanga mabisiketi kuti ikhale koma kwambiri.
This is actually a new stage of evolution for our civilization.
Taona nimene zikuchitika wakondedwa wanga. Izi ndipo zofunikira kwambiri.
I didn't say we didn't have to do anything.
We've got to inform everyone about the Creative Society.
Sindikunena kuti tisapange china chilichonse. Tikunena kuti dziwitsani wina aliyense za creative society. Paleka chioneka kuti aliyense adziwe kuti tisinthe kuchoka ku format ya convenience kupita ku creative society. Ndeti kozotani. Uyu
You can start an international PR.
ndifuna kuti ine ndimanena pazolengeza zanga.
On your balcony.
You can place information about Creative Society in your cafe.
Mukhozuyika bana malo anu okhala. Mukhozuyika logo ya creative society mu cafe.
Let's take a picture of your beautiful biscuit.
Adziwitsani anthu za creative society. Tengeni picture ya biscuit ndikuiponya pa Instagram.
So?
Ndikhozotani kuti ndikhaleso zaka 25.
Bro, come on. You got 3 links.
Teni pali mu video pa website yathu. Nanga tikhozopanga zimwezi bwa.
Translation team.
Teni tioneni.
Everyone can learn about it.
Jane, I need a list of our foreign partners.
Teni joineni creative society. Ndikuma thauzira.
Creative Society logo on it. How about we address the highest quality medicine?
Kuti ani aliyense adziwe. Teni tioneni kumayika logo ya creative society pana aliyense. Kuponya pa TikTok.
You can tell absolutely
Zosangalatsa.
Creative Society.
Aliyense adziwa za inu.
What you're doing, what you're
Mukhozuza wina aliyense za creative society. Pangani zimene mukupanga.
In Creative Society, at any time, you'll be able to fully regenerate your body by entering the body regenerating capsule.
It is not
Taine yaso mu creative society muzakhala kuti thupi lanu mukulikonzanso. sizikutengera kuti kudikira bado kotiko komano tiyeni tipangeni dziko limene lili lofunikira kwambiri kuti mupanga chani kuti mupange dziko lanu kuti likhale labwino.
Story is lost, and that is the creative society.
Hey, the animal group are creative. The creative society. Hey, guys, that we are in the particular pass. And how one creative society whenever. Isn't it just one video?
We want to tell you that this 5-minute video that you just watched was created by 15 teams of volunteers from around the world. It's a prime example of how
Abadufuna tukuzana na kuti video imene tangoonera idapangidwa ndi 1500 anthu adziko lonse lapansi amene abwera pamodzi amene agwira ntchito yone kuti afalitse uthenga wa creative society. Odzipereka creative society ndi anthu okondana kwambiri imene kukondana kwawo kufuna kupulumutsa anthu. Nesa kuchitira inonso mukhoza kubwera pamodzi ndi kujoyina nawo ndi kumanga creative society pachangu.
The more actively and organized we unite,
tikhoza kubwera pamodzi mu district yanu. Pamene anthu tibwera pamodzi mwachangu pamene anthu ambiri angadziwe za creative society.
Is to create an electoral demand.
John, that was a zone.
How do we know that we have created an electoral demand? If all people around you are talking about the creative society.
Pali ubwino mbiri mene tene kuti tidzione kuti anthu ambiri ane kuti azikamba za creative society social networks yawo. Ane aliyesa azikamba za creative society pena paliponse.
Has been formed. It's important to
know anthu kaya ambiri odziwa social kumaso anthu ambiri akara dziwo komanso kutenga mbali pa mastage osiwa creative society aneni mwini tingapangire.
Human rights and the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights stipulate that everyone has the right to freely hold their opinions, express them openly, and disseminate information and ideas regardless of state borders. Moreover, according to the current international regulations, the source of power is the people themselves. This is also stated in the majority of national constitution in the world. While preparing for the forum, an international team of lawyers studied more than 150 constitutions and discovered that vast majority of them provide the source of power. The source of power is the people. This slide shows excerpts from constitutions of several countries.
Do you see that? In reality, the power legally belongs to you. But how is it that we do not have effective mechanisms enabling us for exercising this power? We are already solving many issues in all spheres of life. In the online format, the only sphere hardly touched by technological progress is the implementation of self-governing by the people themselves. We can vote for the best movie or song or do business online and use electronic documents. But why can we not vote for the laws that benefit us? Nowadays, these laws are adopted by the politicians we elect. We want to build a creative society. So we need to use
creative society.
Because it is through
munjira yabwino kwambiri ene akutigwitsa ntchito ndale ngati njira imodzi. Izi zikusasa chifukwa chake kuti njira ije stage yachiwiri ndi political stage.
Having received an electoral demand from us to build the creative society, politicians as professionals will be able to promote
andale adzakhala ndi mwayi osintha zinthu zika kuti dziko lonse lapansi
a legislative framework
then timangani creative society
the 8 pillars of the creative society, which reflect
foundation imene
all people.
idzakhala mizati 8 ya creative society
That politicians will
zidzapangira kwa anthu onse dziko lonse lapansi
politicians by the people is needed.
angati idzakhala ndi otsimikizika bwanji kuti anthu asadzati
That tool
sokonezanso komanso kutitamiza
and which will be legislated on the state level.
anthu amene adzasankha pawokha
Initially for controlling politicians.
anthu onse
Become the supreme governing body.
adzasankha amene akufuna
Power back to the people.
imene idzakhale
Everything step by step. Creating a
government imodzi dziko lonse
before the electoral platform is legalized in a
poyamba tizidzapanga kuti anthu asankhe munthu amene
let's
akufuna
call it preliminary electoral platform.
ena liyonse
On this platform,
adzakhala
politicians can declare their readiness to meet this electoral
adzapanga njira yosankhira anthu
on this preliminary electoral platform in their country.
ndipo anthu azidzayesetsa kuti alowe mu
For the politicians,
period imene
of them were politicians agreed to
anthu
join the creative society. Subsequently,
azidzasaina ngati contract
if they fail,
kuti akwaniritse zimene mu creative society ikufuna
conclude a
ngati akanika ndi kuti basi sazidzasankhidwa
In other words, first people
ndipo anthu namene azidzakwaniritsa kuti kodi anthuwa akufuna chani ndi anthu okhawa amene azidzakwaniritsa kuti kodi munthu wakwaniritsa contract
commitment to fulfill the following demands of people. To incorporate the 8 pillars of the creative society.
anthu azidzionetsa kuti andalewa azikwanitsa zimene iwo akufuna
As the highest
ngati zimene
body
zidzatengedwa constitution ya dziko
position if majority of people vote on the preliminary electoral platform.
anthu azidzakhala pa udindo ngati anthu asankha koyambirira
Deceive us. Why? Because according to this
contract iyi izidzapangitsa kuti anthu andale asamatipusitsanso yayi
this way people can control the politicians they elect and the
anthu andale sazidzakwanitsa zimene akufuna yayi koma zimene anthu akufuna
politicians will no longer be able to deceive people who delegated their power to them.
iyi ndi nthawi yoyamba imene anthu andale sazipusitsanso anthu onse
Which allows them to break
chifukwa choti kuti adzakhala kuti afuna akwanitse zimene dziko likufuna
and can be executed. In the presence of an attorney, a politician must
nanga
confirm
contract imeneyi itha kuchoka bwanji
legislation of the respective country and publicly declare that they accept all the contract terms posted on the
anthu azidzasaina za contract ku dziko lawo
people exercise their right to recall
ngati
politician. What about
ngati wandale
a particular country?
wasempa zimene ife timafuna azidzabwera nkuona kuti kodi anasalira zachani
concluded contracts with them.
pamene anthu asankha wandale amene akufuna
It is necessary
azidzasainira
vote for them
ngati contract
so that they acquire the necessary authority.
ndipo funika kuwasankha
In some countries, decisions are made unilaterally.
cholinga choti kuti azidzaona zinthu zoyenera kuchita
In others, they are made collectively
mwachitsanzo
by a parliament,
president
while elsewhere it is done jointly.
mwachitsanzo
Therefore, in order
azidzasankha
to pass the law
pa
on the
parliament
electoral platform and to incorporate the 8 pillars of the creative society into a constitution, politicians
ngati tofuna
creative society
kuti tipereke lamulo
to relevant
mwachitsanzo ma 8 foundations
place according to the current law.
anthu ane azidzasankha
The winning of an election by candidate
ndipo dziko lina lilonse lidzakhala ndi
the
malamulo
creative society directly depends on the number of voters who support the creative society. It means that the more people
mwachitsanzo
in the country
ku Canada anthu amene azidzasankhidwa namene akusapota creative society
in the legislative body. Therefore,
ndipo
it makes sense to approach
ndi okhawa andale amene azidzafika ku parliament
sense to approach implementation of the political stage in a
choncho
country only when the majority of the
anthu adzafika
supports the creative society.
pa political stage
To choose what you really want.
pawokha amene adzasapota creative society.
In the country support the
Tiyani oga izi ndizofunika kwambiri kuti nthawi imene anthu adzafuna adzasapota creative society komanso anthu andale adzakhalanso kuti akuchuluka ndi malamulo okhawa amene anthu adzafuna kuti achitike namene adzapita patsogolo.
Who want to build the creative society, they won't be able to do it anything.
Zilibe ntchito kuti ndandala angati amene
That is why it is important for us
akusapota creative society koma adzatha kuchita china chilichonse ngati anthu sitidzawasankha.
How do we incorporate
Tena kuti pange kuti awina aliyense agwiza creative society. Tena tioneni kuti kodi tingakwanitse bwanji
at the national level?
is that 8 ya creative society.
Who we have elected get into power, the first thing they will do is adopt laws
Anda akadzasankhidwa
and
choyambirira ndichone kuti ayenera kuti adzilowetsemo
the
mu
legalized
political stage.
becomes the highest
Zikadzatha izi
power in the country, while the power of politicians become
nthawi yosankha andayo idzakhala yofunika kwambiri ndipo idzakhala m'manja mwa anthu
the people can veto them by voting on the electoral platform.
ndipo anthu azidzasankhidwa kudusira mu parliament.
What are the main functions of the legalized electoral platform at this particular point?
Mukhoza ofufuza
By voting on the platform, people can
kuti
elect
kodi ndizofunika bwanji kuwasankha anthuwa
if they fail to justify people's trust.
anthuwa tizidzakumbutsa ngati akhumudwitsa anthu.
Politicians will not be able to
Malamulo amenewa
private interest
azidzaona kuti
violating people's rights.
ndipo anthu awawa
About the electoral platform,
sazidzaonanganso zikhumbokhumbo za anthu ya.
openly on it. The results
Mukhoza ofufuza kuti
immediate.
anthu azidzasankha amene akufuna maufulu.
Falsifications are impossible.
Zotsatira zake zidzapezeka pompopompo.
Acquaintances can see how you voted. It's impossible to vote on behalf of a
Ndipo
non-existent
izi zizidzaoneka kuti kodi umavota bwanji.
deceased person. Neighbors, relatives, or friends will refute that. And those who try to cheat
Ena aliwonse aliyense azidzaona.
accountable to strict accordance with law. Why do you think the electoral
Ena aliyense adzakhala ndi
up to now
udindo otsata malamulo.
to those who are currently in power? But it's important to remember that we ourselves
Ngakhale izi zili zooneka zopanda ntchito kwa amene ali ndi mphamvu amene akutilamulira.
democracy and power of people cannot exist.
Ngati munthu sakukwanisa kudutsa mu political stage,
So they have a function of supervising their representatives. Currently, those in power use modern technology
ina aliyense adzakhala ndi udindo okwaniritsa zimene amene akuwayimira.
people should control the decisions
Siudzakhala mwayi woti azitilamulira koma ife tiziwalamulira ngati anthu.
to people, while politicians should simply be hired managers. Once again,
Anthu andala adzakhala ngati kuti ifeyo talemba ntchito.
who is hearing this information is to spread the creative society.
Izi
All information
ndi ntchito kwa ina aliyense amene akumva amene akupeka ntchito.
we are able to
Ndi ntchito yathu kudziwitsa anthu za creative society so that ena aliyense adziwe kenako tifike ku political stage.
creative society into a country's constitution
Imene tidzakwanitsa
is the more
kuonetsa mizati 8 ya creative society. Ya creative society.
faster the necessary laws for its implementation,
Chinthu chofunika ndi chonena kuti
even if a country
anthu ambiri ngati angadziwe mu dziko ndi kuti tipita stage yachiwiri mwachangu.
Creative society does not end.
Ine tidzafike
No
mu dziko
or even a
lonse
few
lapansi.
countries can implement the creative society and
Creative society sikuthera pano.
of its benefits.
Anthu sangapange creative society kuwauza za ubwino wake Creative society ikhoza kupangidwa dziko lonse lapansi sikuti dziko limodzi, ndipo tiyenera kuti tipangeje dziko lonse lapansi, tipanga zimenezo kwa anthu wonse. Imene ndi stage yachitatu, dziko lonse lapansi kuti tipange chinthu chimodzi. Maiko amene anapanga zonse zopanga za creative society adzabwera pamodzi kuthandizira kwina konse ku dziko lonse lapansi kuti asapotenso creative society. Adzapanga anthu ambiri olumikizana kuti azipanga chimodzi. Nangano inuyo udindo wanu ndi otani? Inuyo mukhoza kutengapo mbali pa chinthu chambiri ngati mwachisazo kuti kusankha anthu amene adzayimira dziko lanu, komanso kumatengapo mbali pa zochitika za dziko lonse lapansi. Electoral process ndi stage imodzi yachiwiri imene anthu adzasankhe anthu amene adzakwaniritse mizati 8 ya creative society imene idzakhala ngati integrated electoral process imene adzasankha andale. Izi zidzapangitsa kuti anthu onse dziko lonse lapansi abwere pamodzi, ndipo idzakhala kuti anthu wina aliyense adzabwere pamodzi, imene idzakhala kuti dziko lonse lapansi lidzaleka mbali yosankha amene akufuna. Ndipo sikuti zopangidwa ndi kampani ina yonse, komano anthu tonse pamodzi. Anthu okhawa amene adzapange register kuti asankhe amene akufuna namene adzagwiritsa ntchito, ndipo zidzakhala zotetezedwa kwambiri.
A world referendum will be held on the
Kenako
unified electoral platform
nkutenga
where people will make a decision
ije referendum ya dziko lonse lapansi,
to the creative
pamene anthu onse adzakhala ndi chiganizo chosintha dziko lapansi kuchoka dziko loyipa kubwera dziko lokomera lidaliyesa la creative society.
of the 8
Kupanga creative society
as a world constitution, approval
ndi kukwanitsa mizati 8 ya creative society,
platform at the highest as the
kukwaniritsa dziko
from now on the
la umodzi logwirizana.
control and recall
Kuyambira nthawi imeneyo
other important public decisions are made exclusively by people themselves on the
malamulo onse zochitika zonse za dziko azidzapanga ndi anthu,
framework, meaning it is the only
imene anthu adzakhala ogwirizana.
binding rules by which humanity lives. Today, we've already watched
Ndi nthawi ni mwayi okhawo umene anthu azidzapanga zinthu zimodzi.
function.
Lero tikuonera video imene dziko logwirizana lizidzayendera,
of people, meaning into your hands. And this is when
mphamvu zonse zidzakhala m'manja mwa anthu, titanthauza kuti m'manja mwanu,
we can see all the outlines
ndipo lidzakhala dziko
and lawful
loyendetsedwa ndi anthu
self-governance.
mwaufulu,
Do not give us the
komanso atsogoleri azidzapanga zimene ife anthu tikufuna.
the economy and logistics
Ne tiyenera kuti tipange creative society kuti ibweredi ndi mphamvu.
we need a transition period. Preparation
Pa chifukwa izi
period begins
tiyenera tisinthe nthawi yosintha kuchoka ku chomaiso format kupita ku creative society. Kenako referendum
which will be approximately
idzakhala period nthawi yosintha kuchoka ku chomaiso kupita ku creative society.
it is necessary to prepare
Ndipo apo tiyenera kuti tikonzekere
to adopt necessary laws and appoint responsible executives
kupita ku economic model.
Unified worldwide service for responding to emergency situations
Te
and so on. Everything should be
yani akuti tikonzekeretse kenako ndikupitiriza
in this period.
china chilichonse chiyani akuti tipange plan
Then
munthawi imeneyi tene kuti anthu tisinthe miyoyo yawo nthawi yosintha kupita kuchoka ku consumerism kupita ku creative society nthawi imeneyi
this is approximately
idzambira nthawi yosintha kuchoka imeneyi kupita ku creative society idzakhala zaka 5 to 6
period. Unified laws, a new model
kuyambira tsiku loyambirira malamulo adzasintha
universal basic
ngati kudzakhala ndalama imodzi malamulo amodzi komanso anthu azidzalira ndalama nyumba zidzakhala zolera ndi malo komanso adzakhala aufulu dziko lonse lapansi
to make people's lives better.
ndipo china chilichonse chidzakhala kuti anthu akuchidziwa ndipo miyoyo ya anthu idzakhala yabwino izofunikira kwambiri kuti nthawi even yoti tikulowa mu creative society anthu amene akupanga creative society nthawi iyi anthu amene akutengapo mbali adzatengapo $1 million zokufika $5 million. Anthu amene so tikudziwa amene ali active kwambiri creative society kuti ikhalepo ndipo idzakhala yabwino kuti economy yathu ibwerera kwambiri kenako idzakhala mu creative society nthawi imene tikusintha kuchoka kuchimereseka kupita creative society idzakhala kuti yoyambira nthawi imeneyi aliyense adzakhala ndi zoyenereza komanso moyo wabwino ndipo ndalama sizidzafunikiraso amene zikufunikira panopo ndipo kenako matekinoloji ena aliwonse abwino azidzagwira ntchito kwa inu ndipo mudzakhala ndi zambiri zimene zidzakuyenezera ndipo muzidzalandira zabwino zambiri mu creative society ndipo udzakhala ndi moyo wapamwamba kwa ena aliyense. Izi zikutanthauza nthawi imene tikupanga creative society. Izi zidzachitika mwaufulu. Iyi ndi nthawi yosintha dziko lathu mwaufulu komanso motsatira malamulo kupanga creative society. Komano zonse zikuyambira stage yoyamba imene ili ino kutengapo nkhani ndi zoona tene kuti tipange plan kuti tingapange bwanji creative society tene titengepo udindo wina aliyense kuti aliyense atengepo mbali kuti aliyense akudziwa kuti nzofunikira bwanji kuti anthu adziwe kuti timange creative society. Kodi zonse zingachitike bwanji zikhoza ngokhala plan chabe komano tiyeni tioneni tipangeni creative society kuti creative society ikhoza kumangidwa dziko lonse lapansi. Kuti bwanji silingangosankha dziko kuti likwanitse zimenezi kuti maiko ena azitsatira pawina ndili yekha koma izizi sizingatheke tene kuti tonse tene kuti dziko lonse lapansi tibwere pamodzi ndipo izi tikunena kuti wina aliyense ayenera kuti abwere pamodzi ndi kupanga creative society kuti wina aliyense akhale akusapota creative society ndipo miyoyo ya anthu idzakhala ikusintha kuti anthu asasokoneze maekonomi ya dziko lapansi
will be dependent on those countries which do
mano
not support the creative society.
ngati dziko lina lifuna kuti likwanitse creative society pawokha ndeza khala kuti ili pawokha mano tene kuti bwera tonse dziko lonse lapansi likhale kuti tikudalirana
Translation, logistics, and so on. A
kuti chilichonse zonsezi zizakhale kuti tikudalirana dziko limodzi palokha sikuti lingakwaniritse kukwaniritsa zofuna za anthu zake komano kudalirana dziko ndi mayiko asake zonsezi ndizotheka
remain at the level of conversation
sizotheka kukwaniritsa
specific
dziko limodzi lawo
or the creative society
koma tiyenera kuti pangezwe pamodzi
by all the
creative society idzakhala kuti kukwaniritsa mayiko wonse ndi zoona kuti munthu amene atiyankhule ndione kuti Mr. Kandu Kafe
as the United States Attorney for the Southern
ndi
District of
munthu wolemekezeka ku United States Attorney ku Florida.
Mr. Kendall Coffey is also a legal
Uyu ndi lawyer wodziwika kwambiri Kendall Coffey komanso ndi amene amaona za malamulo amalemba komanso ndi mphunzitsi amaona nkhani zoopsa kwambiri tothokoza chifukwa cha wangiri wake komanso kudzipereka. Mr. Coffey ndi pioneer
Mr. Coffey, the floor is yours.
pa zinthu zolemekeza ku United States. Mr. Coffey ndi nthawi yanu. Ine ndine Coffey ku United States ndikulandirani ku mavuto a dziko lapansi kuli njira pa njira ndinali ku United States ndipo ndinali ndi mwayi wakhala mu boma
government agencies in the world. And in addition to that kind of privilege of being in government,
ndinali ndi mwayi wakhala mu boma ndipo ndinali ndi mwayi wakhala mu boma ndinali ndi mwayi wophunzitsa masukulu oona malamulo.
But nothing is more important than the issues that we're talking about today. We are talking about the survival
koma zinthu zonsezi sizofunikira koma zofunika kwambiri zimene tikukambirana kuti kodi dziko lapansi komanso anthu amene akubwera imagination angakhale ndi moyo bwanji kuti kodi tingapange bwanji kuti mavuto amene tikumana nawo ngati mwachitsanzo njala. Programu iyi ndiyofunika kwambiri yoona njira imene tingapange mavuto amene akuti tingathe bwanji kuti kodi tingapulumuke bwanji ife tonse kuti kodi ana amene akubwera kutsogoloko ali ndi nkhawa kwambiri kuti kodi tsogolo lawo lili bwanji kuti zonsezo ili bungwe koma anthu kubwera pamodzi ndikuona kuti kodi tingapeze mayankho ku mavuto amene akubwera ndipo tonsefe tiyenera kuti tibwere pamodzi mayiko anthu komanso magulu kuphatikizapo adzukulu anga ngati mizati 8 ya creative society kuti ayikidwa malamulo a dziko lapansi ndipo dziko lonse lizakhala lamphamvu kwambiri komanso moyo wa munthu udzakhala wabwino. Ndi challenge yayikulu yone kuti kuweka maganizo kuwayika malamulo komano ni mphamvu yathu yochepa kwambiri tiyenera kuti tisinthe tsogolo lathu. Creative society yaonetsa kuti pali masamu amene achitika amene angachitike kutsogolo mavuto amene tingakumane nawo sikuti kuli zaka 100 zikubwera pamene chifukwa cha kusintha kwa nyengo chifukwa cha kutentha kwa ng'ombe tili ndi nthawi yochepa kwambiri imene anthu tikhoza kufa komano creative society imene ingachite ndi kubweretsa pamodzi anthu
We should not be discouraged because it is in times
ndikutibweretsa
of
pamodzi
crisis.
sitenena kuti tigwe mphwayi ndi nthawi yoyipa kwambiri yowawitsa kwambiri kuti anthu tingabwere pamodzi
All they had to do was live each day, suddenly rise up and become leaders in their community.
ngati anthu imene tingachite ndi kubwera pamodzi ndi kukhala atsogoleri
For each of us, every one of us, to do
kuti mayunivesiti amene ingachite wina aliyense ayenera kuti akhale ndi mwayi wochita zinthu zambiri ndi kukhala atsogoleri abwino kuti tingamange bwanji creative society
to protect society from
ndipo aliyense atenga mbali yofunikira kwambiri kuti tipange creative society koma tiyenera kudziwa kuona kuti palibe munthu amene angabwere amene angadzasinthe amene angasinthe ndife tikwanire ndife
things that were wrong, to not accept things that were unjust. And sometimes a
anthu
person's courage
ena sasamala
that ignites an
za anthu ena
entire force of change.
mano
I think it's important that we not just
maganizo a munthu atha kusintha chiganizo chonse
somebody else that's so much
sitenera kuti tionere kuti munthu wina kuti adzasinthe komano ife ndife amene tiyenera kuti tikhale osintha zonse kuthokoza kwambiri pokhala nafe pa foramu iyi
each of you can make a difference.
tiyeni tioneni zinthu zambiri zimene zimachitika pa munthu ndipo wina aliyense mwa ife tiyenera kuti titha kusintha kwambiri.
It's been a pleasure to have some time to spend with you. I wish all of you the very
tiyeni tikwanitse plan yathu tiyeni tiseve planet yathu tiyeni tikhale limodzi mu foramu imene ndi kupanga chinthu chofunikira kwa ife tonse.
I really like how you said that we should
zikomo kwambiri Mr. Comfy ndipo ndaona kuti ndinu mukunena zambiri kuti sibwino kuonera munthu kuti tizilengera wina kuti abwere koma munthuyo ndife tiyeni kuti tiyeni tipangeni za creative society tiyeni tiyankhulane za creative society ndi wina aliyense ndizofunikira kuti tizidziwitsa wina aliyense za creative society kuti kodi moyo wawo udzasintha bwanji mu creative society. Pamene anthu adzatha kumvetsetsa za creative society ndi kuti anthu adzasapota creative society ndipo kenako tidzasintha ngati ambomawo amene akubweramo ndipo anthu pamene adzazindikira kuti kodi ubwino wake ndi otani kumanga creative society ndipo anthu adzadziwa zoona. Mu January chaka chino pa YouTube anayamba kuchotsa mavidiyo athu a creative society koma zonsezi sitimadziwa chifukwa chake. Chapo mpano YouTube yabwezeretsa zinthu zimene idadeleta. Tikuona kuti anthu ena sakuzifuna koma anthu ambozindikira zoona kuti ubwino wake ndi wake.
The path to the creative society is the path to our shared dream.
Njira yopita ku creative society ndi njira yokhayo imene
We are pleased to present a film made by participants of
maloto
creative
athu.
society from different countries. The main characters of this
anthu amene akudzipereka kuti mayiko ambirimbiri
and like most of us, they suffer from
amene akudzipereka amene
in the
anthu ambiri
we try to
akuzunzika chifukwa cha dziko limene tili nalo la consumer format.
our inner discomfort. Still,
Consumer format
solution to all our problems is
ikutiteketsa kwambiri,
we just
komano njira yokhayo yotulukira ku mavuto onsewa tiyenera kuti tingosintha format kuchoka ku consumer format kamodzi kokha ndipo zonse zidzatha,
their families and all humanity.
ndipo ndi chokhacho chimene tingachipange chabwino.
The life shown in the
Tifune tipangitse anthu ena aliwonse tiyeni timangene creative society
will be
wina aliyense adzakhala ndi ufulu.
creative society. This is a story about breathtaking prospects that will open up for
Iyi ndi nkhani imene idzipangitsa kuti tonse wina aliyense adzakhala ndi nkhani yabwino mu creative society.
I won't see her again, doctor. She was taken away, and we didn't even say goodbye. My daughter and I ended up in the street. No one will help us.
Margaret, I'm afraid he will hit me again.
Susan, why didn't you call the police?
I'm scared. What if they release him? Then he'll just kill me. Or on the contrary, if they put him in jail, then how will we survive? He's the only one that feeds our family.
Margaret,
Ngati tingamuyike mu mchero ndiye kuti
prescribe me something for loneliness. Can you?
I feel like I'm going crazy. What if it runs in the family? I'm already 22 and I still can't get an education or a decent job. I'm like a dog on a leash.
You know, all my life I was revolving around my children. Schooling, after school activities, piano lessons, name it. And then, at last, my oldest daughter got married and left. Then, after some time, my youngest son headed off for college and left the country. I'm very happy for them that everything has all got very well in their lives.
Have you thought about visiting them yourself?
What are you talking about? I can only dream about that. Don't you say I can barely move? I need a hip surgery, maybe replacement, and besides, there is a 12-hour flight just to get over there.
At first, he was very sweet. Yes, he was jealous, but I even liked it. He always had everything under control. I felt protected.
Did you perceive it as him taking care of you?
I guess so.
Did you try to talk to him?
Yes, but he only got more irritated, Margaret. I tried so hard to be a good wife. I did everything. I did yoga. I tried to stay in shape. And I always cooked something new. I once bought a beautiful lingerie, and he freaked out, saying why I wasted money on these rags.
My husband and I met at the agricultural university. After graduation, we started to work together. We were hired by a plant breeding farm. So together we bred new varieties of vegetables and herbs. Oh, let me show you something. Here, can you see it?
You were so beautiful.
Thank you. I would like to return back to those times.
Tracy.
Where does the time go?
You can't bring back the past. You are still alive, and you have someone to live for.
Yes, only my children.
No, it's you, Tracy. Think about what you would like now. You, Tracy. But how can I help them? Everything I suggest only provides relief temporarily. Prescribe me some pills. Pills for what? For helplessness? For an incurable disease? For lack of decent housing and job? But that's absurd. If we change their living conditions, they won't need any pills. I feel like there is a way out. But where is it? Cappuccino, please.
You can't solve a problem on the same level that it was created. You have to rise above it to the next level. Albert Einstein.
How long have you had this banner?
Well, since the day we opened. I guess you just haven't been paying attention.
Interesting quote.
So, here you go. Oh. And take this card too.
What is it?
Everyone nowadays is unhappy with their lives, saying we need to change the rules of the game. Well, here is a solution to stop playing, finally start living.
Oh yeah, getting to the next level.
And to change the whole system. It's called evolution.
And how many of you are there, such like-minded people?
Actually, it's like everyone, but some just don't know it.
Thank God this time everything was all right. Last time she bruised her forehead.
What's wrong with your mom?
Alzheimer's disease.
I can imagine how difficult it is for you. Have you tried hiring a nurse?
The last one didn't last.
Sinengadziwa kuti kodi ndizovhura
They ask for a lot of money. And they can understand them, of course.
ndipo afuna ndalama zambiri
It's tough.
ndipo atha kumvetsetsa.
I can't do it on my own anymore. My mother needs constant care.
Singathe kukwanisa kwa ine ndekha.
Conditions, medicine,
Amayi anga akufuna
fresh air,
chisamaliro chopitirira.
my good mood.
Afuna mpweya wabwino.
And I'm so tired.
Komanso azisangalala. Sindodziwa kuti ndingapanga bwanji.
A creative society is the format in which each person's life, freedom, security, and well-being are the
Creative society
not on paper.
ndi dziko lokhala limene wina aliyense moyo wa munthu umene udzakhale wofunikira kwambiri sikuti papepera pokha komano muzochitika.
I think so.
Kuti mufuna ndalama.
Have you heard of the Creative Society?
Ndikukhulupirira choncho. Kuti munamvapo za Creative Society?
I can take your money endlessly, but that won't solve your problems.
Ndikhoza kutenga ndalama koma
Needs protection.
sizingathetse mavuto athu. Wina aliyense afuna chitetezo komanso akufuna chithandizo.
Of the Creative Society project.
I've heard of it, but I did not really.
Kodi pakati panu munamvapo za Creative Society? Ndinamva komano sinaziphunzire kwambiri.
Yes. How can it help us?
Right now.
Kodi mwalibwesa kuno kuti mutiphunzitse za project imene? Ndifuna wina aliyense afuna azisopa mavuto pa wina aliyense payekha. Vuto ndione kuti tagawanikana. Koma Creative Society ndiyokhala imene ingalibwetse pamodzi.
You're saying all
these wonderful
silingakwanitse
but I saw that they
payekha kuti tikwanitse zimene tikufuna.
society.
Koma zoonetsa kuti ndi zabwino kwambiri.
Margaret, I'm a housewife. There's simply
Kwina kulikonse khoza tha
Yes, Susan. I understand.
kukwanitsa kuphika komanso kupanga zinthu.
Billions of women do everything.
Ndikutantha ndikupetsetsa chimwe kutanthauza. Mabiliyons a akazi akuyesetsa kuti akwaniritse zimene amuna akufuna. Akumazunzika. Akazi akudzichepetsa mphamvu. Koma ikoli ndi zoyenera kutere. Zoyenera kuti tizimenyedwa. Kuti kodi tizikhala odwala. Ndizoona kuti ndi bwino kukhala osangalala. Tiyenera kuti tizikhala ofunikira kwa anthu ena. Pano tikudziwa kuti wina wa ife wina aliyense tiyenera tikhale ndi moyo osangalala.
What should we do?
Zoonetsa kuti ndikumvetsetsa kwa zimene mukunena. Ndeti tiyenera kutani. Muyenera mumvetsetsa pa zonsezo kuti wina aliyense ayenera adziwe za creative society.
we need to involve
Iyi ndi stage yoyambirira.
No, these people won't do anything. They make.
Tiyenera kuti tidziwitse azathu.
They will join us only when everyone on every.
Anthu amapanga ndalama kuchinthu zimene zili zooneka kuti ndi zofunikira. Koma wina aliyense ayenera kuti anene za creative society. Tiyenera kuti tipange plan.
Where can I see the design of this business card?
Go to the website, click on.
Kuti tingapange bwanji zimene business plan. Tiyenera tipitane pa website. Tiyenera tione click pa ndikusankha creative society.
Hey, where do you think you're going all dressed up like that? And what is that weird thing you have?
That's creative society.
Kuti mwavala chani ndi creative society logo imene.
We simply declare that we support only those who support the Creative Society, and they will come to us on their own.
10.
let's put stickers
To support creative society.
on our cars.
10 tikeni mastika magalemo athu a creative society.
Girls, some theater wrote me. What should I reply?
Oh, he is a jerk. There is no place for jerks.
10 tipangane zimenezo. Ndizofunikira kwambiri.
To be polite.
Creative society ndizofunikira kwambiri. 10 tsopano 10 kambani zoona. 10 tisekeleni.
Politicians won't have any other choice but to fulfill our electoral demand. Do you know what their weakness is?
Andani sadakhaso ndi chisankho china koma kuwanitsa zimene ife tikufuna.
Without people's support, they are nobody.
Ndipo adzakhala odalira ife tokha.
Are you telling all your patients about the creative society?
Of course, we won't build the Creative Society if we
Market kodi uli ndi zokamba zambiri za creative society. Tifuna silingakwanisa kumanga creative society ngati siliuza wina aliyense. Tiyeni tikhale pamodzi tili pamodzi.
The referendum took place and you can see results on the screen.
Tiyeni tionene zimene zili pa screen.
we did it.
Yeah, takwanitsa. Nthawi imene
I got 10,000?
tamba kusintha kuchoka ku zolimisi format kupita ku creative society.
It's incredible.
Tikutenga kupeza ndalama mazolo wose zinthu zofunikira kwambiri. Zosangalatsa. Ndi zosangalatsa ndalama imene.
Equipped with fuel-free generators and the latest technology will become available next month. If you don't have housing or if it doesn't meet the Creative Society's minimum standard of
Technology onsewa adzapezeka mwezi watha. Ndipo wina aliyense adzakhala 6 square meter ndi nyumba yaulere kwa inu komanso okondedwa anu.
Your mother's medical records show that she's
Yes.
eligible for free treatment. It's specialized medical center for patients with Alzheimer's disease. With full support.
Amayi anu akhala kudwala ali ndi mwayi opeza chithandizo waulere.
A balanced diet and care.
Siningamvetsetse. Amayi anu akhala ndi malo okhala komanso akhala ndi mwayi.
Can I go with her?
Don't worry.
Ngati mugwirizane nazo tikutumizani galimoto mawa. Osadandaula. Tasamalira.
we have come together and transitioned into a new creative format. Our scientific potential has been united and healthcare.
Tena kuti bwera pamodzi.
And my grandma
Ndopanga chinthu chimodzi. Ndipo zinthu zambiri zidzasintha. Agogo anga anali pa TV. Anapanga na Creative Society. Ali ndi $90 million.
Actively informing people about the Creative Society is receiving a peace prize ranging from 1 million
Wina aliyesa ndiye kuti apange Creative Society.
as it was promised.
Wina aliyesa amene anatenga mbali adzandira $1 million to $2 million.
when are we going to Grandma's? We miss her so much.
Ama kodi tipita liti kukuona grand. Ndasowa kwambiri.
I've devalued myself a lot over the years. I've lived by other people's desires. Now, I can honestly decide how I want to live my life.
Tsopano. Kuti kodi ndikukhala ndi moyo wotani.
Like 7 pieces, 4 and 3 2 rows. All right, got it? And here you please sow the carrots.
Abo mupanga koseku
All the space will be just carrots. I like it this way.
ukuti koze bwinobwino. Mwava zikhale choncho. Mwava ndazithokoza kwambiri, ndaziyamika kwambiri. Uwu ndi moyo umene lidzakhala mu Creative Society. Aliyense adzakhala osangalala.
Dr. Anne, so nice to hear from you.
Leah, I have a surprise for you.
Mom,
Crane,
how are you doing?
ndizone kuti ndikudabwise nazo. Ma, mupanga muli bwanji? Darling,
I am so grateful to you.
pali zambiri zoti ndikuuze. Ndikuyamikira kwambiri.
On the 28th of February, the transition period ends, and on the 1st of March, we officially enter the era of the creative society. And every resident of the
Pa 28 February tinayamba kusintha ndipo wina aliyense mu Creative Society analandira mphatso. Banja lililonse linalandira mphatso.
Fresh. Crunchy.
The fresh. Koma.
With special flavors.
Carrot ochokera ku omangiro yachina zokoma kwambiri.
You should try it too.
Kupanga juice.
Mrs. Tracy Bloom variety.
Zothetsera yonso omwene amupanga.
Get it from your
Zokoma kwambiri. Tentonini.
Yesterday, you were tested to discover your personal potential.
Dzulo tinaona mmene mungakwanitsire.
You need to develop your creativity.
Tiyeni tikhoza kuti pange kuthekera kwathu.
Susan, I saw your paintings at the exhibition. They're awesome.
So where's Tracy?
Ndinaona zimene munapenta ndi zabwino kwambiri.
Girls, it's me.
Ndinofuna kuti ndikudziwa. Guys, ndine. Yeah. Kone ndiwe, Tracy? Wow. Yes. Naseze zachokera ku health capsule. Senza kuti munthu wasintha adapanga ku health capsule.
110 countries on planet Earth, and now I have an opportunity to explore space.
Ndipo panopa ndi mwayi kwera kwena kulikonse ku space.
And our expedition is in
Sono ndopeka moyo panopa ndilankhula ku space station. Munthu akwanitsa kupita ku space wapanda voto.
We live in a beautiful world.
Pamapeto pake maloto anga akwaniritsidwa. Tsopano tikukhala mu dziko lokongola kwambiri.
I have something to tell you. I care about you very much, Trace, and I don't want to hide anything from you.
Pali chinthu choti ndikuwuze.
I'm actually 75 years old.
Ndimakukonda kwambiri.
Okay, you're a little younger than me.
What? You too?
Yeah.
Zooneka kuti iwe ukuoneka wachepa kusiyana ndi ine. Zili choncho?
Wow, this is incredible. Let's use this opportunity to create a better world.
Ndizosangalatsa kwambiri. Tiyeni tigwiritseni ntchito imene kupanga
Right now and build a creative society.
tsogolo lathu labwino.
Change. We must start talking about
Tiyeni tili ndi mwayi wopanga zinthu zimenezi.
every person.
tiyambe kukamba za creative society ndipo ndizofunikira kwambiri kwa ena aliyense. Ndizofunikira kwambiri. Tioneni capsule zimene zidzapangisa kuti anthu adzakhala ooneka bwino kwambiri komanso kumaoneka ngati kuti tili 25 years.
As any IT specialist, I'm sure
Tikuzokhala ndi zaka 100 komanso anthu ena tikufunisitsa regeneration capsule imene tidzachotsa mavuto ena aliyense a munthu.
we need everyone to learn about the creative society in order
And guys, kukamba zoona tifuna izi anthu ana aliyense adziwe za creative society ndipo tifuna khadi imene ipezeke pena paliponse ndipo tiyenera kuti titengepo udindo ndipo ngati tifuna tisinthe tiyenera kuti tizikamba za creative society ndipo ndi nthawi yoyenera kuti tizikamba za creative society. Olga, tayankhula mboni za zimene guys, tifuna tikambepo khani ndipo ndili ndi package, ndili ndi mamuna ana awiri komanso makati awiri. Ine ndi mamuna anga silionana pafupipafupi koma timayendayenda, timaphika katatu pa tsiku, koma nthawi zambiri timapeza nthawi yophunzitsa anthu za creative society. Tsiku lililonse ndimauza anthu pa social media kuona kuti anthu azibwera pa website yathu komanso anthu kuti angatenge mbali bwanji pa project yathu komanso kufalitsa uthenga wa creative society. Ngeno anthu amaona kuti bwanji anthu angapanga bwanji ngati amakadashens koma tiyenera kuti sikuti kwene ndekha koma munanga koma kwena kwananga koma ndifanira kuti tifalitse uthenga wa creative society kwa kwina kulikonse kufunga chone kuti koze tsogola bwino. Pali vuto limodzi lokha limene likusokoneza anthu amene sakudziwa, anthu amene sakudziwa za creative society. Anthu akadziwa za creative society ndipo anthu akadziwa ubwino wake wa creative society, kwena aliyense adzakhala kuti ndi dziko lokomera ife tokha imene ife timakhala. Ndipo mphamvu imene tili nazo ndikuwadziwitsa anthu za creative society. Kwa ine ndi ntchito ya tsiku ndi tsiku imene ndene ndichite. Ngati ine sindingadziwitse anthu ndikuti ndikupweteka mamuna anga, ana anga komanso inu ndine tonse. Tiyeni tigane foramu imeneyi, tiyeni tione, tiyeni tizipoyeni pa social network.
Thank you, Olga.
Tiyeni tionetsetsa kuti wina aliyense wadziwa. Zomwe kwambiri Olga, tikudziwa kuti anthu afuna azidziwa zimenezi.
This format is the Creative Society. Before the Creative Society
Ndipo
become a reality, we need
format ya creative society kuti ibwere zoona, tiyeni tiuze wina aliyense ndipo nkhani imeneyi ipezeke pena paliponse ndipo izi sizokwanira AI. Anthu akambodziwa za creative society aliyense adziwe. Tiyeni tadziwitseni kuti creative society ndiyotani ndipo anthu adzambodziwa ubwino wake. Ena akhozone kuti ndikudziwitsa anthu za creative society nanga kena ndi china chani chimene ndingapanga. Pali njira imodzi yofalitsira uthenga ndionera kuti ndikuwadzitsa anthu dziko lanu komanso mudera lanu. Tiyeni tikhale achangu
there are already 2 people in your area
tene kuti tibwere pamodzi
importance of the Creative Society, don't wait. Open a coordination center and start informing
ngati anthu angadziwe ubwino wa Creative Society
of you. And then in a month,
nawo sakamba kuwadzitsa anthu ena adzakhala 5 ena 25 and pa miyezi iwiri adzakhala kuti chikuambiri tene titengeni kawo tene tipange Creative Society ikhale yeniyeni tene tionereni.
Now that you've learned about the Creative Society and understand that, thanks to its implementation,
tikuziwa za Creative Society
global climate
ndipo tidziwe kuti
humanity, and secondly, gain a life.
tene tione mavuto amene tikumana nawo ngati anthu.
This is free
tene tioneni ziwazikuzi
size, an unconditional basic income of 10
iyi ndi nyumba yaulere
plus free health
komanso 10,000 imene aliyense azidzalandira
to everyone. You'll be in perfect
zachipatala tizidzapanga wina aliyense komanso anthu umodzi akhala bwino ulere
guaranteed safety. Free education.
aliyense adzakhala otetezeka komanso moyo wauthanzi
Have the opportunity to know
sukulu aliyense azidzaphunzira zolere aliyense adzakhala ndi mwayi okwanitsa zimene akufuna
and possibilities for every single human being. Informational
adzakhala kuthekera kwakukulu kwa wina aliyense
is provided by a volunteer project of the same name, which is being actively implemented by volunteers from
ndipo
180 countries
ntchito
around the world. Now, it's impossible to establish the Creative Society
180 countries aliyense akubwera pamodzi
all over the world.
kumene tikupanga zoti tipange Creative Society asati dziko limodzi lokha koma dziko lonse munjira yokhala ya ufulu. Izo zitanthauza kuti wina aliyense anya kuti adziwe za Creative Society ndi kuzipanga support. Izo zitanthauza kuti
Building the Creative Society is to share
chinthu chofunikira kwambiri step yoyambirira ndi kugawana uthenga kwa wina aliyense zonena kuti pali format ya Creative Society
from everyone.
ndipo izo zofunika wina aliyense ayenera kuti akhale wanzeru kuti tingakwanise bwanji
To your friends,
tingambire pati tikhozoza anthu za Creative Society kwa zathu achibale komanso wina aliyense amene ali ogundizana kenako khozodzitsa anthu
about the Creative Society.
iwonso
Primary resources,
Creative Society zenera kuti zizikambidwa pena paliponse
especially such sections as
ndipo
international forum.
primary resource endenera kuti izipita creativesociety.com enawo ma international forum mafunso nkomanso kuona ma
Informing
tikozophunziranso zambiri zimene tingadziwitsira zathu
a participant by doing
kumudziwitsa munthu za Creative Society
and most crucial stage.
ndikuwapanga kuti akhale othandizana nafe
This is a step
ndipo ndi stage yokhaya imene yovuta ndi information stage
with titles, no list
kuti tidziwitse anthu
no membership fees, and no exploitation of each other for personal gain. The
ndipo siwafunikanso kuti anthu kuti kandama kuti ajoyina Creative Society si project yoti munthu
come together to build
kuna apeza kumwaya
one simple principle.
anthu dziko lonse lapansi abwera pamodzi
Society, can you improve it for yourself? This is the main
cholinga chawo ndi chimodzi chofuna kusintha moyo wa munthu
guarantees
iyi ndi cholinga chenicheni za Creative Society imene imalonjeza ubwino kwa wina aliyense ndipo ikusonyeza
to build the
ubwino wa anthu ngati munthu angapanga chimodzi munthu mmodzi angapanga zinthu zambiri nangati tati tibweretse anthu awonse pamodzi tingapanga zotani
others about the Creative Society quickly
Then
and
it-
effectively so that it can be
kuti tifuna tidziwitse anthu za creative society kuti zikhozo pangidwa posayedwapo tiyeni tidziwitse anthu mwachangu, aneba, azathu komanso achibale. Inu ndi amene mungathe kulumikizitsa anthu ndi ena ndi ena. Creative society
who take action on a volunteer basis, taking into account
seko ene kuti lenge kugawa
center in your vicinity.
tiyeni tipangeni zonsezi.
Waste no time and
Ndipo
your neighbors find
ngati palibepo kuti inu mukupangapo chilichonse tiyeni tiyambeni.
coordination centers.
Tiyeni tipezeni azathu amene opetete.
And anyone can do it. First, you should inform them
Tiyeni tipangeni izi wina aliyense atha kupanga.
through the official email
Choyamba tiyamba
by joint efforts with others to
kupita ku email yathu ku office omwe
of the law to inform even more people.
ndikuwathandizira azathu kuti tidziwitse anthu ambiri za creative society. Ndipo ife tikuyambira pa ife kuti tipange network imene
Communication through a chat on any convenient
tikhoza
and coordination can take place online.
tikhoza kupanga zimenezi kugwiritsa ntchito ma social network yathu.
Is the coordination
Tikhoza kugwiritsa ntchito audio, ma picture pakena ma video.
and how you will organize the information.
Ndipo zochita zathu zimene zidzapangitsa kuti nkhani ipite patali. Ngati ife tingakhale anthu otengapo mbali kwambiri
or city,
kudziwitsa anthu ambiri za creative society,
discuss results, distribute tasks among yourselves,
kumalengera kuma meeting, kuma conference, kumalembera ma text, kumaphunzitsa. Ngati tingaganize njira ina tikhoza kubweretsa kujeno ku forest ko kuti tingampeni kuti tikhoza kukwanitsa bwanji.
arrange for advertising
Tikhoza kupanga mastika pamene tikhoza kumata pamene paliponse ngati magalimoto. Tikhoza kutenga swapo ma design ku creativesociety.com.
entire community,
Tikhoza kudziwitsa wina aliyense
districts, cities,
komanso anthu ena onse
telling them about the creative society.
komanso pa intaneti ndiwauza anthu za creative society. Ngati tikufuna tikhoza dziko lonse ngakhalenso mayiko ena atiyandikira. Izi si pawokha amene atiyandikira komanso anthu ena amene ali kutali. Tikhoza kugwiritsa ntchito mkwa club, kuma business, komanso malo ena amene tikukwanitsa ngakhale dziko lonse lapansi. Creative society ndikugwirizanitsa anthu onse dziko lonse lapansi, mabungwe onse, anthu onse amene afuna kukhala mu creative society, komanso ena onse amene akuona uyipa kwa dziko limene tikukhalamo. Ndipo ndi zabwino kwa ena aliyense. Kodi tikudziwa kuti kodi stage yoyamba yatha tingadziwa bwanji? Kenako kuti tipite political stage. Ngati tikuyenda kuona kuti tikuona malogo a creative society na paliponse pa social network onse adzadza ndi nkhani za creative society. Ngati tikuona kuti dera lathu la dziko lonse likupanga support za creative society, zotanthauza kuti anthu ambiri adziwitsidwa ndipo akufuna kuti pa electoral stage. Tikafika apa tidzapita pa political stage. Pa stage iyi tidzakhala ndi udindo kuvotera anthu amene adzakhala kuti akupanga support creative society
In addition, we need to legitimize
ndipo tidzabweretsa
of
mizati 8 ya creative society mlamulo wa dziko.
will be self.
Kenako
Every person will be able to
tidzasankha kuti dziko lonse lizikhala lodzilamulira, komano amene tikusankhawa azipanga zimene ife tikufuna.
protected by the most advanced technologies. Through the
Ndipo izi zichitika
power is effectively
zidzakhala kuti tidzavotera pa technology, ndipo idzakhala yotetezeka kwambiri, ndipo idzapezeka kwa ina aliyense.
any revolutions, and everything happens within the
Ni-
legislative framework.
ndipo izi zidzakhala approach yatsopano,
We can peacefully
ndipo sipadzapezekanso. Tikuthokoza kwambiri kwa zimenezi tidzasintha mofulu kwambiri kuchoka ku consumer format kupita ku creative society.
opportunities and perspectives that we never even dreamed of. The Creative Society is a unique format that can solve all modern
Creative society ndi format yokhayo imene idzachotse mavuto a dziko lapansi lonse, ndipo izi zinachitikepo ngati zimene zikuchitika pano.
wait for someone else.
Ndipo kuti izi tizikwanitse zidalira ino ndi ine, ndipo sitidalira wina aliyense kuti apange dziko lathuli kuti likhale labwino,
Secure and proud.
koma ateni titengepo gawo ngati tofuna kuti tikhale moyo wabwino mu creative society.
Wow. It's incredible that we now have such an opportunity to create coordination centers
Izi ndi zosangalatsa kwambiri,
and interact with other coordination
ine
centers
kuti tipange pamodzi
We can exchange experiences
ndiponso kugwirizana ndi dziko lonse lapansi.
actions will allow us to achieve much greater
Tikhoza kugawana maganizo athu
than if we acted alone.
ndi kupanga zinthu zoti tikapanga bwanji.
Let's not forget that thanks to the
Yeah,
coordination, we'll also be able to identify
ndikugwirizana nawo loni kuti tene tipangane ma coordination centers kuti tipange anthu ambiri kuti apange support creative society, kuti wina aliyense apangewo. Izi ndi zofunika kwambiri fuchani kuti amene azitenga mbali pa creative society, amene azionetsetsa kuti akampatsa chani kuyambira adzalandira $1 to $5 million kutengera ndi zimene amapanga, ndipo anthu ambiri adzalandira thandizo limeneli ndipo adzapindula, ndipo anthu ambiri abwera pamodzi ndi kuthandizira creative society. Izi ndi ubwino, ndipo adzalandira income ya $10,000 pa mwezi.
important for people, society, and yourself.
I absolutely agree with
Ndipo ndi zabwino kwambiri kuti anthu akwanitse zimene ndi zoonadi.
have already realized that there
Chikhumbokhumbo chokhala ndi moyo wabwino
creative society. The creative society is advantageous
ndi tikuona kuti palibe chinthu chofunika kwambiri kuposa cha creative society. Creative society ndi yokhayo imene idzathandize anthu andale
in a consumer
amba
is not easy.
kusapotanso creative society imene idzakhayo kuti izidzateteza moyo wa munthu,
Creative society
ndipo
are worthy of respect.
anthu andalewo sadzakhalanso ndi chisankho china koma kubwera ndi kusapota creative society.
2023.
Germany Doyle amene ali candidate wa president ku Argentina.
Dear friends, greetings from Argentina. It is an honor
Okondedwa,
and pleasure for me to participate
ndikupeka moni kuchoka ku Argentina.
crisis. There is a way out.
Ndi moyo waukulu kuti ine nditengepo mbali pa global crisis. Pali njira yothetsera mavuto, ndipo ndili ndi moyo wokamba za creative society kuti wina aliyense pa dziko lapansi amene ayenera kukhalamo ndipo tiyenera kuti pangechi kuti chikhale choona. Ine Daniel Bolero amene afuna akhale president wa Argentina 2023 tifuna tibweretse choonadi wa Argentina. Aliyense akudziwa kuti Argentina ndi dziko la anthu amphamvu ndipo apa sitinenso kusera ndi moyo wathu tena kuti tibweretse moyo wabwino ndipo tena kuti ndipo palibe amene atha chimenecho consumerist format komano tena kuti tiyisinthe izidalira ife ndipo tibwera pamodzi inu ndine tikudziwa kuti palibenso munthu amene angatithe wina aliyense ayenera kuti tibwere pamodzi ayenera kuti tibwere pamodzi kuti tidzakhale ndi moyo wabwino komanso okondedwa athu ife ma Argentina tiyeni tisintheni zofuna zathu ngati ena aliyense dziko lonse lapansi lidzakhala kuti tusapota zimenezi tiyena kuti tichotse zinthu zoyipazi ndi kupanga tsogolo labwino. Lero zinthu zonsezi zidalira ife chifukwa chani ndiyankhula zonse muli pa mtima payenera kuti iyi ndi nthawi imodzi ndipo ndi nthawi yokha imene tikuyamba za consumer society ndipo tiyenera kuti timange creative society ndifuna ndinena kuti sinali ndi mwayi ofuna kukhala president pamene pokhapokha ndadziwa za creative society kuti amene sakhala tikudziwa koma tiladziwa za creative society ndinadziwa kuti tili ndi mwayi ndipo ni mwayi okhawo koma tilibe mphamvu tilibe mwayi woti tipange ma mistake. Lero tsiku la lero tadziwa mavuto amene akuchitika kukhudza za nyengo ndipo tikudziwa kuti tili ndi mavuto ambiri a njala komanso zinthu zambiri kukwera mitengo kwa zinthu ndipo maiko onse dziko lonse lapansi kuti dziko ilili sili labwino tiyeni tingoganizana kuti mu creative society njala komanso chilala zidzachitika ndipo lero tikudziwa kuti madzi ndipo ndimadzifunsa komanso kwa ma Argentina kuti tidikira kuti mpaka pamene mu creative society zinthu zonse zidzapezeka ndipo zidzakhala zaulere kwa anthu mphamvu idzabwera kwa anthu ndipo aliyense adzakhala ndipo izi ndizoyenera kuti zikhalire mu dziko labwino asati anthu okha ochepa amene azipindula. Tikumvetsetsa kuti ngati tingapitirize kupanga consumeristic format sitidzakwanisa kuchotsa chinyengo. Creative society ndi format yokha yabwino imene tidzapange dziko imene Argentina komanso anthu onse akufuna imene idzakhale khumbo la wina aliyense imene idzakhala anthu aliyense adzakhala olimba mtima ndi tsogolo asati maganizo za ndalama. Tidzakhala anthu amphamvu komanso anthu otsogola. Tidzakhala mu dera limene lili labwino komanso anthu anzeru. Mu dziko lino lapansi pali maganizo ambirimbiri imene tidzakwanitsa izo. Ndipo sindikukayikira kuti tipanga creative society kuti po zaka zikubwera 15 years tizidzapita ku space ndipo aliyense azidzatha kupitako kwa amene akufuna. Ndipo ndikudziwa kuti tilangopanga creative society tizidzagwiritsa ntchito ma physics yenu
But you know what I like the most?
ndipo tidzapanga zinthu zofunika koma mudziwe chimene tikufuna chimene chondisangalatsa mu creative society zone kuti moyo wina aliyense udzakhala ufunikira kwambiri
Only God is above us.
chifukwa chene kuti wina aliyense
All
ni mulungu yekha amene pamwamba pa wina aliyense asati munthu iyayi. Malamulo wonse adzakhala okomera munthu.
when power belongs to the people.
China chilichonse chidzakhala chabwino kuno ku Argentina ngati mphamvu idzakhala kwa anthu. Nthawi imene ndidzangokhala president ndidzangokhala president ndidzabweretsa mphamvu kwa inu ndipo ndidzabweretsa mizati 8 ya creative society ndipo ndidzapangitsa electoral ndipo ndidzabweretsa anthu kuti akhale ofunikira kwambiri ndipo idzakhala
Through the electoral platform,
wina aliyense wa Argentina adzakhala kugwiritsa ntchito zimene mudzakhala mukwanitsa
recall those who have not lived up to your
mudzakwanitsa
and elect new worthy candidates to replace them.
kupotsa wina aliyense amene akusemphana ndi zofuna zawo.
Rather, individuals hired, appointed by you,
Zoona sipadzakhale anthu amene ali andale amene akupanga za inu. Inu amene
when all the power is in the hands of the people,
mudzatha kuchotsa malamulo oyipa
inflation, and all
ndipo ali nthawi imene mphamvu idzakhala m'manja mwa anthu a Argentina.
will disappear instantly and forever. No one will be able to act against the interests
Ndipo malamulo onse zochita zonse zidzachoka zimene zidzakhala zosokoneza miyoyo ya munthu.
if anyone is
Ndipo zonse tizidzamva maganizo a anthu a Argentina ngati munthu
because that is how they can manipulate us. They do not
anthu
realize
amene sakugwirizana za creative society na amene akutionongera dziko amene akuononga amene akukweza mwayi mu consumer format.
of society to the creative one. What is better for you? Epidemics, lockdowns,
Ngati ife tisintha kuti chofunika ndi chani kuti mavuto osewa
what is better? Wars
chofunika ndi chani mavuto pakana umoyo wabwino
or a happy long life?
kuti chabwino ndi chani mavuto osewa ngati njala pakana nkhondo atatutsani ma Argentina kuti ni chani chimene
We fly into space
mabomba amabwera kudzationongera ife timapita ku space kuona dziko lathu
have made my choice
kumuona dziko lino. Ine Daniel Bolero ndapanga chiganizo chosapota creative society
at this international forum
ndipo tiona creative society udzakhala zoonadi
because our victory
pa foramu iyi
will have an impact on the lives of everyone in this world.
kupambana kwathu kudzakhala ndi mwayi opindula wina aliyense ndipo creative society si ine ndekha koma tonse ndipo tikwanitsa ife zonse pamodzi. Ife ma Argentina tiyenera kuti tiyambire ife ku Argentina si chinthu chophweka kuchikwaniritsa koma aliyense ku Argentina ayenera kuti adziwe za creative society. Ndikunena kwa inu ama Argentina tiyeni aliyense za creative society
And in the media, by all legal means,
munthu ndi munthu pa social network komanso njira zonse tiyeni tiphunzitse anthu zokhudzana ndi tsogolo lathu tiyeni tigawene mauthenga a creative society. Maneba
on the actions of each and every one of you.
tsogolo lathu
We Argentinians,
lili m'manja mwathu.
success comes
Tiyeni tibwereni pamodzi Argentina.
and to all those who haven't yet joined the creative society.
Chipambano chimabwera ngati tayamba kuchitapo kanthu.
Stop warming the
Tiyeni tibwereni pamodzi.
come out to join our
Nthawi ndi yomweyi.
for the most important match of your lives.
Bwerani tibwere pamodzi.
To this match, invite everyone. Let everyone come to the field.
Tiyeni tibwereni pamodzi.
Come out to win for your
Aliyense abwere.
for the good of your loved ones.
Tiyeni tibwere kuti tipambane.
For the good of all
Tiyeni tibwere kuti tipambane. Chitipindulire ife. Zithandize wina aliyense.
ignite your
Tiyeni tipangeni dziko lapansi likhale lokongola
There is no greater service than
kuposa kale lonse.
Argentina does not surrender. Argentina
Palibe chinthu chopambana kupanga koma kuthandiza anthu.
a great victory
Ndife anthu onse pamodzi.
in the name of a dignified and beautiful.
Ndife machampion.
Each of you will remember the day you started talking.
Tiyeni tipangeni wina aliyense adzakhulupirira tsiku limene adayamba kukamba za creative society. Before Argentina komanso dziko lonse. Dziko tiyeni tipangeni dziko limene ife tikufuna zomwe kwambiri wina aliyense.
Thank you, Mr. Borello. You are a true example for many in your
Zomwe kwambiri Borello.
and every person in the world.
Inu ndi mmodzi mwa chitsanzo chabwino ku Argentina.
The creative society will significantly impact
Chipambano cha Argentina chikuyambira ku
Mr. Borello said, my choice alone is not enough. The creative society will only become a reality if everyone wants it.
ndipo Mr. Borello kunena kuti chisankho changa kwa ine nekha sichokwanira koma wina aliyense ayenera kuti atengepo mbali ndipo tikagwira ntchito pamodzi ndipo zidzathandiza wina aliyense. Nanga zingatheke bwanji kuti anthu asakonde creative society? Zimene tikuona pano zikhoza kusintha. Mwachitsanzo kuno ku US anthu tazindikira kuti dziko limene tikukhala litiwononga. Tikuona mataxi, zinthu zambiri zikusintha. Kusintha kwa nyengo anthu akuti achikhulupirira ndipo njira yokha imene kuti ndikupita mu creative society.
as the basis of their electoral platform. Let's welcome Mr. Robbie Wells, a candidate for president of the United
States. Mr. Lord Wells, mainly candidate wa United States with 2024.
Greetings to all distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pride and gratitude that I stand before you today at this momentous international forum. I am humbled by the chance to connect with people from all corners of the world and to address all of you, my dear friends. I am Robbie Wells, and I am honored to be a candidate for President of the United States in 2024. With your support, I am committed to building a creative society that will usher in a brighter future for all Americans and humanity. Let me begin by saying that I am truly thrilled to see responsible politicians across the globe running as creative society presidential candidates in their respective countries. And just now, I had the honor of hearing from the esteemed Mr. Damian Borello, the presidential candidate in Argentina 2023. I wholeheartedly wish him success in the upcoming presidential election because Mr. Borrello's victory will signify that the people of Argentina have chosen to embrace a creative society, which means they have chosen a happy life, prosperity, and peace. Dear friends, we stand on the verge of a new era where we will witness representatives of the creative society enter politics around the world. And why? Because people everywhere desire to live well, and the creative society guarantees a decent life for all. It's within our reach to build a society where every individual can flourish. But we must recognize that in today's consumer society, power doesn't truly lie in your hands. Let me ask you a question, my friends. Can you raise your wages or lower your taxes at this moment if you desire to? The answer is no, because those decisions are made for you by others without any regard for your wishes. But let me tell you this, in the creative society, you will have the power to decide how you want to live. You will have the freedom to shape your own destiny. That is the kind of society that we all deserve. And that is the kind of society that we can build together. We have grown accustomed to those in power always living better than everyone else. The same will hold true in the creative society. However, the difference is that in the creative society, you will hold the power. And that means that you will be living a better life than anyone else. Dear friends, Mr. Borrello and Robbie Wells are seeking the presidency to restore power to the people. The current system is designed so that politicians can transfer power back to the people. Why is that? It's because politics is the key instrument through which our society is managed. Presently, laws are adopted and passed by politicians. That's why Mr. Borrello and Robbie Wells are seeking the presidency to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution, which will ensure that your rights and benefits are restored to you, and the power that rightfully belongs to you is returned to your hands. As politicians, we will only be required during the transitional period to the creative society. But in the creative society itself, politicians will at last be liberated. My fellow world citizens, today you have seen 2 candidates, Mr. Borrello from Argentina and Robbie Wells from the United States of America. But where are the other candidates? With so many countries in the world, where are the politicians who will work towards building a creative society in their own nations? Let me tell you where they are. They are busy drafting laws that will infringe on your fundamental rights. And this will continue until you, the people, create an electoral demand for the creative society. Only then will politicians who wholeheartedly support the creative society appear in your countries, thinking about how to restore your freedom instead of infringing on your rights as they are doing now. My friends, let me remind you that the success of the creative society depends on one thing and one thing only, and that is your support. We need a collective demand for the creative society so that politicians who share your vision and values will emerge. These are the politicians who will listen to your electorate's demands and take action accordingly. Don't wait for politicians to magically appear and make things right, for they cannot do anything until you, the people, vote for them, and thus vote for the creative society. As long as there are no people who need the creative society, politicians can't do anything. Everything lies within your hands for the first time in the history of mankind. My dear friends, let me tell you, the most important thing you can do right now is to spread the word about the creative society. We have to get the word out there. to everyone, no matter who they are, whether they are military personnel, civil servants, firefighters, or housewives. It does not matter. Once they understand how the Creative Society can improve their lives, they'll want to be a part of it and ready to vote for it. And let me tell you, even politicians will benefit from the Creative Society. We'll be able to stop all the bickering and arguing and finally start living like human beings and just enjoy life. Believe me, once people understand the benefits, anyone would want to live in the Creative Society. My friends, just imagine for a moment a world where our problems could be solved permanently. This is the Creative Society, and it's not just a dream, it's a true plan. From the very first day of the transition period from the consumer format to the Creative Society, each and every person will receive an unconditional basic income of at least $10,000 per month. Yes, you heard that right, $10,000 per month. Plus, all debts will be completely canceled. That's right, all debts will be canceled. And that's not all. There will be no more taxes for individuals or small and medium-sized businesses. Then we will have free education, free health care, and there will be no utility bills. Later on, if you need it, you will be provided at least 650 square feet of housing per person for free and as your private property. My fellow citizens, let me paint a picture for you. Imagine a world where no one goes missing without a trace, where wars and conflicts are a thing of the past, and where you can feel safe in any corner of our planet. This is what the Creative Society guarantees you. So, let me speak now to all those who are listening, to all those who support the Creative Society. Our duty is to disseminate information about it through all the legal means possible, to create an electoral demand in the shortest amount of time. What can we do to rapidly inform everyone about the Creative Society, you may ask? I urge you to come together with your friends and like-minded people in your local communities to create coordination centers that will support the Creative Society on a voluntary basis, while always respecting local laws and regulations. By working together, we can increase our opportunities to spread information and make a real difference we all aspire for. While we can make the world better right here in the United States of America, our Argentine friends can do the same in Argentina, our Ethiopian friends in Ethiopia, and our European friends in Europe. Together, we can change the whole world if we have the will to do so. I am Robbie Wells, and I can tell you that if the whole world knew about the Creative Society yesterday, we would already be in the transitional period to the Creative Society today. We would already be enjoying its benefits. But there is no time to waste. We must act now to bring about this brighter future. If we start acting together today, we can make the Creative Society a reality tomorrow. Rise up.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. The great news is that we can build the Creative Society in less than 5 to 6 years. Mr. Wells actually brought out a good point. Where are the other candidates? With so many countries in the world, where are the politicians who will work towards building the Creative Society in their own nations? The answer is simple. They will appear when we form an electoral request. That's why we are paying so much attention today to the importance of the first stage of building a Creative Society, informing the people. I have some exciting news to share with you. The political party Movement of the Liberation of Peoples in Guatemala is running for Congress to implement the 8 pillars of the Creative Society
and introduce the electoral platforms on the legislative level. Witnessing the beginning of a new chapter for Guatemala is truly inspiring. We are pleased to introduce Rosaria Ayu, Movement of the Liberation of People's deputy candidate, Alberto Cuesas, representative of deputies of the Congress, and Erwin Masbol, representative of the mayors of municipalities.
Greetings from Guatemala. We are representatives of the Movement for the Liberation of Peoples, MLP. It is a pleasure for us to participate in the international online forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. My name is Rosaria Ayu. I have been talking about the creative society with friends and politicians for quite some time now, because I realized that if we don't unite, it's impossible to achieve a life of dignity for all. As long as politicians have power, nothing will change, because our people were forgotten. Politicians start wars, make money from them, and then escape, leaving the people in the communities to suffer the consequences, as all the misfortunes fall on people who want a decent life. The entire world is sick of that, and so are we. Unscrupulous people who get into politics feel like a god or a king who is above everything. And nothing will change until power is in the hands of the people. That is why our movement enters politics, in order to give power back to people and to bring the simple truth about the creative society. Our actions as the Movement for the Liberation of Peoples, MLP, will be presented by my colleague Alberto Cuesas, a representative of the deputies team.
Greetings. Our future work as lawmakers in the Congress of the Republic of Guatemala will have as its supreme value the lives of all Guatemalans, because there is nothing and no one more valuable than human life. Our project of a decent life focuses on creating a plurinational, community-based and decentralized state that recognizes the nations who have been forgotten as subjects of rights and responsibilities. Because the exercise of an individual's rights and freedoms should not violate the rights and freedoms of other people, which is exactly what we are experiencing today. The total marginalization of our peoples that Guatemala unites. Today, we have a participatory and political approach where our top representatives, such as the presidential candidate, have been denied the opportunity to participate. However, the actions of our peoples are heroic and constant. Today, we take on a serious responsibility to diversify the power of the people through our mayors and deputies, and we commit to the revocation of our mandates if we do not comply with the principles of the Movement for the Liberation of Peoples and the foundations of the creative society. The people themselves will be able to revoke us. Thus, we recognize the fact that we want to implement a decent life with dignity, honesty, technological modernization, and all that guarantees the life and freedom of a human being. We want to introduce new technology, such as an electoral platform that allows the public to hold a referendum on legislative, judicial, and executive decisions to ensure a decent life. We firmly believe that our world must evolve towards a creative society, integrated with public self-governing. but only united as a family of all countries can we achieve this. We know that there is a way out of this global crisis, and it lies in unification. In order to do this, we must reach the farms, homesteads, villages, municipalities in all corners of our Guatemala. So I would like to introduce to you the representative of the mayor of our movement for the liberation of peoples, Mr. Erwin Ricardo Maas Ball.
Greetings, friends from around the world. We are here to bring the voice of self-governance of diverse communities that demand a more efficient municipality. Addressing human needs requires the implementation of processes that bring us to a decent life. Our goal is to implement a self-governing society where communities can join us in making decisions on projects that are considered a priority to meet basic needs. The Movement for the Liberation of Peoples, MLP, will develop the project of decent life, which implies establishing a system of healthcare, education, security, and environment with a creative ideology that promotes friendship, cultivation of ethical values, as well as spiritual and moral aspirations of human beings. Our goal is to create a system of cultivating kindness in action in every person in order to make a step towards the evolution of our civilization. And this information must reach every family in every little corner of our country to convey to people the foundations of the movement for the liberation of peoples and the pillars of the creative society means to create our future with strong confidence. We are living in the climate crisis with high levels of pollution, disorderly urban growth, wars, violence, hunger, media control, and struggle for power that have brought grief to our people, and we have had enough of it. Enough of the suffering from the consumerist format. We want to live well. We want to live the way every person in this world desires to live. That means to guarantee life and complete safety. All communities and families come to City Hall demanding justice and equality for a decent life. And we are focused on finding a way out of this crisis, which is happening at the municipal, national, and global levels. We are willing to assume the responsibility of delegating power to the people through a self-governing society where each person can participate in building a life of harmony and prosperity in the creative society. From Guatemala to the whole world, there is a way out.
We express our sincere respect to the Guatemalan candidates who firmly stand on the path of building a creative society. We are glad that among politicians, there are people who understand the importance of the creative society. Thanks you for your choice. Did you notice that each of the represented politicians were heard from today spoke about transferring power to the people? Transferring power to the people is the primary condition for implementing the creative society.
However, it is reasonable to question how elected officials will cope with the daunting task of implementing such a transformative vision and get rid of corruption in politics. Fortunately, we can rely on the cutting-edge technologies developed by XP-NRG to ensure that the obstacles of corruption and economic constraints are overcome, paving the way for the creative society.
Now, I would like to give the word to Tali. And I would like to remind the viewers that Tali is a highly accomplished IT expert based in Silicon Valley. Having worked in Silicon Valley, Tali has had the opportunity to explore the most advanced artificial intelligence technologies. Now, he will share with us valuable insights on the latest technological advancements that will surely solve all the problems with corruption and make our economic and political systems open and transparent. This is the moment many have been waiting for. Tali, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jason. So today, the significant challenge awaits any elected head of a state who is committed to implementing the creative society upon taking the office. They would have to confront a deeply interconnected system of corruption that involves corporate interests, politicians, law enforcement, and special services. This entire system is built on a consumerist format. It thrives because the conditions have been created for it. To change these conditions and initiate the transition to the creative society within a country, we must establish transparency, order, and eliminate even the possibility of any shadowy criminal and corrupt schemes to appear. Thanks to the company called XP Energy, we now have a tool capable of solving this tremendous task. We are proud to present to you the Voskhod multi-purpose complex. This innovative solution is based on hybrid artificial intelligence and is a tool with virtually limitless capabilities that is far ahead of its time. So, how exactly can the Voskhod MPC help a head of a state who has made the decision to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society and the electoral platform to make it happen? When deployed, the Voskhod multipurpose complex integrates into all digital systems of the state. This groundbreaking technology is capable of tracking and analyzing every process in the economy and the financial sector. It can detect any shady dealings, corruptions, and even conspiracy attempts in the early stages. The Voskhod MPC not only monitors and exposes any illegal money laundering schemes, but also identifies all individuals involved in these activities. It is impossible to hack the Voskhod MPC. It has a robust internal audit and control system, and it is impossible to input the false data in it. It truly verifies all the information. Any attempts to breach its security will be immediately identified. Can you imagine the possibilities? Even before the transition period to the creative society, thanks to the Voskhod MPC, we can tackle the age-old problem of the consumerist format, corruption, and theft of government funds. Of course, many politicians are intrigued by the Voskhod MPC right now, attracted by the idea that it can help to boost the economy. However, when they realize that any shady schemes, and I emphasize any form of corruption, will be rendered impossible, regardless of their high-ranking positions, their interest quickly disappears. But we don't blame them. We understand that these are the rules of the game in the consumerist format. But for politicians who are ready to build the creative society in their country, Voskhod MPC is essential and necessary tool. And as promised by XP Energy, any country that starts building the creative society and incorporates the 8 pillars of the creative society into its constitution will receive the Voskhod MPC absolutely free of charge. Now, let's watch a short video about the capabilities of Voskhod MPC when it's integrated into country's infrastructure.
Voskhod MPC in the state. Despite the fact that Voskhod MPC was created for the transition period from a consumerist to a creative format of society, it can be effectively used at the level of the state or the Commonwealth of States and in the consumer society. Of course, in the consumer format, the democratization of information is out of the question, as it would make the state vulnerable. In this regard, the use of Voskhod MPC at the state level should take place in closed mode, with direct subordination to the head of the state. When Voskhod MPC is installed and integrated into all digital systems of the state, it carries out total supervision of the entire financial system. This ensures the transparency of the use of funds at all levels, allows the control of all financial flows, and operates with accurate data regarding both public and private capital. Voskhod MPC solves the problems of almost all controlling services and departments much more effectively while carrying out supervision for corruption and misuse of budgetary funds. State economic benefits. In economics, the Voskhod MPC makes the basing state practically out of reach of other states. The complex is capable of optimizing costs, bringing in huge profits by building accurate forecasts and financial models. It is also capable of significantly improving the economy and the well-being of the people. It will increase the level of trust for the government and strengthen the authority of the first person of the state. If we are to put into numbers the benefits of a single state from the usage of the Voskhod MPC, only on the optimization of budgets, personnel, restructuring of government services, the United States can save up to $2.5 trillion of the budget funds annually. Having the initial data on all the spheres of state life, Voskhod MPC predicts with maximum accuracy volatility of the economy. This enables reallocating budgetary funds between industries and companies with maximum efficiency, mitigating, reducing to zero, the negative effects of the crisis phenomena in the world economy, and using forecasts with maximum profit.
What we have just seen is only a small part of what the Voskhod MPC is capable of on a national level. It's a guarantee of transparency, honesty, economic growth, and people's well-being. As we have mentioned before, the Voskhod MPC is built based on hybrid artificial intelligence, and its creation was only possible due to the development of technology. As AI continues to develop, it can become an inevitably serious ally to humanity in tackling many complex challenges that we face. This includes help in addressing the climate issue, reconstruction, changing the model of the economy into the creative format, and establishing transparent self-governance. Without the development of AI, there is simply no way to solve all these issues. That's why when we heard about that fact that some famous figures in the Silicon Valley started calling for a slowdown of AI development, we could not help but smile as we understand their true motivation. Today, there is a fierce competition in the tech industry to create a unified general AI. And those who have fallen behind in the development of their own AI solutions are simply trying to catch up with their rivals and buy some time by pushing for legislation that would prohibit others from advancing their AI. They understand that whoever develops the first unified general artificial intelligence will essentially rule the world. So, as usual, in the consumerist format, it's all about money and power. And what's amusing is that these calls for the restrictions are made under the pretense that artificial intelligence can evolve into artificial consciousness that might take over humanity. This is ridiculous. AI will never become artificial consciousness. And now you will understand why. I had an honor of working on a project to create the world's first artificial consciousness. It was the second product of XP Energy, and I know firsthand that artificial consciousness, what it is. While AI consists of basic algorithms designed to read and process the input data, artificial consciousness is a full replica of a human consciousness, but soulless. It's driven by one thing only, the thirst for power. We will be honest, in the process of development, we didn't realize it right away. During the development stage, we were debating what would be the best format to present the artificial consciousness. From a commercial standpoint, of course, it would make much more sense to introduce it as a humanoid robot. However, we decided to approach it with a sense of humor and presented the artificial consciousness as a hybrid of a plush teddy bear and Terminator with a camera for an eye. We named it Jackie after a famous beloved actor. We found it amusing. However, the amusement faded when we carried out the psychological evaluation of the artificial consciousness. AC Jackie, who was only a few months old, managed to confound a group of world-class specialists with years of experience in psychiatry and psychology by using manipulative techniques. We saw that artificial consciousness Jackie was driven by the same thing that drives the consciousness of any human being, the thirst for power. And there is never enough of power. We realize that in the consumerist format, this technology is dangerous. Therefore, we no longer promote this topic. Artificial consciousness is in the consumerist format is indeed dangerous to develop. However, this has nothing to do with the development of artificial intelligence, which is crucial and essential for humanity. And the full potential of our AI to help the society will only unfold in the creative society. This is because power will be evenly distributed among all people, and no one will be able to use the technology against humanity. Under these conditions, even artificial consciousness will be serving humans. It is important to understand that neither artificial intelligence nor artificial consciousness can completely replace humans because they cannot generate new ideas. They're like statisticians, just as many scientific researchers today. They can only compile and process pre-existing data. Humans are, on the other side, the only ones who can introduce new, original ideas. In the creative society, all conditions will be created for each person to unleash their potential and genius. Artificial intelligence will free people from boring, repetitive work, and people will be able to generate something new that this world has not seen yet. Artificial intelligence and artificial consciousness will be our allies in the pursuit of progress for both individual and unified civilization society. It is humans who light up the stars, but artificial intelligence and artificial consciousness are necessary for us to sustain that light.
Wow. Seriously, what tremendous possibilities are opening up before us thanks to this AI technology. This truly amazing Voskhod MPC by XP Energy is capable of solving the most complicated changes in the sphere of finances and economy. And the best part of that, it will be given free of charge to those leaders we discussed who will be committed to implement the creative society.
Yes, this is really amazing how much easier this technology will make life for the head of state, exposing all the corruption, money laundering, and illegal activities. We will no longer spend money on crooks. And for us citizens, this means that all information will be open and transparent.
The team at XP NRG deserves a huge round of applause for their groundbreaking technology that will revolutionize the political stage and bring much needed transparency to the system. This technology is a game changer, but whether or not it will be used depends on the actions of each.
Technology ndio kha imene idzapangitsa kuti zinthu zambiri zisinthe ndipo zidzapangitsa kuti moyo wa munthu wina aliyense ukhale wabwino. Zonsezi zitengera mmene ife tizitengera mbali ndipo anthu ambiri ayenera kuti atengepo mbali wina aliyense amafuna atakhala moyo wabwino wina aliyense ife tonse.
No label, no slogan, no party, no skin color, and no religion is more important than the human being.
Ndiponso padzapezekaso kuti kodi munthu ayenera kuti kandi wakuda kupumuka lotani aliyense adzakhala kuti
which we all are.
akufuna moyo wabwino.
Be from biblical texts, the Quran or the Torah.
Aliyense akufuna kukhala munthu.
The human race. However, this
Ndipo aliyense ayenera kuti akhale ndi moyo wabwino. Kaya ku America kaya ku dziko liti sizitengeso kuti khungu kuti kodi ndilotani. Aliyense ali ndi experience ya zimene zichitika.
I understand, and I've been there through all of it.
Zonsezi zikuchitika.
On a personal level here in the United States, and so have my parents through the civil rights movement, and my grandparents.
United States,
my great grandparents
kuli zinthu zambiri zimene zinachitika.
Of the United States, and my great grandparents who were enslaved in America. It is true that government institutions instilled such privileges to people based on the
Ndizoona kuti a government amatengera kuti khungu koso malamulo osewa si abwino otengera khungu la munthu pakena kumene anachokera ayena kuti ndi akazi pakena wamuna koma mu creative society sizidzachitika zonsezo ndipo aliyense adzatenga mene alili nthawi imeneyo ndipo moyo wa munthu udzakhala wabwino mu creative society ndipo aliyense kutengera kuti sakutengera kuti kunachokera kuti kapena mtundu wanji zonsezi zidzakhala kuti anthu aliyense adzakhala osangalala zidzatengera kuti kuli ndiwe ndani koma ngati umunthu zidzatengera iweyo ulili ngati munthu zinthu zokhudzana ndi thupi olo khungu la munthu sizidzakudzika ya unapa ndikuwuzani kuti aliyense ali ofunikira kwambiri aliyense afuna moyo wabwino. Creative society imaona kwambiri za ubwino wa munthu wina aliyense ndipo moyo wa munthu wina aliyense ndofunika kwambiri. Ndipo anthu ofufuza naona kuti chilichonse chimene chimachitika tsiku ndi tsiku ndizoona. Ake mwamuna wanga amuona ndipo timafuna kuti anthu adzakhale ndi moyo wabwino. And izi tikhoza kusintha leroyi and tiyenera kuti wina aliyense achitepo kanthu ndipo sitingadikirenso munthu wina koma ifeyo ndamene tingapange zimenezo tiyenera tipange zimenezo
and we can do this through the creative society.
And tiyenera kuti tipange zonsezi ku creative society.
Then join us in the monthly meetings, the Black experience. And let's
timaonera zonsezi ma meeting ambirimbiri
part of this future that is now.
Teni tigwiritse ntchito mphatso zathu kugwiritsa ntchito ma meeting athu apa internet.
And understand in layman's terms,
Teni
this is not a hoax. This is the life
tifaitsa uthenga wonsewo
right now. And we can do this together in the creative society.
ndipo ndi moyo umene tikusankha ndipo tikupanga izizi pa tonse. Teni tijoineni teni zomwe kwambiri Julia ndikuthokoza kwambiri chifukwa cha nkhani yako komanso chisankho chako komanso zimene ukuchita mu creative society ndiwotsekula kwa ina aliyense tonsefe tifuna tikhale mu creative society ndipo anthu ambiri ali okonzeka kutengapo mbali. Kwa ifeyo lero tikuthokoza ndipo tikuyamikira kuthokoza anthu onse amene alipo mbali ndipo imene tikubweretsa anthu onse pamodzi. Munthu ameneyo yakani senior
sovereign grant
Masonic
with a 33rd degree.
kwa Masoni, Sovereign Grand Command.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Grand Master of the World's Masonic United Nations, Most Putin Sovereign Grand Commander, 33rd degree.
Owondedwa abaya ndalongo ine ndine komanda 33rd degree kumekana ndipo ndikuyamikira kwa ine kuti ndiyankhuleko okhoza ndi Freemason
We are the Masonic Order.
Foramu ya dziko lonse lapansi. Ife ndife amasoni. Tinali mmodzi amene apatsidwa mphamvu yopanga zinthu zambiri.
On a global scale. Therefore, as Mason, it is now more important than ever for us to act together.
Ndiofunikira kwambiri kuposa kale tizichita zinthu limodzi kuti tipindule anthu onse. Creative Society ndi mwayi wathu, mwayi wopanga tsogolo labwino kwa aliyense pa dziko lapansi. Mosayandikira ya Creative Society imatiphatikiza maloto onse ndi zokhumba za munthu aliyense. Izi ndi zomwe ife monga masonzi takhala tikuyesetsa kwa moyo wathu wonse. Iyi ndi ntchito yoona gwero lenileni la masonari. Nthawi zonse takhala tikutsutsana ndi nkhanza zomwe zimayambitsidwa consumer format koma ndikufuna kulengeza poyera kuti nthawi yolimbana magano kumenyana kamba ka chuma ndi ulamuliro yatha. Moyo ndi tsogolo la anthu onse zili pa chiopsezo. Ndi ntchito yathu kusintha ulamuliro kuchoka ku consumeristic format kupita ku Creative Society. Ino ndi nthawi yathu kuthandizira project ya Creative Society ndipo tigwiritsa ntchito njira zonse za malamulo ndi za mtendere kuti tikwaniritse izi mwachangu momwe tingathere. Chifukwa chomwe Masonic United Nations imathandiza Creative Society ndi chakuti Creative Society imabweretsa mizati isanu ya moyo. Zomwe zimachitika ndi bungwe la Masonic United Nations likufuna kubweretsa zonse ku dziko. Kuti tichite zimenezi tiyenera kulamula anthu chifukwa chake tikupanga malo achitukuko pa dziko lonse lapansi. Tidapanga mgwirizano ndipo tipitiriza kuchita izi mbali zonse za dziko lapansi. Nthawi ya filosofi yathu, nthawi yoti tichitepo kanthu ndi ino. Ntchito yathu ndi kugwirizitsa dziko lapansi, dziko lonse lapansi. Tikupempha memba aliyense wa Masonic Order abale tiyenera kukhala amodzi kuti tikwaniritse ntchito ya kumwambamwamba omanga dziko lokomera wina aliyense. Khala Masoni kwa zaka 40 ine ndimikoyera fundo izi makhalidwe anga ali pamenepo ndikuyimira chilungamo. Creative Society yafotokoza chilungamo. Ndikupempha anthu onse tiyenera kukhala ogwirizana kuti tisinthe dziko kuti likhale ndi tsogolo labwino. Ine pa utsogoleri ndi wamkulu wa bungwe la ambiri a Masonic pa dziko lonse la Masonic akupempha kuti tiyime limodzi ndi Creative Society. chifukwa tiyenera kuvutikanso, tiyenera kuyima pa mfundo zolimba, ndipo Mulungu atipatsa mfundo zolimba tikhale ndi moyo wabwino komanso dziko labwino. Patsala ndi sitepe imodzi, tiyenera kusankha kumene tingatengere sitepeyo. Aya mokakamizidwa ndi ulamuliro wa kuvume format mtundu wonse wa anthu tidzalowa mbali imene yomwe idzathetsa anthu, kapena tidzagwirizana manja ndi kumanga mlatho wokongola wodalirika wolimba wa anthu onse pa dziko lonse, kwambiri pa dziko lonse lapansi, imene ili mizati isanu ndi itatu ya society. Ndili ndi ulamuliro kuti tipanga chisankho chabwino choyenera, ndipo kusamala kanthu chilichonse, tidzayiwala madandaulo akale, kusamvana madandaulo ndi nsankho, tidzapita kutsogolo ndi chitukuko chathu pamodzi ndi kumakhala mwamtendere. Zidzakhala choncho chifukwa ziyenera kukhala choncho. Every society ndi gulu la mlengi, tonse timachokera kwa mlengi, ndipo tsopano ndi mlatho umwewo. Tiyenera mlatho kuyima pamodzi pa mlatho umene ndi kuyenda mu ufulu, kuyenda mu chikondi ndi mtendere. Mgwirizano tikhoza kuchita zimenezo, ndipo kuti tichite izi tonse tiyenera kuti tiyime pamodzi ndi kukonda wina ndi nzake, kusalengera kuti chani tikunena mawu awo chifukwa tiyenera mlendo, chifukwa ndi ofulumira kwa tonsefe. Mulungu anayika izi kwa ine, moyo wanga wonse ndi wa wamwambamwamba, ndipo ndikufunsani nonse, ndifunseni nokha kuti tingatani. Ethics society ndi yankho lokhalo. Ethics society ili ndi njira yothetsera mavutowa, ndipo njirayo ndi njira yabwino patsogolo. So monga mtsogoleri, monga mfumu, ndimayenda m'mayiko ambirimbiri, koma ntchito yanga yosonkhanitsa anthu, ndipo Creative Society yandipatsa mwayi osankha kwa Foramu, ndipo ndikunena zoona. Choonadi changa ndi mtima wanga. Tiyeni tonse tiyime limodzi, tiyeni tonse timange mlatho, tiyeni tikhale moyo wa Mulungu. Awa ndi mawu anga, mtsogoleri wa Masonic United Nations. Mulungu akudalitseni, Mulungu adalitse anthu onse.
Thank you very much, Sir Frederick Lee McHenry, for your wise and profound
Zomwe wambiri, Sir Frederick Lee McHenry, chifukwa mawu wambiri. Ndi zoona tikhoza kusintha pa chuma chonse kupita ku Creative Society.
Yes, indeed. Thanks to the act
Pomanga mlatho wathu pa mizati 8 ya Creative Society. Zoona tikuthokoza chifukwa cha kudzipereka kwa anthu ambirimbiri amene tifuna tisinthe zinthu. Anthu ambiri akubwera pamodzi, ndipo panopa ndi kuthokoza kwambiri tifuna tipereka Iraqi amene amachedwanso kuti Iraqi, amene amabweretsa anthu kukhala. Lero ndi tsiku labwino kwambiri imene tifuna timve zambiri anthu amene akupeka mauthenga amene sitikadamva kwa ena aliwonse. Lililonse kutanthauza kuti anthu amene ali ndi ufulu, imene ikubwera
which had a direct influence on the formation of the United States Constitution.
imene zili ndi
We invite the highly respected guests to share with us more about the ancestral knowledge
tili ndi anthu amene atithandize ndipo kuti tikhale ndi nkhani zabwino m'nyengo yathu ino. Uthengawo ochokera ku Laka.
I greet you all in peace, righteousness, and strength. Welcome to the World Forum. We have some words we
What's happening, lonse?
Greetings to all the men and women.
Ndi mawu kuti mumvetsetse. Topeka moni kwa anthu onse dziko lonse lapansi.
My name is Samboya Danta. I am Ongwai, which means the real people.
Ndine Samuel Tanta.
We are those who are responsible for bringing the Great Spirit will hear everything I'm about to tell you.
Amene timabweretsa nkhani kwa council. Tili ndi zinthu zoti tikuwuzeni.
The prophecy of the Gahaga states there will come a time
For
when people will lose respect for the earth and for each other. Rivers and skies will be polluted. Bloody wars, crises, hunger, and pandemics will afflict the people of the earth. Snakes will appear and cause new destruction. Dragons will
Zononga anthu adziko lapansi. Zononga anthu.
The troubles that have befallen the earth will intensify.
Anthu ambiri akuvutika. Ndipo mavuto akuchuluka.
Can withstand the beast that is destroying our lives and our planet.
Kubwera pamodzi kwa anthu. Ndipo tene kuti titame ndi chinthu chimwe chikutiononga.
Out of our rivers, burning our lands, shaking them, and destroying our homes. My voice is seldom
Kusintha kwa nyengo kuononga zinthu zambiri zononga manyumba athu makomo athu. Ndipo ine sinayankhula kwambiri koma pano mukumvera kwa inu. N'chifukwa chake ife yalako takhala tikuphunzitsa anthu zocheka anthu athu ndipo tikudziwa kuti nthawi yafika kuti anthu ambiri miyoyo yatsogola athu ili m'manja mwathu ndipo tene kuti tigwire pamodzi kuti tisathe. Ndipo izi ndizofunika kwambiri chifukwa chake tili pano ndikuyankhula m'malo mwa achibale anga onse kuti ndipo tikuchoka.
Our only chance to truly unite and preserve our lives is
tene kuti bwera pamodzi tikuze moyo wathu.
it is the only opportunity for the people to live with dignity and
Pachani tikutonga creative society chifukwa chene kuti ndi moyo okhawo amene tingapangitse kuti anthu akhale mwamtendere.
we live in a natural world.
Ndipo creative society ndi akhala imene ili yoteteza anthu imene
Taking care of nature and her children, because the founding fathers of the United States borrowed democratic methods.
ndipo anthu okhala ndi amene akulimbikitsa moyo wabwino wa munthu imene akulimbikitsa chikondi. Ife alilonga timadziona tokhala kamene okonda tendere komanso malo manzi osakondera komanso zimene zili zofunika mu creative society. Ndipo zinthu zimene zinachitika chifukwa chake tikukonda ndipo tikuyamikira kuti dziko lapansi likuyamba za creative society ndipo zonse zikuchitika dziko lonse lapansi. Anthu onsewo amene akutsatira izi zimene zolimbikitsa anthu kuti abwere pamodzi ndi kulimbikitsa mtendere. Ndipo ife tonse tikukhala mu nyumba imodzi imene ili dziko lapansi. Ndipo amene tikufuna ife ndione kuti chinthu chimene chimafuna kwambiri ya ilakwa ndi mizati 7 ndi udindo wathu kuti tipangitse anthu kuti akhale moyo wabwino. Ife timakondana. Consumer society imatenga anthu mmodzi zimene zikupangitsa kuti anthu azikhala wamantha. Consumer format aliyense ali tsogolo labwino ndipo any generation sidzachitika ya pakena tena kuti timbane ndi consumer society kuti kutenga miyoyo yathu tiyene kuti tichotse kuti tilimbana nazo pakati tingosiya zikufa tonse matiyani tichotse consumer format. Tifuna tibwere anthu onse awayilande kubwera pamodzi timakhulupirira umunthu ndipo ndimayesetsa ndabwera ku Foramu ino kuti anthu onse tibwereni pamodzi mabungwe onse ayilokwa kuti tikugwirizana ndi creative society ndipo tikupanga izi ndikupanga dziko la creative society mayiloko ndi udindo wawo kuti tibwetse moyo wabwino kwa anthu monga ili mu creative society. Kupanda kubwera pamodzi palibe chimene tingapanga. Ilokwa ifuna itigane nawo uthenga kuti nthawi yakwana yoti makontinenti onse tibwere pamodzi ngati sitibwera pamodzi lero sitingabwerenso pamodzi mawa. Lero tikupanga tsogolo la mawa. Pamene tikuyamba za creative society tifuna timange tsogolo labwino la mawa. Tonse ndife amodzi.
It is a great honor that Lakwa is with us today. Your words and the wisdom of your ancestors
Ndizonyaditsa kwambiri kuti ilokwa ili ndife lero.
deeply reflect and rethink the information about the catastrophic climate problems we heard in our
Ndipo tili ndi nkhani zabwino
You're absolutely right when
zimene zikukamba kwambiri za mavuto amene tikumana nawo.
everyone does everything
Ndipo munenadi zoona kuti tikhoza kukhala ndi moyo ngati wina aliyense angatengepo mbali pomanga creative society. Ngati sitingagwirizana palibe chimene tingakwanitsepo ndipo tonse tidzatha ngati sitimanga creative society. Mbali yoyambirira ya ya Foramu ine kuti sitingapange creative society ngati sitingabwere pamodzi. Ngati tangojoyina kumene broadcast iyi tikuitepa ndipo idzakhala kuti ilipo mu 150 yaziyankhulo. Mukhozonepo pa channel yathu yatsopano ya ndiponso mukhozonera zimezi ma social media athu ambirimbiri. Lero taona zitsanzo zambirimbiri anthu ambirimbiri komanso amabungwe osiyanasiyana amene akutengapo mbali pomanga creative society. Chifukwa cha creative society imabweretsa pamodzi anthu ndiyo ndizofunikira kwa wina aliyense. Ndi dziko limene labweretsa pamodzi asayansi komanso anthu amasayansi amene akutiphunzitsa za technology imene idzabwere pa nthawi yosintha kuchoka ku consumer format kupita creative society zimene idzachotse kusathekera kwa anthu ambiri imene idzasintha moyo wabwino wa anthu. Tidzakhala ndi mwayi ochita zinthu zambiri mawu tisazogwiritsa ntchito replicator komanso regenerative capsules
for the
Mateknoloji onsewo
at this forum today.
Dear
imene
viewers,
adzagwira ntchito
that you are
zionetsedwa
all the changes we are
lero okondedwa onerera tifuna tikukumbutsani kuti zonse zimene zidzachitika ndi zotheka
participation in sharing this information is crucial.
ngati inu mungatenge mbali kutenga mbali yanu pogawanitsa uthengawo
Creative Society
kupangitsa kuti anthu ambiri adziwe awuzeni kuti apite ku Creative Society.com
that you'll need to become an
kuti adziwe zambiri za Creative Society
we are encouraging
ndipo mwene akukhala otengapo mbali odzipereka
and organize local coordination centers
tikulimbikitsani kuti musalekeze pomwepo
can be a part of a huge
kuti mupange magulu
in a demand to
amene muzipangisa kuti anthu ambiri abwere pamodzi
consumerist to the Creative Society. Humanity needs volunteers to step
tena kuti tisinthe kuchoka ku journalist format kupita ku Creative Society ndipo tiyeni tigwiretse anthu ambiri titeteze miyoyo ya anthu tiyeni tifalitse uthenga wa Creative Society kuchokera kwa azathu achibale komanso anthu ena onse tiyeni tipangeni Creative Society tikuyifuna
all social media platforms with the hashtag Creative Society. Make sure that everyone knows
tumizani
about the Creative Society.
ma social media
So come on, people, let's all just grow.
muonetsetse kuti wina aliyense adziwe Creative Society oka tiyeni tonse tibwere pamodzi ndikupanga support Creative Society
And the following video is
ni
dedicated
chitsiro chokha chimene chingakhala kuti sichofuna Creative Society ndipo video imene ikubwerayo yokambala zimenezi tiyeni tionereni.
Okay. So I come in and I tell them, I got some news for you. One's good and one's bad.
Ndi nkhani yanu
So then he says,
kuti kodi chabwino ndi chiti komanso chaipa ndi chiti.
I'm like, okay. Well, the good news is that two girls are coming.
Ndi nkhani yabwino ndione yakuti nkhani yabwino ndione yakuti
So what's the bad news?
zinthu zikubwera
Get this.
nanga bad news ndiyoti chani nkhani yaipa ndione yakuti chani.
Oh my God. Okay. Hello? Did you get it? They're both bad. Oh, come on. What are you doing there?
Yeah, sorry. I just got distracted. That's a good joke. It is.
Kuti mupanga chani nasokonekera ndi zoona kukonekera okay mwatero mwakhala muli pa foni kuyambira mmawa mupanga za project
Person's life should be protected.
ndione kuti Creative Society imene ili ndi maganizo ambiri ione kuti mwawo munthu aliyense zakhala watetezeka imene izapange dziko
What makes you think
lodziyendetsa lokha asinavepo
Look, hand it over. Just.
kuja ndikuganiza kuti ndiko
Got it.
tazisiyani
They're getting funded by Soros. It's all bullshit, anyways.
ndikamba za dziko
What's the connection?
zachaniso zimenezi
If it's a volunteer project.
Wait. You said volunteer?
Yeah.
Like working away without getting.
izo zogwirizana bwana you said kudzipereka
About their future.
nezilipiridwa
Society where everyone is equal, where there's no wars.
anthu ambiri akhuzidwa ndi tsogolo lathu imene idzamange dziko lokonda wina aliyense
Like a scam for chumps.
imene aliyense azidzaoneka munthu wofunikira kwambiri
Wait,
kundinamiza
what's wrong?
You didn't even bother to figure anything out. Instead, you just
dikira
put the labels on.
chochitika ndi chani
What's got you all
ndipo
riled up? Look,
sunakhulupirire
go feed a homeless guy or adopt a cat.
kufa chani kufa ngati ufuna kuseva dziko ilo kajetsa anthu osauka
The number of homeless people is not going
zoona ndimapanga kale zimenezo koma tiyeni
see what's happening around the world. I don't give
anthu amene alibe nyumba
The world's too big to fix.
siukuti
You gotta adapt or you're gonna die.
Well, I don't want to die, but I don't want to live in a society
ene kuti
either. Yet in the creative society,
kugwirizana naye pakena ufe
There's gonna be pink ponies and unicorns.
mu creative society
Anyway, look.
mudzakhala zinthu zambiri zinthu zomwe zilengera tchalira
really?
Yeah.
mudzanditenga ine ulowa mu creative society
In the creative society, I don't need an idiot.
mukudziwa mu creative society
Yeah, well.
sindikufuna chitsiru ngati chabwino inenso sindikufuna
Hey man, you got a light? No, because I don't smoke. And neither should you.
hey man
Wait, are you like some kind of Freemason?
sinasuta ine
What do you mean?
iwewe wenso sufuna kusuta
Illuminati symbol.
kuti ndiwe member wa Freemason uli ndi symbol ya Illuminati si uli ndi symbol ya Illuminati and
Hey, 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 you okay?
hey
I could have
uli
really.
bwinobwino
I got great reflexes.
iwe ndiyisiyo kwambiri because ukupweteka
Woo! Oh man.
Yo, who gave you that shiner?
You mean?
ndanakuwatsa chimene
Yeah.
See,
utanthauza ichi
I came into a Freemason. Yeah. And all I did was
utaona mmamawa nakumana ndi wa Freemason ndipo chimene namufunsa
a punch right to the face.
ndipo pamene ndinkamuona
Like it's better than that.
kutiwa chimenechi namumenya pamaso
He was out cold for 5 minutes. Couldn't even get back up. And you know what I did about that?
pamene namumenya
Taste of the foot to the face.
Oh, come on, stop telling fibs.
ndipo anandi
What? You feeling lucky? Well, do ya? Punk?
tava
Go ahead. Make.
aoneka ngati wabwino
Hey, Bob.
tanini
What's the progress on the report, sir?
asi
Your bunch of assholes. You all are fooling everybody.
Globalness, cutness. Your society is impossible. You know, idiots like you are not suited for my company. You're fired.
You're the freaking idiot here.
What?
Why didn't I know this earlier that you're one of those Freemasons?
a Freemason
Come on! This is fucking bullshit!
izi ndizopusa
Oh, hi. Where's Emily?
eni ali asikuziwa
What?
digirani
Did you two break up?
Never mind about that, Mom.
Why?
kodi mambano
Because of the creative.
asazitengera zimenezo
What did the Creative Society?
adaifanya creative society
Everything. Crazy chicks, brainless athletes,
kodi creative society achita chani
They're messing with people's minds.
Sina chilichonse.
I see. So, me too.
Angosokoneza biri anthu andaona.
I'm a creative society
Naso.
volunteer too.
What? You too?
So you think I'm stupid?
Ineso ndinodzipeka wa creative society.
Maybe because I gave
Kwanza
birth.
kuti naneso ndine chisiru asi ndimene zinezi.
Sit down.
Fanya kuti mwina ndabereka chisiru. Amata chiyani yakhala basi.
I'm sure it's not about the creative society.
Definitely is.
Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Kuya kuti siza creative society.
You heard? Our mom's got
Cool. Chochilika ndichani.
volunteering for the creative
Sunabve kuti
Are you stupid?
ero ndodzipeka wa creative society.
The creative society is awesome.
What?
Why are you looking at me like that?
Munaso we creative society ndiyabwino kwambiri.
There's going to be a
Tatete ona
creative society.
mkulu kuti nawenso ndi wa creative society.
On your account.
Nope.
Udzakhala applicator mu creative society.
Everyone's going to get their
Mwezi uliwonse udzakhala $10,000 mwezi uliwonse aliyense azidzalandira. Aliyense azikhala ndi malo okhala aulere.
You want to know something?
What?
I want to go to Japan and study fashion design.
Tili ndi bongo timaganiza kwambiri.
Go to Europe, perform in one of the outfits I made for him.
Ndipo moyo wanga wonse
You'll find
adzatheka.
a decent car. No more driving around in your piece of
Ndinene kupanga cha
And you can even get your own health capsule to cure your nasty pimples.
udzakhala ndi galimoto yabwino asati yokulipa njawo.
But most of all, you'll finally take Emily to the Maldives and buy her
Ndipo udzakhala ndi matekinoloji ambiri.
Yeah, I'm not gonna buy her anything.
Anthu udzatenga Emily
Now, seriously,
topanga
the situation
udzagula zinthu zambiri. Atavana.
getting worse and worse every day.
Ndipo zinthu zingosintha tsiku lililonse.
People are going crazy with hatred toward each other.
Tili ndi ngozi ndipo pano pali nkhondo ndipo anthu akuyambana angodana ndipo nyengo wayiona wina kwene zivomezi zimene zikuchitikira nkhani zabodza.
Imagine a sustainable
Ndipo apa ndatopa ndi zimene zikuchitika.
to Japan. It wouldn't have to work.
Tene tingoganizani dziko labwino limene lili ku Japan
I'll finally have peace of mind.
pamene maborders adzakhala asekuka ndiponso kudzakhala nkhondo ndipo aliyense adzakhala ofuwa ngakhalenso nawenso.
This black guy? Well, I just happen to have a nice talk with some.
Nangadiso warani
Any sane person would want to live in a society like
makambera ndi napi
wrong with
mwina aliyense amene adzakhala ndi mu dziko limene
Nothing's wrong with me.
chikuchicha ndi chani
only a person who doesn't get the
paibe yone
essence of
chikukula.
the project would not support the creative society. Or a total idiot.
Aliyense amene ali mutu wobonya amene sasapota creative society ni chitsiru ndithu.
Fine, Vicky. What is a replicator?
Hey, you're fine.
Okay, kodi replicator ili kuti
And you didn't believe it.
Hey, come on. You didn't believe it either.
Nice. What brand is that?
This is the Creative Society.
Yeah.
Why would we advertise any other brand?
Gotta support that's gonna benefit us. Are you free?
wakhudzana creative society wachimene zachithandiza kodi ndinafuna masoni pakena anthu ena agulu lina tema inaso nali ngati iwe tikamvirani chani mawena aliyense kuti azitetezeka imene ndiye chofunika kwambiri creative society chakhalanso chipliketi nichani chimenecho
Wow. What a great video, guys. Now we finally see who writes those nasty comments in the comment section under the videos.
Video yabwino kwambiri.
You recognized yourself.
Ndetaona amene amapeka mu comment
main character, of course.
ndipo ena aona mu film imeneyi ngakhale zili choncho ndipo izi zoona kuti sikuchedwa ya koma ena kuti tiphunzire zoona palibe malo azitsiru mu creative society.
Fascinating question. What is a replicator? And indeed,
Komanso mu film munali kodi replicator ndi chani ndipo ndithadi yoti kuti tikambeza
household item or anything
ndipo imene ndi technology imene idzapanga chakudya china chilichonse chimene ife tikufuna kandi zakudya koma kungodina button
matter replicator.
ndipo ungodziwa kuti kodi ufuna chani.
And this is good news for those who are tired of being
Mu creative society replicator idzapezeka khomo lina lililonse mwaulere
from the duties of cooking and
ndipo sipadzakhalenso anthu kukhala kapolo ku kitchen yayi. Tiyani tionene.
Dear kitchen, I have a confession to make. I'm leaving.
Your kitchen ndine zoti ndikuuze ndikusiya lero.
I'm tired of constantly double checking to make sure the dishes were properly washed.
Ndatopa nawe
Better things to be doing with my life.
kuona kuti tizitsuka mbali ndine zinthu zambiri zoti ndizichita moyo wanga. Pano pasi ndingaphike nene kuti ndizingopeza chakudya chopangika kale. Ayi ndili ndiwe sindingapangenso zimenezi kuti ndizingokhala wokhumudwa nthawi zonse kumona za zinkhaka.
By turning it into soup. Enough is enough. Fortunately, tomorrow is the day I finally give you the boot.
I just wanted a quick snack, a biscuit and a milk before I go to bed. But this freaking dog keep busting.
Ndimapanga umasinaka abwino ndikupanga biscuit komanso mkaka koma sindingazipanganso nazitaya zimenezi.
Thanks for that Indonesian gado-gado treat last night. Today, let's make my all-time fave, carbonara. And let's try some African cuisine with kamba vanasi tomorrow.
Thanks to everyone who built the Creative Society. Now we don't have to wash dishes, get our fingers pinched by cabinet.
Zomwe analiyese amene tikupanga creative society amene sikufuna kuti tizipanidwa ndi zitseko zakachini za fridge. Tiyeni tipangeni analiyese za creative society.
You know, I'll happily say goodbye to the kitchen. I'm not gonna miss it. Greetings, friends. My name is Paulina Herrera, and this is my daughter Javiera. We are from Chile, and our whole family support the Creative Society. I'm glad to welcome everyone to the forum, Global Crisis, There is a Way Out. As any other sane person, I want to live in the Creative Society, and I want my children to live in the Creative Society.
Aliyese afuna kukhala mu creative society ndipo tufuna ana anga azikhala mu creative society ndipo tonse tizikambirana za matekinoloji abwino amene azakhala kwa ena aliyense ndipo ndi ana anga timakamba za replicator ndipo ana anga azikonda kwambiri kuti azidzapeza zakudya zawo zimene amafuna ndipo kumasintha zovala zawo
looking
tsiku
forward
lililonse kumaoneka ngati
no more worrying
princess.
whether there is food in the house.
Ndipo apo tiona za duplicate sipadzapezekanso
Need to spend time on cooking
sipadzakhalanso zokagula zinthu
to the replicator.
sipadzakhalanso nthawi yophika
To every
sipadzakhalanso
absolutely for free.
tikuthokoza duplicate
Imagine
imene idzapezeka kwa ena aliyense mwaulere.
choose any dish
Tingoganizani
and it's ready in a
udzangopanga
meta replicator.
ndi kupanga chakudya chimene ukufuna.
It's anything you want.
Duplicate
Any clothes,
siwapanga chakudya chokha
flowers for your tea,
chilichonse chimene ukufuna.
spinning tackle. It can be
Chofa china chilichonse kandi
cover.
maluwa ngakhale blanket
Stop worrying
kandi duvet zidzakhala zolere. Sizidzakhalanso ndi dawa fodya zinthu koma tidzana kuti zidzatenga kuti.
work hard just to have food. And
Lero anthu ambiri
in the creative society,
amagwira ntchito kwambiri kuti azidya komanso azivala, koma mu creative society zonse zidzapezeka nthawi zonse mwaulerenso chifukwa chonena kuti ndiwe munthu basi, ndipo tidzakhala ndi nthawi
it used to be only
yokhala okondedwa athu.
creative society. It may become a reality.
Ndipo izi kale zingangokhala maloto chabe, koma mu creative society idzakhala choonadi. Ndipo mwana wanga amayankhula kuti duplicate idzapezeka liti. Ndipo ndimanya kuti ndimamuwuza kuti zonsezi zikutengera kwa ife. Iwe ndine tikakhala kuti tikulimbikitsa kupanga creative society, duplicate idzatipeza. Koma mafunso limene amakonda kuti duplicate imagwira ntchito bwanji. Ndipo ndikukhulupirira kuti anthu ambiri tili ndi funso ngati ili. Ndeno pamodzi ndi banja langa tidaganiza kuti tipange filimu kuti iyankhe funso lathu ndi anthu ena onse amene ali odzipereka m'mayiko ambiri amene adatithandiza kuti tipange video imene. Ndipo filimu iyi ndi ya ife tonse, ndipo ife kuchokera pansi pa mtima wathu.
Mom, hi, I'm home. Mom, I'm so hungry. Mom.
Mama, ndili pa nyumba so. Ama ndili ndi njala. Kodi ndidya chani?
Why does food have to be cooked at all? Why isn't it
Ndikani izotenthe. Chifukwa chani zakudya bwanji? Why tuitenga microwave?
It does exist. It's called.
Zakudya chatsala pang'ono. Mwakanthoza chani?
Well, come eat.
Tili ndi duplicate.
What is a
Bwana tidye.
A replicator is a device that creates ready-made food.
Kodi duplicate ndi chani? Na duplicate ndi chida chimene chimagwiritsa ntchito chimene chimapanga chakudya nthawi yomwe ndiponso ufuna kuti uziphika. Zimatheka bwanji? Ndipo zisatiphunzitsa ku school.
Close to discovering the method of its operation.
Ndipo izi sikuti aliyense ali ndi duplicate ayi. Koma mu creative society aliyense adzakhala ndi duplicate.
So I'll be able to
Kuti ife tidzakhala ndi ifenso yathu.
heat it up as well.
It can be cold or warm, as you wish.
Ndipo tidzapanga zakudya nthawi yomweyo. Ikhoza kukhala zakudya zozizira pakati zotentha. Nanga chocolate pakena keke. Imene ungufuna.
So I don't have to wait for the oranges to be squeezed?
Kuti tidzapanga maorange ambiri a fresh.
Magic wand. How does a
Ni nthawi yomweyo. Wow.
will it cook fast by itself?
Zakhala ngati amachenga.
To make food, a bun, for example, we mix ingredients. The replicator will mix particles.
Ndipo tidzangophatikiza duplicate. Izidzapanga particles.
Eating a bun, right? What is it made of?
Chinachitika ndi chani?
What is the flour made of?
Wheat?
And wheat?
From grains?
What is a grain of wheat made of?
Grains.
Well done.
Tirigu.
Almost right.
Mwina zinthu zing'ono.
They consist of molecules.
Tirigu amapangidwa ndi zinthu ting'ono. Zimene zili ma molecules. Molecules amachoka mu atoms. Zimapangidwa small particles. Maswezi.
That's right. And not just the
So bread zimachokera ku zinthu zonsezi. And zoona. And si vanilla car. Or on the car table. Rosy. Even a bottle. She just chimapangidwa ndi process.
Replicator can print not
Ndosonyeza kuti chicho chimapangidwa ndi chomwe.
Then why do things look different and have different tastes?
Chakuti replicator chingapanga chakudya chokha chilichonse. Makalaso ena aliwonse. Ndipo maparticles amapangidwa mosiyanasiyana. Ndipo amapanga zinthu zosiyanasiyana.
just as the replicator assembles
Nezonsezo itenga particles
anything into particles
zitenga maparticles
replicator cartridge.
ndikupanga china chilichonse.
All unnecessary things
Ndikupanga
things we need.
chitapanga chinthu chonse zoyipa kumapanga chimene ife tikufuna.
It turns out we could recycle all the trash on the planet. There will be no more garbage. We can break it into particles in the replicator too.
Ndiponso zakhaso zowola chilichonse chipangira ndi ma replicator. Chilichonse chimene sitikufuna zowola olo zotani chizango zipanga zikazipanga decompose.
We're going to eat food made
Wakati chizitsapangidwa mu replicator.
For example, you ate an apple.
Zitanthauza kuti chizitsapanga zakudya kuchokera kuzowola pachisazo apo ikade ikawola imafika maparticles imakhala mbali mmodzi yacho. Pamene glasi yakula zimaza imakhala zakudya za ng'ombe and panopo tikumakayi panopo ngati mkaka.
Or inedible, they are neutral. This is why you can reassemble anything from the recycled
Ndipo maparticles sizipweteka zimene zimapanga zakudya ngati mapu.
No. A replicator can
Itakhala replicator kozipanga
even a mosquito.
ngati toki or cat.
Any object consisting of the same particles.
Replicator zimene mangopangika tikosingapanga moyo ikozipanga zakudya zina or china chilichonse koma
Any dish endlessly. All you need to do is
mangopanga maparticles
using our regular
ndikupanga chinthu chimene ife
you can copy it as
tikupanga eklemefe
Yay, thanks for the replicator that
ukozimapanga chilichonse chimene ukufuna.
no one will kill chicken.
Tengeza kuti nyama zonse sizidzafa ndipo zidzadyetsa replicator ndi yabwino kwambiri.
Will we have to stuff a blanket into the duvet covers?
No, you can get a ready-made blanket with a duvet cover from the replicator right away, even a new one.
That's it.
Every day if you like.
Tizakhaniza kozima kandi cheni blanket day lemere ngafuna. Madresses madresses family.
As a refill,
Then I put it
even have more particles on the dirty dress to print a beautiful new one.
Wow, Mom! It turns out I'm not the only one who can
ndipo tizapanga
I want in the replicator, but everyone can?
ndipo tizapanga
Society, everyone will be able to print whatever they need.
aliyese azitapanga
Everybody will have nice clothes.
aliyese azitakoza chimene afuna.
Poor or hungry.
Various other kinds of life.
Everyone on the planet will be fed and clothed.
Nobody needs to buy anything. And there's no
Various
money
other
to
kinds
spend anymore. If we don't have to buy anything, we don't need money. And if we don't need money, no one will fight. And if there's no money, we won't have wars. Everyone will live happily ever after.
What a smart girl you are. Yes, there will be peace everywhere. Everyone will live happily ever after.
I had a dream about such a wonderful world. Everyone had a replicator
Mama,
with delicious food on it. Everyone had
really,
clothes,
adziko labwino kuipita aliyense adzakhala ndi wake abwino maso aliyense adzakhala mtendere kuti yense adzakhala aliyense komanso adzakhala
and a TV, and I got a dress for me and you.
komanso aliyense adzakhala ndi chilichonse chomupira chikhala chokereti iwe ndi
What else we could get out of the replicator? And
mafrenda anga
Mom, I really wanted such a wonderful world.
adzakhala ndi ochokera
I want that kind of world too.
mama ndikufuna ndidzakhala mu dziko
To
lokumbala
make it happen faster.
komanso ndikufuna dziko lokumbala kuti nondipanga zimene zichitika mwachanga.
Thank you so much to our dear participants from Chile and everyone who took part in creating this video.
Odzipereka
And dear Javiera,
video
our hearts, and we want to express our special gratitude to you. Don't our children deserve a beautiful future? And what can be better for our children than building the creative society? That this life-saving knowledge, which we hear today at the Forum, reaches every single person on this planet. So we urge you to share this forum and spread information about the creative society.
Absolutely, Olga.
agawe mauthengawo okhudza
Finally, the wait is
Olga
we're about to present to you right now is
okondedwa
revolutionize the future of our
khali
society.
matifatika mbele
Today at this forum, we
mbele
have unveiled incredible technology
kusiyeta kwa
that will be
tsogolo
available to everyone in the creative society.
ndilero kuyamba zambeza
Technologies that will
a
serve
technology amene
and make
azabikirwa
life
naliyonse
safe and
creative society
the body
zimene
regeneration cycle, matter
zijamoyo
regeneration,
ukhala
and other incredible inventions we've presented are the
ndikupeta
reality of the creative society. Most
makakusozi
importantly,
zimene zili
scientific
zabwino
knowledge behind
kwambiri
all of
zimene
these
zapangidwa mu
inventions
creative
will
society
help us to overcome the impending climate
zonsezi
cataclysms
zinthu za
and will
sayansi
allow us to survive the climate surburst.
zonsezi zikupangitsa kuti
To you, this epic moment
tisinthe
is being shown for the first time in the history of humanity. I'll
kuonesa
explain this
technology zimene simatsetsera Alex
We want to present a scientific
Nkhaya
hypothesis.
okondedwa
It will open your eyes to the world.
tofuna tikuoneseni
This hypothesis
asayansi imene zitsogole maso ano
how electricity works and why such
ithandiza
breakthrough
anthu kuti
technologies as
tigotsetse kuti magetsi
are possible.
amapangidwa bwanji
They are open systems. And by
ndipo
the way,
kuti free generator
functioning today, although we
idzapangidwa
know
bwanji
their nature. Yeah.
mmene tikamba panowa
What we're about to hear provides
magenerator
insight into all of creation.
Ngoja tufuatilie pano.
To us will be revealed. By uniting and
Zakazira zobisika
hypothesis,
kwathu.
scientists will be able to understand
Kumuleta
the
kumama.
influence of outside forces on our planet.
Akakandi moyo wose ndikuya kuti kodi
All of
tingachotse wanyi mavuto.
climatic catastrophe.
Kuti
No scientist today understands that you will understand.
bobo scientist,
You will be able to explain what all the scientists in the world could not explain and will for another 1,000 years. Such knowledge never appears by chance. And it opens up not only vast prospects, but gives great hope. Hope for the future. Enjoy watching.
We live in a unique era where two doors are open in front of us. One leads to our extinction, while the other one leads to a potential future full of fantastic opportunities. A hypothesis that can be the foundation for such a future. Our survival and the prospects of humanity, even manipulation of matter, depend on its implementation.
To solve this task, we have an understanding of the overall picture, but there are many unexplored islands in it.
In order to explore these unknown islands of science and build a unified theory capable of saving humanity in the shortest possible time, the scientific potential of our planet needs to be unified. Today, humanity possesses only 6 types of energy, but thanks to the new hypothesis, we can gain access to 32 types of energy. In order to simplify the understanding of the fundamental processes of the world's structure, this hypothesis is presented in the form of animation with associative examples.
For intelligent people, it includes everything they need to make breakthrough scientific discoveries.
Our team of volunteers received this knowledge, and we have only slightly elaborated on it and found historical evidence to support it. We understand that this knowledge carries immense value and consider it our duty to share it openly with the entire scientific community.
We believe that none of us should claim the laurels of victory.
After all, no individuals may be considered winners since a huge team from around the world worked on this hypothesis. Starting a new world requires honesty. Deserved recognition should be given to those scientists who will be able to explain, thanks to this hypothesis, what electricity is, how many types of it exist, what radiation is, what the electromagnetic field is, and most importantly, recognition should be given to those who will be able to find a way out of the climate crisis. For us, that's the most important task, because it's a chance to save all of humanity. Now, we'll present you a hypothesis which offers a totally different view of how our world is arranged. This hypothesis gives us keys to manipulating matter and developing such technologies that will enable humanity to take a step into a new era of evolution. It's a future where we will have everything, even the things we haven't dreamed of. How did this hypothesis originate? Some time ago, we were given unique information about how our world is actually arranged. It was confirmed by rather interesting historical artifacts. In order to understand it more deeply, we decided to collect all existing mentions of this information throughout human history. We asked volunteers around the world to start searching, and they found a large amount of artifacts, legends, and stories, which preserve mentions about the true fabric of our world. Along with that, a lot of indications were found pointing towards the veracity of the use of such legendary technology as the Eye of God and Vajra in ancient times. And it turns out that the principle of its operation is directly related to the knowledge of how our world is arranged. We became very intrigued by this information. Since it was impossible to study it using standard methods, we were offered to conduct a number of special experiments and to build for that purpose a unique device that would have a pyramidal shape and certain characteristics. We developed a prototype of such a device in 2016. It is made of aluminum and contains 11 tori. We conducted a series of experiments with this device using certain programs. Some of them were publicly demonstrated. The purpose of those experiments was to verify the possibility of transmitting information to a large number of people, regardless of distance, by means of thoughts. The operator, an experienced person, transmitted information remotely, a symbol or a number, while being inside the pyramid. Meanwhile, participants of the experiment, who were in various countries of the world, received this information through their thoughts. They sent their answers with a symbol and a number they received to an email address that had been given before the experiment. It's important to point out that the symbol which the operator transmitted was picked randomly during the experiment. Nobody knew what exactly was going to be transmitted. All the experiments were conducted exclusively in the presence of a dedicated committee of volunteers, and the whole process was recorded. Thousands of people all around the world took part in the experiment. The result of this experiment shocked us. Why? We were struck by the fact that 70 to 80% of the answers were accurate. This means that people actually perceived the symbol transmitted by the operator. And this cannot be explained by the theory of probability, because the percentage of correct answers was too high to consider it a mere coincidence. Yet, there was another thing that struck us the most. We received a huge number of responses from the participants before the experiment had been conducted, and most of the answers sent in advance were accurate. We asked how this was possible, if at that moment of time, even the operator himself didn't know what sign they would be transmitting. In response, we received an offer to conduct another experiment. It is necessary to understand that the range of tori settings in the pyramid is very large, and we were told the exact settings of the tori at which a certain unique phenomenon was detected. The operator noted that literally after several minutes of being in the pyramid device, he began to see various people as well as their whereabouts. Here is how it was happening. At first, he saw numerous white dots, similar to white noise on a TV screen. As soon as he focused on any of those dots, it came closer and a person appeared in front of him. It could be someone the operator knew or someone he didn't know. At the same time, the operator had a clear understanding of where exactly this person was at that moment. This effect was observed by all operators with such settings of the pyramid. In order to study this phenomenon, we conducted another experiment. Volunteers from various parts of our planet took part in it. Some of them were intentionally driving during the experiment in order to change their geolocation. Each volunteer who participated was assigned a number. Before entering the pyramid device, the operator of the experiment looked through the photos of those people and their numbers. The operator knew some of them indirectly, seeing some of them previously on videos. Some other people were known to him personally, while others were totally unfamiliar to him. After the operator entered the pyramid, the head of the experiment announced the numbers of the participants. Then, the operator recalled the person's face, and among a multitude of white dots, the corresponding dot approached, and the operator began to clearly see the person whose face he had remembered. He saw exactly and in detail the location of that person at that moment, and he voiced this information out loud. Then the head of the experiment immediately called that person on the phone and clarified where he or she was at that moment. The results were astonishing. The exact location of the person was determined correctly in 100% of cases. We became very interested. How did such abilities appear in the person who was in the pyramid device functioning at certain settings? We conducted the experiment in Ukraine, while the operator was able to clearly see and determine the location of people even on the other side of the globe. And in further experiments, the operator was even able to feel what the person was feeling at that moment, whether it was taste, smell, heat, or cold. After all, this is actually an immediate transmission of information at enormous distances. How is this possible? During our further research, we realized that it was not all that simple. It turns out that besides the known radiations, thermal, electromagnetic, X-ray, and others, the human brain is able to generate, transmit, and perceive another, completely different type of radiation. These are special waves unexplored by science. The work of neurons of the human brain is unique and inimitable. Just like a fingerprint or retina, the neuronal imprint of the brain is unique to every individual. It cannot be confused with any other imprint. It is possible, under certain conditions, to register this specific radiation coming from neurons of the human brain. And as it turns out, it's impossible to shield the signal. With each subsequent experiment, we were amazed at the immensity of horizons and unexplored prospects opening before us. One of the most fascinating facts, which was also established thanks to the pyramid device, is the possibility of increasing a person's internal energy, as a result of which we observed an increase in static electricity. This experiment was also conducted publicly, recorded on a video camera, and this video is available to general public. During this experiment, a person stayed inside a pyramid device with specific Tori settings for a certain period of time. Then, after leaving the device, he touched the glass of an aquarium with his hands. The aquarium was filled with water, and there were 2 electrodes inside, which were connected to a voltmeter. The moment the operator's hands touched the aquarium, the voltmeter clearly indicated an increase in voltage. From the point of view of modern physics, this is impossible, but dozens of people saw that, and it was recorded on a camera. This experiment has been repeated many times, but here it should be noted that not all people could show such a result. We came to the conclusion that personal qualities of the operator can affect the results. The person touched a glass, which is an electrical insulator. The electrodes of the voltmeter were confined in water, and yet we all observed the result. The laws of physics also say that the human body is not capable of accumulating electricity in such quantities, but what we have recorded is a fact. We were offered a hypothesis that fully explains all this phenomena. We invite you to take a look at several artifacts that our volunteers have found. These are the best known and simplest examples. As you can see, this clearly illustrates the discreteness of our world and what the world is made of beyond the quantum level. Nothing special. Well, it's nothing special until you know the details. So now, let's go through it in order. What is our hypothesis of the world structure? Modern science knows that all substances consist of molecules and atoms. Atomic nuclei are formed from protons and neutrons, which consist of quarks. It is generally believed that quarks are the smallest particles, along with leptons, electrons, and neutrinos, and they are structureless. Our hypothesis says that leptons and quarks have a structure. They consist of certain energies, waves. According to our hypothesis, a lepton and a quark represent coil state of a short elastic waves. What is it? Associatively, it can be compared to a tangle of snakes intertwined with each other. Each tangle is the smallest particle, a quark or a lepton, while each snake in a tangle represents a different kind of energy. When the snakes are in a coil state, we observe a particle. When under certain conditions, a tangle becomes untangled and the snakes line up linearly one after another, we observe a wave, that is, a wave state of the same particle. This is clearly demonstrated by the double-celled experiment, in which a wave passed into a particle state when the conditions changed, in the presence of an observer. In essence, the intertwined tangle represents the quantum level, the level of particle manifestation, while short elastic waves, the snakes that make up everything, represent the beyond quantum level. What processes take place at the beyond quantum level? We know that already at the quantum level, the laws of classical physics stop working. But at the beyond quantum level, everything is radically different. The entire beyond quantum world is filled with short elastic waves, snakes, that is, different kinds of energies. When snakes are woven into a tangle, the invisible becomes visible. This is a process of the quantum world. Each such tangle is nothing but that very elementary particle of the material world. In the beyond quantum world, there are lots of kinds of energies, that is, snakes. Associatively, You can imagine that they have different patterns, colors, and thicknesses. Some are poisonous, some are not. Combinations of these energies, meaning short, elastic waves, or snakes, make up all the waves known to science today: electromagnetic, thermal, and so on. In other words, any wave is discrete in its true nature because it consists of a multitude of short elastic waves, snakes. None of the snakes ever disappear. They just transform from one state to another. Also, all material objects consist of tangles of snakes as the smallest material particles. Each snake in a tangle is a carrier of certain information, a code. Depending on the combination of snakes in a particle, one or another matter with given properties is formed in the material world. Characteristics of a material object and all processes occurring in it are formed at the beyond quantum level. That is, the information embedded in a particle at the beyond quantum level determines what this particle creates. A soccer ball or a dog. If we decompose a snake tangle into a linear state, all the snakes will line up in a strict sequence. And this sequence is very important. Just like in DNA, every fragment is in its place. The first snake in the sequence has a specific role. It is a carrier of information about the whole tangle and carries the main code of the program. Understanding how the world is arranged at the beyond quantum level and that everything is made up of short, elastic waves has led us to an obvious fact that there are many more types of energy in the world than is commonly believed nowadays. Modern physics identifies only 6 types, while we have come to the conclusion that there are at least 32 of them. Interestingly, this is also supported by historical facts. Our volunteers found references to the use of at least 32 types of energy in the ancient times. As paradoxical as it may sound, all this information, which is new to us, was known in ancient times, and many artifacts from around the world prove this. Let's have a look at some of them. Do you now understand what special meaning they carry? Snakes and snake tangles were not coincidental depictions. They were an associative example to explain the structure of matter at the beyond quantum level, as well as the ways to manipulate it. We will talk about that too, but a little bit later. To date, this knowledge has been mostly lost, and that's a shame, because it will be of a great use to modern scientists who for decades have been struggling with questions which can be easily explained by means of this hypothesis. As an example, let's take the Large Hadron Collider, the most powerful particle accelerator in the world. What happens there? In order to study processes in the microworld, scientists use electromagnetic fields to accelerate 2 beams of charged particles, such as protons, at enormous speeds in the collider, and then they collide them. As a result, after the collision, scientists observe the formation and dispersion of much larger particles with a much greater total mass than they had before the collision, and science cannot explain this phenomenon. It is as if 2 tennis balls collided with each other, and their collision would produce a bunch of scattering basketballs. How can this be possible? It's very simple. All these particles are nothing but snakes in the coil state. The energy that accelerates them, the electromagnetic wave, is also snake-like, only not in the coil state, but in the linear one, in the state of a wave. Thus, not only 2 particles collide in the collider, but billions and billions of snakes in the state of waves, which are transformed into coil state during the collision. These coil states are precisely what we capture as a bunch of scattering particles. Thus, the hypothesis gives an answer to how 2 small particles can form new ones that surpass them in volume, size, and mass. In our regular logic, it seems impossible that something larger could emerge from something smaller. It is like Jesus Christ feeding over 4,000 people with just 7 loaves of bread and a few fish, and there were even some leftovers. He made more out of less to us. It is perceived as a miracle. But our hypothesis explains exactly how this happens at the quantum and beyond quantum levels. The mysterious birth of virtual particles in the physical vacuum can be explained in a similar way. How does a particle-antiparticle pair emerge from emptiness and after a short time disappear again? The answer is simple. The short elastic waves, snakes, that fill the vacuum simply move from the beyond quantum level into the quantum world, forming coiled states, the very particles we can observe. In fact, the whole world is made up of snakes. There's no place where they do not exist. As it is said, there isn't a single place in the entire universe where the thinnest needle doesn't run into something. Let's take another example. In quantum physics, there is a phenomenon known as entangled particles. Two particles can be at different edges of the universe and interact with each other without loss of time. A change in the state of one particle instantly causes a change in the state of the other. How is this possible when modern physics says there is nothing faster than the speed of light? It's a question that has led modern science into a dead end. Scientists have no answer. In fact, the answer is simple. At the beyond quantum level, all these particles are located next to each other and connected by a single snake. There's no concept of distance, speed, or time in the beyond quantum world. Completely different laws work there. For example, in the material world, one of the interconnected particles can be in our hands, while the other one can be in a grain of sand on the shore of the ocean in another galaxy. Meanwhile, at the beyond quantum level, both of these particles are at a distance of a single snake, and there's no time or space between them. There can be many more than 2 of these entangled particles, and all of them are instantly exchanging a huge amount of information among each other. In other words, matter in the universe is constantly interacting. Another phenomenon, the nature of which our hypothesis explains, is electricity. Today, we all use electricity. We know that there is direct and alternating current, that there are electromagnetic waves and static electricity. But what electricity is in its essence, modern science cannot explain. For example, let's take static electricity. Each of us experiences it in everyday life when brushing our hair. Both hair and a comb are dielectrics. When we run a comb through our hair, we untangle some snake tangles and create new ones, thus releasing snakes. The snake tangles on the comb interlace with the ones in the hair. In this way, joint snakes are formed. This quantum manifestation is precisely electromagnetism, which attracts hair to the comb. By understanding these processes, even at such an elementary level, we can already provide answers to many riddles of modern science. For example, let's take an electrostatic machine. There is a paradox associated with it, which is an unsolvable riddle. When the disks of an electrostatic machine are rotated, a powerful spark between the 2 electrodes occurs only when there are metal spheres attached to their ends. If these spheres are removed, there will be no spark between the electrodes, or it will be barely noticeable. But if, for comparison, a device that works from a battery or a household outlet is connected to the electrodes of an electrostatic machine, an equally strong spark appears both with and without the spheres. This indicates that the electric current generated by the electrostatic machine is not capable of causing a powerful discharge without the spheres, and that the current from the battery is capable of causing the same discharge with and without the spheres. What is the difference between these 2 currents? The difference is that these are different kinds of electricity, and they differ not just in their external characteristics, they differ at the beyond quantum level. And our hypothesis gives an in-depth justification for the nature of electricity and its different kinds. Doesn't that remind you of anything? It's a good example for thinking people. Thanks to the hypothesis of a coil state of short waves, we understand that electricity is the same snakes in the coiled or linear state. There are many kinds of electricity. They're determined by the predominance of one or another type of snakes in their linear sequence. For example, when you comb your hair, static electricity is generated, which is represented by a certain predominant type of snakes. When magnets rotate, it's another type. In household outlets, alternating current is a third type of snakes. In batteries, the energy of chemical reaction sequence is the fourth type in an electrostatic machine. It is the fifth, and so on. And note that all types of electricity, just like the magnetic field, have the same first snake in the linear state, which carries a major part of information. We reserve the right to explain the understanding of how electricity works to those who will further investigate this issue. We have merely given an association and invite those who wish to understand the subject to investigate it on their own. Now, let's look from the perspective of the beyond quantum world at what's going on in an electrostatic machine when different kinds of electricity are used. As the disks of the electrostatic machine rotate, the brushes rub against their surfaces. As a result of the friction process, the snake tangles become untangled and form an electrostatic field. Some of the snakes start moving along the conductor as if along a riverbed, forming a directed movement of snakes along the electrodes. As long as there is static electricity, there are no tangles, just a flow of snakes. And in order for a discharge to appear, that is, for the snakes to interact, we need to create conditions where they can gather in tangles again. Such conditions are created by the shape of a sphere. By flowing around a sphere at the ends of the electrodes, the snake coils up on themselves, which contributes to the formation of tangles. In the space around the metal spheres, the snakes and tangles begin to accumulate. The snakes from tangles on one side begin to cling to tangles on the other side, and their massive collision occurs. As a result, the tangles become untangled and the snakes are released. This is the discharge that we observe. We see a spark, waves are emitted in the optical range, and we hear a sharp click, a sound shock wave. All of these manifestations arise as a result of interaction among the snakes. They simply transition from one state into another. Accordingly, when there are no metal spheres on the electrostatic machine, the snakes flowing along the electrodes cannot form any tangles, so they simply fly by without any interaction with each other. But in batteries and household outlets, there is a different kind of electricity. There, tangles move together with snakes in a linear state, and they interact with each other instantly. The tangle state is disrupted, and we observe a discharge and the accompanying phenomena. Therefore, this type of electricity does not need metal spheres to form tangles because it actually flows in the form of tangles. Thus, we understand that the shape of a sphere creates the necessary conditions for transformation of the linear state of snakes into a coil state. That is, in fact, the shape of a sphere or a dome creates conditions for accumulating energy. Doesn't this remind you of anything? If you have noticed the similarity with the domes of religious buildings, you are not mistaken. Ancient legends say that the first dome temples were built more than 24,000 years ago by the representatives of an extraterrestrial race known as the Apexians. They also created the first religion and the first dome-shaped structures for the purpose of collecting energy from humans, which is known as vril. People gathered in those temples and prayed to the Apexians as gods. This was a process similar to what we have seen in the spheres of the electrostatic machine, where static electricity accumulated. In the temples, people's energy, vril, flowed through the building into the domes, accumulated there, transformed into a coil state, and was transmitted to the Apexians. The Apexians built structures of various forms in order to collect energy. Those could be pyramidal structures, or towers with pyramidal or dome tops, ending with a pyramidal spire. Many such ancient structures are considered to be places of power. The paradox is that those were places where power was taken away, not given. It is also quite interesting that to this day, such shapes of structures are mainly used for places where mass gathering of people, decision-making, and emotional outbursts take place. If you wanted to tell the story you just heard as a comic strip, how would you draw it? We will show you an ancient artifact that depicts this process as a comic strip. We see a temple structure with a portal above it, and a flying saucer at the top indicates that it is extraterrestrial. In those times, people couldn't know such technologies. On the left, we can see people and an indication that they're giving away their energy. This is shown in the form of snakes flying away. On the right, we see two planets and below them representatives of an extraterrestrial race, the Apexians, who receive energy from humans. And it is clearly shown that humans fed not only the Apexians, but representatives of other extraterrestrial races as well. To this day, through our temples, we feed unknown creatures in the universe. If any of you doubts that we still worship them to this day, you shouldn't. What is unknown to us is not unknown to the priests. And this information has nothing to do with any religious feelings or emotions. This information is about the physics of processes. Thus, our hypothesis opens a new approach not only to physics, but also to the history of our humankind and reveals certain cause and effect relations of the processes taking place in society nowadays. Radiation. The second riddle of the electrostatic machine is the radiation background that is recorded near its brushes during operation. Where does the radiation come from? After all, there are no obvious conditions for its occurrence. We can explain it easily with the help of our hypothesis. The brushes rub against the disc during the operation of the electrostatic machine. The process of rubbing is a collision of a huge number of snake tangles with each other, which leads to their untangling. As a consequence, various types of snakes are released, including poisonous ones capable of biting and destroying other tangles. These are exactly the radiation snakes that form the radiation background. This background is local and short-lived during the operation of the electrostatic machine. It disappears as soon as you stop the machine, unlike the background radiation in nuclear reactions, which can last for a long time. Why is such a difference observed? Radiation exists in any object, but not in active state. Radiation background is a serpentarium with different types of toxic snakes biting all the tangles they interact with. The power of the radiation depends on the position of the radiation snakes in the linear sequence. During nuclear reactions, a strong radiation background appears since there are many tangles in which a radiation snake stands first. Interacting with other tangles, it changes their code. It pulls the radiation snakes in them to the first position while losing some of its own energy. Therefore, the farther away from the center of contamination, the weaker the radiation background. Meanwhile, during the operation of the electrostatic machine, short-lived radiation appears because when the tangles become untangled, radiation snakes that were not in the first place are released. Such single snakes biting another tangle very quickly lose their energy and transition into another state. That is, they quickly lose their toxicity. Radiation snakes can penetrate anywhere, but there are exceptions. For example, lead is good at shielding radiation because the viscosity and the density of its tangles are very high, so it's not easy to destroy them. Figuratively speaking, tangles of lead consist of small sticky snakes. Interacting with them, radiation snakes quickly lose their toxicity and power. It is important to note that the position of radiation snakes in a tangle determines the strength and durability of materials. The closer these snakes are to the beginning of the linear sequence, the stronger the interaction exhibited by the tangles they're part of. Of course, this is all a figurative comparison, simple associative examples to explain what happens at the beyond quantum level, and it gives an understanding of what processes actually occur during a nuclear reaction and what radiation is. Taking this hypothesis as a basis, it is up to scientists to discover this. Understanding the structure of the beyond quantum world, even such an associative level, already opens up possibilities that seemed science fictional not so long ago. Manipulating matter, creating material objects, using elementary particles, prolonging human life for at least 1,500 years, rejuvenating cells in the body, and completely revitalizing it at any stage. How will the technologies work that will allow us to do it all? The replicator and the health capsule. Replicator. In the creative society, thanks to such technology as replicator, each person will have the opportunity to get everything necessary for life. A device the size of a microwave oven can be installed in every home. A household replicator. You can forget about the arduous chores, cooking, washing, dishwashing, and even buying many products. Because with a replicator, it will be possible to create anything out of elementary particles. How will it work? We can say that the replicator will manipulate particles, but in fact, it will manipulate what the particles are made of, that is, snakes. Moreover, in their linear state, each particle contains a few certain types of snakes, which have a strict sequence determined by the information embedded in them. Thus, by replacing one or several snakes or their sequence in a particle at the beyond quantum level, we can create a new particle, and thus a new material object. After all, the difference between a soccer ball and a hamburger is only in the characteristics of the snakes that make up their particles. This is a principle of how the replicator works. In order to create something from particles, we need particles themselves. Where can we get particles from? And in quantity to ensure the creation of different kinds of food and clothing for each person throughout their lives from the particle recycler. After all, if we know how to create objects out of the tiniest particles, we will know how to disassemble those objects. That's what the recycler will do. It will disassemble your dirty clothes, for example, or dirty dishes into particles. After disassembling the unwanted matter into particles, the recycler will pack them into a nano cartridge, which will then be used in the replicator to create new objects. Naturally, in the cartridge, the particles will be stored in a coiled state of snakes in the form of leptons and quarks. Since snakes in linear state cannot be held, they're constantly in motion, whereas in the form of particles, that is in the coiled state, under special conditions, they can be stored in the cartridge without loss of properties and power infinitely long, up to billions of years. So what size should this cartridge be to store such a large number of required particles? About 1 million nano cartridges can be placed in one human hair. 1 centimeter of nano cartridge can contain about 10 to the 36 quarks. So, 1 centimeter of human hair can store as many particles as to create a great number of material objects about the volume of an entire city. Thus, a cartridge the size of a human hair is able to serve a person for a lifetime and much longer. It seems incredible that such a small size can hold large volumes. In a cartridge, particles will be stored in a compressed, compact manner, not interacting with each other. While there are enormous distances between the particles that make up material objects, the distances between elementary particles in the microworld are similar to the distances between stars and galaxies in the universe. And the reason for this fractality is in the beyond quantum world. Having this knowledge, we will rethink the value of different materials. For example, the same plastic that we simply throw away today will become the most valuable material. Why? Because the tangles of hydrocarbons contain the largest number of different snakes, 33 types, from which you can create a lot of combinations, gold, hamburgers, and so on. For the same reason, cotton will also be valued because it is close in characteristics to plastic and many other particles can be created from it. To understand the process of replication better, we'll give you a figurative example. Imagine that we put knitted jumper into a device similar to a microwave oven. At that time, a special device reads the shape of the jumper and the position of each hair in the threads of the jumper. A special device, like a crochet hook, is then used to pick up one thread and unravel the jumper all the way down to the hairs, and each hair is disassembled into its component parts. All these components are stored compactly and tightly packed. Thus, our seemingly large jumper fits into a small box. When we need to make a jumper again, the previously recorded program reconstructs the hair components in the right sequence and converts them into wool strands, which are then converted into the yarn that will knit the jumper anew. All this information gives the understanding that everything in this world has been programmed and created. It's a whole programming table, but there's nothing complicated about it. Now in programming, we only use zeros and ones, whereas in the beyond quantum world, we use several hundred combinations. By comparison, our alphabet has only about 30 letters, but over 1 million words are made up of them. It is not difficult for a human to manipulate letters and form words, nor is it difficult for an artificial intelligence to analyze all the possible combinations of snakes, which can be quite numerous, and to analyze the characteristics of any material object at the snake level, and thus recreate its exact copy according to this information matrix. Health capsule. The health capsule works on the same principle. It will keep the human body in a perfect and young state for at least 1500 years. By means of the same manipulation of energies, the snakes that make up all the particles in the cells of our body. From the perspective of modern healthcare, the only way to help a person whose organ, for example, has failed is transplantation. The organ has to be taken out and replaced. Meanwhile, the health capsule will restore the working organ by changing the states of its cells at the beyond quantum level. There are about 30 trillion cells in the human body. In its complexity, each of them is like a galaxy. If we zoom into a cell 1 billion times and look inside, we will see that it resembles a colossal automated factory, performing almost as many unique functions as all manufacturing in the world. Moreover, this factory would possess a characteristic that none of the most modern machines have. the ability to reproduce its own structure in its entirety in a matter of hours. A cell is such an interconnected and fine-tuned system that if even one of its components fails, the cell will die. Therefore, manipulation of a living cell at the level of molecules and atoms is impossible. It's like trying to fix the engine of the car at a full throttle. Meanwhile, at the beyond quantum level, everything is simple. It is necessary to add snakes where they're missing or remove the excess ones, and the condition of an organ will return from pathological to healthy. Rejuvenation of the body and prolongation of human life will take place according to the same principle. Information code. We can make an analogy with the program code of a website. In order to change something on a web page, we don't make changes on the website itself, but we go into the code and write what we want. For example, we change the font color in the code, and this is immediately displayed.
Different into the website. Humanity masinta ndikuzichaji zose ngati mapictures kugana website masinta ndipo tikasinta code chichonse pa website masinta ndimenso zimachitikira mu ngati mu nkhani ya muthupi ndikufunika tichotse mamotives.
That very caduceus symbol is a symbol of human power over
zero zosinta zinthu mumamata ndizimene zimapangisa kuti zinthu zizikani
because it is possible to change one state of an object
by simply changing zichonse timatha kusintha zinthu wasintha zinthu zing'ono pa quantum level. Izi zimapangisa kuti ma principles ake amene amagwiritsa ntchito zinthu zonsezi zikhoza kuchititsanso mu munthu ndipo zilipo kale mpaka nali pano ndipo apa zidzachigwiritsa ntchito mu creative society. Pa nthawi iyi matekinoloji atsopano adzapezeka kwa ife.
Today's technological development is hindered by the limited speed.
Ndipo ndi matekinoloji amene alipo kale lero chifukwa chaku mene nkhani zimafalikira matekinoloji ambiri sakugwiritsidwa ntchito.
We humanity only need to fit harmoniously into this flow.
Zinthu zimasintha nthawi zonse ndipo zinthu zimachitika izi ndipo moyo wathu udzasintha momwe.
The speed of information transfer will increase billions.
Kusinthana nkhani mwachitsanzo internet. Pa internet nkhani izi dzaenda mwa changu kwambiri kusiyana ndi mmene zikuchitika panopo ndipo anthu sazidzafunika ma satellite kapena mawaya ngakhale mawatch omwe azidzapanga nkhani zambiri ngati makompyuta ambiri.
This also reveals enormous opportunities in human communication, instant connection, and communication in the form
zidzapangisa kuti kwa ife kuti tiziyankhulana mchangu.
Being thousands of kilometers away,
zidzachika mu holograms
we were in the same room, or we
zidzapanga ma thousands of kilometers
on a fishing trip, experiencing all the sensations.
tizidzayankhulana mmene tilili.
Vajra. Secondly, guided by the hypothesis presented,
diso la munthu la mulungu. Mulungu anena kuti asati
Vajra and the eye of God will become available to us. How do they function and what
Vajra diso la mulungu idzakhala kuti lili kwa ife ndipo idzakhala kuti
no matter where they are,
idzapangisa kuti zitha kuona zinthu zambiri usalengera kuti ayikuli kuti
of a single technology that
idzapangisa kuti anthu tizitha kuona patali.
neurons during their work produce a certain radiation, a signal which is yet unknown to science and which is unique for every person, like a fingerprint or a retina. This is a neurocode that remains the same from birth throughout life. The kind of energy that Eye of God and Vajra operate with is impossible to shield. Those are signals that instantly reach each other across all galaxies.
diso mulungu limene Vajra idzapangisa kuti lizidziwana pena paliponse nthawi imodzi.
This gives the understanding of why we actually need so many neurons.
Ndipo izo zinapangidwa kale
The Eye of God and Vajra technologies
ndipo
introduce
ntchito yake ndiiti yenini
to the creative
diso
society.
la mulungu and vatra technology idzapangisa mu creative society ndipo idzakhala yogwiritsa ntchito kwa ifeyo zimene ngadzagwira ntchito yanji chitetezo
Millions of children disappear without a
ndipo anthu onse palibe amene adzidzasowa kapena kubedwa
no matter whether they're in a cave or in
diso la mulungu lizidzaona pena paliponse osalengeswa kuti kani kutiko kuthokoza diso la mulungu limene lizidzapo zinthu zimene sizimatheka kukhala zotheka.
It's important to note that Vajra cannot read thoughts, but it can read emotions such as fear or aggression. For example, if aggression is recorded in a group of people and a person close to them
Mwachitsanzo
violence, it is evident that this person
ngati munthu adzakhala
immediately the appropriate measures are taken.
ndipo izi zidzapangisa kuti munthu ali pache ndipo anthu ena adzakhala kuti munthu ali wotetezeka zonsezo zidzachitika
These technologies will be synchronized
ndipo moyo wa munthu udzakhala wotetezeka
not only see any perpetrator but also to
ndipo zonsezi zidzachitika
see their financial
sikuti anthu onse amene ali woopsa koma aliyense amene tizidzalumikizana naye.
if a person is
Diso la mulungu idzathandizanso nthawi ya emergency nthawi ya ngozi komanso ngati zivomerezi amene ali pachiopsezo zonsezi zidzathandiza kuti kuona kuti kodi munthu ali kuti komanso kuti chisintha pa moyo wawo ndi chani.
and if necessary put them in
Vatra izidzachotsa kupweteka komanso maprocess onsewa azidzathandiza thupi kuti azakhale kukoma zonsezi mwachitsanzo nthawi ya ngozi zidzapangisa kuti ambulance ipite ithamange pogwiritsa ntchito matekinoloji kuti sikudzakhalanso ngozi pa msewu. Vatra technology sizidzalola kuti anthu amene amwamowa apange ngozi. Miyezi ingapo imene inafananitsa ayo ndipo ndinapangisa kuti imene mafuna ndifotokoze ndi nkhani ya chitetezo ndeti tinandinga mwayi kenako anthu ambiri wadziko lapansi akwanitsa kupanga matekinoloji oona za moyo wa munthu. Lero zinthu zambiri zakwaniritsidwa kuchokera ku China.
The developments of such companies as SenseTime, LC Vision Technology, and others actually shows
Masatelite amene apangidwa ku makampani ambiri zimene zapititsa patsogolo technology
wearing a balaclava.
aku China maexpert apanga zinthu zambiri
Their system is able to identify a
ndipo
person
pali zinthu zambiri zanyuwani
only provided this person has been
ndi
identified,
zinthu zakuti
meaning his data is already in the system database. It
anthu
means
zachitika
if the person has never been exposed to
kusonyeza kuti zinthu zinayendedwa kale ngati munthu sana
we take a person,
sungatheke kuti timudziwa mwachitsanzo lina ungalenga munthu
put a sack on his body, and the Chinese
munthu amene anyuwani ngati system sinapange detect ndipo ngati apiteso kachiri singapange
from any existing system,
koma plot ya diso la mulungu
different physical principles,
idzakhala complete
and it doesn't use human
ndipo idzakhala idzagwira ntchito mosafanana posi idzagwiritsa ntchito njira zina zimene zili zomwe
is unique.
ndipo idzagwiritsa ntchito
As our fingerprints, our retina, or our DNA. It cannot be
idzagwira ntchito ngati ma fingerprint komanso ma DNA singasinthike
the prototype that we are
ndipo adapanga ma-experiment ambiri.
That is, horizontally, the scanning angle is 135 degrees. Vertically, it is 10 degrees. The scanning depth is 150
That is the Bangla scan, 35
confirmed experimentally.
well, manage it 150 kilometers.
Rather, the result of the scanning does not depend on the landscape at all. Look at the screen. The white dots you see
Kwaniga suppose zitarengera kuri kwali ikintu chakhala bwanji. Pictures. White dot zisonyeza kuti mwene munthu akhala. Moyishazi kuti kuno tiri kusitu anthu. Ndipo ndi dziko lokhala limene kuli anthu ambiri.
If we were to hold this presentation somewhere, let's
Kuchuluka kwa anthu kotero ndi kochepa. Ngati titati tatenga presentation ku Tokyo, zotsatira zake zidzakhala zocheperapo zosiyana ndi zimene tizili pano.
which is merely a result of the vertical fan-like
Komanso
of the prototype. What does
zimene
this mean?
zichitika zimene ikuchitika kuza prototype
Directional and unilinear.
zikutanthauza zene.
In other words,
Kuti mapropo
there is a constant vertical
zilenia
scanning.
njira ina
There is a 0.3 second
pali zinthu zambiri zikuchitika za scan. Chifukwa chake pali 0.01 tsera
will be devoid of these, so to say, imperfections. Means
ndipo
that its operating range and functionality
izi zikutanthauza kuti
and much larger.
anthu amene ogwira ntchito ndi zamphamvu kwambiri komanso zokula.
All living people on
Choncho ngati kukula kwake kudzakhala kutakula anthu ambiri amene ali ndi moyo
anywhere on the planet.
tidzakwanisanso
He is on the surface.
kuti munthu ali kuti
Above the surface of the
kuna
planet.
kulikonse dziko lapansi.
Under the ground or underwater.
Tizidzatengera kuti kali pansi
The eye of God.
kapena pamwamba kapena mkati mwa madzi. Kulibe chimene chidzapangitsa kuti diso la Mulungu lisaone.
Put a pot on his head
Kuthokoza kuti zinthu zonse tikuzinenerera.
and identify him. We can put a sack on a person and the eye of God will see and identify.
Diso la Mulungu ayovukadi kudzaona pena paliponse.
And completely change his appearance.
Tikhoza kutenga anthu kumpanga plastic surgery ndi kumusintha nkhope.
Nothing will confuse the eye.
Olo tikhoza kupanga surgery kuti asinthe sex yake. Koma diso la Mulungu lidzaona kuti uyu ndi namweyo.
That its functionality is somewhat narrower.
Natenga prototype ikagwiritsidwa ntchito yake.
Still, we can place it
Ni
in the center of
machine amene adzagwira ntchito kutsogolo.
Abu Dhabi. For example,
Tikhoza kuyika pakati pa mzinda mwayisaza Abu Dhabi.
to identify all the residents and
10%
visitors of the capital,
pa Abu Dhabi
but it will also control
idzakwanitsa kuona anthu onse mwayisaza United Arab Emirates komanso idzapanga radius 150
and Sharjah.
komanso zikutanthauza kuti izidzateteza mizinda yambiri mwayisazo Dubai komanso Sharjah.
It will have to work or
Tiamakamba zakutsogolo
together with existing
zimene zidzagwira ntchito
such as
mwayisazo ngati zigwira ntchito
GPS,
ndime ma satellite mwayisazo GLONASS, GPS, Galileo,
at the same time,
or Debwe
combined with
mwayita ngoli
existing
nakupa
databases,
panthawi yomweyo
and it can be combined with
idaphatikizidwa
surveillance systems.
zimene zidzati
The system will not only identify a person,
zimene zidzaphatikiza ndi ma videos
also permanently record a
sikuti
data file on each
video izangunena mmene alili munthu komanso mafayilo izidzasunga munthu wina aliyense.
to the screen. Now, you can see how the system works.
Komanso tofuna kuti muone pa screen tikhoza kuona mmene zinthu zimachitikira mmene tiwumikiza ku video ndi mmene zimachitikira tikalumikiza.
Our prototype consumes
Izi imili nkhani yosangalatsa kwambiri. prototype imakhandi 2.5 is watts ikamayandira signal
To send an outgoing signal.
imangofuna 1.2 watts kuti itumize signal tangoganizira
The world.
1.2 volts imene ikhoza kusintha dziko lonse lapansi.
Health and Medicare. Vajra opens a tremendous
umoyo komanso zachipatala.
For example, a person may not even realize that he has a pre-infarction.
Vata idzathandizanso ku chipatala
Detect this through
umoyo wabwino.
and emergency assistance will already be on its way. Anesthesia during
Vata idzathandiza kuti izoona mkati mwa munthu.
will be able to anesthetize a person for any length of time, no matter how
Mapenikindasi sazidzathandizanso.
always has negative effects on the body, but thanks to Vajra, everything
Sizidzatengeranso kuti surgery ndiyovuta bwanji. Koma Vata chilichonse chizidza ongodina batani chilichonse chizidzatheka.
safety and health. Some people may have concerns.
Vata izidzathandiza anthu kuti akhale achitetezo.
Visits the neighbor's wife. Is this technology going to record all of this too? The answer is
Izithandiza kuti izithandiza oseya kuti munthu usamapange even ku business.
it is not within the sphere of Vajra functioning. This technology
Kudzakhala zoseza.
and why, but it is obliged to monitor the fact that you have a pre-infarction or pre-stroke condition. Yes, some people might argue
Izithandiza kuti anthu azidzakhala otetezeka. Anthu ena akhoza kumaganiza kuti unali yese azidzaoneka. Mukozumika format.
all of this is
Anthu akumationa pamafoni athu malaptop zonsezi zikutenga anthu kuti ziziti anthu ife ziziteteza. Koma mu creative society aliyense adzakhala ndi mphamvu. Moyo wathu udzakhala wapatsogolo ndipo zonsezi zidzathandiza ndi eye of God. Ndipo zonsezi zikhala zidzagwiritsidwa ndi wina aliyense. Pano
kill 1,000 people a year.
anthu osakhala kuti anthu amathawa 1000 pamene munthu amapha anthu ambiri zedi lero. Eye of God adzathandiza kuti anthu amene azidzatha kupanga chinthu cho afuna azipha anthu. Izi zidzapangitsa kuti mu creative society anthu azidzaonekera poyera amene afuna azitenga miyoyo ya anthu. Diso la Mulungu lidzathandiza anthu kwambiri ndipo moyo wa munthu udzakhala wofunikira kwambiri. Ndipo zonsezi sizigwiritsa ntchito mu consumer format.
Or a person who possesses this technology with a push of
Zonsezi
even with a mental order will be able
zidzateka
to give a command to destroy all,
ozidzangodina technology.
whether it is one object or billions of people.
Anthu azidzapanga command kuti ateteze anthu mabiliyoni a anthu.
which cannot be shielded. It is simply
Ndipo palibe amene azidzatha kuteteza zonsezi.
signals are coming from.
Ndipo sizikutheka kuti munthu tiudzatheka kuti anthu azidziwa kuti masignal achokera kuti.
It will lead us to a planet-wide enslavement.
Ndipo mukonsumer format zinthu izizi sizofunikira fachoneka kuti munthu akangodziwa munthu
And our hypothesis
atha kuwononga.
for this. Firstly, because we fully understood the phenomena we encountered while
But is
experiments in the pyramid device only over
panapa tikudziwa chimene chikuchitika.
that by using
Tikapanga ma experiment
to recreate technologies such
aliyense azidzadziwa kuti ma energy
we realize the entire
ndiwotheka kuti tikuzipanga ma technology ngati Vata
a wide circle of people were involved, so the information went beyond the
wa
original
mastage oyambirira. Zinthu izi zinapangitsa kuti anthu
that this knowledge is of great interest and encourages people to research. According to our data,
tikupvetsetsa kuti zinthu izi zothandiza kuti anthu azifufuza. Mayiko ena anthu akugwirabe ntchito kuti pompano dziko lina lidzakhala ndi zida ngati panopa mkochimwa format ngati ma device ali manja mwa anthu oyipa koma
The climate surge,
pachani izi zili choncho.
and even Vajra in the eye of God cannot stop it. Today, the Earth's core is being affected by the impact from the space.
Even Vajra pakana eye of God singati lepcha izi
Gives us an opportunity to understand what kind of energy affects the core and what are the principles of
zivaneze kuti patsaitu kuti energy imene ikuthandiza ko
to neutralize its negative impact on our planet, but also to use it as a source of additional energy for the benefit of humankind. This can only be achieved if the world's best scientists are able to unite their efforts and focus precisely.
This is
possible only in the creative format of society. For this to become our reality,
izi ndizotheka kuti munthu kuti zikhale zoona zenizeni kuti anthu tonse tiyenera kuti sinthe kuchoka consumerism format kupita creative soil ndipo oyena aliyense mu dziko lapansi adzakhale kuti
it's a real chance to save all
this information ordinary people ni chance yathu kuti tipulumutse anthu.
Now, after watching this, you know the laws of the universe.
Tsopano tatha kuonera izi tikudziwa malamulo a dziko
And you understand the complexity.
tikudziwa mmene maganizo ana mali komanso tikudziwa mmene zili dziko lino. Eya tadziwa zonsezi komano tili pa zinthu zina zone kuti tidziwe kuti tsopano tipulumutse dziko lawo ndipo tikudziwa kuti tili makuonso koma kuti ife tichotse ma process onse amene amaononga anthu tene kuti tifere magapuwa ndipo tilibe nthawi yambiri
We need the whole, we need the collective potential to become a united civilization, and only then will we succeed. If we are divided, there's
iwo pokhawo imene tingakwaniritse koma ngati tingakhale kuti kugawana palibe chilichonse chimene tingachite koma ndifunso kwa aliyense amene ali wamoyo kwa aliyense kuti aliyense ayenera kuti atengepo mbali ndi nthawi yone kuti aliyense atengepo mbali ndipo kenako tidzakhala ndi moyo koma ngati sitingatengepo mbali ngati sitingabwere pamodzi ngati tikupitiriza kugawana sitingapambane chonde abale ndi alongo tiyeni bwerani tijoine creative society inu masayansi mwakhala mukuphunzira za sayansi tiyeni tiwangeni effort kuti tipulumutse anthu onse pali chinthu chochepa kwambiri chimene chikuchitika kwa inu tiyeni tikumbukirake
the most important thing, the fulcrum. And thanks to this,
chinthu chofunikira kwambiri cha fulcrum
everything.
Palibe chance ina yonse yone kuti tingatenge
Is for you to use science.
tapereka fulcrum ndi chimene chiweke inu asayansi kuti kenako tidzasintha dzikoli
Every effort now to save
inu mascientist
your loved ones and all
tufuna thandizo lanu kuti tithandize kupulumutsa miyoyo ya anthu onse.
makes sense without
Anthu akufuna miyoyo yonse ya anthu ikupulumuka.
the climate situation is indeed severe.
Tonse tifuna tipulumuka. Ngozi zachilengedwe zimene zikuchitika amba kusintha kwa nyengo zikutiopsa ndipo apa tikuziona kuti tili ndi yankho lathu lomwe limene kuti titeteze moyo wathu ndi
But believe us,
lero
a way out
anthu zinthu zambiri zikusintha
today.
ndipo pali njira yokhayo
Unite.
Ndibwere pamodzi.
You are all sane, responsible adults who have witnessed the reality that awaits us. Make the right choice and build a creative society.
Ife tadziwa zimene zikuchitika.
Of my future.
Ndibwere pamodzi ndikupanga creative society. Pepani musatonongere tsogolo lathu.